18-year-old Hong Yuan found himself facing an absurd yet unchangeable fate, all because of a mysterious diary's appearance. On a clear morning, Hong Yuan awoke from his sleep to find a strange diary beside his pillow. Having not kept a diary since graduating high school, he initially thought it was a prank until he opened the first page. March 25th, 5025, I discovered I have inflexible fire attribute talent. My future is bleak. This date was today, and he was scheduled for a talent test at noon. In this world, talents are categorized into attributes like water, fire, wind, lightning, rock, ice, light, and darkness, with levels from F to SSS determining the limits of one's cultivation. The diary continued. A classmate, Sun Xiaochuan, bought a powerful technique at the school gate. This guy, who once hit his grandmother with nunchucks and made her work in a bikini during winter, actually broke through to become a 2-star warrior. Meanwhile, the diary's owner, after 7 days of arduous training, finally realized he was a failure. The handwriting grew increasingly familiar until he read, Hong Yuan. Oh Hong Yuan. A moment of self-reflection that confirmed it was indeed his own writing. The diary also mentioned his romantic entanglements. Lu Rian wanted to break up due to his poor talent, taking the rice cooker with her. Meanwhile, his childhood friend Shao Shao, having obtained top-level talent, was about to leave. Shao Shao and Hong Yuan shared a deep bond, with their families being close friends and even buying houses next to each other. Unfortunately, childhood ties couldn't withstand new temptations. 3 months ago, he was seduced by a photo of Lu Rian in black stockings, and they confirmed their relationship that very night. However, when Hong Yuan attempted to turn to the second page, a mysterious force prevented him. The diary suddenly flipped to the last page, revealing a terrifying scene 100 years in the future. The demon clan had breached the Great Wall, and the human race was in retreat. By then, Shao Shao had become one of the 4 greats of Lingxiao, the celestial lotus sword immortal, yet she died with unspoken words. Hong Yuan refused to believe in this absurd prophecy. The demon clan had been exiled to the northern borders 5,000 years ago, and the Great Wall now stood as a barrier. How could they possibly break through the defenses? Hong Yuan casually tossed his diary aside, completely indifferent. He got up, washed, had a simple breakfast, and glanced at the clock. It was already 10 in the morning. The talent test was scheduled for noon, and he was quietly calculating in his mind. Living on the 16th floor, Hong Yuan opened his door to leave. Coincidentally, the door of the neighbor across the hall opened as well, and a beautiful girl stepped out. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin was fairer than snow, and her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll. Her large, round eyes were both bright and clear, and although her looks had not fully matured, she already showed the potential of a stunning beauty. Isn't this Shao Shao? Hong Yuan feigned surprise. I haven't seen you around lately. Have you been avoiding me on purpose? Shao Shao ignored him and walked straight towards the elevator. Hong Yuan followed closely, pressing the button to go down before she could. Are you going for the talent test? Hong Yuan asked, pretending not to know, trying to get her attention. Unfortunately, the girl remained unmoved. Hey little girl. Hong Yuan persisted cheekily. Why are you ignoring me? Do I have bad breath or something? Hearing this familiar nickname, a slight change flickered across Xiao Zhao's face, but she quickly returned to her indifferent demeanor. You have a girlfriend now, watch your words. I don't want Lu Ruyin to misunderstand, Shao Shao said distantly, as if speaking to a stranger. Who cares about that? Hong Yuan dismissed. I've seen you running around in open crotch pants as a kid, you know. The elevator doors opened just then, and Shao Shao stepped inside, coldly uttering, get lost. Wow, quite the temper. Hong Yuan wasn't offended. Instead, he followed her in with a grin, acting like a persistent admirer. Inside the elevator, Shao Shao deliberately kept her distance from Hong Yuan, maintaining an aloof demeanor. You don't look too good. Hong Yuan continued to make small talk. Is it that time of the month? But today is the 25th. I remember it's usually mid-month for you. Shao Shao ignored him. The elevator soon reached the ground floor, and she walked straight out. Hong Yuan quickly caught up, hopped on his electric scooter, and performed a drift to stop in front of her. Flashing what he thought was a charming smile, he asked, want to ride on my scooter? Shao Shao remained silent, bypassed him, and rode off on her own scooter. Hong Yuan cranked up his speed and soon caught up, shouting, wait for me. Shao Shao pretended not to hear and accelerated. The two arrived at Jianghuai High School sports field, where a crowd had already gathered. Hong Yuan thought to himself that 18, right after high school graduation, was the best age for a talent test. Those with mediocre talents could only attend regular universities or learn a trade, while those with average talents might practice cultivation but achieve little. However, those with outstanding talents could enter martial arts universities and become respected warriors. In this world, warriors enjoyed long lifespans and eternal youth, capable of moving mountains and seas with ease. They held the highest status, along with fame, wealth, and the admiration of the opposite sex. Even the wealthiest individuals in the 9 provinces couldn't compare to the powerful warriors in terms of status and influence. The testing wasn't supposed to start until noon, yet these people arrived so early. Hong Yuan couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Though only 18, he was tall and stood out in the crowd. He was still growing, and it seemed likely that he would surpass 1.82 meters in height. Hong Yuan was comforting Shao Shao when he suddenly heard a sweet voice call out from behind. Yuan. Turning around, he saw Lu Rian approaching with grace. She had a captivating figure, with a voluptuous chest, slender waist, and long, straight legs. Her body-hugging dress accentuated her perfect curves. Shao Shao and Lu Rian were a stark contrast. Shao Shao was cold as ice with a noble air, while Lu Rian exuded intellectual charm with a hint of coquettish allure. Although Shao Shao was more beautiful, most men would probably be more drawn to someone as alluring as Lu Rian. Lu Rian enthusiastically linked arms with Hong Yuan and said in a sweet voice, Yuan, I've been here for ages waiting for you. Instantly, Hong Yuan felt his arm enveloped in softness, and his heart skipped a beat, his mind wandering. Only then did Lu Rian notice Shao Shao standing nearby and awkwardly greeted her. Oh, you're here too. Shao Shao responded with indifference. Hong Yuan quickly explained. I ran into Shao Shao on the way, so we came together. Ahead, a few small dark rooms caught everyone's attention. This was where the talent assessment would take place. Lu Rian clasped her hands together and prayed earnestly. Please, let me have an exceptional talent. Hong Yuan suddenly remembered something from his notebook and impulsively asked, if I end up with the worst level talent, would you break up with me? Lu Rian playfully retorted, are you silly? Of course not. I can swear to it. Don't you know me by now? I'm not someone who only cares about that. Hong Yuan felt a pang of guilt, silently chastising himself for doubting Lu Rian because of a mysterious diary. He then briefly explained the talent grading system, from SSS to F, a total of 9 levels. S level and above were considered rare talents. A and B were also quite good, while E and F were seen as the lowest, inferior talents. At noon, the talent assessment officially began. Lu Rian suddenly remembered something and beamed. Oh, didn't you say your rice cooker broke the other day? I got you a new one, it's in my car. Don't forget to take it home later. The mention of rice cooker made Hong Yuan shudder. Just as he was about to ask, a voice boomed from the stage. Hong Yuan, come for your assessment. It was called 3 times. In a hurry, Hong Yuan told Lu Rian, I'll talk to you later, and quickly headed towards the small dark room. Inside the room, Hong Yuan stood in the center of a circular formation on the ground. In an instant, dazzling white light surged from beneath, lifting him up. A mysterious force swept through his body, making him feel unprecedentedly powerful. After the assessment, Hong Yuan picked up the printed report, which contained only 2 simple lines. Talent level, F. Talent attribute, fire. Hong Yuan stood frozen, trembling slightly. The prophecy in the diary had come true. He suddenly realized that a terrifying future might actually unfold. Lu Rian breaking up with him, the demon race breaching the Great Wall and invading the 9 provinces, Shao Shao perishing, and humanity facing catastrophic doom. Hong Yuan stepped out of the small dark room, feeling restless and uneasy. His grade talent was like a heavy blow, shattering his confidence. And the impending invasion from the demon clan 100 years later weighed heavily on his mind. Just then, Lu Rian came running over, her face lit with an expectant smile. Yuan, what talent did you get? She asked cheerfully. Hong Yuan hesitated for a moment. And grade talent was truly terrible, like scoring 0 on a test, hard to admit. But he quickly remembered what was written in his diary because of his poor talent. Lu Rian would not only break up with him, but also take the rice cooker. This thought made him feel a bit relieved. I'm the worst, grade talent. Hong Yuan said calmly, looking directly into Lu Rian's eyes. You can keep your rice cooker. Lu Rian was taken aback, incredulous. Yuan, are you joking with me? She asked. Without a word, Hong Yuan handed her the report, his tone indifferent. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Lu Rian took the report, her expression shifting. Her eyes scanned the paper, her thoughts racing. After a moment, she forced a smile and said, Don't lose hope. Maybe there's still a chance. Despite Lu Rian's attempt to encourage him, Hong Yuan keenly sensed the distance in her tone. The affectionate Yuan had disappeared, replaced by a more formal you. You don't seem to be in a good mood, Lu Rian continued. You should go home and rest. I still have to get my talent tested, so I won't keep you company. A mix of emotions churned within Hong Yuan. He knew Lu Rian was already contemplating a breakup, maintaining appearances only because of the people around them. Disappointment, frustration, helplessness, worry, and despair all intertwined in his heart. And grade talent meant he would be relegated to the bottom of society. Yet, Hong Yuan wasn't entirely hopeless. He recalled a diary entry. March 26, 5025, heard that Sun Xiaochuan bought a powerful skill book at the school gate yesterday. Today was March 25, 5025, which meant yesterday, in the diary was today. This could be his only chance to turn things around. Hong Yuan sprang into action. He first ran to the front gate of Jianghua University, searching carefully but finding no vendors. Unwilling to give up, he hurried to the back gate. As soon as he reached the back gate, Hong Yuan saw Sun Xiaochuan. An elderly man, dressed in tattered clothes and looking disheveled, was talking to him. The old man appeared to be a beggar, yet his words carried an unusual weight. "You look like an ape," the old beggar said dismissively. "But you do have something going for you. At such a young age, having such a hefty build is a rare sight. I have 4 skill books here. I think you're destined for one, so I'll sell you one for $1,000. Hong Yuan perked up immediately. Without hesitation, he elbowed Sun Xiaochuan aside and squatted in front of the old beggar, smiling broadly. "Sir, I'll take all 4 skill books." The old beggar was momentarily surprised, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, but he quickly resumed his smile. "One person can only buy 1 book. First come, first served." Sun Xiaochuan, pushed aside, initially wanted to protest, but upon seeing it was Hong Yuan, he fell silent. He remembered how he had once bullied an honest classmate and was severely reprimanded by Hong Yuan, unable to fight back at all. The old beggar tightly held 4 books in his hands, titled The Great Celestial Technique, 8-9 Mystical Skills, The Indestructible Solar Body, and the Wanzhong Sword Manual. He stood at the back gate of the school, eyes gleaming as he stared at the 2 young men in front of him. Hong Yuan impatiently turned his head towards Sun Xiaochuan, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "Are you going to buy it or not? If not, just leave." Sun Xiaochuan was startled by the sudden scolding, his body trembling slightly. His gaze darted back and forth over the 4 books in the old beggar's hands, his mind racing. After a moment, he pointed with a trembling finger at the indestructible solar body, his voice slightly nervous. "I want this one." A complex look flashed in Hong Yuan's eyes. Although he preferred Sun Wukong, he had to admit that Yang Jian was indeed slightly stronger. He took a deep breath and pointed to 8-9 mystical skills, firmly saying, "I want this one." The old beggar deftly handed the techniques to them, a slight smile on his lips. $1,000 each. Hong Yuan quickly scanned the code to pay and then said to the old beggar, "Sir, please don't leave yet. I have another friend who wants to buy a technique. Just wait a moment." The old beggar nodded slightly. "You'd better hurry. Once I sell these 4 books, I'm leaving. No waiting." Hearing this, Hong Yuan felt a twinge of urgency. He rushed back to the playground, pulling out his phone to call Shao Shao, but there was no answer. Stubborn girl, throwing a fit at a time like this, he cursed under his breath, searching the crowded playground but unable to find Shao Shao. Anxiety washed over him like a tide, and Hong Yuan's composure began to crumble. He grabbed a loudspeaker from a staff member, turned off the original announcement, and cranked up the volume. "Hey!" Hong Yuan's voice echoed across the playground. "Everyone, look at me. I have an announcement." Instantly, all eyes were on him. Standing high, Hong Yuan shouted with all his might, "Shao Shao, let's make up." This was a sentiment that should have been expressed a century later, on Shao Shao's deathbed. Yet at this moment, Hong Yuan shouted these words, voicing a regret that spanned 100 years. A few seconds later, his phone rang. Hong Yuan quickly answered, hearing Shao Zhao's embarrassed and angry voice. "Are you crazy?" Though Shao Shao was scolding him, Hong Yuan, having grown up with her, knew her too well. He immediately sensed that Shao Shao wasn't truly angry. She was more embarrassed. "I have something important. Come find me." "Stay where you are," Hong Yuan said urgently. Shao Shao gave a short reply before hanging up. Hong Yuan let out a long breath, realizing Shao Shao had forgiven him. Soon, Shao Shao arrived breathlessly in front of Hong Yuan, her cheeks flushed from exertion. "What's up?" Hong Yuan took Shao Zhao's small hand and explained concisely. "I met a senior selling top-tier techniques. If you buy one, your future cultivation will surely go smoothly." The 2 hurried to the back gate of the school, finding the old beggar still there, but with only 1 technique left. The Great Celestial Technique had already been sold. Only the Wanzhong Sword Manual remained. Hong Yuan sighed. "We were still a step too late. Only this one is left." The old beggar's gaze fell on Shao Shao, a glint of gold in his eyes as he smiled. Sometimes it's about timing, not just being early. This technique suits her perfectly. While helping Shao Shao scan the code to pay, Hong Yuan asked, "Who bought the Great Celestial Technique?" The old beggar saw through Hong Yuan's thoughts and said directly, "Planning something mischievous, are we?" Hong Yuan smiled awkwardly. The old beggar continued, "You have 8-9 mystical skills, and he has the Great Celestial Technique. You 2 are destined rivals. Rest assured, you'll meet again." After selling the last technique, the old beggar slowly stood up, dusting off his clothes. Seeing him about to leave, Hong Yuan quickly stepped forward and asked, "Sir, may I know your name?" "A name is just a label. Call it what you will," the old beggar said without looking back. "You can call me sir or old beggar if you like." Such a mysterious act, Hong Yuan muttered under his breath, then added, "I'll just call you old beggar." The 2 of them rode slowly on the electric scooter, moving at a much more leisurely pace than usual. Shao Zhao's lips curved into a bright smile, as warm as the first light of dawn, seemingly able to dispel the surrounding chill. Seeing this familiar smile, Hong Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't help but smile as well. Are we reconciled? Hong Yuan asked tentatively. Shao Shao gave a small, proud hum. I'll be magnanimous and forgive you. After hesitating for a moment, Hong Yuan said, if you don't like Lu Ruyan, I can break up with her. In truth, Lu Ruyan was already considering a breakup, and Hong Yuan didn't want to be the one left behind, planning to take the initiative instead. Shao Shao fell silent for a long while, finally speaking after several seconds. Don't worry about what others think. What you like is what matters most. Hong Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing he'd asked the wrong person. This silly girl wouldn't speak ill of Lu Ruyan even if she didn't like her. He changed his approach. Anyway, I'm planning to break up with Lu Ruyan. Shao Zhao's riding abruptly faltered, nearly causing her to fall. She quickly steadied the scooter and asked in surprise, why? I tested for infleval talent, and Lu Ruyan thinks I have no future, so she wants to break up, Hong Yuan explained. I think getting dumped is a bit humiliating, so I'm planning to make the first move. Shao Shao bluntly said, you've got infleval talent. What face do you have left? She quickly added, but those are two different things. Hong Yuan nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Shao Shao changed the subject. The martial arts book you bought me, could it be fake? Try practicing it first, and if something feels off, stop. Hong Yuan was reminded of the contents of the diary. He suddenly asked, by the way, what did you test for? Shao Shao immediately braked, prompting Hong Yuan to stop as well. What are you doing? He asked, puzzled. With a tense expression, Shao Shao swallowed and said, I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. I'm afraid of being targeted. Hong Yuan solemnly promised, I won't say a word. He already had his suspicions. The last page of the diary suggested Shao Shao was anything but ordinary. After parking her scooter, Shao Shao walked quietly over to Hong Yuan and whispered, don't freak out. Then she leaned in close and said almost inaudibly, I tested for 2 talents. One is S level, the glazed jade sword, which should be a sword cultivation talent. Hong Yuan was shocked. This was a top-tier talent, 1 in a million, which could secure her a spot in a top university. Moreover, sword cultivation talent was recognized as the most powerful in the 9 provinces. He suppressed his surprise and asked, what about the other one? Shao Zhao's voice dropped even lower. The other is SS level, the purifying world green lotus. I'm not sure about its specific attributes. My gosh, that's incredible. Hong Yuan couldn't help but exclaim quietly, remembering the words from the diary. Over the years, Shao Shao had earned numerous titles. Ling Xiao's 4 heroes, the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, one of the top 10 heroes, and one of the twin pillars of humanity. Could this, Qinglian Sword Immortal, be referring to her Lily Jade Sword and Pure World Qinglian? Hong Yuan furrowed his brows slightly, looking at Shao Shao with a serious expression. He lowered his voice, with a hint of warning in his tone. Don't mention these 2 talents or the Wansong Sword Manual to anyone. Hong Yuan glanced around as if on guard against something. He continued, most people in this world are good, but inevitably, there are some evil cultivators. These evil ones are like-minded and have formed malevolent organizations. They love to hunt those with rare talents. If your abilities become known, they will undoubtedly come after you. Shao Shao listened, a flash of surprise and worry crossing her face. Seeing this, Hong Yuan added, once our aptitude attributes are measured, they are immediately uploaded to the database. Your kind of aptitude is sure to attract attention from the higher-ups. Just stay home for a few days. I expect someone will come looking for you soon. Shao Shao nodded softly, and the 2 of them rode their electric scooter side by side towards home. Upon returning home, Hong Yuan found the house empty. His parents were out on a mission, and his younger siblings were still in high school, leaving him alone. He took out his phone from his pocket, intending to send a breakup message to Lu Ruyan. We once loved each other, and that's enough. After we part, may we both become better versions of ourselves. Hong Yuan composed a lengthy message, even moving himself. However, when he pressed send, a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Damn it, Hong Yuan couldn't help but curse. Lu Ruyan had acted too quickly. He was a step too late. It was heartless and ruthless just because he was assessed with infleval talent. She blocked him without a word. Hong Yuan felt a mix of emotions. He and Lu Ruyan had shared many deep conversations, and he thought there was some affection between them. He felt a bit guilty and reluctant, as she was a free-spirited partner. But he hadn't expected her to show no regard for him, not even wanting to waste a second. With the situation as it was, Hong Yuan had to gather his thoughts and took out the Ba Jiu Xian Gong from his pocket, focusing intently on reading it. The first page contained only 2 lines. Master the wonders of Ba Jiu Xian and roam the world unfettered. The statement carried a high level of sophistication, essentially saying that mastering Ba Jiu Xian Gong makes you invincible, able to walk the earth unchallenged. Turning to the second page, it read, the greatest Yin number is 8, the greatest Yang number is 9. 8 multiplied by 9 is the ultimate number in Taoism, hence the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, 72 seasons. Ba Jiu Xingong, 8 yin 9 yang. Within a person lies yin and yang numbers, which is their fate. The head represents the heavens, a yang number. The feet represent the earth, a yin number. The third page elaborated on the core of Ba Jiu Xingong. 8 transformations, 9 rotations, return to pure yang. 8 transformations means eliminating 8 instances of yin. 9 rotations means converting 9 instances of yang. Eliminating is akin to removing. 8 transformations is removing 8 instances of yin. Converting is akin to merging. 9 rotations is merging 9 instances of yang. Removing 8 instances of yin and merging 9 instances of yang, Ba Jiu Xingong, is considered complete, but to achieve perfection, one must take the final step, return to pure yang. Hong Yuan continued reading, learning that pure yang is pure, unyielding yang energy, possessing terrifying power capable of incinerating all life. Each time the yang number is merged, the practitioner's cultivation level rises significantly. Each time a yin number is removed, the practitioner gains a divine ability. Because 8 instances of yin can be removed, the practitioner can obtain 8 divine abilities, namely, growing stronger with each battle, the eye of the heavens, 3 elements gathering energy, 72 transformations, traveling with golden light, 3 heads and 6 arms, law of heaven and earth, an indestructible soul. Finally, Hong Yuan read, after completing the 8 transformations and 9 rotations, returning to pure yang, one can achieve the perfect state of Ba Jiu Xingong, becoming a saint in the flesh. Before the age of 18, one's talent is not fully developed, making it difficult to measure accurately. Therefore, the best time to assess one's abilities is at 18. More importantly, starting training too early can damage the body. The younger the age, the more severe the damage, potentially affecting the development of one's abilities. Training requires techniques, and ordinary techniques are moderately priced, around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, and can be purchased at bookstores. However, these techniques progress slowly. More advanced techniques are expensive, often costing 10 times more than ordinary ones, comparable to the price of a small car. Hong Yuan dedicated himself to studying the Ba Jiu Xingong for a full 5 hours until night fell. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, he prepared to practice the breathing exercises as described in the book. The air around him seemed filled with an invisible energy, historically known as spiritual energy, and now referred to as true energy or vital energy. Clearing his mind, Hong Yuan focused on his dantian and began to breathe slowly and rhythmically. He meticulously followed the technique's instructions. 8 long breaths followed by 9 short breaths, then 9 long breaths followed by 8 short breaths, repeating this sequence 72 times to complete a small cycle. Time passed quietly as Hong Yuan immersed himself in his training until he felt a warm energy enter his body with each breath. When he checked his phone, it was already 10 p.m. With his level aptitude, if he were practicing a regular technique, he might not gain even a single breath of spiritual energy in a week. However, with the breathing and mental techniques of Ba Jiu Xingong, he achieved results in just 5 hours. He estimated that as he became more proficient, it might take only 3 hours to gain 1 breath of spiritual energy. The night was still long, and Hong Yuan decided to continue his practice. He closed his eyes again, focusing on his breathing rhythm. When he opened them again, it was 3 a.m. Hong Yuan recalled his high school teacher's advice. Breaking through to a 1-star warrior requires 10 breaths of spiritual energy. At his current pace, training 15 hours a day could yield 3 breaths of spiritual energy, allowing him to quickly advance to a 1-star warrior. He silently reviewed the martial arts realms: warrior, martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial ancestor, martial venerable, martial saint, martial sovereign, martial deity. Each major realm is divided into 10 sublevels, from 1 star to 10 stars. Only after reaching a 10-star warrior can one break through to a martial master. However, breakthroughs between major realms are risky, and a slight misstep can lead to failure. The next day at 10 a.m., Hong Yuan woke up. Despite only sleeping for 7 hours, he felt energized, a benefit of the spiritual energy nourishment. After getting up, he ordered food delivery, then washed up. As soon as he came out of the bathroom, his food arrived. After eating, he resumed his training. For the next 3 days, Hong Yuan maintained this routine, dedicating himself entirely to training except for necessary meals and sleep. Soon, he accumulated 10 breaths of spiritual energy. Opening his eyes and taking a short break, Hong Yuan prepared to attempt a breakthrough. Breakthroughs at sublevels are generally straightforward, and unless something unexpected occurs, they rarely fail. Hong Yuan closed his eyes and focused, sensing the 10 breaths of spiritual energy slowly merging in his dantian. As the energy gathered, a small white mist began to form, no larger than a coin, but it marked his successful breakthrough to a 1-star warrior level. The evening sun cast its glow through the window, filling the room with a warm light as Hong Yuan exhaled deeply. Though refreshed by his breakthrough, he felt an intense hunger. Just as he was about to order takeout, the doorbell rang. To his surprise, it was Shao Shao standing at the door. "Have you eaten?" "I'm a bit hungry," she asked. Hong Yuan suggested ordering takeout, but Shao Shao immediately dismissed the idea. "I'm sick of takeout every day," she said. Since their relationship had improved, Shao Zhao's demeanor had returned to normal. Seeing no other option, Hong Yuan agreed to go out for dinner with her. Shao Shao was surprised by his willingness, given his previous reluctance. Hong Yuan explained that he was determined to change and stop making her upset. However, Shao Shao confessed she preferred the cheeky Hong Yuan. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan's attitude shifted, and he lazily said he didn't want to go out, asking Shao Shao to bring back food instead. Shao Shao immediately regretted her words and accused Hong Yuan of being unreliable. After some back and forth, Shao Shao stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Seeing this, Hong Yuan quickly followed her to the elevator. Inside the cramped elevator, the atmosphere was tense. Hong Yuan tried to lighten the mood by boasting about his recent breakthrough to a one-star warrior. To his dismay, Shao Shao was unimpressed and proudly announced she was already a 3-star warrior, just 3 breaths of spiritual energy away from reaching 4 stars. Hearing this, Hong Yuan felt a mix of emotions. He silently calculated the difference in their cultivation efficiencies, lamenting the world's unfairness. The gap between them was so vast that he could almost understand why some might hunt down geniuses. Despite his jealousy, Hong Yuan suppressed his feelings and followed Shao Shao out of the elevator, ready for dinner together. He resolved to train harder and close the gap between them. Hong Yuan had a car at home, but since he didn't have a driver's license, he could only take Shao Shao to Qing'an Square on his electric scooter. The square was bustling with shops, including restaurants, bars, and cinemas, as well as luxurious fur and jewelry stores that dazzled with opulence. "What do you feel like eating?" Hong Yuan asked, turning to her. "Hot pot or spicy soup would be great," Shao Shao replied with a smile. "We girls love those." "Then let's have hot pot." Hong Yuan calculated in his mind. The 30,000 yuan his parents had given him before they left was still quite sufficient. He skillfully led Shao Shao to the entrance of Yujingxiang Hot Pot. This restaurant was among the top tier of the dozens of hot pot places in Qing'an Square, with lavish decor and an average cost of at least 2,000 yuan per person. Shao Shao looked at the opulent decor inside and gently tugged on Hong Yuan's sleeve, whispering, "This place is too expensive. Let's go somewhere else. A 28 yuan self-service hot pot is just as good." "Don't worry," Hong Yuan patted her hand reassuringly. "I have a membership card here with about 5 or 6,000 left on it." He had gotten the card from frequently dining here with Lu Rian. After taking a number, Hong Yuan returned to Shao Shao. "There are 2 tables ahead of us, so while we wait, let's get some milk tea to cool off. What would you like to drink?" "I want a lemon drink from Mishua Bingqing." Shao Zhao's choice surprised Hong Yuan, reminding him of Lu Rian. Memories flooded back. Once, he had eagerly bought Lu Rian the first milk tea of spring, only to be scolded. "I don't drink this cheap milk tea. Don't you know I only drink Starbucks?" Yet that 24 yuan milk tea was 6 times more expensive than Mishua Bingqing's lemon drink. Thinking back to those absurd 3 months with Lu Rian, Hong Yuan smiled wryly. He had paid for her clothes, bags, jewelry, and even her sanitary products, spending hundreds of thousands in total. His parents thought he had picked up some bad habit until they learned he was just trying to woo a girl. And Lu Rian, in return, had given him a pair of knockoff sneakers, claiming they were an 8,000 yuan brand. If it weren't for finding that diary, he might have naively believed they could grow old together. Shaking off these troubling thoughts, Hong Yuan told Shao Shao, "You don't need to save money for me. I have plenty." "But," Shao Shao blinked her big eyes with a pleading tone, "I just want Mishua Bingqing's lemon drink." All right, Hong Yuan laughed helplessly. "Whatever you want, I'm with you." Considering they were going to have hot pot later, they bought 4 lemon drinks. When they returned, it was their turn, and with the guidance of the server, they quickly entered Yujingxiang. Hong Yuan handed the menu to Shao Shao, whose eyes immediately fell on the price column, and she couldn't help but frown. Wagyu beef cubes for 688, sliced abalone for 888, a mushroom platter for 1088, half a grouper for 658, Angus lamb rolls for 888, and the special Yujingxiang beef rolls were a staggering 1888. The waiter stood by, waiting, and Shao Shao reluctantly whispered, "I'm not really hungry." "You don't have to pay." Hong Yuan shot her a glance, and then turned to the waiter. "We'll have the mushroom platter, Wagyu beef cubes, sliced abalone, Angus lamb rolls, and the special beef rolls, 1 of each." "Skip the grouper," he said, looking at Shao Shao. "I remember you don't like fish." "You're ordering too much. I can't eat all that," Shao Shao said, her face full of concern. Hong Yuan smirked. "I'm the one spending money. Why are you more anxious than I am?" Shao Shao blushed, and quickly picked up her lemon water to hide her embarrassment. In truth, her family was well off, with both parents working at the safety bureau and earning a good income. However, when she was young, her mother was badly injured by a monster during a trip, and the medical expenses left the family in debt, which instilled a frugal habit in Shao Shao. Soon, the dishes began to arrive, and the aroma of the food dispelled the earlier awkwardness between them, lightening the mood. Try this beef roll, Hong Yuan said, just as he was about to place the cooked beef roll into Shao Zhao's bowl. A sharp female voice suddenly interrupted. Hong Yuan, you jerk, two-timing scum, I'm breaking up with you. Both turned to see the youthful and charming Lu Rian standing there with a young man beside her. She put on a pitiful look and said to the man, Tian, I told you, Hong Yuan is a jerk. The Tian she referred to was Long Outyin, a rich kid no less wealthy than Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan immediately realized Lu Rian's ploy. She wanted to preemptively label him as a jerk, making it easy to break up with him and cozy up to Long Outyin. Shao Shao puffed up her cheeks in anger. Hong Yuan is not a jerk. Huh? Lu Rian snorted. And you say he's not? You're already cozying up to him. Isn't that two-timing? Hong Yuan and I are friends. We've known each other since we were kids, Shao Shao hurried to explain. She wanted to say that if there was anything between her and Hong Yuan, they would have been together long ago, but the words became clumsy in her mouth. Seeing through Lu Rian's true nature, Hong Yuan gently patted Shao Zhao's head to calm her down and turned to Lu Rian. Shao Shao and I are childhood friends. You can't slander me just because you see us having a meal together. But what about you and Long Outyin? By your logic, doesn't that make you a two-timer too? Lu Rian had only intended to put on a show for Long Outyin, to prove she had broken up with Hong Yuan. But she didn't expect Hong Yuan, who usually catered to her every whim, to actually stand up to her. Hong Yuan chuckled inwardly. This woman had taken his kindness for granted, and it was simply too much. Seeing Lu Rian at a loss, Long Outyin wrapped his arm around her shoulder, glancing disdainfully at Hong Yuan. He arrogantly declared, Hong Yuan, cut the crap. From now on, she's my girlfriend. If you know what's good for you, then back off. Hong Yuan smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, so we're kindred spirits then, huh? This implied that Long Outyin was a mere rebound, and the men watching the scene caught on quickly, their faces showing knowing smiles. Lu Rian hurriedly defended herself. I've only known you for a few months. How could I possibly be with you? She thought to herself that even if she lied, no one could prove otherwise. The scene shifted, and memories flooded back. On the first day they confirmed their relationship, Lu Rian eagerly asked Hong Yuan to teach her everything. After a passionate night, Hong Yuan looked at the white sheets and couldn't help but question her. Lu Rian retorted, I once felt a sharp pain after intense exercise and didn't think much of it. That's probably when it happened. When Hong Yuan asked why it was so dark, she casually blamed it on clothing dye. Recalling Lu Rian's skilled actions, Hong Yuan smirked inwardly, recognizing her as an experienced player. Back then, he was at her mercy. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and frankly said, Stop pretending. I know exactly what you're like. In reality, Long Outyin, eager to save face, especially in front of others, pulled out his phone, trying to act tough. He sneered, Do you want to die? Why are you barking here? Unfazed, Hong Yuan continued to taunt him. Oh, are you calling for backup? I'm right here, waiting. Whoever backs down is a coward. Long Outyin hesitated with the phone, realizing that calling for help would indeed be beneath him. He quickly found an excuse. I have a level talent and have already reached the 1-star warrior level. I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill you. I've heard you've got the worst level talent. Do I even need help to beat you? I was calling an ambulance for you. Shao Shao stood up, intending to shield Hong Yuan. But Hong Yuan shook his head to stop her, pulling her behind him protectively. Although Shao Shao was a 3-star warrior and could easily subdue Long Outyin, Hong Yuan didn't want her to reveal her strength. It had only been 3 days since her talent was assessed, and reaching a 3-star warrior so quickly would lead anyone with a brain to realize her exceptional talent. Such geniuses, once exposed, are often targeted by malicious organizations. Long Outyin looked at Hong Yuan with disdain, cracking his knuckles as if warming up. Believe it or not, in 3 seconds, I'll have you sitting in that last seat of Yujingxiang. I don't believe it. Hong Yuan stood up, feeling the changes after breaking through to a 1-star warrior. He was stronger, faster, and more resilient, and there was a controllable heat in his Dantian spiritual energy. Although he hadn't mastered any martial arts and could only produce small flames, he felt he had a fair chance. After all, Long Outyin was at the same level and likely hadn't had time to learn martial skills, while Hong Yuan had picked up some basic moves from watching his father practice boxing. Long Outyin's eyes flashed with malice as he gritted his teeth. Prepare to die. This will be a one-sided massacre. Long Outyin made the first move, throwing a powerful punch straight at Hong Yuan's face. Hong Yuan, quick-eyed and agile, easily dodged by slightly tilting his head. He stepped forward with his right foot, swiftly closing the distance between them, and sharply lifted his elbow, striking Long Outyin's chin with precision. This move, known as the Iron Mountain Elbow, combines the techniques of Iron Mountain Lean and Elbow Strike, packing a significant punch. Long Outyin's chin took the hit, his head snapping back violently. His vision went dark, and he immediately lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a sack of sand. Hong Yuan nudged Long Outyin with his toe, but got no response. Oh no, did I accidentally kill him? He thought in alarm, quickly kneeling down to check Long Outyin's breathing. Feeling the warm breath against his fingertips, Hong Yuan sighed in relief. Long Outyin was still breathing, merely unconscious. He had expected Long Outyin to be somewhat skilled, but it turned out he was all show and no substance, leaving Hong Yuan speechless. He thought to himself, with this level of skill, he should stop showing off before someone really hurts him. At that moment, two uniformed men approached quickly, looking at the unconscious Long Outyin and sternly asking, "What's going on here? Who's fighting?" Hong Yuan looked up and recognized the middle-aged man leading them. He called out, "Uncle Wang." The security bureau had just received a report about a fight at Yujingxiang. Uncle Wang happened to be nearby with his apprentice, so they arrived on the scene promptly. Hong Yuan's father is the deputy director of the bureau, so he knew the staff there. Uncle Wang had even dined at their home before. "So it's you, Hong Yuan?" Uncle Wang smiled and asked, "What happened here?" Hong Yuan pointed at Long Outyin lying on the ground and explained, "This is the son of the Long family. He wanted to show off in front of my ex-girlfriend and came to cause trouble. We ended up fighting, but he couldn't beat me." "The son of the Long family?" Uncle Wang frowned. "Is he Long Yuantian's son? Can you handle this?" Hong Yuan asked with a meaningful tone. Uncle Wang sighed. "It's a bit tricky." Then he added, "You sure know how to attract trouble, but with Director Hong likely returning soon, I doubt Long Yuantian will dare to cause you trouble." Hong's son is Hong Yuan's father's name. Although he's the deputy director, the staff still habitually call him Director Hong or Director Hong Sr. Hong Yuan chuckled. "Thanks for the help, Uncle Wang. When my parents are back home, you must come over for dinner." Uncle Wang nodded and instructed the young man next to him. "Shaoli, take this guy to the hospital." He then glanced at Lu Ruyan, giving Hong Yuan a questioning look. "As for this lady, she's your ex-girlfriend. Do you want to handle this officially or settle it privately?" Hong Yuan immediately understood and replied, "She was the one who started the trouble. Then we'll handle it officially." Uncle Wang said, catching on quickly, "For causing a disturbance, that's 15 days of detention." In the end, Shaoli took Long Outyin to the hospital, while Uncle Wang took Lu Ruyan to the station. After this whole ordeal, Hong Yuan lost his appetite. He called over the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter enthusiastically said, "Our boss insisted that the meal is on the house since someone disturbed you." "I'll pay," Hong Yuan said, handing his card to the waiter. Despite his father being the deputy director of the security bureau, Hong Yuan adhered to basic principles. He wouldn't bully others or take advantage of free meals. Shao Shao has a younger brother named Shao Xian, a handsome and charming young man. Hong Yuan has a pair of twin siblings, his introverted and quiet sister, Hong Lan, and his hot-tempered and easily angered brother, Hong Hu. All three are 17-year-old high school students who usually stay at school during the week, but today is Friday, and they have all returned home. As Hong Yuan and Shao Shao opened the door, they were greeted by a harmonious scene. Three young people engrossed in their homework, with books and papers scattered across the table. Hong Hu looked up, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Brother, sister, were you two on a date?" Xiao Zhao's cheeks turned a shade of pink, her voice a bit flustered. "We just went out for dinner." Hong Hu persisted, a teasing smile on his lips. "I don't believe you." Realizing he might have gone too far, he quickly added, "You talk too much. Want me to shut you up?" Hong Yuan frowned at this, rolling up his sleeves as if to teach his brother a lesson. Seeing this, Hong Hu immediately backed down. "Come on, can't I even talk?" His tone carried a hint of grievance, clearly a result of being reprimanded multiple times. Hong Yuan put on a stern face and lectured, "I'm teaching you to be mindful of your words. I just met someone who started bragging wildly, and I almost put him in his place." While Hong Hu pretended to listen obediently, inside he was rolling his eyes. "You're only a year older than me, yet you act like you're all grown up." At this moment, the usually silent Hong Lan spoke up, looking warmly at Shao Shao. "Sister Shao Shao, what talent did you discover?" Shao Shao looked uncomfortable, not wanting to lie to Hong Lan, and glanced at Hong Yuan for help. Catching on, Hong Yuan jumped in. "Why don't you ask me what talent I discovered?" Hong Lan obliged. "What talent do you have?" Hong Yuan puffed out his chest with pride. "You'll be shocked. I discovered an level talent." Hong Lan was stunned, incredulously asking, "Is that for real?" Hong Yuan replied irritably, "Of course it's real." Hong Hu couldn't help but joke, with mom and dad's talents being so good, how did they end up with you as a... He stopped mid-sentence as he caught Hong Yuan's fierce look, quickly correcting himself. "I didn't mean you're useless, just your talent." Hong Yuan stormed towards Hong Hu. "I'm not hitting your backside. I'm hitting your face." In this tense moment, Shao Xian, who had been silent, spoke up. "Brother Hong Yuan, let Hong Hu off the hook." Hong Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Why should I?" Shao Xian explained. "Today, someone bullied me, and it was Hong Hu who helped me, so I vowed that if anyone ever bullied him, I would help him too." Hong Yuan's eyes twinkled with a sly grin. "Then I'll drag Hong Hu outside to hit him. so you won't see it, and you won't break your vow. Shao Xian was left speechless, unsure how to respond. Hong Hu protested loudly. Shao Xian, you're not being fair. You're really not being fair. In the end, Shao Shao gently held Hong Yuan's hand, shaking her head. Let it go. Hong Yuan immediately stopped, clearly valuing Shao Zhao's words above others. Time slipped by quietly until the early hours, when they reluctantly said their goodbyes. Hong Yuan returned to his room, skipping his usual practice, and went straight to bed. The next morning, Hong Yuan sat at the dining table and quickly finished the breakfast Hong Lan had brought back. With a serious expression, he instructed the two children not to disturb him and hurried back to his room to begin meditating. After 15 hours of focused training, he managed to gather 3 units of spiritual energy in his dantian, but he was still far from the 20 units needed to break through to a 2-star warrior. The following day, he continued his training for another 15 hours, gaining another 3 units of spiritual energy. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Hong Yuan didn't leave the house, dedicating himself to training tirelessly. Finally, he accumulated the full 20 units of spiritual energy. He immediately began to condense the energy and soon accomplished the breakthrough. The small coin-sized white gas in his dantian doubled in size, and a powerful force surged through his body. Hong Yuan stood up and casually threw a few punches, each one capable of easily knocking down a strong bull. It happened to be a Saturday. After confirming that Hong Lan and Hong Hu's schoolwork was correct, Hong Yuan eagerly went to Shao Zhao's house. I've broken through to a 2-star warrior. Impressive, right? He boasted to Shao Shao as she opened the door. Shao Shao leaned in and whispered in his ear, You are impressive, but I'm already a 7-star warrior. Hong Yuan felt as though he had swallowed a fly, his face full of embarrassment. Shao Shao changed the subject, asking, Do you know when our parents will be back? They've been gone for almost a month this time. I'm not exactly sure, but it should be soon, Hong Yuan replied uncertainly. This time, all 4 parents were on a mission that required confidentiality as per the Security Bureau's request, so he couldn't ask for details. Usually, his parents completed their tasks within a few days, even difficult ones taking no more than 20 days. This time, it was nearly a month, indicating the mission was quite challenging. However, with his father, a 3-star martial king, involved, Hong Yuan wasn't too worried, as few in Jianghuai province could harm him. Noticing Shao Zhao's slight frown, Hong Yuan reassured her, Don't worry, my dad's there. As evening fell and it was time for dinner, Shao Shao suggested, Are you hungry? My treat. She glanced towards Hong Yuan's house and added, Let's invite Hong Lan, Hong Hu, and my brother. The 5 of us can go out to eat. Knowing Shao Zhao's frugal nature, Hong Yuan didn't want to directly refuse and hurt her feelings. Restaurants are too expensive. How about you cook tomorrow, with Hong Lan helping? ITLL save money. Shao Zhao's eyes lit up. Great idea. After a brief chat, Hong Yuan returned home to continue training. The next day at noon, Shao Shao prepared several dishes, but they were disastrous. The radishes were stringy and poorly cleaned, the pork skin was overcooked and lacked chewiness, the pig's blood fell apart at the slightest touch, and worst of all, the intestines still had remnants inside. It seemed she was destined to never master cooking and should focus on her training instead. Yet Shao Shao eagerly asked, How does it taste? Though Hong Yuan hadn't tasted anything quite like it, he couldn't say it was as bad as it looked. Not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm, he reluctantly said, Except for the taste, everything else is fine. Hearing this, Hong Lan, Hong Hu, and Shao Xian's expressions were priceless, as if they were enduring something even more unbearable. On April 6th, Hong Yuan, after days of diligent practice, had accumulated 10 breaths of spiritual energy, still a significant distance from the 30 breaths required to break through as a 3-star warrior. At this moment, Shao Shao received a life-changing phone call due to her remarkable talent. She had been granted early admission. Shao Shao couldn't contain her excitement and immediately shared the good news with Hong Yuan. Although the official start of school was in August, she needed to attend a secret training session beforehand. Due to threats from evil organizations, the authorities decided to isolate the trainees from the outside world for safety reasons. In the vast lands of Zhuzhou, while geniuses like Shao Shao who passed the talent test were rare, she was not the only one. To protect these valuable talents and to nurture them early, a unified secret training was deemed necessary. On the morning of April 7th, an elderly man with a gaunt appearance and white hair arrived at Shao Zhao's home. This old man, dressed in coarse cloth, claimed he was on a secret mission to escort Shao Shao to the training base. Despite his efforts to suppress his aura, Hong Yuan felt overwhelmed, as if facing a dormant ancient dragon. TSK Tisk. The old man examined Shao Shao. What kind of talent does this little girl have? Don't you know, sir? Shao Shao asked curiously. The old man shook the letter in his hand. This is an ultimate secret order. Only a few at the top know your details. I dare not inquire, lest I learn something I shouldn't. I had hoped to enjoy my retirement, but the Tiansa mansion summoned me to escort you across great distances. It's truly unfortunate. Hong Yuan had been worried about Shao Shao's safety, fearing her information might leak. Now, with this expert escorting her, he felt somewhat relieved. However, Shao Shao seemed reluctant, wanting to wait for her parents to return, worried about Shao Xian being unattended, and unwilling to leave Hong Yuan. Can I go to the training base later? She tentatively asked. Absolutely not. The old man shook his head decisively. Even a second's delay could lead to punishment. I'll take care of Shao Xian, don't worry, Hong Yuan promised solemnly. Although I'm usually unreliable, I will keep my promise. Big brother, you taking care of others? It's a wonder others don't have to take care of you. Hong Hu joked from the side. Hong Yuan wished he could find a 50-kilogram hammer to teach this guy a lesson for his untimely humor. Sir, how long will it take you to reach the training base? Hong Yuan asked the old man. The old man thought for a moment. The gathering point is about 2 million miles from here. With the young lady flying, we'll arrive by tonight. Such an astounding speed far exceeded human limits, leaving Hong Yuan amazed. With a wave of the old man's sleeve, Shao Shao and her suitcase rose into the air. A flash of white light, and the two figures vanished instantly. Staring at the now empty space, Hong Yuan felt a mix of emotions, happy for Shao Shao yet unable to hide the sorrow of parting. With Shao Zhao's departure, Hong Yuan lost his motivation to cultivate and spent his days lying in bed, absorbed in playing Genshin Impact. Early one morning, his phone suddenly vibrated with a voice message from Shao Shao. She had reached the meeting point and was about to begin her secret training, which meant she had to hand over her phone. Her voice came through the speaker. You have to work hard to get into college. I'll be waiting for you in Zhongzhou. You must come, or I'll be really upset, and you won't be able to make it up to me. Putting down the phone, Hong Yuan sat up as if jolted awake, muttering to himself. Hong Yuan, how could you fall so low? Have you forgotten your great ambition to become a martial god? You can't go on like this. This thought reminded him of the mysterious diary. Over the past few days, he had studied the notebook repeatedly but couldn't open the second page. The first page ended abruptly on April 7th, 5025. Now, it was past midnight, and the date had changed to April 8th. Hong Yuan picked up the diary again and gently turned the page. This time, it opened effortlessly to the second page. The diary was set to unlock by date. What a ridiculous setup. Who came up with this? He scoffed, but eagerly began reading the contents of the second page. The entry for April 8th detailed rumors about Su Kuan and his fans. April 9th mentioned awkward conversations with his second and third uncles. From April 10th to 15th, the entries were filled with mundane activities like drinking iced cola, playing Genshin Impact. However, the entry for April 16th shattered Hong Yuan's world. As summer approached, his parents' bodies had severely decomposed. Uncle Wang informed him that they had been dead for over 10 days and were only found yesterday. Uncle Wang advised him to take good care of his younger siblings and to reach out if he needed help. Hong Yuan sat motionless, clutching the diary, his mind blank and his expression frozen. After several seconds, his eyes turned red, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Since Hong Hu and Hong Lan were at home, he didn't dare to cry out loud, so he buried his face in the pillow, stifling his sobs. After an indeterminate amount of time, his tears dried up, and his body felt weak. He forced himself to continue reading, hoping to find clues about his parents' death. The entry for April 17th mentioned Hong Lan noticing his unusual demeanor, but he managed to brush it off. April 18th was blank. On April 19th, he retrieved his parents' ashes alone, too afraid to tell his siblings. On April 22nd, his uncles visited, and the truth could no longer be concealed. On April 23rd, they came with a will, not only seeking to claim the compensation money, but also trying to seize the house, forcing the three siblings out. The final entry was dated April 25th. He set out for Jiangnan province with a letter, facing a journey of 3,900 miles with an uncertain future, but no other choice. That night, closing the diary felt endlessly long. Hong Yuan lay in bed, his thoughts drifting to the memories of his parents' faces and voices. Silent tears flowed, blurring his vision, while the pain in his heart remained all too real. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the room. Hong Lan gently knocked on Hong Yuan's door and softly called, "Brother, come out for breakfast." "I'm coming," came a hoarse reply from inside the room. Hong Lan frowned as she waited, and 5 minutes later, Hong Yuan slowly opened the door. He looked exhausted, his eyes dull, a stark contrast to his usual cheerful self. "What's wrong with your voice?" Hong Lan asked with concern. Hong Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Probably just a sore throat." He took the buns Hong Lan had bought and said hurriedly, "I need to go out." Sensing something amiss with her brother, Hong Lan quietly watched him. "Is something wrong?" Hong Yuan opened his mouth but hesitated. He couldn't tell his sister about the diary entries that recorded their parents had been dead for several days. In the end, he managed a bitter smile. "I'm fine." "No, you're definitely not fine," Hong Lan insisted. She had grown up with her brother and knew his nature inside out. With no other choice, Hong Yuan fabricated a reason. "I broke up with my girlfriend." Hong Lan sighed, trying to console him. "I see. Lu Rian wasn't a good woman anyway. She was always after your money. It's good that you broke up with her. Hong Yuan responded with a faint acknowledgement and then left home alone, biking to the security bureau. It was April 8th, and according to the diary, their parents' bodies would be discovered on April 16th, having been dead for over 10 days. This suggested they might have been killed in early April. 30 minutes later, Hong Yuan arrived at the security bureau. He immediately spotted a familiar middle-aged man and jogged over, calling out, "Uncle Wang." "Shao Yuan, what brings you here?" Uncle Wang asked in surprise. Hong Yuan had already prepared his explanation. "My parents have been on a mission for a month. My sister and brother are worried, so they sent me to check on them." Uncle Wang patted Hong Yuan's shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry. Director Hong's son is very capable. But it's been a month, and we can't reach them by phone. I'm afraid they might be in danger," Hong Yuan said, showing a worried expression. "They might be in some remote area with no signal, which is why you can't reach them," Uncle Wang explained. "I'll take you to the director. His satellite phone can contact Director Hong Sr." The director of the security bureau, Wang Defa, was mediocre in his abilities, far inferior to Hong's senator despite Hong Sen's merits and capabilities that should have earned him a promotion. Wang Defa's connections kept him in the director's seat for years. Wang Defa was not only incompetent, but also petty and envious, often suppressing Hong's son at work. Despite his disdain, Hong Yuan swallowed his disgust and greeted Wang Defa respectfully. "Uncle Wang." Wang Defa sat behind his desk, barely lifting his head to glance at Hong Yuan, and asked indifferently, "What brings you here?" Suppressing his displeasure, Hong Yuan pleaded, "My parents have been on a mission for a month. I'm worried they might be in danger. Could you help by sending someone to look for them, or try to contact them?" Wang Defa took a leisurely sip of tea and feigned difficulty. "The security bureau is busy, and we're short on staff. There's no extra manpower to look for your parents." After a pause, he added, "But for Hong Sen's sake, I'll use the satellite phone to call him." Hong Yuan forced a grateful expression, repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you, Uncle Wang." However, Wang Defa didn't act immediately. Instead, he focused on the papers in front of him, deliberately ignoring Hong Yuan. Several minutes passed before he finally finished the document, signed it, and set it aside. Wang Defa picked up a document and leisurely sipped his tea, his eyes focused intently on the contents as if he were the only person in the office. Hong Yuan stood still, his throat moved slightly as he gave a soft cough, trying to catch Wang's attention. However, Wang remained engrossed in the document, oblivious to everything around him. At this moment, Hong Yuan was tormented with anxiety. His parents' bodies were still exposed in the wilderness, subjected to the elements and preyed upon by insects and animals. As the eldest son, he knew that as long as his parents' bodies remained unfound and unburied, he would have no peace. Wang Defa continued to review the documents at his own pace, and only after an entire hour did he look up, feigning surprise at Hong Yuan's presence. "Oh, you're still here?" he asked. Suppressing his frustration, Hong Yuan forced a smile. "I'm waiting for you to make the satellite phone call." "Oh dear, my memory," Wang Defa exclaimed exaggeratedly, patting his head. "I've been so busy with work that I completely forgot. Do you have time to make the satellite call now?" Hong Yuan asked earnestly. "I'll do it right away," Wang Defa replied, his demeanor changing as he searched for the satellite phone. He had hoped to delay matters, expecting Hong Yuan to give up, but was taken aback by his persistence, much like his father, Hong's son. Reluctantly, Wang Defa dialed the number, but no one answered. He frowned. "What's going on? They're not answering my call either." He tried 3 more times, but there was no response. It was then that Wang Defa realized the situation might be more serious than he had thought. Although he harbored some resentment towards Hong Sen after all, who likes hearing that a subordinate is the one who truly deserves to be the director? Hong Sen was a 3-star battle king and a top force in Jianghuai province. If something had indeed happened to him, the consequences could be dire. "Go home and wait for news," Wang Defa said sternly. "I'll investigate your father's mission location and send someone to search immediately." Hong Yuan didn't move but pressed further. "Uncle Wang, how long will it take to find them?" Every satellite phone has a tracking function. The technicians can quickly decode the coordinates and send out a team. "How long exactly?" Hong Yuan insisted. "At most 3 days," Wang Defa finally replied with certainty. "Go home and wait. We'll inform you as soon as there's news." With a clear answer, Hong Yuan finally stood up, murmuring softly before leaving, "Thank you, Uncle Wang." Hong Yuan locked himself in his room, attempting to calm his mind through meditation, but he found it impossible to focus. Every time he closed his eyes, his parents' kind faces would appear in his mind, making it difficult to concentrate. Suddenly, the doorbell shattered the silence inside. He dragged his heavy steps to open the door, where 2 middle-aged men stood his second and third uncles. The second uncle, holding a carton of milk, feigned concern as he asked, "Where's your dad?" Hong Yuan glared coldly at them. Having read his father's diary, he knew exactly what despicable actions these two would take next. The third uncle wore a seemingly sincere smile, pretending to be friendly as he said, "We came to check on your dad." Although these brothers were both 8-star martial artists with decent skills, They never held proper jobs, spending their days idly gambling and visiting brothels. Despite his temper, Hong's son had always been particularly tolerant of his younger brothers, even arranging jobs for them at the security bureau. But they found the work too tiring and quit after just 2 days. Whenever they were short on money, they would turn to Hong's son for help. Even though this infuriated Hong Yuan's mother multiple times, the two shamelessly persisted. Hong's son, helpless, secretly supported them behind his wife's back. Over the years, they had borrowed several million from him. If not for Hong Sen's generous salary and substantial savings, he would have been drained by them long ago. Seeing Hong Yuan's icy expression, the two men sensibly said, "We'll be going then. Have your dad call us back when he returns." Watching their retreating figures, Hong Yuan clenched his fists. He knew these two not only coveted the compensation money, but also aimed to seize his family's property. If Shao Shao's parents were still alive, they would never allow such bullying. As for his father's colleagues at the security bureau, they had scattered like monkeys from a fallen tree, and with the influence of Wang Defa, it was unlikely anyone would offer help. With all his ancestors deceased, his mother being an only child, and no reliable relatives or colleagues of his father, he, a two-star martial artist, had to take care of his younger siblings in middle school. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and endure it all. Soon, a call came from the security bureau. Hong Yuan rushed to the morgue, finding it crowded with security bureau staff, including Uncle Wang. It was April 10th, and because the bodies were discovered 6 days earlier than noted in the diary, they were only slightly decomposed. Uncle Wang handed him an autopsy report, saying solemnly, "Your parents were killed in early April." The initial forensic conclusion is that the murderer was an evil cultivator of at least the martial master level. How could a martial master level evil cultivator appear in a small place like Jianghuai province? Hong Yuan asked in disbelief. Uncle Wang shook his head. Evil organization cultivators are always on the move. They could appear anywhere. Hong Yuan carefully read the report. The victims' chests were pierced through with no other injuries, clearly killed in one blow. The wound showed irregular piercing marks, likely from a fist or palm that pierced through the chest and removed the heart. A large amount of black, ash-like substance was left inside, suggesting the murderer was a cultivator skilled in using fists or palms, at the martial master level, capable of releasing black substances from their hands. Uncle Wang added, "Xiao Jian and Lu Hong are still missing and may have met the same fate. Our people are still searching, but the chances of finding them are slim." Xiao Jian and Lu Hong are Shao Shao's parents. Since they didn't carry a satellite phone, tracking them through GPS is extremely difficult. However, since no bodies have been found, there is still a glimmer of hope that they may have survived. At this time, Shao Shao is undergoing intensive training away from home, leaving only young Shao Xian behind. Hong Yuan is well aware of the promise he made to Xiao Jian and is determined to take good care of Shao Xian. "Let's not inform Uncle Zhao's family for now," Hong Yuan said solemnly. Uncle Wang nodded in agreement. "That's also the Bureau's stance. I'm here to give you a heads up." Hong Yuan carefully put away the autopsy report and bowed deeply to everyone present. "Thank you, uncles and aunts, for taking the time to see my parents off on their final journey." There were a few heavy sighs in the morgue. "Take good care of your younger siblings, and reach out to me if you face any difficulties." "My condolences," Uncle Wang said, patting Hong Yuan's shoulder. "We have to go now. There's work to be done." "I'll stay with my parents a bit longer." Hong Yuan managed a faint smile. Soon, Hong Yuan was left alone in the morgue. The tears he had been holding back finally flowed freely. Hong Yuan took home 2 urns of ashes and some personal belongings, his father's phone, and some miscellaneous items from his office. After settling the ashes, he decided not to inform Hong Lan and Hong Hu of the tragic news just yet. According to a diary entry, his second and third uncles were expected to visit on April 22nd, and the 3 siblings might be evicted from their home. It was April 12th, leaving him only 10 days, or possibly even less, as the discovery of their parents' bodies might prompt the uncles to act sooner. The immediate priority was to prevent the uncles from seizing the inheritance, and then to inform his siblings about their parents. As for the evil cultivator responsible for their deaths, Hong Yuan was determined to seek revenge. He held the autopsy report tightly, as it was the only clue to pursue. He picked up his father's phone, still stained with blood. Unlocking it with his mother's birth date, he carefully examined the call logs and messages, but found nothing. Finally, he opened the photo album and discovered a 3-minute video recorded on April 1st. In the video, his father, covered in blood and deathly pale, was on the brink of death. "My dear son, your dad is about to die." Tears streamed down Hong Yuan's face. "Don't cry. Listen to me." His father's weak yet determined voice continued. "You originally had a fiancée, the granddaughter of my old superior. When your mom and I first got married and visited him, your mom was pregnant, and so was his daughter, which led to the engagement. He had actually wanted to marry his daughter to me, but I was already in love with your mom. Later, your mom wanted you to find love on your own, so I called off the engagement. It turned out to be the right choice since you've met Lu Rian, right?" His father went on, My old superior was very kind to me, but I cut ties with him to cancel the engagement, and I feel guilty about it. Your second and third uncles have always been greedy. When I'm alive, I can keep them in check, but after I'm gone, they'll surely fight over the estate. If you encounter any insurmountable problems, seek help from my old superior. I have a shoebox hidden under the bed with a letter for him that I've been too ashamed to send. Take it when you visit him. If he's willing to help, I hope you'll spare your uncles. Although you seem carefree, I know you're more principled than I am. I'm entrusting the future to you, his father said, appearing to have accepted his fate, even showing a relieved smile. I thought I had more time, but life had other plans. As the eldest, take care of your siblings. Your mom and I are going ahead. Hong Yuan forced a bitter smile, recalling his father's words. Although the old chief was considered like a second father to him, Hong Yuan had rejected marriage proposals to both his daughter and granddaughter. Now, hoping to seek his help seemed unlikely. However, since his father mentioned their good relationship, there might be a glimmer of hope. He glanced around, and his eyes landed on a shoebox in the corner. From it, he retrieved a letter and carefully examined the address. Jiangnan Province, Jinling City, Wuan District, Dei Mansion, Sutianbao. This name must belong to the old chief. Hong Yuan remembered his father's stories of guarding the Great Wall and likely meeting Su Tianbao back then. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yuan began packing. He carefully placed his diary and the letter into his backpack and hurriedly added 2 sets of clothes. When checking flight tickets, he found the prices were way over budget. Reluctantly, he opted for the high-speed train. The screen showed the next train would depart the following morning, so he quickly booked a ticket. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide. The past few days had left him utterly drained. He lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, the morning calm was shattered by a loud, urgent knocking on the door. Bang, 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 bang. Hong Yuan jolted awake, not fully alert, as he heard the door being forced open. He stumbled towards the entrance, only to find his second and third uncles bursting in with their wives. The third uncle spoke first, his tone filled with anger. Hong Yuan, how dare you keep this from us? My brother is dead, and you didn't even inform us. Hong Yuan was stunned, his mind in chaos. This scenario resembled what he read in the diary but had occurred a week earlier than expected. Could his early discovery of his parents' bodies have triggered some chain reaction? The second aunt fired words like a machine gun. This little brat probably wants to keep the compensation money in the house your father promised us. Why else would he keep the funeral a secret? But you can't hide from us. Someone will always tell us. Standing at the doorway, Hong Yuan suppressed his anger and coldly replied, I don't know what you're talking about. The third aunt scoffed, still playing dumb? Don't think you can fool us. We have your dad's will, and it says the house is ours. The second aunt quickly added, and when the compensation for your parents' death comes through, our families are entitled to 2/3. Your dad agreed to that. Despite being mentally prepared, Hong Yuan couldn't contain his fury in the face of such blatant greed. His eyes burned with anger. Before his parents' bodies were even cold, 2 ungrateful relatives showed up with others, trying to take over the house. Hong Yuan stood in the middle of the living room, fists clenched, seething with anger. His gaze swept over his second and third uncles and their wives, each face marked by greed. My dad treated you well when he was alive, yet you couldn't wait even a moment, Hong Yuan said through gritted teeth. I've never seen such shameless people. Hong Yuan shouted. My dad never said he would give you the house, and you won't see a penny of the compensation money. The third uncle sneered, pulling a neatly folded paper from his pocket. It's not up to you. We have your dad's will. Hong Yuan's heart sank, knowing without looking that it must be forged. He suppressed his panic and threatened. Forging a will is illegal. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the security bureau? The second uncle grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Shao Yuan, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I might as well tell you, the handwriting on this will was copied from your dad's documents at the bureau. Hong Yuan instantly understood where their confidence came from. His father, Hong San, worked at the security bureau, and the documents he wrote were bureau documents. The second uncle was hinting that they had the bureau's help, so reporting them would be useless. The only person in the bureau who would turn against his family was Wang Defa. Hong Yuan angrily asked, what did Wang Defa offer you that you'd help an outsider harm me? The second aunt replied smugly, he didn't offer us benefits. He wants half the compensation. But we'll still get half the compensation in this house. Shut up. Who told you to say that? The second uncle glared at the second aunt, then turned to Hong Yuan, saying righteously, my brother's things are naturally mine. I'm his brother, and I have the right to inherit. The third uncle chimed in, we're not asking for much. We'll take 2/3 of the compensation, and you and your sister get 1/3. The house is what your dad promised us. The 2 aunts began criticizing Hong Yuan's father. Hong Yuan was furious, shaking with anger. These people were twisting the truth. His parents had taken care of everything for their grandparents, from medical bills to funerals, without any help from the uncles. Hong Yuan suppressed his rage and pointed at his uncles, asking, haven't you asked my dad for enough money already? What nonsense. We never asked him for money. You need evidence for your accusations. The third uncle retorted confidently, knowing there was no proof since Hong's son had given cash to avoid his wife finding out. The four of them argued, leaving Hong Yuan unable to get a word in. He shouted, "My dad hasn't been gone long, and you're already ganging up on an orphan." Hong Yuan glared at his uncles, demanding, "Do you dare swear you never took money from my dad?" The third uncle frowned, feeling guilty. "Why should we swear for something we didn't do?" "Stop talking to him." The second uncle snapped, suddenly grabbing Hong Yuan by the neck. Being a powerful martial artist, Hong Yuan had no strength to resist. Struggling to breathe, his backpack fell to the floor during the scuffle. The second uncle dragged Hong Yuan to the door, ignoring his attempts to fight back. "You little brat, daring to hit me. I'll teach you a lesson my brother never did." The second uncle roared, landing two heavy punches on Hong Yuan's face. The blows left Hong Yuan dizzy and disoriented, and he blacked out. "Stubborn fool, you never learn without a beating," the second uncle said, tossing the unconscious Hong Yuan at the door, ready to close it. "Wait," the third uncle suddenly shouted. He noticed Hong Yuan's fallen backpack and kicked it towards the door. "Why keep this unlucky brat stuff?" On the high-speed train heading to Jiangnan province, a young boy sitting alone caught the attention of many passengers. Despite his handsome features, his disheveled clothes and the medical bandage wrapped around his head made him particularly noticeable. A few strands of hair clung to his forehead, and the white bandage showed faint traces of red blood, clearly indicating a fresh wound. There were visible bruises under his left eye and at the corner of his mouth, and his face was filled with exhaustion and a hint of uncontainable frustration. This boy was Hong Yuan. His disheveled appearance was due to the violence from his second uncle. He had been thrown out of a room, hitting his head heavily on the ground, followed by a severe beating. Today was Tuesday, and there were only 4 days left until the school break on Friday. Hong Yuan was anxious. He needed to resolve this troublesome issue before his younger brother, Hong Hu, and sister, Hong Lan, returned home for the holiday. Hong Yuan knew his siblings' personalities well. The hot-tempered Hong Hu would not let the matter rest if he found out, while the sensible Hong Lan, though strong, had a relatively fragile heart and might not be able to handle such a blow. With these thoughts, Hong Yuan let out a heavy sigh, regretting that if he had his father's level of wisdom, he wouldn't let his siblings suffer alongside him. Adjusting his posture, Hong Yuan sat cross-legged. These days of on and off training, coupled with the recent beating by his uncle, had unknowingly accumulated 27 breaths of spiritual energy within him. Just 3 breaths away from breaking through to a 3-star warrior, he decided to seize the time to cultivate. The train sped along the 3,900-mile journey from Jianghuai province to Jinling City in Jiangnan province, which would take 16 hours even at a speed of 240 miles per hour. Hong Yuan calculated that he could cultivate 1 breath of spiritual energy every 5 hours, giving him plenty of time. By 5 o'clock the next morning, Hong Yuan finally broke through to the 3-star warrior realm. He opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and glanced at the train schedule. The next stop was Jinling Station, estimated to arrive in 28 minutes. Hong Yuan reached into his backpack to retrieve a letter, intending to check Su Tianbao's specific location. Unexpectedly, a diary fell to the floor. Bending down to pick it up, he was surprised to find it open to the 3rd page. It was April 11th, yet the 2nd page of the diary was dated April 25th. According to his previous assumption, it should only turn to the 3rd page on April 25th. This unexpected discovery left Hong Yuan deep in thought. He recalled the last line on the 2nd page. April 25th, 5025, I took the letter and headed to Jiangnan province. A journey of 3,900 miles, with a long road ahead and an uncertain future, but I had no choice. Hong Yuan pondered. Could completing the content in the diary allow him to turn to the next page in advance? This meant the diary had 2 ways to turn to the next page. Wait for the recorded date, or complete the diary's content ahead of time. This discovery filled him with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this mysterious diary could guide him on his path forward. Hong Yuan opened his diary, his gaze landing on the contents of the 3rd page. The entry for April 25th, 5025, caught his eye. The experience of taking a taxi from the high-speed rail station to the Dai mansion remained vivid in his memory. The chatty taxi driver was like a walking encyclopedia, discussing everything from astronomy and geography to poetry and philosophy, even delving into postnatal care for sows. Before he realized it, night had fallen. When the fare showed 1500, Hong Yuan was stunned. In hindsight, Hong Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. Checking his phone's map, he saw that the distance from the station to Dai mansion was just over 80 li, and the driver had clearly taken a longer route. However, he considered it a free, lengthy comedy performance. In the days that followed, he began a long wait. On the first day, the guard refused him entry, citing a lack of appointment. Even invoking his father's name proved futile. For 3 consecutive days, he waited outside Dai mansion but never caught a glimpse of Su Tianbao. On the evening of April 28th, a tearful call from Hong Lan tore at his heart. Desperate, he decided to take a risk and sneak in by climbing over the wall. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. The patrolling security guard subdued him and, after a beating, threw him out of Day Mansion. Despite his injuries, he continued to wait. Until May 7th, when a chance encounter with a restaurant owner revealed a key piece of information. Day Mansion usually had minimal activity, with all entries and exits through the underground garage. Seizing this lead, he waited at the southern garage entrance. Finally, an opportunity arose. A sports car approached, and he threw himself in front of it, shouting his father Hong Sen's name. A high ponytail girl stepped out, gave him a cursory glance, and led him into the car. On May 9th, the long-awaited meeting shattered him. Su Tianbao, with his back turned, said coldly, "My grievances with Hong's son are settled, and I have no reason to help you." On the return high-speed train, the mysterious high ponytail girl suddenly appeared beside him. When he asked her intentions, she remained silent. This led him to wonder, had Su Tianbao changed his mind? But what could this girl, who seemed his age, possibly do to help? After reading the last line of the diary, a spark of inspiration flashed in Hong Yuan's mind. He speculated that if he could complete the events recorded in the diary ahead of schedule, first meeting the girl with the high ponytail, then encountering Su Tianbao, and finally taking the high-speed train back to Jianghuai Province, might be able to turn to the diary's 4th page before May 9th. This idea filled Hong Yuan with excitement, and he immediately began planning his itinerary. To save time and avoid being overcharged, he decided to skip the taxis at the train station and opt for a ride-sharing service to head directly to the southern parking lot of Day Mansion. Just as he was absorbed in his plans, the train's announcement interrupted his thoughts. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next stop is Jinling Station. Please prepare to disembark and be cautious when getting off." Hong Yuan quickly stuffed the diary and letters into his backpack and made his way to the train door. As the high-speed train came to a gentle stop and the doors opened automatically, he briskly walked towards the exit while adeptly using his phone to call for a ride. Fortunately, as he reached the pickup point, the car he had booked arrived just in time. After confirming the last 4 digits of the driver's phone number, Hong Yuan got into the ride-sharing car headed for Day Mansion. Jiangnan Province was far more bustling than Jianghuai Province, with its streets teeming with vehicles and people. The driver, a middle-aged man with a pockmarked face, constantly complained about the heavy traffic. When another vehicle maliciously cut in front of them, the driver lost his temper completely. He honked furiously, flashed his lights, and even leaned out to shout angrily at the car ahead, "I'll curse your grave." This outburst left Hong Yuan trembling in the back seat, afraid to make a sound. Despite the poor road conditions, the skilled driver managed to get Hong Yuan to the southern parking lot of Day Mansion after more than an hour. It was only 8 in the morning, and to avoid attracting the security's attention, Hong Yuan found a hidden spot for the long wait. The entire day passed with Hong Yuan witnessing dozens of cars entering and leaving Day Mansion, yet he never caught sight of the girl with the high ponytail. To avoid any mishaps, he dared not intercept any other vehicles. As night fell, with only 1,000 yuan left, Hong Yuan had to find a nearby budget in charging 50 yuan per night to stay. Early the next morning, he returned to the parking lot with a simple breakfast to continue his vigil. By the afternoon, a striking red sports car finally approached from a distance. It slowed down and turned, seemingly heading into Day Mansion's parking lot. Hong Yuan quickly got up, trying hard to peer through the reflective windshield, his heart racing with the hope of spotting the mysterious girl with the high ponytail. As he got closer, he gradually made out the situation inside the car. A woman with a commanding presence sat in the driver's seat. Her fair, oval face featured striking brows and eyes that exuded confidence, with a delicate, prominent nose adding to her aura of pride. However, Hong Yuan's attention was entirely captivated by her high ponytail. In the split second he couldn't think, the sports car was already upon him. Almost instinctively, Hong Yuan lunged forward, throwing himself toward the car. The woman inside was momentarily stunned, then frowned deeply. Was this a scam? The thought flickered through her mind. She pushed open the car door and stepped out, her white attire as pristine as snow, making her appear even more ethereal. When she saw Hong Yuan's bruised face and bandaged head, she felt more confident in her assumption. "You're young, with hands and feet. Why are you doing this? Why not find a proper job?" she scolded harshly. "Luckily, I braked in time. If I'd hit you, even if you're not afraid of death, I dread the trouble. You're a danger to yourself and others." Hong Yuan realized she had misunderstood. His actions indeed resembled a scam. He quickly got up from the ground, rubbing his sore knee, and explained, "I'm sorry, I'm not trying to scam you. I'm here to find Su Tianbao. You can go to the front entrance to find him. Why stop my car?" Although her brow remained furrowed, her tone softened slightly. "The front entrance doesn't allow entry," Hong Yuan admitted honestly, as it was written in the diary. "Without an appointment, there's nothing I can do," the woman said. "Many people want to see Su Tianbao. If he saw everyone, he wouldn't even have time to eat." As the woman turned to get back into her car, leaving with a curt, "I don't have time to waste on you," Hong Yuan hurriedly called out, "My dad is Hong Senator. He sent me to the Day Mansion to find Su Tianbao." This statement seemed to have a magical effect, as the woman immediately stopped in her tracks. She turned around, her gaze sharp. You're Hong Sen's son? My name is Hong Yuan. This is a letter my dad wrote to Su Tianbao. Hong Yuan quickly retrieved the letter from his backpack. The woman sized him up for a moment, then said with a slight hesitation, "Come with me." She gestured for Hong Yuan to get into the car. "Thank you, sister." Hong Yuan sighed with relief, then asked as he got into the sports car, "What's your name?" "You don't need to know," the woman replied coldly, then asked, "Why did your dad send you here?" "My dad passed away not long ago," Hong Yuan confessed. "Actually, I'm here to find Su Tianbao." Hearing this, the woman abruptly slammed on the brakes. Hong Yuan quickly explained, "But this really is a letter from my dad to Su Tianbao. I'm not lying. Please don't send me away." "It's not about whether you're lying." The woman shook her head. "I'm just shocked that your dad passed away." Hong Yuan followed Su Firen out of the underground garage and was immediately greeted by a breathtaking view. A grand estate unfolded before him, with red walls and dark tiles harmonizing with intricately carved wooden windows. The stone path beneath his feet wound through lush bamboo and vibrant flowers, while a gentle stream flowed under a small bridge in the distance, with pavilions and towers faintly visible. Su Firen led Hong Yuan to a charming pavilion, instructing him, "Wait here and don't wander off." Hong Yuan nodded slightly, understanding that someone as important as Su Tianbao had a busy schedule, and the woman needed to check if he was available to meet. "Thank you so much for your help." Hong Yuan expressed his gratitude sincerely, clasping his hands together. "If I ever get the chance, I will repay your kindness." Su Firen chuckled lightly at his words, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. "With your mere 3-star martial artist skills, you think you can repay me? You're overestimating yourself." Hong Yuan remained humble and sincere. "I may not have the means to repay you, but I will remember your kindness. Could you tell me your name?" "Su Firen," she replied, leaving only her name behind as she turned and walked away, her ponytail swaying. With a bandage wrapped around his head and fading bruises on his face, Hong Yuan's peculiar appearance drew curious glances. Whispered conversations could be heard from afar. "Who was that?" "Not sure, but despite his rough appearance, there's something a bit handsome about him. He doesn't look very old. What's he doing at the Day Mansion?" "Who knows? He must have been brought in by someone. The security here is tight. They recently caught some thieves, heard they were beaten up pretty badly." Half an hour later, Su Firen returned and signaled to Hong Yuan, "Come with me." She led him to a study, respectfully announcing, "I've brought him." Inside the study, a tall, broad-shouldered elderly man with white hair stood with his back to the door. Without a word, Hong Yuan knelt and kowtowed 3 times. He thought to himself that since Hong's son had said Su Tianbao was like half a father to him, then Su Tianbao was like half a grandfather to him. Even if the old man didn't acknowledge it, these kowtows were both a sign of respect and an apology for twice failing to appreciate his kindness in the past. Su Tianbao did not turn around, but asked in a calm voice, "When did Hong's son die?" Hong Yuan stood up and answered honestly, "About half a month ago." "How did he die?" Su Tianbao's tone remained calm, as if he were inquiring about something trivial. "He was killed by an evil cultivator during a mission." Hong Yuan's voice choked slightly. Despite trying to hold back his emotions, the mention of his father's death still made him sad. After a moment of silence, Su Tianbao asked, "Did you come to me hoping I would avenge Hong's sin?" Hong Yuan shook his head firmly. "Thank you for your concern, but I want to avenge him with my own hands." "A 3-star martial artist," Su Tianbao scoffed, his tone dismissive. "At your level, when do you think you'll be able to take revenge?" "Thank you for your kind offer." Hong Yuan mustered the courage to refuse again. A father's murder is an unending hatred. If I don't avenge him myself, I won't find peace, even in death. Su Tianbao smiled at this. "Your stubbornness is just like Hong Sen's. At least you have some backbone. You haven't disgraced your father." Hong Yuan took a letter from his pocket and handed it to Su Firen beside him. "This is a letter my father wrote to you. He instructed me to make sure you received it before he passed." Su Firen took the letter and quietly walked over to the elderly man. She gently handed the letter to Su Tianbao, then stepped back to stand beside Hong Yuan. Su Tianbao, with his back to them, carefully opened the envelope with trembling hands. The room was silent, save for the faint rustle of paper. Time seemed to stand still. Su Tianbao stood there, his eyes lingering on the letter for a long time without saying a word. Finally, he spoke. "If you're not here to avenge your father, why have you come to see me?" Hong Yuan spoke directly. "After my father's death, my 2 uncles took the opportunity to seize our family home and now want the compensation for my parents' deaths. I've been thrown out, and my younger siblings have nowhere to go. I came here hoping you could help me seek justice." Su Tianbao was silent for a moment, his voice low. "Some things you must already know." Hong Yuan nodded, understanding he was referring to the matter of his father's annulled engagement. Su Tianbao continued slowly. "When I arranged your engagement with Hong's son, he didn't refuse, so I took it as consent. But when you were about 3 or 4, he suddenly came to me, saying he didn't want to bind you and rejected my goodwill. At this point, Su Tianbao's tone carried evident anger. Once might be forgivable, but he came a second time. What did he take my daughter for? Something to be wanted one moment and discarded the next. Su Tianbao paused before continuing. I firmly opposed the second annulment. He was as stubborn as an ox, telling me he was there to inform, not to ask. After saying that, he was ready to leave. I was furious and warned him that if he dared to step out of that door, we would cut all ties and never have any dealings again. Yet he left without looking back. The moment your father walked out the main gate of the Dai mansion, our grievances were settled, Su Tianbao said, his back still to them, his tone icy. So, I have no reason to help you. Please leave. Hong Yuan did not leave. Instead, he sincerely said, I only recently learned about the past between you and my father. He must have felt guilty, which is why he never mentioned you. This matter is indeed my father's fault, and I cannot defend him. You still speak of it with resentment, which shows how much you expected of him back then. Hong Yuan continued. Every year on October 22nd, your birthday, he would leave home for a few days. He wrote this letter a long time ago, but never sent it. He wasn't carefree. He was cowardly. Finally, Hong Yuan said meaningfully, my father may have come to Dai Mansion many times, but never dared to step through the main gate. Since you say the grievances are settled, perhaps it's time to look forward. Su Tianbao remained silent for a long time before finally saying calmly, please go. To his dismay, the outcome was exactly as the diary had described. Hong Yuan left the study feeling utterly defeated and hopeless, his last shred of hope extinguished. He recalled the recent scene where he had pleaded and even resorted to kneeling, but Su Tianbao had coldly refused his request. The evening was setting in as Hong Yuan anxiously glanced at the time on his phone. Tomorrow was Friday, and Hong Lan and Hong, who were coming home. The high-speed train journey would take a full 16 hours. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. He had to get back quickly to stand by his younger siblings. Otherwise, Hong Hu might suffer a beating from their uncle, and Hong Lan would be thrown into panic. Quickly scanning the train schedules online, Hong Yuan found that he could only book a ticket for the earliest train departing at midnight. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and began preparing to head home. Just as Hong Yuan was about to walk out the door, a sharp voice called out from behind him. Are you Hong Yuan? Was it your father who called off the engagement back then? Hong Yuan paused and slowly turned around. He saw a slightly younger girl glaring at him angrily. Her tone was filled with hostility. Why should I tell you who I am? It's none of your business. She looked him up and down, taking in his bruised, bandaged appearance, and sneered. You look pathetic. It's a good thing the engagement was cancelled, or else a flower would have been stuck in a pile of dung. A bitter feeling rose in Hong Yuan's heart. He had already guessed that this girl was the aggrieved party from the broken engagement. Exhausted, he couldn't muster a response and silently endured her insults. The girl continued to press him. You're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person. My grandfather valued your father, which is why he arranged the marriage, but your father repeatedly. That's enough, Wan. Su Firen's voice suddenly interrupted her from behind. The girl, named Su Wan, looked furious and seemed ready to say more, but was stopped by Su Firen's stern gaze. She gave Hong Yuan one last angry glare before storming off. Su Firen approached Hong Yuan with a hint of apology, saying, my younger sister has been spoiled by the family. Please don't take it to heart. Hong Yuan responded with a wry smile. I'm just grateful she didn't come at me with a knife. His tone was filled with resignation and self-mockery, as if such humiliation had become a regular occurrence for him. Su Firen's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes as she asked, what are you planning to do next? Hong Yuan took a deep breath, his brow furrowing slightly, and replied with a hint of heaviness in his voice. I haven't told my younger siblings about our parents' deaths and our uncle taking over the house. Tomorrow is Friday, and school will be out for the weekend, so I need to go home immediately. If they come home and see our uncles, there's no way to keep it a secret. Su Firen raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, why haven't you told them? Losing your parents is a big deal. It's something they need to know eventually. Hong Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile, his voice low. There's no other reason, just that I don't dare to speak up. At least I need to deal with my uncles first, then I'll tell them. Although Su Firen didn't fully understand, she nodded in respect. She clasped her hands together earnestly and said, my grandfather asked me to accompany you to Jianghuai province. Hong Yuan was taken aback, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Didn't he refuse initially? What made him change his mind? Su Firen smiled and explained, the old man just can't let go of his pride. He's always been stubborn but soft-hearted. Hong Yuan looked at Su Firen thoughtfully and suddenly asked, how old are you? Su Firen straightened her back, a hint of pride in her voice. I'm 5 months older than you, but I tested my talent last year, so I've been training for a few more months. In a prominent family like the Sus, we have the equipment to test talents. She continued to explain that she tested her talent on her 18th birthday and started training soon after. Children from ordinary families have to wait for the designated time to get tested. Hong Yuan was born on January 6, 5009, meaning Su Firen was born around August 5008. She discovered her talent last August, and now it's April, so she's been training for about 10 months. Hong Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and reminded her, both my uncles are 8-star martial artists. You don't seem much older than me. How can you help? A confident light flashed in Su Firen's eyes as she said firmly, although I'm only a 6-star martial artist, I think I can handle your uncles. Hong Yuan's lips curled into a teasing smile. If you end up crying, don't blame me. Su Firen, undeterred, laughed and replied, I've only ever made others cry. Recalling her first impression of Hong Yuan, Su Firen had thought he was just a troublemaker. However, after speaking with Su Tianbao, her view of him had changed significantly. She thought to herself, Hong Yuan is facing his uncle's takeover of the family estate, thinking of solving the problem first before telling his siblings. Facing such adversity alone is truly a sign of responsibility. Despite losing his parents not long ago, Hong Yuan, who is 6 months younger than her, is already taking charge of family matters, seeking help from the Su family on his own. This shows he's capable of handling things. Her grandfather initially asked if he wanted help avenging his parents, but Hong Yuan refused, insisting on avenging them himself, a determination that commands respect. Su Firen noticed that many people trembled in front of her grandfather, struggling to speak. Yet, Hong Yuan, despite her grandfather's intimidating presence, remained clear-headed and articulated his thoughts, proving he has courage. Although he is stubborn, those with such resolve often have strong principles and can stay true to themselves. Even though he was seeking help, Hong Yuan didn't grovel or compromise his dignity. He has principles, responsibility, integrity, courage, and the ability to handle challenges, which greatly improved Su Firen's impression of him. She saw a reflection of her father in Hong Yuan, which explained why her grandfather valued Hong's son so much, even arranging marriage proposals for him and Hong Yuan twice. Su Firen nodded to herself, thinking, a man like this is indeed worth entrusting one's future to. Her grandfather's judgment has always been spot on. In the early hours of the morning, the night sky hung low and everything was silent. A crescent moon was suspended high above, with stars scattered around it. On the high-speed train heading to Jianghuai province, most passengers were already asleep, with only a few remaining awake. Hong Yuan and Su Firen sat facing each other, the soft lighting of the train car gently illuminating their faces. Both remained silent, the atmosphere slightly tense. Hong Yuan's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, seemingly pondering how to start the conversation. Finally, he cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Was my dad close with the old man? Hong Yuan asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Su Firen nodded slightly. They were like mentor and student, father and son, and friends. He paused, then added, no. Actually, from what I've heard from my elders, your dad was like a godson to my grandfather, but they were closer than many biological father and son relationships. Hong Yuan furrowed his brow, clearly unfamiliar with this part of the past. He pressed on, why did the old man take my dad as his godson? Su Firen shook his head, his gaze slightly distant. I don't know all the details of their relationship. I've only heard bits and pieces from family conversations. He paused for a moment before continuing. Apparently, there was a time when my grandfather was in great danger, and his subordinates stood by out of fear. Only your dad rushed forward without hesitation to save him, nearly losing his life in the process. Hong Yuan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Suddenly, Su Firen shifted the topic. I heard your dad had quite the talent. What level did he reach before he passed? 3-star Martial King. Hong Yuan replied with a touch of pride. That's one of the top levels in Jianghuai province. Su Firen's expression showed slight surprise. A 3-star Martial King is impressive in Jianghuai province, but in Jiangnan province, it's just average. In our Dei mansion, many elders have surpassed your dad's level. He frowned, contemplating, then added, something's off. Your dad was already a Martial King when he married your mom. How did he remain at that level for over a decade? Hong Yuan sighed. He had to make a living for the family, constantly taking on tasks, leaving no time for cultivation. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. You either advance or fall behind. Su Firen nodded thoughtfully. My grandfather once privately mentioned that your dad was loyal and talented. If he'd focused on cultivation, he could have at least reached martial master. His voice carried a note of regret. Beauty is a gentle trap, and love is the root of all troubles. Your dad was a genius back then, but sadly, he ended up ordinary. Hearing this, Hong Yuan couldn't help but tease. You're so young, yet you talk like an old man. Su Firen chuckled, just speaking from the heart. He quickly changed the subject. You mentioned before that your dad was harmed by an evil cultivator? Do you know who it was? Hong Yuan shook his head, a flicker of pain in his eyes. I only know a bit about the killer. When my dad died, his heart was removed, and there was a lot of black substance left in his body, like ashes. The killer was skilled in hand-to-hand combat, had blackened hands, and was at least a martial master. Su Firen listened intently, his brow furrowing. Your description? He thought for a moment, then continued. It sounds a lot like the evil cultivators from the Devourer sect. This sect is notorious for hunting down prodigies. Hong Yuan asked. Why does the Devourer sect hunt down prodigies? Su Firen hesitated. It might sound a bit brutal. Go ahead, I can handle it, Hong Yuan said firmly. Su Firen took a deep breath. They practice a technique called the Taotai method, which allows them to rapidly enhance their own cultivation and talent by consuming the hearts of prodigies. He added, the black substance you mentioned is likely the work of the Devourer sect's Black Death hand. Cultivators of this technique usually have pitch-black hands. Hong Yuan silently noted the two names, Devourer sect and Black Death hand. His eyes grew determined, as if making a silent vow. Su Firen noticed Hong Yuan's resolve and quickly cautioned. Your current level is too low, don't go seeking death, or you might end up heartless yourself. Hong Yuan smiled faintly. I'm not foolish. His tone was calm, but his eyes shone with unwavering determination. Hong Yuan sighed deeply, a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. Even with my lousy talent, the evil cultivators from the Swallowing Heavens sect don't even want my heart. Is your talent really that bad? Su Firen asked curiously. Hong Yuan looked a bit embarrassed. Promise you won't judge me. I'm in grade talent. Su Firen was taken aback. Grade talent is indeed rare, just like SS grade talent. Both are 1 in 10,000. But the former represents the pinnacle of uselessness, while the latter is a peerless genius. Wow, that's tough, being in grade talent. Your dad was exceptionally talented. How did he end up with a kid like you? Su Firen trailed off. All right, enough already. Hong Yuan quickly interrupted her and asked, what's your talent? I'd rather not say, don't want to make you feel worse. Su Firen hesitated, a trace of sympathy in her eyes. She recalled their first meeting yesterday. Hong Yuan was bruised and battered, his head bleeding, desperately stopping her car for help. His parents had just passed away, and his uncles had beaten him so badly that he looked like a bullied child seeking help, almost getting hit by her car. Seeing this young man, about her age, stirred a pang of sadness in Su Firen's heart. After a moment of silence, Su Firen asked, have you ever learned the Great E-Spear Manual? The Great E-Spear Manual? Hong Yuan was slightly surprised. From the name, it sounds like a martial art from your Great E-Mansion. Your dad never taught you the Great E-Spear Manual? Su Firen frowned. Logically, since her grandfather had taken Hong's son as his adopted son, he would have passed on the Great E-Spear Manual to him. Hong Yuan shook his head. I never saw my dad use a spear. He always fought with his fists. Su Firen fell silent. No wonder her grandfather said Hong's son was stubborn. After cutting ties with her grandfather, because the technique belonged to the Su family, he never taught it to his children, nor did he use the Great E-Spear Manual again. What is this Great E-Spear Manual you're talking about? Did my dad know it too? Hong Yuan pressed on. Su Firen chose to keep Hong Sen's story to herself and simply explained. In ancient times, there were 10 heroes among humans. One of them was known as the Great E-Spear Immortal. Our Su family is his descendant, and the Great E-Spear Manual is the spear technique he created. However, without talent and cultivation, you can only learn some basic moves. Your family has the bloodline of one of the ancient 10 heroes. Those are legendary figures. Hong Yuan exclaimed in shock. We're just a branch family, so don't exaggerate. Hey. Excessive modesty is akin to arrogance. Has anyone ever told you that you're pretentious? Am I? Of course. That statement was totally pretentious. The high-speed train traveled northward as the two talked through the night, Su Firen's light laughter occasionally breaking the silence, and time slipped by unnoticed. At 4 in the afternoon, Hong Yuan and Su Firen arrived in Jianghuai province. With an hour left before school let out, Hong Yuan hurriedly took Su Firen home by taxi. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of a neighborhood not far from the high-speed railway station. What are you planning to do? Su Firen asked as they walked. I'll talk to them first, Hong Yuan said through gritted teeth. Whether it works out or not, you have to give them a good beating in the end. Su Firen's lips curled up slightly. Is this about venting your anger? In the elevator, Hong Yuan pointed to his head. It's not about venting, it's about reciprocity. The elevator soon reached the 16th floor. The door to Hong Yuan's home was wide open, and the voices of his second and third uncles could be heard clearly. I just called Wang Defa, and the compensation for the death of our brother and sister-in-law in the line of duty will arrive in a couple of days. We'll get Wang Defa to help us obtain the house across from Shao Jian's. You can live in our brother's house, and I'll live in Shao Jian's house, so we'll be neighbors. Don't rush. Let's wait until the compensation comes through. I'm worried Wang Defa might pull a fast one. Once he fulfills his promise, we can plan for Shao Jian's house and the compensation. Listening to their shameless plotting, Hong Yuan was furious. These two scoundrels not only wanted to take his family's house and compensation, but also had their eyes on Shao Zhao's home. Hong Yuan pushed open the slightly ajar door. His third uncle was momentarily stunned, then sneered. You dare to come back? His second uncle snorted. I spared you last time because you're my brother's blood. You really don't know what's good for you. I'll just ask once. Hong Yuan looked them straight in the eye. Are you leaving or not? His second uncle squinted, speaking with disdain. If I don't beat you so bad this time that you're bedridden for 3 months, I won't bear the Hong name. His third uncle noticed Su Firen behind Hong Yuan, and, seeing she was just a girl, felt more at ease. I thought you brought some expert, but it's just a little girl. Your mom was an only child with no uncles to help you, and your father's relatives won't help you when they see us. Can I step in now? Su Firen's voice carried suppressed anger. Hong Yuan was uncertain. His uncles were both 8-star martial artists, while Su Firen was only a 6-star. He couldn't help her, and with the gap in their abilities, the odds were slim. Su Firen stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Hong Yuan, and took out 2 sections of a rifle barrel and a spear tip from her backpack. Watching her calmly assemble the spear, Hong Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Sharpening the spear at the last moment underestimated their opponents. His third uncle didn't understand Su Firen's actions and turned to threaten Hong Yuan. Are you leaving? If not, I'll call the police. Hearing this, Hong Yuan laughed in anger. These two had taken over his home and truly acted like it was theirs. Such shameless people indeed existed. His second uncle, backed by his connections, continued to intimidate. I'll have Wang Defa throw him in jail for at least 3 to 5 years. That'll teach him to behave. With practiced precision, Su Firen aligned the spearhead with the threaded end of the spear's shaft. A gentle twist and push, and a crisp click, echoed as the spearhead locked securely in place. In the cramped room, the long spear's advantages were limited, just as Hong Yuan began to warn. Be careful, Su Firen casually replied. I don't need to be careful. Before the third uncle could finish his taunt, little girl, I don't hit women, but if you make a move, don't blame me. A flash of silver streaked through the room. The spear shot forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing through the third uncle's shoulder. As Su Firen withdrew the spear, blood gushed from the wound. The second uncle, alarmed by the scene, grabbed a nearby table and hurled it at Su Firen. She stood her ground, her spear slicing a graceful arc through the air, splitting the table in two. Realizing the danger, the second uncle turned to flee by the window, only to be pinned to the window frame by Su Firen's spear. In a critical moment, the severely injured third uncle showed remarkable courage. Seeing Su Firen momentarily without her spear, he charged at her. Pain be damned. Su Firen remained calm, slowly extending a fist. The seemingly sluggish punch held a mysterious force, drawing the third uncle's body towards it. With a dull thud, the third uncle crashed into the wall like a kite with a broken string, shaking the room and filling it with dust. Su Firen retracted her fist, her expression unchanged, as if the intense scene had been nothing more than a routine practice. The third uncle lay on the ground, coughing up blood, while the second uncle wailed in pain by the window. Su Firen approached the second uncle, retrieved her spear, and coldly asked, Do you realize your mistake? Despite his injuries, the second uncle stubbornly retorted, My brother's things should go to his brothers. What did I do wrong? It was clear he was accustomed to living off Hong's son. Su Firen angrily replied, Your mistake is forgetting there's a son before brothers get their share. The third uncle, enraged by her words, roared with bulging veins. My parents favored my brother, giving him all the good things. What's wrong with wanting some money from him? He's dead. Why can't I have his house? Why shouldn't I take it? I can't reason with you. Go explain it to the king of hell. Su Firen raised her spear, ready to strike, but Hong Yuan intervened just in time. Stop. Su Firen was startled. I almost stabbed you. Hong Yuan, with a tone of sorrow, explained that although he wished to see them suffer, his father's dying wish was to spare their lives. As a son who had never obeyed, he couldn't go against his father's final wish. Su Firen put away her spear. It's your family matter. Do as you wish. But my father only asked me to spare their lives. Hong Yuan suggested crippling their martial arts to prevent future trouble. Hearing this, Su Firen raised her spear again, and the second uncle was terrified. Hong Yuan chuckled. I wouldn't dare, but this sister certainly would. With a faint dragon's roar, Su Firen's spear danced like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the uncle's limbs and vital energy centers were severed, their agonized screams echoing through the room. Hong Yuan roughly threw the two people into the elevator as if discarding 2 bags of trash, then left without looking back, leaving them to fend for themselves. As Su Firen skillfully disassembled the long gun, she couldn't help but complain. You're just throwing trash around. She glanced at the blood-stained floor and sighed. My younger siblings will be back soon, and the house is a mess. I still have to clean up. I don't have time to deal with these 2 troublemakers. Hearing this, Hong Yuan just nodded and quickly returned to the room. He swiftly grabbed a basin and a towel and began hurriedly wiping the blood from the floor. Seeing Hong Yuan busy, Su Firen put down her weapon and went over to help. They raced against time and managed to restore the house to its original state before Hong Lan and Hong Hu returned home. Just then, Hong Lan's clear voice came from outside the door. Brother. As she stepped in, she frowned. Why is there blood in the elevator? Hong Yuan feigned nonchalance and made up a crude excuse. Maybe someone had an accident. Meanwhile, Hong Hu sniffed around the house like a police dog and asked suspiciously, "Why does the house smell like blood?" Hong Yuan thought this kid's nose was too keen, especially since he had already used air freshener. He quickly changed the subject, pointing to Su Firen. "This is Sister Su Firen, say hello." The two kids were well behaved and called out in unison, "Sister Su." Su Firen smiled and nodded, then looked at Hong Yuan, silently asking, "Your uncles have been dealt with. When do you plan to tell them about their parents?" Seeing Hong Lan and Hong Hu's innocent expressions, Hong Yuan gently shook his head, thinking it best to wait a little longer. Suddenly, there was a wailing voice from outside. "Director Wang, you must stand up for our family." Recognizing the familiar voice, Hong Yuan frowned. It was clearly his second and third aunts. It turned out that Hong Lan and Hong Hu had left the door open when they came in, allowing the two aunts to follow behind Wang Defa, storming in with an accusing demeanor. Wang Defa got straight to the point. "Hong Yuan, these two are accusing you of intentional harm. You need to come with us to the security bureau." The second aunt pointed at Hong Yuan, angrily accusing, "You little brat, you were too ruthless, wrecking your second uncle's status and severing his tendons." The third aunt, lacking her previous arrogance, tearfully complained, "What you did was too harsh. How are we supposed to live now?" Su Firen couldn't stand it any longer and sneered, "How will you live? Did you ever consider how Hong Yuan and his siblings were supposed to live?" The second aunt hurriedly defended, "We only took their house and a third of the compensation. We didn't take his life." Su Firen stood firm. "Each should bear their own consequences. I crippled their status. I severed their tendons. If you have a problem, take it up with might. It's not Hong Yuan's concern." She paused and added, "And I didn't take their lives either." The third aunt, seeing this, turned to Wang Defa and tearfully pleaded, "You see how unreasonable she is. We're giving you half of the compensation. You must stand up for us." Wang Defa, hearing this, worried that the third aunt might say too much, quickly motioned to the security bureau personnel behind him, "Arrest Hong Yuan and this woman." Su Firen coldly stared at Wang Defa, questioning, "Are you sure you want to arrest me?" Wang Defa shouted sternly, "Of course. Do you think I'm joking?" At this tense moment, Su Firen pulled out a token from her pocket, clearly engraved with the words "Dai." She calmly said, "I am Su Firen from the Dai office. Who dares to touch me?" Wang Defa recognized the token immediately, shivering with fear, and hurriedly knelt, repeatedly apologizing. "Please, just ignore what I said." Su Firen cast a cold gaze over everyone present, ignoring the cries of the second and third aunts. Turning to the security bureau staff, he commanded in a voice as cold as ice, "Lock these two women, their husbands, and Director Wang in jail." The security personnel noticed the gleaming Dai token in Su Firen's hand and instantly recognized the young man's identity. Without hesitation, they pulled out handcuffs and arrested Wang Defa, along with the second and third aunts. Despite Wang Defa being the bureau director, with superiors like a department head and a minister above him, these titles were insignificant in the face of the Dai family's authority. Su Firen watched the scene with a cold demeanor, then turned and left the room to make a phone call. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Hong Lan, holding back tears, asked shakily, "Brother, what happened to Mom and Dad?" Hong Yuan hesitated, his eyes filled with pain. Hong Lan pressed on, "What is this compensation the second aunt mentioned? Stop lying to me. Mom and Dad have been on a mission for almost 2 months. How could there be no news at all?" At this point, Hong Hu also realized the gravity of the situation, his face turning pale. "That's impossible. Dad is a martial king. How could he?" Hong Yuan took a deep breath, went into his room, and brought out a small box. He slowly opened it to reveal their parents' ashes. Seeing the shock on his siblings' faces, Hong Yuan choked up as he recounted the events. When Su Firen returned from his call, he found the three siblings huddled together, weeping. Hong Hu, amidst his tears, questioned why Hong Yuan hadn't told them sooner. Hong Yuan, his eyes red, replied, "Even if I told you, what could you do? Could you fight our uncles and aunts? Could you bring Mom and Dad back?" Seeing this scene, Su Firen couldn't help but feel his own eyes well up. After a night of grief, by the next evening, Hong Lan and Hong Hu had locked themselves in their room. Su Firen was concerned, but Hong Yuan reassured him, "Don't worry, they'll be fine in a few days. I was the same before." Su Firen softly asked, "Are you not sad anymore?" Hong Yuan forced a smile, "I still feel it sometimes. But like I told the old man, people have to look forward. I have to take care of Hong Lan and Hong Hu. I can't stay stuck in sorrow." Su Firen nodded and then informed Hong Yuan that Wang Defa had been dismissed and imprisoned, likely for life. His two uncles and aunts would also be detained for a while. Regarding the compensation, Hong Yuan mentioned he had received over 5 million but kept only 100,000 for himself, giving the rest to Hong Lan and Hong Hu. Su Firen was puzzled, and Hong Yuan explained, "I was reckless before and spent too much of the family's money. The compensation should go to them." Su Firen took out a book titled The E-Gun Manual from her pocket saying it was from her grandfather to be passed on. Hong Yuan initially refused, but Su Firen explained that since Hong Yuan's father was Su Tianbao's adopted son, the three siblings were entitled to learn from the manual. Finally, Su Firen invited the three siblings to visit often and to remember to pay respects during New Year. Hong Yuan accepted the gun manual with a simple "all right." Su Firen clasped his fists in farewell. See you in the martial world. As the sunset's glow streamed through the window, it illuminated the departing girl. Her high ponytail swayed gently in the sunlight, as if heralding the beginning of a new chapter. When Hong Yuan and Su Firen boarded the high-speed train, the diary could be flipped to the fourth page. Amidst the noisy background of the train carriage, they were engaged in conversation, leaving Hong Yuan no time to check the new contents of the diary. A warm feeling welled up in him, grateful for Su Firen's efforts to help him. "Let me treat you to a meal," Hong Yuan said sincerely, but Su Firen politely declined, saying she was in a hurry to get home. With no other option, Hong Yuan escorted her to the train station. After watching Su Firen leave, he embarked on his journey home alone. As night fell, Hong Yuan finally returned home. Eagerly, he opened the diary, and the contents of the fourth page caught his eye. Su Firen resolving the issues with his second and third uncles, Wang Defa's provocation, and his own journey of resuming his cultivation, all leading up to May 30th. Sitting cross-legged, Hong Yuan began meditating and practicing breathing exercises until the next morning. When he reached out to turn the page, he realized the diary was still on the fourth page. A theory formed in his mind. Only by completing the significant event noted on the last line of the diary could he proceed to the next page. Today is only April 15th, and I have to wait until May 30th to turn the page? Hong Yuan couldn't help but grumble. What kind of ridiculous setup is this? He muttered to himself, but soon shifted his focus to the upcoming college entrance exam competition. After a simple meal, he resumed his cultivation. He was practicing the top-tier technique Baju Xiangong, but his flevel talent severely hampered his progress. Even so, the slight power he could harness allowed his cultivation speed to match that of someone with a level talent. Meanwhile, after a long train journey, Su Firen finally returned to Dai Mansion. The next morning, she reported her trip's events to Su Tianbao. "You did an excellent job," Su Tianbao nodded in approval. Su Firen was still indignant. "Those two uncles are despicable. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have spared their lives." Su Tianbao stroked his white beard, saying meaningfully, "That's what sets you apart from Hong Yuan. If everyone thought like you, what would be the point of the world? I'm just so angry." Su Firen's face, full of spirit, was marked by anger and injustice for Hong Yuan's situation. Although she appeared poised in front of Hong Yuan, in front of Su Tianbao, this 18-year-old girl showed her true emotions. Suddenly, Su Tianbao asked, "What do you think of Hong Yuan? From what you said, it seems you were quite impressed with him." Su Firen's eyes gleamed with an unusual light as she slowly expressed her evaluation of Hong Yuan. "He truly is a real man. He's principled, responsible, courageous, and capable. He's far better than those spoiled rich kids I usually meet." Hearing this, Su Tianbao couldn't help but become curious and blurted out, "Such a good man. Does he have a girlfriend?" Su Firen shook her head and explained. Hong Yuan happened to mention it. He had a girlfriend before, but they broke up after just 3 or 4 months. It said she left him because she thought he had poor talent. Su Tianbao frowned and asked, "They broke up because of his poor talent? Is Hong Yuan's talent really that bad?" Su Firen chuckled lightly and nodded. "He's got the lowest level talent." Though slightly speechless at this, Su Tianbao still spoke seriously. "Our family is powerful and influential, with plenty of experts. So when you girls are looking for a man, the most important thing is to distinguish good character. Since you speak so well of Hong Yuan and he's single, you might as well try to get to know him. Hong Yuan is Hong Sen's son, so his character should be impeccable." Hearing this, Su Firen's face flushed, and she seemed a bit flustered. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Su Tianbao immediately responded with righteous indignation. "Why would it be inappropriate? You were originally Hong Yuan's fiancé. When Hong Sun came to break off the engagement, our Dai Mansion didn't agree. Just because Hong Sun unilaterally broke it off doesn't mean the engagement is void. It requires mutual consent to dissolve an engagement, and as long as we haven't agreed, your engagement is still valid." Su Firen, hearing this, stubbornly replied, "It's not like no one wants me. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Since he broke it off, I'm not going back to him." Though she said this with determination, her underlying meaning was clear. "He can't just take me for granted. I have my own pride." Su Tianbao, keenly aware of the flaw in her argument, promptly reminded her, "First, let's be clear, it was Hong's son who ended the engagement. Hong Yuan was only 2 or 3 years old at the time. He didn't break it off." Su Firen was momentarily taken aback and had to admit her father had a point. Hong Yuan was just a child then, and the breakup had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Su Tianbao gently guided her. "At your age, your level is already high enough to handle the college entrance exams. Jianghuai province has many famous historical sites. and you've been busy cultivating. Now's the perfect chance to take a break and visit. Su Firen hesitated, still trying to avoid the issue. Isn't it inappropriate? Hong Yuan also needs to train for the martial arts entrance exams. Su Tianbao couldn't help but scoff. With Hong Yuan's level talent, he might as well just coast along. He thinks he can compete in the martial arts exams. Then he shifted his tone. Plus, with his low level, you could guide him. Su Firen pondered her father's words for a moment before slowly speaking. I admit I have a slight interest in Hong Yuan, but I just got home. Rushing to see him seems a bit inappropriate. I'll wait until I have more time. Seeing his daughter relent, Su Tianbao didn't push further and simply said, as you wish. In reality, the missed opportunity to become in-laws with Hong Sun had always been a regret for Su Tianbao. Now, if he could bring this match to fruition, it would not only fulfill his wish but also irk Hong Sun in the afterlife. This seemed like a win-win situation, and the thought of it filled Su Tianbao with delight. On April 30th, Hong Yuan reached a significant milestone in his cultivation journey. After a period of diligent practice, he finally broke through to the realm of a 4-star warrior, achieving a spiritual energy level of 40 breaths. As his cultivation advanced, the white energy mass in his dantian grew larger, expanding to the size of a bottle cap, with its color becoming more intense and profound. However, Hong Yuan was not content with this achievement. He knew that to ascend to a 5-star warrior, he needed to accumulate 50 breaths of spiritual energy. At his current rate of cultivation, he estimated it would take until mid-May to reach this goal, which left him feeling somewhat anxious and restless. With this unease, Hong Yuan closed his eyes and resumed his breathing exercises. Just as he succeeded in refining another breath of spiritual energy, an unexpected change occurred. A sudden surge of inexplicable heat erupted from his dantian, spreading rapidly through his body like molten lava. Hong Yuan felt his entire body growing hotter, as if he were inside a giant steamer. Sweat poured from his pores, only to evaporate instantly due to the intense heat, creating swirling white steam around him. Could I be experiencing qi deviation? This terrifying thought flashed through Hong Yuan's mind. Fighting the discomfort, he stumbled into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let cool water wash over him. However, this method proved ineffective, as the heat was emanating from within, not merely a surface-level sensation. As time passed, Hong Yuan's condition worsened. The scorching energy relentlessly assaulted his body, forcing black impurities to seep from his pores, emitting a nauseating stench. The unbearable pain made Hong Yuan groan deeply. This ordeal lasted for a full hour before the searing energy began to dissipate slowly. Hong Yuan collapsed onto the cold tiles, drenched in sweat, his throat parched as if it were on fire. He barely managed to open his mouth, greedily gulping down the cool water from the shower. After resting for 3 more hours, Hong Yuan finally mustered the strength to stand, though he still felt extremely weak. He dragged his exhausted body back to his room and collapsed onto his bed, not waking until the next day. Upon waking, Hong Yuan reflected on the unusual events of the previous night. What exactly happened? Was it a mishap in my cultivation, or did I really experience qi deviation? He recalled that Hong Sun had mentioned that during cultivation, qi deviation could lead to severe injury or even death. Yet, he had only experienced intense heat and weakness, which didn't seem as severe. Puzzled, Hong Yuan took out his phone and began searching for related information. However, he found that most descriptions of cultivation mishaps involved symptoms like coughing up blood, fainting, numbness, or bleeding from the orifices. No one mentioned intense body heat or black impurities seeping from pores like he experienced. With no other options, Hong Yuan typed into the search bar, intense body heat during cultivation with black impurities from pores. Soon, a relevant piece of information appeared on the screen. Ancient warriors, due to the unique nature of their cultivation methods, experience body tempering from the spiritual energy they absorb, making their physique tougher. Additionally, certain rare techniques, after each tempering, not only strengthen the physique, but also grant the practitioner the divine powers and abilities contained within the technique. Upon reading this, Hong Yuan suddenly remembered the characteristics of the 8-9 mystical art. It was said that humans have 8 yin and 9 yang destinies, and cultivating the 8-9 mystical art would eliminate the 8 yin aspects and integrate the 9 yang aspects. Each integration of yang would greatly enhance one's cultivation level, while each elimination of yin would grant a divine ability. Considering his situation, Hong Yuan realized that his cultivation level hadn't increased, remaining at the 4-star warrior level. This meant he hadn't integrated a yang aspect, but had eliminated a yin aspect. He recalled the 8 divine abilities recorded in the 8-9 mystical art: growing stronger in battle, the Eye of Heaven, Trinity of Energy, 72 transformations, golden light across the earth, 3 heads and 6 arms, heaven and earth transformation, an indestructible spirit. Hong Yuan couldn't help but wonder with anticipation, which divine ability had he acquired? After eliminating a negative force, Hong Yuan acquired a special ability called growing stronger in battle. The essence of this ability is that whenever his body endures an attack, his internal energy automatically increases. The stronger the attack, the more energy he gains. In simple terms, the more he gets hit, the stronger he becomes. Reflecting on a recent incident where his second uncle punched him twice, Hong Yuan had a revelation. After waking up, he inexplicably found his energy levels had increased significantly, enabling him to advance to a 3-star warrior while on a high-speed train. Initially, he thought his uncle's punches had unlocked his energy channels, but now he understood it was the effect of his newfound ability. Looking at the information on his phone, Hong Yuan's eyes lit up. With his mediocre talent, even practicing diligently for 15 hours a day only yielded a meager increase in energy. However, with this ability, he could take a different approach, seeking out people to hit him. With this in mind, Hong Yuan eagerly dressed and rushed out the door. But as soon as he exited his neighborhood, he was stumped. He had no recent grievances with anyone, so how could he get someone to hit him for no reason? Suddenly, he remembered his old grudges with Sun Xiaochuan and Long Outyin. Although he didn't know where Long Outyin lived, he recalled the location of Sun Xiaochuan's house. Back in high school, he had chased Sun Xiaochuan all the way to his doorstep for bullying a quiet classmate. Following his memories, Hong Yuan rode his scooter to a rundown old neighborhood. In a secluded alley, he saw a chubby guy blocking a girl's way. "I have things to do. I can't have dinner with you," the girl said nervously, trying to leave. The chubby guy leaned against the wall with one hand, trying to look cool. "I'm a great talent and have reached 6-star warrior status. Stick with me, and you'll live the good life. I already have a boyfriend. Please leave me alone," the girl pleaded. "That's nonsense. I asked your friend, and you don't have a boyfriend. I've asked you out so many times. Today, you have no choice," the chubby guy said menacingly, reaching out to grab her. "Let go of the girl, you beast," Hong Yuan shouted. The chubby guy was indeed Sun Xiaochuan. Hong Yuan quickly deduced that Sun had bought the indestructible Sun body from an old beggar. Despite his great talent, Sun was likely lazy, only training 2 to 3 hours a day, which put him just 2 small levels above Hong Yuan. Giving him the indestructible Sun body was a waste. From afar, it looks like a dog. Up close, it's Hong Yuan. Sun Xiaochuan mocked as he turned around. "You've got some nerve talking to me like that," Hong Yuan retorted coldly. "I heard about it. Your dad passed away, and you're still in grade talent. I only held back because of your dad. Did you think I was afraid of you?" Not many knew about his grade talent. Hong Lan and Hong Hu wouldn't spread it. Shao Shao was in secret training, and Su Firen had returned to Jiangnan province. Hong Yuan realized it must have been the big-mouthed Lu Ruyan spreading rumors. Hong Yuan looked at Sun Xiaochuan with a mocking smile, taunting him. "I can see you're afraid of me. I'm standing right here. Do you dare to make a move?" Sun Xiaochuan squinted his eyes, calculating in his mind. As a 6-star warrior, he indeed had the upper hand in strength, whereas Hong Yuan was merely a 4-star warrior. This realization bolstered his courage. "You think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson," Sun Xiaochuan shouted furiously, moving like lightning to stand before Hong Yuan. His fists rained down on Hong Yuan's chest like a storm. Hong Yuan stood his ground, taking the blow heed. He staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. In truth, Hong Yuan could easily fight back, but he chose to endure. On one hand, he knew Sun Xiaochuan feared pain and might back off if he retaliated. On the other hand, Sun Xiaochuan was unwittingly helping him train, and injuring him seemed excessive. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Hong Yuan feigned disdain, saying, "Are you sure you're a 6-star warrior?" This comment was like a fuse, igniting Sun Xiaochuan's fury. Despite a lingering fear of Hong Yuan having been severely beaten by him before, the sight of his opponent bleeding boosted Sun Xiaochuan's confidence. "How dare you speak to me like that? I'll make sure you remember." Sun Xiaochuan rolled up his sleeves, approaching Hong Yuan with a menacing look. At that moment, Hong Yuan noticed a girl being harassed nearby. He quietly told her, "You should leave." She thanked him gratefully and quickly ran off. Hong Yuan did this out of kindness and also to avoid having witnesses to his own beating. Sun Xiaochuan didn't chase the girl. His focus remained on Hong Yuan. He grabbed Hong Yuan's hair with his left hand and delivered 2 heavy punches to his abdomen with his right. Thud, thud. The dull sound of the punches echoed, and Hong Yuan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. But at the same time, he sensed 2 bursts of spiritual energy flowing into him. Despite the pain, he was secretly delighted, almost wanting to laugh. "Is that all you've got?" Hong Yuan taunted. "You've got a big mouth for such weak punches." His words had the desired effect, further enraging Sun Xiaochuan, who increased the force of his blows. He landed a powerful punch on Hong Yuan's chest, causing another surge of spiritual energy to flow into him. The impact was so strong that Hong Yuan almost collapsed, tears of pain welling up in his eyes. Hong Yuan was grateful he had just undergone a body enhancement the previous night, making his physique sturdier. Otherwise, he might not have withstood the punch. He discreetly wiped away his tears, enduring the pain, and continued to provoke. Is that your best shot? I hardly felt a thing. Incensed by these words, Sun Xiaochuan delivered a fierce punch to Hong Yuan's face. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I'll be back for you tomorrow. Hong Yuan persisted defiantly. Sun Xiaochuan swung again, landing another heavy blow on Hong Yuan's nose. Your punches are weaker than a toddler's. Hong Yuan kept mocking. This pushed Sun Xiaochuan over the edge. He gritted his teeth and aimed a punch at Hong Yuan's lower body. Damn! Hong Yuan exclaimed, quickly covering his vital area and shouted. We can fight, but going for the family jewels is too much. Mind your own business. Sun Xiaochuan retorted, panting heavily. His large frame and continuous punching had left him fatigued, his clothes soaked with sweat, and his breathing increasingly labored. Is that all you've got? Tired already? Hong Yuan's voice cracked through the air like a whip, stern as a no-nonsense father. The dull thud of fists meeting flesh echoed through the narrow alley, mingling with the alternating curses of the two men. Suddenly, a sharp alarm pierced the air, announcing the arrival of the Security Bureau officers. Sun Xiaochuan's face changed at the sound, and after a frantic glance around, he turned and fled. Hong Yuan knelt on one knee, thinking to himself, it must have been that girl who called the police. He was annoyed, thinking she was meddling, as he hadn't had his fill yet. The girl hurried over with Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang immediately recognized Hong Yuan as the one being beaten and rushed over to ask, Who did this to you? Hong Yuan forced himself to stand, feigning nonchalance as he replied, I just fell accidentally. He didn't want to expose Sun Xiaochuan, fearing that if the latter got caught and taken in, he'd lose his sparring partner. Just as the girl was about to speak, Hong Yuan quickly interrupted. Thank you, Uncle Wang, but I'm really fine. You don't have to worry about me. Uncle Wang sighed and said earnestly, I know you're upset about your parents passing, but you can't keep doing this to yourself. These words left Hong Yuan momentarily speechless, and he could only muster a stiff reply. I'm fine. I'm leaving. With that, he hobbled out of the alley, leaving behind their worried gazes. Back home, Hong Yuan lay on his bed, unable to move due to the bruises covering his chest and abdomen. Despite the severe beating from Sun Xiaochuan, he had gained 24 breaths of spiritual energy. On his own, it would have taken him 8 days of grueling 15-hour daily practice to achieve that. Despite the pain, a sense of satisfaction filled him. One more thrashing from Sun Xiaochuan, and he'd break through to become a 5-star warrior. As night fell, Hong Lan called him for dinner. To avoid worrying his sister and brother, Hong Yuan lied, saying he was training and hadn't gone out. Half a month passed, and Hong Lan and Hong Hu gradually emerged from the grief of losing their parents, though their eyes still reddened when memories resurfaced. After a night's rest, Hong Yuan's bruises had faded considerably, and the pain had lessened. As a 4-star warrior who had just cleared an obstacle, his recovery was naturally faster than that of an ordinary person. Around noon, with Hong Lan and Hong Hu off to school, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who is it? Hong Yuan called out loudly. A timid voice replied from outside. It's me. The voice sounded familiar, prompting Hong Yuan to get up and answer the door. Standing there was the petite girl who had been harassed by Sun Xiaochuan the day before. She kept her head down, wearing a school uniform faded from washing, and her cloth shoes had a hole in them. Only then did Hong Yuan realize he didn't know her name. The girl held a basket of eggs, her voice barely audible. I'm Ing Huan. Thank you for yesterday. Hong Yuan hesitated but invited Ing Huan inside. How did you know where I live? He asked. Seeing the luxurious decor of Hong Yuan's home, Ing Huan instinctively hid the eggs behind her. The security officer yesterday told me. After I asked him, she explained quietly. Hong Yuan fetched a drink from the fridge and handed it to Ing Huan. I don't have any hot water, so have this instead. I don't drink it. Ing Huan shook her head, adding, Thank you. Have a seat. Hong Yuan gestured to the sofa, then asked, What brings you here? I won't sit. I'm afraid of dirtying your sofa. Ing Huan brought the eggs forward, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you for yesterday. These are for you to recover. Looking at Ing Huan's modest attire, Hong Yuan realized the eggs might be the best thing her family had. He was torn. Refusing might make her feel more inferior, but accepting seemed like taking advantage. After all, he had only helped out of convenience, not expecting such a generous thank you. Since Ing Huan kept her head down, Hong Yuan couldn't see her expression and decided to change the subject. Why do you keep your head down? Doesn't your neck get tired? When you get used to it, it doesn't, she replied softly, as if embarrassed. Hong Yuan joked. You're here to thank me, but you don't even lift your head? Not even a proper look at me. Ing Huan immediately raised her head, hastily clarifying. No, I don't look down on you. That's when Hong Yuan got a clear look at Ing Huan's face and couldn't help but think. No wonder Sun Xiaochuan harassed her. She's indeed pretty. Ing Huan had large, pitiful eyes, a cherry-like mouth, and skin as fair as snow. Her cheeks were slightly red from embarrassment, resembling a startled little rabbit, fitting the current internet trend of the pale, delicate, and thin aesthetic. exuding a demure charm. After my parents passed away, none of us at home knew how to cook, so we always ordered takeout. Giving me this basket of eggs would be a waste, so you should take it back home. Hong Yuan pushed the bamboo basket filled with fresh eggs back to Ing Huan, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Ing Huan stood there with her head down, legs together, and hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, as if she wanted to crush the fabric. She looked up, her eyes filled with guilt and gratitude, and said softly, "How can I do that? You got beaten up so badly because of me." Hong Yuan was momentarily speechless. He couldn't exactly say he got beaten up for the sake of his training, could he? Huan wouldn't believe it anyway. He took a deep breath and changed the subject. "If Sun Xiaochuan bothers you again, call me." As he spoke, he took out his phone and asked, "What's your phone number?" "I don't have a phone and—" Ing Huan hesitated, leaving the rest of the sentence. "You can't beat Sun Xiaochuan anyway," unspoken. Hearing this, Hong Yuan scratched his head, realizing he was being a bit unrealistic. Ing Huan's family was poor, so how could she have a phone? He quickly thought of a solution and said, "Wait here for a moment." Hong Yuan hurried back to his room and rummaged through his things until he found a phone he had replaced not long ago. He returned to Ing Huan with a nearly new phone and said, "I only used this phone for a few months, you can have it." Ing Huan quickly waved her hands in refusal. "I don't want it." Hong Yuan's eyes twinkled with an idea, and he said, "I'm not giving it to you for free. You have to help me out. If you see Sun Xiaochuan, remember his whereabouts." He handed the phone to Ing Huan, speaking sincerely. "This is really important to me." Ing Huan hesitated for a moment but eventually took the phone, saying, "His house is diagonally across from mine. If I see him going out, I'll message you." Hong Yuan nodded and then took out a book from his pocket, handing it to Ing Huan. "Consider this your reward." Ing Huan glanced at the book, which bore the title Taishang Gaining Pian. It was a common cultivation manual. Despite its impressive name, it only cost 4,000 yuan. For someone like Ing Huan, who didn't even have a phone, owning such an expensive manual was impossible. Hong Yuan had already purchased the Taishang Gaining Pian, but later acquired the Buju Zuangong, so he was simply doing a favor. He spoke at length. "I already have a cultivation manual. Keeping this one is a waste. You can't refuse me. I did save you before, and you should be honorable." Hong Yuan's kindness towards Ing Huan wasn't because of her looks. After reading the last page of a diary, he vowed never to let down Shao Shao. He helped Ing Huan purely because he couldn't stand by and do nothing, just as he had helped a classmate bullied by Sun Xiaochuan years ago. Hong's son, Hong Yuan's father, was the deputy director of the security bureau, and his influence had shaped Hong Yuan's sense of justice. Their conversation ended quickly. Ing Huan not only failed to give away the eggs, but also received a phone and a cultivation manual from Hong Yuan. She left the room feeling a bit dazed. Another day passed, and the bruises on Hong Yuan's body had faded significantly, with the pain almost gone. He called Ing Huan and found out that Sun Xiaochuan was at home, so he immediately rode his scooter to the old town. Hong Yuan picked up a brick, aimed it at Sun Xiaochuan's window, and threw it with force. The glass shattered with a crash. Sun Xiaochuan rushed out to check, and Hong Yuan, hiding in the shadows, grabbed another brick and hurled it with precision. With a dull thud, the brick struck Sun Xiaochuan squarely on the head. The two of them rushed into a secluded alley, one behind the other. Young and prideful, Hong Yuan refused to lose face in public. He lay on the ground, shielding his head with his hands, exposing only his back to Sun Xiaochuan. Bang! 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 Fists and kicks rained down like a storm. Hong Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, thinking to himself, "Foolish Sun Xiaochuan, every hit of yours is nourishing my strength." After a full 10 minutes, Sun Xiaochuan finally stopped and left when Hong Yuan passed out. 2 hours later, Hong Yuan struggled to his feet, his whole body aching, yet he was delighted to find that he had gained 60 strands of spiritual energy. After a day of rest, Hong Yuan immediately broke through to a 5-star warrior. As his injuries healed, he challenged Sun Xiaochuan again. By May 18th, Hong Yuan had advanced to 6 stars. By the end of the month, he reached 7 stars, matching Sun Xiaochuan. During the 7th challenge, Sun Xiaochuan unexpectedly knelt and begged for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. If this continues, you'll become a god." Hong Yuan was taken aback, then angrily grabbed Sun Xiaochuan by the collar. "You useless fool. Keep hitting." Sun Xiaochuan was on the verge of tears. "Will you seek revenge on me once you're stronger?" Hong Yuan feigned righteousness. "How could I be so petty?" Even as he spoke, he found it hard to believe himself. In the awkward moment, Hong Yuan punched Sun Xiaochuan in the face. "If you don't hit me, I'll hit you." Forced to fight back, Sun Xiaochuan asked while punching, "Brother, is this strength okay? Did you not eat?" Hong Yuan cursed, then warned, "Don't let me catch you bullying Ing Huan, or I'll smash your pig head with one punch." Fear can hold people back, and Sun Xiaochuan was no exception. Despite repeated warnings from Hong Yuan, he couldn't bring himself to punch with full force. After enduring dozens of weak punches and receiving only a small amount of energy in return, Hong Yuan finally lost his patience. He pushed Sun Xiaochuan away and shouted irritably, "Are you doing this on purpose? I told you to hit me hard." Sun Xiaochuan, pale and trembling, replied, "I'm afraid. The harder I hit you now, the harder you'll hit me back in the future." Hearing this, Hong Yuan roared in frustration, "You're such a coward. Are you even a man?" Taking a deep breath to calm his anger, he continued, "I'm giving you two choices. First, hit me with all your strength until I'm satisfied. Second, give me the great sun immortal body and we'll call it even." Sun Xiaochuan hesitated, a struggle evident in his eyes. After a moment, he gritted his teeth, pulled out the great sun immortal body from his coat, and said in a low voice, "You have to keep your word." Hong Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Sun Xiaochuan to agree, thinking it was just a tactic to provoke him into hitting harder. Such a valuable skill, and Sun Xiaochuan was willing to give it up, was beyond Hong Yuan's expectations. Could anyone really make such a choice? With a bitter expression, Sun Xiaochuan explained, "Back then, at the old beggars, if you hadn't pressured me to buy it quickly, I wouldn't have bought this skill. I'm not cut out for cultivation, so you can have it. But as men, our word is our bond. You can't take revenge on me later." Hong Yuan found himself in a dilemma. He wanted to beat Sun Xiaochuan, yet he also desired the great sun immortal body. After some thought, he proposed a compromise. "How about this? I'll beat you first, then you give me the great sun immortal body, and I promise not to hit you again." Sun Xiaochuan's face twitched in disbelief. "Do you hear yourself? I've already given you the skill. How can you still hit me?" In the end, Hong Yuan accepted the great sun immortal body. Although he could go back on his word and beat Sun Xiaochuan after acquiring the skill, keeping one's promises is a fundamental principle. Carefully, Hong Yuan rolled up the skill and tucked it into his pocket. Though he was a bit disappointed he couldn't give Sun Xiaochuan a thrashing, obtaining such a precious skill was more than worth it. Before parting, Hong Yuan couldn't resist warning, "Even though I said I wouldn't hit you, if you cause trouble again, don't blame me for breaking my promise." This was meant to scare Sun Xiaochuan, as he feared the latter might act recklessly under the protection of the promise and continue harassing Ing Huan. Sun Xiaochuan lowered his head, meekly replying, "I understand." With that, he left without another word. As Hong Yuan recalled the weak punches he had received, resulting in minimal energy gain, he shook his head with a wry smile. On his way home, he eagerly started to examine the contents of the Great Sun Immortal Body. The Great Sun Immortal Body is a Buddhist cultivation technique. When mastered, it allows one to manifest the image of the Great Sun Tathagata and attain an indestructible golden body with immense powers. However, practitioners must adhere to strict precepts, abstaining from meat, refraining from sexual activities, and even avoiding self-indulgence. Violating these precepts leads to a decline in cultivation and mastery, with the severity of the decline increasing with each violation. Hong Yuan quickly understood why Sun Xiaochuan's abilities were lacking. Despite having an A-level talent and the Great Sun Undying Body, this lazy, chubby guy was only at the level of a 7-star warrior. Clearly, he often violated the disciplines of cultivation, especially in terms of diet. Thinking of this, Hong Yuan couldn't help but show a knowing expression. The condition of abstaining from meat was undoubtedly a huge challenge for the gluttonous Sun Xiaochuan. No wonder he agreed after only a brief hesitation. After all, for someone who loves meat as much as he does, giving it up might be as painful as life and death. Hong Yuan himself was also a meat lover and planned to settle down and start a family in the future, so he decided not to cultivate this skill. Moreover, he already possessed the equally top-tier 8-9 arcane art, so there was no need to take the risk. However, he still kept the Great Sun Undying Body technique for future use. The next day, Hong Yuan went to a martial arts gym and paid for a sparring partner. However, the rules there left him disappointed. The sparring partners were only responsible for training martial skills and were strictly prohibited from harming clients. Otherwise, they would be fined. Even though Hong Yuan repeatedly emphasized that he wasn't afraid of getting hit, the sparring partner still didn't dare to go all out, always pulling back the punches at the last moment. With no other choice, Hong Yuan had to abandon his plan to get beaten up at the gym. Back home, he tried hitting himself, but this method also failed to stimulate his spiritual energy. After all, the stronger with battle ability required real combat to be effective. After much thought, Hong Yuan considered two potential opponents, Sun Xiaochuan and Long Outyin. Long Outyin came from a prominent family, with his father, Long Yuantian, being a big shot in both the legal and illegal circles of Jianghuai province. Although Hong Yuan had previously humiliated Long Outyin in public and sent him to the hospital, Long Outyin never sought revenge, likely out of fear of Hong Sen's reputation. Now that Hong Sun had passed away, Hong Yuan lost his support, and the Long family father and son likely had no more reservations. However, Hong Yuan didn't know Long Outyin's exact whereabouts. He first called Uncle Wang to indirectly inquire, and then asked some classmates, but none provided useful information. Just as Hong Yuan was about to give up, an unexpected phone call gave him hope. His high school homeroom teacher informed him that, due to the upcoming college entrance exams, students who had turned 18 needed to go to school to fill out information and collect their exam admission tickets. This was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity, as Long Outyin would surely appear at the school. With this in mind, Hong Yuan made up his mind. He sat cross-legged on his bed and began to meditate and breathe deeply. In just 4.5 hours, he successfully cultivated a breath of spiritual energy, saving half an hour compared to before. As he became more proficient with the 8-9 arcane art, Hong Yuan's speed in cultivating spiritual energy was gradually increasing, promising even faster progress in the future. On May 31st, with 2 months left until the college entrance exams, Hong Lan and Hong Hu took a break at home, while Hong Yuan rode his old electric scooter towards Jianghuai High School. The talent assessment from 2 months ago felt like it happened in a different lifetime. In this short period, Hong Yuan's life had turned upside down. The blow of level fire talent, breaking up with Lu Ruyan, the sudden passing of his parents, the open and hidden fights between his uncles over the family estate, and the necessity to seek help from the Dari mansion. Once a carefree teenager, he was now weighed down by the burdens of life. At the school gate, bustling with students, Hong Yuan recognized a few familiar faces from his elementary and middle school days. In the past, these people would greet him warmly, calling him brother. Now, after his father's death, they seemed to suffer from selective blindness, ignoring him completely. Hong Yuan quietly entered the office and filled out his personal information. The homeroom teacher skillfully entered the details into the computer and printed out an admission ticket. Don't lose it, the teacher advised. It's a hassle to replace. He paused, noticing Hong Yuan's gaunt appearance, and softened his tone. I heard about your parents. A man must be strong, striving to overcome all challenges. If your parents were watching over you, they would be proud. Hong Yuan managed a weak smile. Thank you, teacher. I'm okay now. He took the admission ticket and left. Isn't he Hong Sen's son? A nearby teacher asked. The homeroom teacher nodded. Yes, that's him. A student with strong principles and a sense of justice. Though he did cause me some trouble during his studies. Hong Yuan had just left the office, intending to find Long Outyin, when 4 classmates unexpectedly grabbed him and swiftly carried him to the sports field. Realizing the situation was dire, Hong Yuan struggled desperately, but the 4 were all 8-star martial artists, and he couldn't break free. The sports field was already crowded with students. The 4 roughly threw Hong Yuan to the ground, and when he looked up, he met the faces of Long Outyin and Lu Ruyan. In the 2 months since they last met, Long Outyin had advanced to a 9-star martial artist, while Lu Ruyan was a 6-star. The 4 pressed down hard on Hong Yuan's limbs, and Long Outyin placed a foot on his head, pressing his face into the ground. Did you enjoy hitting me last time? Long Outyin leaned down and asked, his voice dripping with vengeful satisfaction. The surrounding students gathered to watch the spectacle. Hong Yuan felt both angry and humiliated, struggling fiercely, only to be pinned down even harder. Long Outyin, with his foot on Hong Yuan's head, called out to the crowd. This student is Hong Yuan, the son of the former deputy director of the Security Bureau. Rumors spread like wildfire across the campus. Word had it that Hong Yuan possessed level talent, causing quite a stir. At that moment, Long Outyin stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. This is no rumor. From the crowd, a student named Zhai Fei stood up, his eyes shining with righteousness. This is a school. What are you planning to do? Long Outyin sneered and continued his loud accusations. Hong Yuan, using his father's position as a deputy director, once beat me up and sent me to the hospital at Qing'an Square. Later, when the security bureau arrived, he used his father's connections to unjustly imprison my girlfriend. His eyes burned with the fire of vengeance. I'm here to settle scores today. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Standing nearby, Lu Ruyan, teary-eyed and pitiful, said, I am Hong Yuan's ex-girlfriend. He used to hit me often, and when I couldn't take it anymore and wanted to break up, he refused and abused me even more. Long Outyin found out and took me to confront him at Qing'an Square. Hong Yuan, at a loss for words, attacked Long Outyin in anger and had the security bureau lock me up. Hearing these twisted words, Hong Yuan was furious. He wanted to refute them, but with his face pressed to the ground by Long Outyin's foot, he could only mumble incomprehensibly. He recalled the incident at Qing'an Square. Lu Ruyan had provoked him first, and he hadn't laid a hand on them, merely mocked them verbally. It was Long Outyin who struck first, and he had only defended himself, knocking Long Outyin out with a punch. As for Lu Ruyan's detention, it was due to her causing trouble. Yet, through their embellishments, he had been painted as a power-abusing, untouchable official's son. Just then, Huo Fei stepped forward and shouted, You're slandering him. Hong Yuan is not like that. I've been his classmate, and he's never bullied us. When Sun Xiaochuan bullied me, it was Hong Yuan who helped. He turned to the surrounding students, pleading, Please, let's help get Hong Yuan out of this. However, the scene remained silent, with no one responding. Huafei looked around and noticed a few students in the crowd who had previously benefited from Hong Yuan's kindness. He angrily demanded, Hong Yuan is being bullied and falsely accused. Can't you at least say something? These students lowered their heads, weighing the pros and cons. If Hong's son were still around, they might have stepped in to help. But with Hong's son gone, opposing Long Outyin for Hong Yuan's sake seemed unwise. Seeing Huafei about to speak again, Long Outyin lunged forward and kicked him, sending him flying dozens of meters. Huafei, being only a 5-star martial artist, fainted immediately under the full-force strike from the 9-star Long Outyin. Long Outyin walked over to Hong Yuan, squatted down, and said disdainfully, revenge is a dish best served cold. Did you ever think about this outcome when you hit me back then? Hong Yuan, seething with rage, lifted his head with effort and roared. You call yourself a gentleman? Long Outyin, infuriated by the remark, stomped hard on Hong Yuan's back with all his might. Fortunately, Hong Yuan had previously undergone a purification, strengthening his physique. Otherwise, this blow would have severely injured him. Long Outyin was a bit shocked that his full-force kick hadn't seriously injured Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan lay on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he stubbornly refused to give in. Even though Hong Yuan wronged you before, it's pretty heartless to bully him like this when his parents just passed away. A voice suddenly called out from the crowd. Shut up, you bleeding heart. Long Outyin snapped, turning with a fierce glare at the speaker. Where were you when Hong Yuan was beating me up? The person shrank back, not daring to speak again. Long Outyin turned back, pressing his right foot heavily on a Hong Yuan's back, cursing venomously. You unlucky wretch with dead parents. Hong Yuan tried to speak, but only managed a muffled groan, blood spurting from his mouth. You framed me. Hong Yuan managed to gasp out these words, but with his mouth full of blood, only Long Outyin, who was right next to him, could hear. Before Hong Yuan could finish, Long Outyin kicked him in the side, a sharp crack indicating broken ribs. Despite this, Hong Yuan gritted his teeth, refusing to let any sound of pain escape. Quite resilient, aren't you? Long Outyin sneered, raising his foot to deliver a heavy blow to Hong Yuan's face. Blood oozed from Hong Yuan's nose, eyes, and ears, yet he kept his mouth shut, not uttering a word. Enough is enough, someone else protested. Hong Yuan hit you before, and you've hit him back now. Isn't that enough? Long Outyin immediately lunged at the speaker, grabbing their collar. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Though frightened, the person stood their ground. What? Can't I speak up when I see something wrong? Do you want to end up like Hong Yuan? Long Outyin threatened. The person glanced at the bloodied Hong Yuan, their face turning pale, and chose silence. Long Outyin crouched down, grabbing Hong Yuan by the hair. Weren't you so arrogant before? Why aren't you talking now? Hong Yuan, his face covered in blood, responded with a defiant look and suddenly spat a mouthful of blood at Long Outyin's face. I have something to tell you all. Long Outyin wiped the blood from his face and pushed Hong Yuan aside, standing up. Don't think that just because Hong Yuan's dad was the deputy director of the security bureau, he was a good guy. He was secretly executed by the higher-ups for corruption, bribery, and abusing his power. He deserved to die. In truth, Hong's son was killed by an evil cultivator, but the security bureau had temporarily withheld this information to maintain public confidence, intending to release an obituary at an appropriate time. However, in Long Outyin's version, the deputy director who died in the line of duty was painted as a heinous criminal, causing a stir among the crowd. Hearing Long Outyin's final insult about his deceased father, the already weakened Hong Yuan suddenly began to tremble violently. The four people holding down Hong Yuan were tense. Their muscles strained and sweat dripped down as they struggled to restrain the seemingly impossible-content young man. Yet their bodies involuntarily trembled with Hong Yuan's resistance. I won't allow it. You slander my dad. Hong Yuan's roar was thunderous. His head, pressed against the ground, slowly lifted. Despite being covered in blood and dirt, his eyes blazed with terrifying anger. At that moment, it was as if a mighty dragon was roaring to the sky. Long Outyin, seeing Hong Yuan's fierce and enraged expression, felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being stared down by a ferocious tiger, and he involuntarily stepped back. Hold him down, for God's sake. Long Outyin shouted at the four, his voice tinged with obvious panic. You're all 8-star fighters, and he's just a 7-star. Before he could finish, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Hong Yuan's body. An 8-star warrior. He's broken through, the crowd exclaimed. The four holding Hong Yuan down were drenched in sweat, struggling to explain. We can't hold him. He just broke through to an 8-star warrior, but his strength is overwhelming. We simply can't suppress him. Hong Yuan pushed himself up with his hands, gradually lifting his upper body. His eyes burned with intense fury as he gritted his teeth and said, You dare speak of my dad? You deserve to die. Hold him down quickly. Long Outyin retreated a few more steps in terror, his voice cracking. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy burst from Hong Yuan, sending the four restraining him flying. In the next instant, Hong Yuan appeared like a phantom in front of Long Outyin, his aura surging again, directly breaking through to the 9-star warrior realm. You're going to die, Hong Yuan roared, throwing a punch with all his might. This punch was infused with all of Hong Yuan's anger and strength. Back when they were both 1-star warriors, Hong Yuan had managed to severely injure Long Outyin without using his full power. Now, both were 9-star warriors, and Hong Yuan had surpassed the normal limits, his strength far exceeding that of an ordinary 9-star warrior. If this punch landed, Long Outyin's bones would shatter, and even if he survived, he would be crippled. At the critical moment, a man in black suddenly appeared behind Long Outyin. He grabbed Long Outyin by the collar and yanked him back several meters. The distance between Hong Yuan's fist and Long Outyin widened abruptly, causing the punch to miss. Due to the excessive force, Hong Yuan lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, skidding several meters and leaving a shocking trail of blood on the field. Long Outyin, still shaken, patted his chest and looked at the fallen Hong Yuan. Seeing Hong Yuan unable to rise, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the man in black with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Liu. Just doing my job, the man in black replied coolly. He was a bodyguard hired by Long Yuantian to protect his trouble-prone son, a 1-star martial spirit. After Long Outyin was beaten by Hong Yuan previously, Long Yuantian had specifically hired this expert to ensure his son's safety. Hong Yuan lay on the ground, his breathing weak and life hanging by a thread. He had been severely beaten by Long Outyin earlier, and although his anger had driven him to forcibly break through to a 9-star warrior, his body was already at its limit. If not for Long Outyin's slander against his father, he would have been unable to fight back. Looking at the nearly lifeless Hong Yuan, Long Outyin felt no fear. He thought that with Hong's son dead, even if he killed Hong Yuan, his father could settle it with money. He had caused trouble before and always came out unscathed. Hong Yuan's eyes had lost their anger, and the surrounding noise gradually faded. He could no longer hear the people's chatter. The world seemed to become silent, with only the faint sound of cicadas and his weak breathing in the vast Jianghuai High School. The scene before his eyes grew increasingly blurry, and in his daze, Hong Yuan saw the figures of his parents. They stood not far away, smiling at him. Are you here to take me home? Hong Yuan's lips moved slightly, his body seeming to grow lighter. Just then, a worried female voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Hong Yuan, don't sleep. Wake up. Hong Yuan, wake up. Hong Yuan struggled to open his eyes, wanting to see who was there for his last moments. Was it Shao Shao? Or Su Firen? Or Ing Huan? A faint scent wafted into his nose, followed by the sensation of something soft and warm on his lips. His throat itched, and he swallowed uncomfortably. Gradually, the sounds around him became clearer. The voice was familiar. It must be someone he knew. Hong Yuan's vision slowly focused, and the scene before him became clearer. He found himself in the arms of a woman. He looked up, trying to see her face, and first saw a delicate, slightly pointed chin. A slender, fair hand gently brushed over his eyes, tenderly wiping away the blood on his face. A strand of a ponytail swayed in the wind, falling over her chest, highlighting her heroic and beautiful face. At this moment, the face, usually full of vitality, showed only deep concern and overwhelming anger. Su Firen wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and slowly stood up. Her gaze was fixed on the spirited woman who had descended from the sky, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. Long Outyin frowned as he scrutinized the unexpected visitor, a hint of wariness in his voice. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. The woman replied coldly. With a wave of her right hand, a silver spear appeared in her grasp. Her voice was calm, but carried an unmistakable undertone of hatred. All you need to know is that you are about to die. Sensing the fierce killing intent emanating from the woman, Long Outyin instinctively retreated behind the burly man in black. He attempted to defend himself. Hong Yuan attacked me first. I was just seeking revenge. However, Su Firen had no patience for his excuses. She stepped forward with her left foot, her silver spear striking like lightning. The tip aimed directly at Long Outyin's throat. The burly man, serving as a bodyguard, naturally wouldn't stand idly by. He quickly intervened, swinging his arm in an attempt to deflect the oncoming spear. Yet, the sheer force behind the thrust was beyond his expectations, leaving his arm numb. Shaking his tingling arm, the burly man looked at Su Firen in shock. This seemingly delicate woman, whose aura suggested she was only at the level of a 7-star martial artist, possessed strength that rivaled his own. As the spear was knocked aside, Su Firen's body tilted to the left. But having trained in martial arts from a young age, her stance was remarkably stable. With a slight adjustment of her left foot, she stood firm as a mountain. In just one exchange, both sides had gauged each other's strength. The burly man dared not underestimate this seemingly fragile woman any longer and immediately activated his internal energy. His arms swelled rapidly, his black sleeves tearing apart to reveal limbs covered in solid rock. Each muscle was sharply defined and exceptionally sturdy. Earth element talent, Su Firen murmured with a slight frown. She knew that Earth-based abilities countered sharp weapons like spears and swords, but she showed no sign of retreat. Gripping the silver spear with both hands, she lunged forward with determination. In an instant, it seemed as though day had turned to night, and a dazzling silver arc suddenly blossomed before the eyes of the onlookers, a trajectory traced by the spear tip in the air. The burly man reached out to seize the spear, but Su Firen quickly increased her force. Just before he could touch the silver spear, she struck down hard on his head. Blood trickled slowly down the burly man's forehead, dripping onto the ground. Taking advantage of his momentary dizziness, Su Firen swiftly changed her stance. She gripped the spear with her left hand, supporting the end with her right, and thrust forward with all her might. The spear tip sliced through the air, its whistle akin to a dragon's roar. The burly man barely steadied himself, stepping back with his right foot while crossing his arms protectively over his chest. With a resounding clang, the spear tip collided heavily with the rocky arms, sparks flying. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the spear tip, forcing the surrounding crowd to retreat a few steps. The force of the attack was so immense that even Su Firen felt her arms tremble slightly, a sign of fatigue. The burly man fared worse. The massive impact reverberated through his body, nearly causing him to cough up blood, which he stubbornly swallowed back down. Su Firen didn't allow her opponent any respite, immediately launching her next assault. She swung the silver spear once more, the spear tip cutting through the air with a fierce wave of energy aimed straight at the burly man's chest. The man in black, having sustained internal injuries after taking a direct hit from the spear, dared not confront Su Firen's thrust heat again. He hurriedly tried to dodge to the side. This evident sign of weakness caused a cold glint to flicker in Su Firen's eyes. In an instant, the silver spear shifted its momentum, descending from above like a white dragon emerging from the sea. Despite his formidable defense as an earth element warrior, the man in black had a significant weakness in speed. Seeing the spear tip slicing through the air, he realized it was too late to evade. The spear slashed from his right shoulder down to his left waist, carving a deep, bone-revealing gash. He collapsed to his knees, his chest wound grotesquely torn open, and blood mixed with his innards stained the ground. Su Firen cast a cold glance at the fallen man before turning away, his spear held at an angle in one hand. By this time, Long Outyin was already paralyzed with fear, trying to slip away through the crowd. But after only a few steps, Su Firen's ghostly figure blocked his path. "You can't kill me. My father is Long Yuan." Long Outyin stammered, trembling on the ground. "If he finds out you killed me, he'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. He'll kill your entire family." "Kill my family?" Su Firen sneered. "If I kill you right here in front of everyone, your father will have to come and apologize to me. Do you believe that?" Who are you?" Long Outyin asked in terror. Seeing Su Firen remain silent, he quickly knelt and kowtowed. "Please, don't kill me. I know I was wrong." "It's not that you know you were wrong," Su Firen said icily. "You just know you're about to die. I'll give you money. As much as you want. My father has plenty." Long Outyin cried, kowtowing so hard that his forehead began to bleed. Su Firen tightened his grip on the silver spear, ready to deliver a fatal blow when a frail old man suddenly appeared, deftly pinching the spear tip between his fingers. "There's no need to go to such extremes," the old man advised. "Principal, you're finally here," the students watching exclaimed. "Anyone can talk pretty," Su Firen retorted coldly. "Where were you when Hong Yuan was being bullied?" "I was unaware of the previous incidents," the old man explained. "If you have personal grudges, settle them outside. But here at Zhonghua High School, I must intervene. This is a place for education, not killing." "Then I ask you," Su Firen sneered, "if I were going to kill Hong Yuan instead of Long Outyin, would you stop me?" "Of course I would," the old man said firmly. "I came because I received reports that Long Outyin was going to beat Hong Yuan to death. It turned out that Zhai Fei, who had been knocked out, had woken up and, unable to see the situation clearly, hobbled to find the principal for help. Hong Yuan may have taken a pill, but his condition isn't good. We need to get him to a hospital immediately," the old man said, looking at the weakened Hong Yuan. "Let's not waste any more time." Su Firen gritted his teeth but had to relent. The old man could easily catch his spear tip, indicating he had reached the peak of martial prowess, leaving Su Firen with no chance to kill Long Outyin under his watchful eye. In the corridor of Zhonghua Hospital, Su Firen waited anxiously. When she saw the door of the emergency room finally open and a doctor in a white coat walk out, she immediately rushed forward. "How is my friend doing?" she asked nervously. The doctor looked relieved. "He's out of danger now, thanks to you giving him that pill in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. It's quite strange, though. This young man's recovery ability is extraordinary. Coupled with the healing pill, he should be discharged in a few days." Suddenly recalling something, the doctor looked at Su Firen curiously. "By the way, what kind of pill did you give him? It's incredible that it could save someone on the brink of death." "Shao Luo Bao Dan," Su Firen replied truthfully, finally feeling a weight lift off her heart. "Shao Luo Bao Dan," the doctor gasped. the legendary elixir said to bring the dead back to life. No wonder it worked so miraculously. This is a priceless treasure, worth as much as a building. Su Firen didn't want to continue this topic and quickly walked into the ward. Hong Yuan had already woken up on the bed. Although he looked pale, there was a hint of spirit in his eyes. So it was you, Hong Yuan said weakly, finally recognizing the person who had held him in their arms at his most critical moment. How are you feeling? Su Firen asked with concern. It feels like my whole body is tearing apart. Hong Yuan replied with a wry smile. Why is it that every time I see you, you're in such a sorry state? Su Firen teased. Hong Yuan laughed at himself. I guess I'm just that unlikable. I used to enjoy carefree days under the shelter of a big tree. Now that the tree has fallen and the monkeys have scattered, it's only natural to face backlash. Su Firen remained silent, knowing all too well the hardships of a life without parental protection. Hong Yuan adjusted his position slightly and leaned on the bed, asking, how did you come to Zhonghua High School to find me? I went to your house first. Hong Lan told me you were there, so I took a taxi, Su Firen explained. No, I mean why did you come to Zhonghua Province? Hong Yuan's thoughts became clearer. Su Firen awkwardly turned her head to look out the window. I came for a vacation. With college entrance exams around the corner, you still have the mind to travel? Hong Yuan asked with a smile. I broke through to a 7-star martial artist a few days ago, and Grandpa told me to balance work and rest. Su Firen gave her prepared excuse. Although Hong Yuan was severely beaten by Long Outyin, he had a stroke of luck and broke through to a 9-star martial artist with the help of abundant spiritual energy. I really have to thank you today, he said sincerely. If my injuries weren't so severe, I'd bow to you twice to thank you for saving my life. Stop joking, Su Firen laughed. Once you're healed, just accompany me around Zhonghua Province. Our Zhonghua Province is a backwater compared to your Jiangnan Province, Hong Yuan joked. Coming here for a vacation, you picked the wrong place. Su Firen excitedly introduced. Zhonghua Province has many fun attractions, like Jiuhuatianju Mountain, Shao Shao and Dashu Mountains, Jade Swan Lake, and Zilong Academy. Hong Yuan shook his head with a smile. Those are just tourist traps for outsiders. We locals never go there. I don't believe you. Su Firen snorted, then suddenly remembered something. Should we tell Hong Lan and Hong Hu? Lying in the hospital bed, Hong Yuan sighed. I'm so badly injured. Let's not worry them. I'll call her later and make up a reason, telling Hong Lan you won't be home for a couple of days. Su Firen nodded in agreement. My sister is very smart, so you'd better come up with a believable excuse, Hong Yuan reminded, then changed the subject. The doctor said if you hadn't given me that powerful pill, I wouldn't have survived. What kind of pill was it? It must be expensive, right? How much does it cost? Su Firen couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to pay me back? Don't even think about it. Even if you sold yourself, you couldn't gather that much money. How did you give me the pill? Hong Yuan recalled. I remember smelling a fragrance, feeling something warm and soft on my lips. Su Firen's face turned bright red. I just pried your mouth open and put the pill in. Then why did my throat feel ticklish when I swallowed it? How should I know? Su Firen's face reddened even more. Seeing her embarrassment, Hong Yuan stopped teasing her. Thank you so much today. If you ever need my help, just ask. You should focus on improving your cultivation, Su Firen said, looking down. I wanted to help you get revenge, but I couldn't succeed. Thank you for your kindness, but this revenge is mine to take. Hong Yuan clenched the bedsheet with his right hand, suppressing his anger, and then started coughing violently, spitting out some blood. Patience is key, Su Firen said with concern. First, recover your health. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Hong Yuan nodded firmly, determination shining in his eyes. 2.5 days later, Hong Yuan was discharged from the hospital. Thanks to his exceptional recovery ability and the effects of the Shao Luo Bao pill, his external injuries had healed. Although his internal injuries weren't fully recovered, they didn't prevent him from continuing his meditation and breathing exercises. After 3 more days of rest, he was about 70 to 80% healed and able to move normally. In just 5 days, he went from being critically injured to almost fully recovered. During these days, Su Firen stayed at Hong Yuan's house, ostensibly to prevent Long Outyin from coming back to finish him off. Like Hong Yuan, she was focused on her cultivation. From practicing with weapons at age 4, attending school at 6, to meditation and breathing exercises at 18, most of her time was spent in cultivation. This ascetic lifestyle intimidated Hong Yuan, but Su Firen explained that this was typical for children of the Dai family. It was then that Hong Yuan realized this might be the difference between distinguished families and ordinary people. June 5th, early morning. Hong Yuan retrieved a diary from his wardrobe. Although he could have turned to the 5th page on May 31st, it was only after his hospital treatment and recovery that he found time to look at the diary today. As he opened the yellowing pages, dense handwriting filled his sight. May 31st, Su Firen unexpectedly visited Jianghuai Province. Remembering her generous help last time, Hong Yuan volunteered to be her tour guide. Upon returning home, he diligently prepared a detailed travel itinerary. In the following days, The two embarked on a cultural journey across Jianghuai province. At Jiuhua Tianzhu Mountain, the 8-star martial artist Su Firen moved with ease, while the exhausted Hong Yuan struggled to keep pace. She impatiently complained about him lagging behind, revealing a rather difficult personality. Hong Yuan thought to himself that anyone who married her in the future would surely have a challenging time. The trip to Emerald Swan Lake eased the tension a bit. The lake's surface shimmered, and as they rowed together, a lack of coordination almost caused them to capsize. Su Firen's bell-like laughter echoed across the lake, and in that moment, Hong Yuan found her especially charming. On the third day, Su Firen uncharacteristically opened up. She confessed that she had been focused on training since childhood, and that this was her first real vacation. The sights and experiences were both novel and delightful to her. In the days that followed, they also visited the Greater and Lesser Shu Mountains and the Zilong Academy. Observing the exhausted Hong Yuan, Su Firen finally suggested they rest for a few days. At that moment, Uncle Shao, missing for 2 months, suddenly reappeared. Though he had lost an arm, he was alive. He handed Hong Yuan a piece of black jade, saying it was a relic from his father. Hong Yuan keenly sensed that the jade was extraordinary. After extensive online research and inquiries, he discovered it was a sacred object of the sky-devouring demon sect, which explained why his father's group had been hunted by malevolent cultivators. Meanwhile, Hong Lan, Hong Hu, and Shao Xian completed their high school education, but they would have to wait until next year for their talent assessments. Su Firen insisted that Hong Yuan accompany her on further travels, and in a casual conversation, she revealed that she was the fiancé who had been rejected years ago, a revelation that left Hong Yuan deep in thought. Finally, Uncle Shao sold his property and set off with Shao Xian for Zhongzhou, presumably to search for Shao Zhao's whereabouts. On June 14, 5025, Hong Yuan was flipping through his diary, feeling a dull ache in his forehead. The sheer volume of information recorded within was overwhelming, making it difficult for him to grasp the full picture. The terrifyingly vivid dream he had last night, the mysterious figure's promise of a chance to defy fate, and the perplexing identity puzzle. Was Su Firen truly the fiancé he had been jilted by? And who exactly was the Su Wanwan he encountered at the Grandy Mansion? Even more shocking was that Uncle Shao was still alive and had given him a piece of pitch-black jade. This jade was not only a sacred object of the heaven-devouring demon cult, but also the target sought by the evil cultivator who had come specifically to Jianghuai province. The attack on his father and his group was evidently related to this jade. But where did his father acquire this sacred object? Only Uncle Shao could answer that question when he returned. Night had fallen, and the clock hands pointed to 10. Hong Yuan stood in front of the guest room door and knocked gently. Just a moment, came Su Firen's voice from inside. 5 minutes later, the door finally opened, and Su Firen glared at him with displeasure. Why did you knock? Seeing her angry expression, Hong Yuan swallowed his original question. I wanted to ask if you wanted a late-night snack. Why are you so upset? I was in the middle of breaking through to an 8-star martial artist, Su Firen replied irritably. Your knock almost made me lose focus and fail the breakthrough. Hong Yuan immediately clasped his hands in apology. I'm sorry, I really didn't know. You'll be more careful next time. Never mind, I managed to succeed anyway. Su Firen's expression softened. You said you'd treat me to a late-night snack? What do you want to eat? Hong Yuan handed over his phone, and while Su Firen browsed the delivery options, he tentatively asked, Is my jilted fiancé, Su Wanwan? Su Firen's fingers paused on the screen, and she looked at him in surprise. Your family didn't tell you your fiancé's name? I only recently found out I even had a fiancé, Hong Yuan admitted, scratching his head. When I met the old man, he just mentioned it briefly. Knowing you have a fiancé, didn't you try to find out her name? Su Firen's tone turned serious. No, Hong Yuan replied honestly. My dad only mentioned there was such a person, but didn't give a name. Su Firen bit her lip, showing hesitation. Su Wanwan, she's not your fiancé. Hong Yuan pretended not to know, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and asked knowingly, Who is she? This question made Su Firen both embarrassed and angry. Her cheeks instantly flushed. She exclaimed, Who else could it be? Hong Yuan gave an awkward smile, his eyes flickering, and finally voiced his confusion. I've already canceled our engagement. So why are you still helping me? Because you seemed pitiful. Of course, Su Firen replied bluntly, then added. Besides, my grandfather asked me to help you, so here I am. Pitying me, huh? Hong Yuan chuckled bitterly and softly said, You really have a kind heart. Su Firen narrowed her eyes slightly and suddenly asked, Since we're on the topic, I'm curious, why did your dad call off the engagement? Hong Yuan recalled his father's words from a video and slowly explained. Because of my mom. He wants me to live a life of warmth and kindness, cherishing love and freedom. Seeing Hong Yuan speak so calmly about it, Su Firen asked with concern, Is your injury still bothering you? Before waiting for an answer, she quickly added, If it's not a problem, how about coming on a trip with me? Tomorrow is June 6th, Uncle Shao is coming back, and I need to wait for him to get some answers, Hong Yuan considered. The day after tomorrow, maybe. No problem. Su Firen nodded in agreement. I'll go prepare a travel plan in my room. After their plans were set, Hong Yuan suddenly made an unexpected request. Could you hit me? Su Firen looked puzzled. Why would I hit you? Hong Yuan, unable to reveal the truth about his training, made up a reason. The whole engagement thing must have troubled you, and I feel bad about it. You should hit me to let off some steam. When I first heard about it as a child, I was indeed a bit angry, and the older kids in the house would tease me about it, Su Firen recalled, then smiled. But as I got busy with training and studying, I stopped caring. So I'll let you off. That won't do. Hong Yuan insisted. No way. You have to hit me today to properly vent your frustrations. Despite Hong Yuan's insistence, Su Firen couldn't bring herself to do it, worried about hurting him in his still frail state after recovering from his illness. The next morning, a rapid knocking at the door startled Hong Yuan awake. Standing outside was Uncle Shao, but his appearance was almost unrecognizable to Hong Yuan. Once youthful and fair, his face now bore two fierce scars. His right sleeve hung empty and swaying in the breeze, and his unkempt beard spoke of his recent hardships. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Uncle Shao reached into his coat and pulled out a pitch-black jade piece. This is your father's keepsake. It's time for you to have it. The jade was about 10 centimeters long, 4 centimeters wide, and 1 centimeter thick. As Hong Yuan took it, he felt a chilling sensation seep into him. What is this? Hong Yuan asked tentatively. Uncle Shao dodged the question, simply saying, just make sure you keep it safe. Hong Yuan decided to bait him. They found my dad's body. Before he died, he recorded a video on his phone, saying this jade piece is a sacred artifact of the Tun Tian demon cult. This statement clearly shook Uncle Shao. His expression changed dramatically, and he murmured, how could your dad have told you? Realizing he might have said too much, Hong Yuan fell silent. He knew Uncle Zhao's intelligence well enough to avoid revealing more than necessary. What exactly did your dad say? Uncle Shao asked, skeptical. Though the diary didn't mention specifics, Hong Yuan had to continue his fabrication. You and your group were hunted by evil cultivators because of this black jade piece. Dad wanted me to use it wisely and avenge him. Uncle Shao remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. What do you want to know? Where did this jade piece come from? What's its name? What does it do? How should I use it? Hong Yuan fired off all his questions at once. I can only answer your first question. Uncle Shao began slowly. Remember the task during the Lantern Festival? The one where both your dad and I got injured. Seeing Hong Yuan nod, Uncle Shao continued. We were pursuing an evil cultivator near the border and found this jade piece on him. He was gravely injured because of it. We sensed the jade was unusual, but didn't dare hand it over to Wang Defade, surely pocket it for himself. So we kept it hidden, intending to investigate its origins. Later, the evil cultivators hunted us down, likely for this jade piece. Your parents and Aunt Lu sacrificed themselves to cover our escape. Uncle Shao sighed. That's how your parents and Aunt Lu were lost. I survived, but was severely injured. During my recovery, I didn't dare return home, fearing for your safety. It was only a few days ago that I retrieved this jade. If this jade was jointly owned by you and my dad, why give it to me? Why not keep it yourself? Hong Yuan asked his final question. Uncle Shao was about to answer. First of all, this was something your dad and I acquired together. When your father covered for me, it saved my life. Uncle Shao said, his face etched with deep guilt. Clutching a jade piece tightly, his voice was hoarse. I don't want to see this jade piece again. Without it, your dad, your mom, and Aunt Lu wouldn't have died. Hong Yuan looked at Uncle Shao, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He wanted to comfort him but didn't know where to start, especially since his own recent experiences had been even more tragic. Uncle Shao patted Hong Yuan's shoulder. Take good care of your younger siblings. Shao Xian and I are going to Zhongzhou. Study hard and aim for good grades. We'll meet again in Zhongzhou. Why are you going to Zhongzhou? Hong Yuan asked. Even though he had a suspicion, Shao Shao got in touch with me. Uncle Shao paused for a moment. To be precise, she sent someone to find me. She's been very worried about us, he explained. I'm concerned that the evil cultivator might come back, so I plan to take Shao Xian to Zhongzhou for safety. There, we'll have dedicated protection, and they promised better educational resources for Shao Xian. Hong Yuan immediately understood the situation. Shao Shao was a rare genius, and Shao Xian's potential must be extraordinary. Zhongzhou could both curry favor with Shao Shao and prepare for Shao Xian's future, achieving a dual purpose. Zhongzhou will send someone to pick us up. I won't go out these days, Uncle Shao said cautiously. And don't reveal that I've returned home. Clearly, past events had made him extra vigilant. I understand, Hong Yuan replied, then carefully put away the black jade piece, and they went their separate ways. In the cultivation world, techniques, martial skills, weapons, magical treasures, and armor are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow the lowest. Each grade is further divided into low, middle, high, and peak levels. Legend has it that above the peak of the heaven grade, there are 2 even more mysterious levels. Heaven grade treasures possess a spirit and require a blood bond to unleash their power. This indicated that the black jade piece was at least a low-level heaven-grade treasure. Hong Yuan bit his fingertip, letting his blood drip onto the jade piece. The jade piece absorbed the blood voraciously, seemingly without end. After over 10 minutes, when Hong Yuan was close to fainting from blood loss, the jade piece finally stopped absorbing. Instantly, a sense of clarity washed over him, and he felt a mysterious connection with the jade piece. Following this, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. This black jade piece was called the Kunlun Jade Ju, a treasure of the ancient Kunlun sect. It was said that a supremely powerful cultivator shattered it into dozens of pieces, scattering them across the world. The jade recorded countless divine abilities, martial skills, and cultivation techniques. Though fragmented, this knowledge remained intact. The fragment Hong Yuan obtained contained a secret manual called the Devouring Heaven Treasure Canon. The Heaven Devouring record describes two mystical abilities, Devouring Spirit and Mending the Heavens. The Devouring Spirit technique is like a double-edged sword. The practitioner can absorb others' cultivation to enhance their own level, but the victim inevitably dies, their body rapidly withering away. This sinister method not only results in the victim's gruesome death, but also drives the practitioner gradually insane. With frequent use, the practitioner's mind becomes twisted and corrupted, ultimately turning them into a mindless killing machine. Based on this technique, the Heaven Devouring sect developed an improved version known as the gluttonous method. This version requires only the consumption of others' hearts to enhance one's cultivation, without causing mental instability in the practitioner. Compared to the original, the gluttonous method is considered a significant advancement. On the other hand, the Mending the Heavens technique takes a different approach. It requires the practitioner to consume specific natural treasures to elevate their innate talent level. For Hong Yuan, who currently possesses inflexible fire talent, acquiring the Fire Flame Mystical Ash and activating the Mending the Heavens technique could raise his talent to a level in the fire element. Obtaining the Ice Spirit Crystal could propel him directly to level in Ice Flame. If he were to use both materials consecutively, he could even reach the level Ice Spirit Flame realm. There are thousands of potential enhancement paths within the Mending the Heavens technique, ultimately allowing talent to be elevated to the supreme SSS level. However, reality is often harsh. The Devouring Spirit technique is too malevolent for Hong Yuan, who does not wish to become a murderous fiend, while the Mending the Heavens technique, although righteous, demands prohibitively expensive materials. Even the basic Fire Flame Mystical Ash costs more than he can afford, even if he sold all his possessions. Moreover, the minimal progress from level to a level hardly seems worth such an investment. Faced with this predicament, Hong Yuan could only sigh in resignation. One technique is too dangerous to use, and the other is too costly. This is his reality. Since he promised to go on a trip with Su Firen, Hong Yuan was naturally not going to break his word. The car that had been sitting idle since Hong's son passed away finally came into use. Although none of the three members of Hong Yuan's family had a driver's license, Su Firen was quite the experienced driver. She had made quite an entrance driving a sports car the first time they met. Early in the morning, Su Firen skillfully started the car and headed toward Jihuatianju Mountain. Along the way, Hong Yuan sat nervously, eyes wide open, watching the road ahead, worried about any possible accidents. Why so tense? What are you afraid of? Don't you trust my driving skills? Su Firen chuckled. I'm like this with anyone else driving. Hong Yuan joked. I only feel safe enough to sleep when I'm the one driving. The 5-day itinerary was mostly as described in their plans, but as a 9-star warrior, Hong Yuan didn't feel tired at all and easily kept pace with Su Firen. On the second day, at Emerald Swan Lake, Hong Yuan nearly fell into the lake, which amused Su Firen to no end. The third day was spent exploring the Great and Little Shu Mountains, the fourth day wandering the summer retreat in Shushan County, and the fifth day they visited the renowned Zilong Academy. As night fell, they decided to find a place to stay nearby. However, due to the large number of tourists, many hotels were fully booked. How about we just spend the night in the car? Su Firen suggested. Let's keep looking for a bit longer, replied Hong Yuan, who, despite being a 9-star warrior, was still somewhat weary from his recent illness. After another 10 minutes of searching, they finally found a hotel with a vacancy, but there was only one room left. The two exchanged glances, falling into silence. The receptionist, assuming they were a couple, said, "One room should be just enough for you both. It's hard to find another at this hour. Why don't you take the room, and I'll sleep in the car?" Hong Yuan began, but Su Firen swiftly took his ID and handed it to the receptionist. "We'll take it." "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Hong Yuan whispered. "What are you afraid of?" Su Firen said breezily. "We're both free spirits. No need to be so uptight. If it bothers you, I'll sleep on the floor. But men and women shouldn't share a room." Hong Yuan worried that this might harm Su Firen's reputation. Even Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai shared a bed without anything happening. Su Firen replied, taking the room key and heading towards the room. Staring at the large bed in the room, Hong Yuan insisted on sleeping on the floor. Su Firen didn't argue and asked the front desk to bring an extra blanket, quickly settling the matter. The room had semi-transparent glass, and Su Firen blushed slightly. Could you step out for a bit? I want to take a shower. I'll go buy some snacks, Hong Yuan said tactfully. It seemed that despite Su Firen's bold personality, she still had her modesty where it mattered. When Hong Yuan returned, Su Firen had already finished her bath. She sat at the dressing table, her long wet hair draped over her shoulders, and the hairdryer in her hand let out a soft hum. Do you want me to step out so you can take a shower too? Su Firen asked as she dried her hair. I'll pass. I'll just shower when I get home tomorrow, Hong Yuan replied, setting the snacks he bought on the table. Come over and have some food. Su Firen put down the hairdryer and approached the dining table. Her eyebrows, which gave her a spirited look, arched slightly as her gaze swept over the dishes. Don't you like spicy food? Why did you buy all these mild dishes I like? They're all for you, of course, Hong Yuan said naturally. You know, you can always buy what you like. Su Firen's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she stopped herself. After a moment, she smiled. You're so good to me. I might just fall for you. I'd advise against that, Hong Yuan replied, half jokingly, half seriously. I already have someone I like. I have a childhood friend named Shao Shao who lives across from my house. I swore not long ago that I would never let her down. Su Firen's expression froze for a moment before she silently picked up her chopsticks. Let's eat. Oh, by the way, Hong Yuan seemed oblivious to the change in atmosphere. What type of man do you like? Want me to introduce you to someone? Su Firen slowly stirred the food in her bowl before speaking after a long pause. My father was a son-in-law who married into my mother's family. When I was very young, he left without a word and never returned to the Day mansion. So, the man I look for must have principles, be responsible, have integrity, courage, and be able to handle things. But most importantly, there must be mutual affection. My father left without a word, abandoning his wife and daughter, perhaps because the family atmosphere was bad or maybe he felt looked down upon. But the key reason was that he and my mother didn't love each other. She put down her chopsticks. If I can't find such a man, I'd rather be alone for the rest of my life. Well, I wish you success then, Hong Yuan said, focusing back on his food. I'm full. You go ahead and eat. I'm going to sleep. Su Firen suddenly stood up. How can you eat so little? This is all for you. Not hungry, Su Firen replied shortly, then climbed into bed, turning her back to Hong Yuan. Late at night, Hong Yuan lay on the floor, unable to sleep. Are you asleep? No. Su Firen's soft voice came from under the covers. Did you enjoy these past few days? They were quite enjoyable, Su Firen replied with a hint of melancholy. I spent my childhood in rigorous training and never had the chance to explore outside. Only these past few days have I realized there are so many sights I haven't seen: the sea of clouds and rime of Juhua Tianju Mountain, the emerald waves of Jade Swan Lake, the majestic peaks of the Great and Small Shu Mountains. If only it could always be like this. If we have the chance in the future, I'll take you around to see more, Hong Yuan said with a smile. There won't be another chance, Su Firen said meaningfully, then added. It's late. I'm tired. The night was silent. Hong Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself not in the familiar hotel room, but in an unfamiliar, chaotic space. A dim light enveloped the surroundings, arousing a sense of confusion. In this void, the only point of focus was an ancient tavern standing ahead. The tavern's outer walls were made of blue bricks, and a vivid red banner with a prominent, wine character hung at the entrance. A gentle breeze made the banner sway slightly, appearing particularly lonely in this chaos. Instinctively, Hong Yuan pinched his cheek, surprised by the realism of the sensation. He suddenly recalled the last line on the 5th page of his diary and thought to himself, could this be the place where I can turn my life around and defy fate? With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, Hong Yuan approached the tavern door and knocked on the heavy wooden door. After waiting for a moment with no response, he took a deep breath and pushed it open. Inside, the tavern was not large, with 8 wooden tables arranged neatly. Facing the entrance was a broad counter, on which several wine jars were neatly placed. Hong Yuan glanced around the room, noticing 2 young men, clearly intoxicated, sprawled on one of the tables. Behind the counter stood an imposing elderly man. The old man appeared like a giant, towering at 3 meters with remarkably robust limbs. His floor-length white hair shimmered with a silver hue under the dim light, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Dressed in simple cloth garments, he blended seamlessly with the tavern's antique style. Hong Yuan couldn't help but swallow nervously and cautiously asked, "Hello, sir. May I ask what this place is?" The old man's voice was deep and resonant, causing the 2 sleeping young men to stir slightly. "A tavern," he replied succinctly. Scratching his head, Hong Yuan clarified, "I mean, what is this space? Am I dreaming?" The old man shook his head and sighed, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Since you have the Kunlun jade pendant, how could you not know? Asking you is futile." He paused before continuing, "You are not dreaming. This is the consciousness space of the Kunlun jade pendant, and your consciousness has entered it." Nodding thoughtfully, Hong Yuan asked. Then why are you here? The old man picked up a jug of wine from the counter, pouring as he answered. The Kunlun jade pendant shattered into 72 pieces. Anyone holding a fragment can enter this consciousness space, except for me. He pushed a filled cup towards Hong Yuan. You seem polite enough. This cup is on the house. Next time, you must pay. Hong Yuan looked puzzled. Didn't my consciousness come here? How could I bring money? The old man countered. Have you heard of a storage ring? Seeing Hong Yuan shake his head, he explained. The Kunlun jade pendant was originally a storage treasure. Though broken, it can still store items. Hong Yuan seemed to understand and asked, so, you're saying I can store things in the Kunlun jade pendant and access them when my consciousness enters here? He added with slight concern. If I store things in there, you won't take them, right? The old man remained calm as he explained. The Kunlun jade pendant was once whole, and this tavern is the core connecting all fragments. Therefore, each fragment contains a projection of this tavern. The old man continued to explain, his voice deep and resonant, as if recounting an ancient legend. His eyes were bright and piercing as he looked directly into Hong Yuan's eyes and spoke slowly. Once you step out of the tavern, your consciousness will return to the Kunlun jade pendant. Everything about you, including external possessions, will exist within that tiny space. Thus, this tavern has become a bridge for you to trade with others. The old man paused, seemingly pondering how to make his explanation more relatable. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he said, let me put it another way. Imagine the fragments of the Kunlun jade pendant as a smartphone, and this tavern as the internet. A phone can store photos and videos, which you can share with friends online. Although everyone shares the same online space, only you can see the photos stored on your phone. These photos are like the items stored in the Kunlun jade pendant. And this tavern is like a virtual platform where you can converse and trade with others. Hong Yuan listened, somewhat understanding, but with a furrowed brow, he nodded slowly, saying, I have little strength and nothing of value. I'm afraid others won't be interested in my things. Hearing this, the old man smiled slightly, revealing a mysterious grin. That may be true, but the vastness of Jiuzhou is full of regional differences. What is worthless in your place could be a treasure elsewhere. Just like a drop of water in a barren desert can be worth a fortune, while in a place abundant with water, it is insignificant. Hong Yuan suddenly understood, a spark of excitement in his eyes, gratefully saying, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Don't call me elder, the old man said, handing Hong Yuan a freshly poured glass of wine, his tone gentle yet firm. My name is Kuowang. Hong Yuan accepted the glass, but suddenly asked in confusion, Can I drink here? Isn't it just my consciousness here? Kuei Huang answered with a question, a sly glint in his eyes. Why can the living burn offerings for spirits? Hong Yuan realized the answer, asked no more, and drank the wine in one gulp. The drink was strong, and he felt dizzy immediately, a flush spreading across his face. Seeing Hong Yuan's straightforwardness, Kuei Huang's eyes showed a hint of approval. He reminded, there's one more thing to note. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. 100 days in the Kunlun jade pendant is equivalent to just 1 day in the real world. Hearing this, Hong Yuan's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, 100 times time difference if I train here. Kuei Huang interrupted him, a hint of helplessness in his voice. I've told you. You're just a consciousness. How can you train? Seeing Hong Yuan's disappointed expression, he added, however, you can practice your martial skills here. Despite his initial disappointment, Hong Yuan quickly regained his spirit. Images of becoming the top scorer in exams flashed in his mind, thinking that with 100 times the time, it would be a breeze. At that moment, a man who had been sleeping on the wooden table slowly woke up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he looked slightly surprised to see Hong Yuan, saying, a new face. Hong Yuan immediately clasped his fists in greeting, and the man returned the gesture, asking, do you have any violet sand over there? If so, I can trade with you. What rare materials do you need? Hong Yuan shook his head. I've never heard of violet sand. But I need fire flame ash and ice spirit crystals. The man seemed slightly disappointed. I've never heard of fire flame ash, but ice spirit crystals are treasures in our place, worth a fortune. Just then, another man at the wooden table yawned and slowly lifted his head. This man had a fair, beardless face, with a refined and ethereal demeanor. He spoke, I need diamonds, purple jade vines, and crystal white jade. If you can get me any of these, I can give you fire flame ash. Hong Yuan's eyes lit up, immediately saying, I can get diamonds and crystal white jade from my side. I'll come here tomorrow night to trade with you. He calculated in his mind, knowing the price of diamonds was about 100 yuan per gram, which was a bargain compared to the value of fire flame ash. As for crystal white jade, it was even cheaper, with a few dozen yuan buying a pound of fragments. The refined-looking man's eyes widened with excitement. My name is a Jew. It's a deal. Hong Yuan suppressed his inner joy, calmly responding, you can call me Long Yuan, and it's a deal. After making the agreement, with the Jew's guidance, Hong Yuan's consciousness left this mystical space. Back in the real world, It was still the middle of the night. Hong Yuan opened his eyes, clenching his fists in excitement, muttering to himself. So this is my chance to turn the tide and change my fate. The diary did not deceive me. On June 13th, Hong Yuan awoke from a significant dream, feeling an urgent need. He suddenly remembered that the sixth page of the diary at home should now be open. However, he had left that mysterious diary at home while on this trip, unable to check it immediately. Su Firan drove Hong Yuan back, with a heavy atmosphere in the car. Hong Yuan tried several times to break the silence, but Su Firan remained cold and indifferent, ignoring his attempts. Soon, the familiar neighborhood came into view. Su Firan skillfully parked the car in the garage and took out her luggage. As Su Firan walked towards the garage exit, Hong Yuan felt a pang in his heart and quickly caught up to her, asking, "Where are you going? Aren't you coming to my place for a bit?" Su Firan's face was expressionless, though inside she was in turmoil. "I'm going home," she said coldly, questioning herself internally. "Since you have someone you like, why bother with me? Am I just a regular friend to you? Have I been too presumptuous?" Noticing Su Firan's changing expressions, Hong Yuan tentatively asked, "Aren't you staying a few more days?" Su Firan grew more agitated and replied impatiently, "I don't have time. The college entrance exams are at the end of next month, and I need to go back and study." With that, she turned to leave. Seeing this, Hong Yuan hurriedly offered, "Let me take you to the station." "No need." Su Firan, carrying her luggage, replied icily. "Since you already have someone you like, it's better we keep our distance to avoid misunderstandings." Hong Yuan stood there stunned, finally realizing that Su Firan did have feelings for him. But he found it hard to believe he was just an ordinary person with great talent, poor, and responsible for his younger siblings. How could Su Firan be interested in him? Unless she was blind. Then, trying to console himself, Hong Yuan thought, maybe it's not that simple. Perhaps she just likes my looks. With this thought, he caught up with Su Firan again and softly asked, "Will we meet again? If we do, you must be happy, okay? Can we still be friends?" In response to Hong Yuan's farewell, Su Firan left without a word, her back resolute. Hong Yuan stopped in his tracks, filled with mixed emotions. He pondered, the kindness of a beautiful woman is hard to repay, but perhaps this is for the best. His heart was already with Shao Shao, and it was better to clarify things early to avoid delaying Su Firan. With a complicated feeling, Hong Yuan silently returned home. Opening the door, he saw Hong Lan and Hong Hu watching TV in the living room. Seeing his brother return alone, Hong Lan curiously asked, "Why are you back by yourself? Where's Sister Firan?" Hong Yuan absent-mindedly replied, "She went home to study for her exams next month." Sensing something off about Hong Yuan, Hong Hu teased, "Hey bro, you seem off. Did you get dumped?" A wave of guilt washed over Hong Yuan, feeling apologetic for Su Firan's feelings yet unable to articulate it. He casually brushed it off. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just tired from hiking these past few days." Turning to Hong Hu, Hong Yuan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and asked, "Are you asking for trouble?" Startled, Hong Hu shrank back. Seeing this, Hong Yuan had a sudden idea and ordered, "Here's a chance to redeem yourself. Go buy me a pound of crystal white jade and 50 grams of diamond." "All right." Hong Hu reluctantly agreed, putting on his jacket and heading out unwillingly. Hong Yuan returned to his room and eagerly opened his journal, his eyes quickly landing on the sixth page. His fingers trembled slightly, and his heart raced as if he was about to uncover a significant secret. The journal's content leapt into view. On June 13th, 5025, Hong Yuan recorded his experience of purchasing crystal jade and diamonds. He was amazed to discover that with just a thought, these precious items were magically stored in the Kunlun jade pendant. Soon after, he and Su Firan embarked on a journey to Jiangnan province, with Su Firan enthusiastically expressing her desire to introduce him to the local customs and culture. A flash of inspiration struck Hong Yuan. Since the Kunlun jade pendant could store items, why not place the journal inside it as well? This would not only allow for easy access, but also enable him to store some food for emergencies. The idea thrilled him. The entry for June 14th, 5025, showed that after over 20 hours of relentless driving by Su Firan, they finally arrived in Jiangnan province. Exhausted, they decided to rest for a day. However, after nightfall, Hong Yuan secretly completed a mysterious transaction with a Jiao, obtaining the fire flame Xianjin. On June 15th, 5025, Hong Yuan was delighted to discover that he had successfully used the sky repairing technique for the first time. His talent had upgraded to a level, filling him with hope for the future. In the following days, from June 16th to June 24th, the journal mainly detailed travel experiences. Although there was not much substantial content, Hong Yuan keenly noticed a subtle change in his attitude towards Su Firan, becoming increasingly gentle. Initially, during their travels in Jianghuai province, he had disdainfully remarked, "Whoever marries Su Firan will surely have a hard time." However, as time passed, his attitude underwent a noticeable shift. The journal began to include phrases like, "She is actually warm inside despite her cold exterior," Su Firen looks so lovely when she's quiet. Her carefree smile is beautiful. These days are truly wonderful. And I wish this could last forever. As he read on, a sense of foreboding welled up in Hong Yuan's heart. Sure enough, the entry for June 25th, 5025, left him utterly bewildered. I confessed to Su Firen, and she didn't mind my flevel talent. Although now it's a level, but she doesn't know that yet. Su Firen didn't reject me. Instead, she smiled and said, "We can try being together for a while." On June 30th, 5025, the journal recorded their return to Dei Mansion. Hong Yuan mentioned his relationship with Su Firen to Elder Su, and unexpectedly, Elder Su not only didn't oppose it, but strongly supported it. This was in stark contrast to Lu Ruyan, who had broken up with him due to his flevel talent. The acceptance and support from Su Firen and Elder Su surprised and moved him. Closing the journal, Hong Yuan felt a mix of emotions. In the journal, he ended up with Su Firen after breaking up with Lu Ruyan and not reconciling with Shao Shao. However, in reality, although he had broken up with Lu Ruyan, he had already reconciled with Shao Shao. He silently vowed not to let Shao Shao down, as they had promised each other long ago. Just as Hong Yuan was caught in a moral dilemma, angrily condemning his potential infidelity, the journal suddenly shook violently, flipping dozens of pages forward. The entry for January 1st, 5030, leapt into view. "Today is my wedding day with Su Firen, the girl who has loved me for 5 years and whom I have loved equally for 5 years. She finally became my wife today. My college classmates and friends all came to celebrate. I drank a lot of alcohol tonight. This is the happiest day of my life, a day I will never forget." This page contained only a brief line, but beneath the text, a pencil sketch caught Hong Yuan's attention. In the drawing, he and Su Firen were dressed in wedding attire, their faces beaming with happiness. What accelerated his heartbeat was the elegant script beside the drawing. "We will be together forever, never to part in this life." Hong Yuan immediately recognized that this was not his handwriting. It was clearly Su Firen's. He stared blankly at the words, his mind in turmoil, unsure of what to do next. Damn it! Hong Yuan slammed the table, struggling to quell the raging anger within him. He couldn't fathom why his future self would be so contradictory, marrying Su Firen while writing, "I will never let Shao Shao down again," on the last page of his diary. It was because of this promise that he swore to love Shao Shao alone, but reality hit him hard. "You indecisive bastard," he cursed his future self through gritted teeth. Amidst this chaos, there was a glimmer of hope. The diary indicated he got into university. Even more surprising was that his relationship with Su Firen withstood the test of 5 years, culminating in marriage. Such a lasting bond must be genuine. With this thought, a wave of guilt washed over him. Last night, he had told Su Firen he had someone in his heart, yet she was willing to spend her life with him despite his flevel talent. He sprang up, ready to chase after Su Firen, but froze at the door handle. How could he face Shao Shao if he did this? The incident with Lu Ruyan already filled him with guilt. Could he betray Shao Shao again? Sigh. He let out a deep sigh, tormented by his inner conflict. Just then, Hong Hu returned, carrying newly bought crystal jade and diamonds. "How much?" "I'll transfer it to you," Hong Yuan asked, taking the items. "Forget it, talking money hurts feelings." Hong Hu waved it off. They argued for a while. Hong Yuan knew his stubborn brother shared his temperament, so he eventually relented. Seeing his brother mature too soon pained him. If he could do better, maybe his siblings could enjoy a more carefree childhood. Back in his room, Hong Yuan clutched the blood-bonded Kunlun jade pendant, feeling a mysterious connection to it. He decided to let things with Su Firen and Shao Shao unfold naturally. Overthinking now would only add to his troubles. As the thought crossed his mind, the crystal white jade and diamond in Hong Yuan's right hand vanished instantly, reappearing in the vast space of the Kunlun jade pendant, as large as a football field. With time to spare before his meeting with the Jew, Hong Yuan sat cross-legged and began meditative breathing exercises. After days of recovery, his injuries had fully healed, and he was back to peak condition. After 4.5 hours of meditation, he successfully gathered a breath of spiritual energy. The night was deep, and the clock pointed to 10. Hong Yuan grasped the Kunlun jade pendant, and with a thought, entered its realm. On the open ground near the tavern, the crystal white jade and diamond lay quietly waiting. He picked up the treasures and pushed the door open. Inside the tavern, Kuei Huang leaned against the counter, resting with his eyes closed, while a Jew lay idly on a wooden table, sipping wine. Upon seeing Hong Yuan, a Jew immediately stood up, his face full of anticipation. "I've been waiting for you all day. You're finally here. We agreed to meet at night, didn't we? Why are you here so early?" Hong Yuan asked, puzzled. "I was anxious," a Jew replied, pulling out a transparent glass bottle from his chest, inside of which glowed the fiery red light of the fire flame, profound ember, exactly what Hong Yuan had been longing for. Hong Yuan took out the crystal white jade and diamond. "Did you only prepare one portion of the fire flame, profound ember?" "I brought both treasures." A Jew scratched his head. "I thought you were only trading for one, so that's all I prepared." If you have ice spirit crystal, scarlet flamestone, pure yang breath, or hellfire, we can continue trading, Hong Yuan suggested. I'm in the endless fire domain. There's pure yang breath and hellfire here, but they're too expensive. Trading for your items would be a loss for me. As for scarlet flamestone, I can buy it, but it's out of stock right now. How about we trade again tomorrow night? Hong Yuan nodded in agreement, and the two completed their first trade at the wooden table, each storing their treasures with a look of joy. After agreeing to meet again the next night, Hong Yuan left the tavern, his consciousness departing from the Kunlun jade pendant. Back in his real-world room, Hong Yuan held the glass bottle containing the fire flame profound ember, feeling the intense heat it emitted. To enhance his talent level, he needed to swallow the fire flame profound ember and use the mending heaven divine ability to refine it. Faced with the high temperature emanating from the bottle, he hesitated. Would swallowing it burn his throat? Would he become mute? But recalling his diary, where he successfully completed this step without mentioning any side effects, he finally made up his mind. Tilting his head back, he opened his mouth and poured the fire flame profound ember inside. The intense burning sensation almost made him spit it out, but he endured the discomfort, his throat moving as he finally swallowed it. The fire yin xianjin slid down Hong Yuan's throat and ignited a scorching heat within his body. Hong Yuan immediately sat cross-legged and activated his celestial power, as strands of gray-black spiritual energy slowly rose around him, gradually enveloping the fire yin xianjin in layers. The speed of the swirling gray-black energy increased, eventually forming a small vortex in front of Hong Yuan. At the vortex's center, the glow of the fire yin xianjin dimmed, as if being consumed by the bottomless pit in his dantian. The moment the fire yin xianjin was completely extinguished, Hong Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, with two fiery red flames burning in them. Success on the first try? Hong Yuan extended his right hand, and a mass of fiery red flames instantly gathered in his palm, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. This flame was entirely different from the small flickers he had before, which could only light paper and were easily extinguished. Its temperature now reached up to 500 degrees, easily igniting wood. Although advancing from an grade to an grade talent was not considered strong, it was an evolution from being worthless to being mediocre, which was still progress. Hong Yuan then continued to meditate, cultivating his energies. This time, it took him only 4 hours to gather a breath of spiritual energy, an improvement from the 4.5 hours required at grade. If not for the naturally fast energy gathering speed of the 8-9 mystical arts, with talents as basic as grade and a grade, it could take several days to gather just a breath of spiritual energy. In the cultivation world, the most basic grade talents are divided into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These basic attributes can evolve into numerous high-level talents. The metal element can evolve into a grade iron, grade steel, and grade sword. The earth element can evolve into a grade sand, grade stone, and grade rock. The wood element can evolve into a grade grass, grade flower, and grade tree. Remarkably, if someone possesses both wood and sword attributes, these can combine to form a grade azure wood sword talent. Such dual attribute occurrences are not rare, with about 10 of cultivators having 2 attributes, and 2 possessing 3, 4, or even 5 attributes. Usually, multiple attributes combine to form 1 talent, but prodigies like Shao Shao can derive 2 talents. Hong Yuan was secretly delighted, knowing that in tomorrow night's trade with the Jew, he would acquire the Crimson Flame Stone and further enhance his talent. The celestial power he cultivated offered countless enhancement paths, such as the celestial materials he inquired about from a Jew. The Ice Spirit Crystal could elevate his flame attribute to a grade Ice Spirit Flame. Pure Yang Breath could transform into a grade Yang Flame, and Hellfire could directly advance to a grade Hell Flame. Unfortunately, a Jew could only obtain the Crimson Flame Stone, which would only upgrade his talent to a grade Crimson Flame. Hong Yuan sat in meditation, feeling the potential of his innate fire attribute. Various transformations brought by rare materials flashed in his mind. Consuming Shi Rang could elevate it to grade Red Flame, Shi Rang, with both fire and earth attributes. Ingesting hard steel would transform it into grade Blazing Hard Steel, combining fire and metal attributes, while Thunder Soul could trigger a grade 10,000 degree Fire Thunder, with fire and lightning attributes. After training through the night until dawn, Hong Yuan gained 3 breaths of spiritual energy. As a 9-star warrior, he only needed to eat once and sleep for 3 hours to regain his strength. With only a month and a half left until the college entrance examination, he had accumulated over a dozen breaths of spiritual energy in his dantian, but it was still far from enough to break through to a 10-star warrior. Hong Yuan was well aware of his mediocre talent. Even practicing the profound 8-9 mystical arts wouldn't lead to quick success. After much thought, he decided to adopt a strength through battle strategy, gaining spiritual energy by enduring beatings, and the harsher the beating, the greater the gains. As night fell, Hong Yuan returned to the Kunlun jade pendant. He exchanged diamonds and red flame stones with a Geo, and they discussed other potential trades. Hong Yuan discovered that various jade stones from his hometown, Jianghuai province, were quite valuable here. An idea struck him, and he borrowed paper and pen from Kuei Huang, writing barter and listing the rare materials he needed alongside the types of jade stones available for exchange. He posted the paper on the tavern wall, and seeing this, a Geo followed suit. They exchanged smiles, pleased with the simplicity and effectiveness of this trading method. Back in the real world, Hong Yuan eagerly swallowed the red flame stone and activated his divine power to begin refining it. An hour later, he opened his eyes abruptly, surrounded by roaring flames. His clothes turned to ash, and the floor tiles cracked from the intense heat. Brushing off the ash, Hong Yuan made a mental note to enhance his abilities in open areas next time to avoid fire hazards. The newly acquired grade red flame attribute reached temperatures of up to 2,000 degrees, far surpassing the grade fire attribute. Even with the sturdy physique of a 9-star warrior, such high temperatures could still inflict damage. He resumed meditation, and this time, it took only 3 hours to gain 1 breath of spiritual energy, half an hour faster than before. Feeling the continuously growing power within, Hong Yuan prepared himself for the challenges ahead. Although his talent had advanced to level red flame, Hong Yuan grew impatient with the slow progress of meditation practice. His unique ability to grow stronger when taking hits made him crave combat. To avoid wasting time, he decided to head to Xiangming Mountain on the outskirts to seek out beasts that would train him through combat. While sitting in the taxi, Hong Yuan thought of Su Firen. He took out his phone to message her, but received no reply. It wasn't until 3 p.m., when he arrived at Xiangming Mountain, that he received a brief response from her. "I'm training, very busy." The implication was clear: not to disturb her. This curt message hit Hong Yuan like a bitter pill, stirring a mix of emotions within him. He recalled Su Firen's 2 instances of help, including saving his life. Hong Yuan silently vowed to visit her at the Dui Mansion after the college entrance exams, even if it was just to be ordinary friends. Xiangming Mountain, spanning over 100 miles, is renowned for its sweet and refreshing tea leaves. Every June, tea pickers come in droves. However, the mountain also harbors dangerous beasts like bears, apes, and tigers. As Hong Yuan began his ascent, he encountered several groups of tea-picking women. Knowing that beasts were less frequent in populated areas, he decisively ventured into the remote, less traveled parts of the mountain. Hong Yuan trekked through the wild, overgrown terrain for an entire day and night. Apart from encountering a few playful wild monkeys, he found no worthy opponents. Just as he was about to give up, he finally spotted a black bear taking a nap. This black bear stood nearly 3 meters tall, with a hefty build. Sensing its aura, Hong Yuan judged its strength to be equivalent to a 10-star warrior, slightly stronger than himself. Yet, Hong Yuan felt no fear. He trusted that his refined physique and dispelled negativity had prepared him adequately. Although beasts naturally had thick hides, this bear had not yet developed intelligence, making it less of a strategic threat. Cautiously, Hong Yuan hung his backpack on a nearby branch, took a deep breath, and charged at the black bear without hesitation. His fist struck the bear's head like a cannonball, abruptly waking the slumbering giant. The black bear roared in pain, a deafening sound, as it stood up abruptly. Its small eyes gleamed with anger as it charged at Hong Yuan. Crossing his arms to protect his head, Hong Yuan deliberately exposed his chest, ready for the bear's attack. The next moment, an immense force hit him, sending Hong Yuan flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing through 2 or 3 sturdy camphor trees. He struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and grinned with excitement. That was exhilarating. The blow had instantly filled him with 3 breaths of spiritual energy, equivalent to the results of hours of diligent practice. Seeing Hong Yuan able to stand again, the black bear roared once more, its sound shaking the leaves around. It crouched on its strong limbs, gathering momentum. After a brief silence, the bear lunged at Hong Yuan like a cannonball. With quick reflexes, Hong Yuan sidestepped the lethal attack. As the bear missed its target, he charged his right fist, aiming for the bear's eye. Roar! The bear howled in agony, its pain triggering its ferocity. It raised its massive paw, aiming to crush this audacious human into pieces. Seeing the situation, Hong Yuan protected his vital parthi's head once again, standing firm like a towering iron pillar. The black bear's paws came crashing down like a mountain, and the immense impact caused Hong Yuan's legs to buckle. He took advantage of the movement to kneel, cleverly dissipating some of the force. Although he could withstand the blow, Hong Yuan chose this strategy to avoid injuring or even fracturing his legs. The battle had just begun, and he wanted to prepare for a long fight rather than waste time due to injuries. Even so, this strike still granted Hong Yuan 2 breaths of spiritual energy. Kneeling just right, he extended his right hand and executed a move called Monkey Steals the Peach, fiercely grabbing the black bear's vital spot. The bear flew into a rage, opening its mouth to bite. Hong Yuan smelled the foul stench from the bear's mouth and quickly crouched. nimbly crawling under the bear's belly before flipping over and kicking the bear's back. The man and bear continued their fierce battle as the sun began to set. Eventually, it was the bear that couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing on the ground, panting heavily. Although Hong Yuan was also exhausted, he still had some energy left. He picked up his backpack, easily leaped to the top of a tree, and began working on his breakthrough. This intense battle granted Hong Yuan 75 breaths of spiritual energy. Combined with the 15 breaths he had accumulated recently through meditation, it was just enough to break through to a 10-star warrior. After his breakthrough, Hong Yuan's consciousness entered the tavern within the Kunlun jade pendant. The paper he had left was still blank, with no messages from anyone, so he decided to check back the next day. Sleeping in the wild left Hong Yuan restless. Normally, he would recover in 3 hours, but today it took him 6 hours to regain his strength, and he still felt fatigued. The black bear was still asleep, clearly exhausted from the previous day's battle. Hong Yuan jumped in front of the bear and shouted, "Demon, assist me in my cultivation." The man and bear clashed once more. Although the bear was incredibly strong, it was low on stamina and became exhausted after 2 or 3 hours of fierce fighting. Hong Yuan had no choice but to wait for it to recover. With no time to hunt, the black bear's stomach growled. Hong Yuan took out some bread from the Kunlun jade pendant, feasted on it, and tossed a few pieces to the bear. But the picky creature merely sniffed at them without eating. Reluctantly, Hong Yuan let the bear forage for food on its own while he continued to search for other beasts. 3 hours later, Hong Yuan encountered a silver-backed gorilla with an aura comparable to a 10-star warrior. Although it was smarter than the black bear, its strength was slightly inferior, and each palm strike only provided Hong Yuan with 2 breaths of spiritual energy. Nonetheless, Hong Yuan didn't mind and continued to fight joyfully, spending the day in combat. As night fell, Hong Yuan had accumulated 85 breaths of spiritual energy. His progress in the warrior realm was rapid, but reaching a 10-star warrior was the limit. To advance further to a 1-star warrior master required not only 500 breaths of spiritual energy, but also came with the risk of failure. Since he hadn't gathered enough energy yet, Hong Yuan wasn't in a hurry to attempt it. As usual, he entered the tavern within the Kunlun jade pendant to check for messages. There were still no messages, but there were a few words on a Jew's paper, indicating someone wanted to make a trade. Additionally, 3 more sheets of paper had been posted on the tavern wall, all offering items for barter. For those practitioners with mediocre talent and ordinary skills, they often encounter a bottleneck at the 10-star warrior level, making it difficult to break through during critical exams. Hong Yuan was facing such a predicament. After 5 consecutive days of battling black bears and hardback gorillas, he still hadn't accumulated enough spiritual energy. Just when he was almost in despair, a glimmer of hope appeared. Last night, Hong Yuan found a new message on a slip of paper in a tavern. "I have pure yang breath. If you want to trade, come for a face-to-face meeting at 8 p.m. tonight." Seeing these words, Hong Yuan's eyes widened, and his heart raced. Pure yang breath. This was a rare item that could elevate his talent from a D level directly to a B level. However, he also felt a twinge of unease the other party hadn't specified what they wanted in exchange, only arranging a nighttime meeting, which seemed somewhat suspicious. As night fell, Hong Yuan climbed to the treetops, dragging his weary body. Days of fierce battles had left him exhausted, but he mustered the strength to wait for the appointed time. When the clock struck 8, Hong Yuan closed his eyes, letting his consciousness sink into the Kunlun jade pendant. His virtual figure had just stepped into the tavern when he saw a burly, bearded man sitting at a wooden table. The man was tall with broad shoulders and a thick back, his face chiseled, and his keen eyes shone with intelligence. His bronze skin exuded a wild aura. Approaching the man, Hong Yuan respectfully cupped his fists and asked, "Do you have pure yang breath?" "My name is Jiang Minghu." The bearded man pointed to the note on the wall with his thick fingers, his voice deep and powerful. "Is this yours?" Hong Yuan nodded in confirmation and sat across from Jiang Minghu, getting straight to the point. "What do you need?" "I don't need any of the items you listed on the paper." Jiang Minghu's gaze was sharp as he looked directly at Hong Yuan. "Your area should be rich in jade, right?" Hong Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then realized. "Are you looking for other types of jade?" Jiang Minghu was straightforward. "I need a 5-colored stone. Can you get one for me?" Hong Yuan's heart sank. The Great Xia Kingdom did produce 5-colored stones, but they were prohibitively expensive, far beyond his financial capacity. He confessed, "There are indeed 5-colored stones, but they're too expensive. Trading them for pure yang breath would be a huge loss for me, and I can't afford to buy them." Jiang Menghu was unfazed. "I know they're expensive. The 5-colored stone is priceless throughout the 9 provinces. Since your area has them, I can provide the money. You just need to help me purchase it. Once it's done, I'll give you a portion of pure yang breath as a reward." How does that sound? This offer made Hong Yuan's eyes light up. Just by helping to purchase a 5-colored stone, he could obtain the coveted pure yang breath? He agreed without hesitation. "Deal." Jiang Menghu inquired further. "What's the price of the 5-colored stone over there?" Hong Yuan admitted, "I'm not entirely sure. Hold on, let me check. Since there was no internet within the Kunlun Jade pendant, Hong Yuan had to exit the game to check the price on his phone. A few minutes later, he logged back in to find Jiang Menghu waiting, appearing somewhat anxious. How much? Jiang Menghu asked impatiently. Hong Yuan reported the price he found. Here, the five-colored stone is priced per gram at 500,000. They're usually sold as whole pieces. How heavy is a whole piece? Jiang Menghu pressed on. The smaller ones could be a few grams, while the largest can weigh up to a pound, Hong Yuan explained. After hearing this, Jiang Menghu took out dozens of gold bricks from his pocket and pushed them towards Hong Yuan. Sell these gold bricks, then help me buy a piece of five-colored stone. Faced with such a vast fortune, Hong Yuan didn't accept immediately. Instead, he cautiously asked, "Aren't you afraid I might pocket some for myself or run off with your gold bricks?" Jiang Menghu chuckled confidently. "These gold bricks might be a fortune to you, but to me, they're just a drop in the ocean." A confident smile appeared on Jiang Menghu's well-defined face as he generously said, "If you're short on money, I can give you a few gold bricks after the job is done." Holy crap, Hong Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. On the continent of Jiuzhou, while the currency of different nations only circulated among neighboring countries, gold was a universal commodity that could be exchanged for local currency anywhere. Watching Hong Yuan carefully store away the gold bricks, Jiang Menghu got straight to the point. "How many days do you need? When can I get the five-colored stone?" After a brief moment of thought, Hong Yuan replied, 5 days from now, at 8 p.m., I'll bring the five-colored stone to the tavern." "Deal," Jiang Menghu said, extending his hand with a sincere smile. Hong Yuan shook his hand, smiling as well. "Deal." Back in the real world, Hong Yuan didn't leave Xiaoming Mountain. He rested until dawn and continued battling the black bears and silverbacked gorillas. By nightfall, he had finally amassed enough spiritual energy, but he knew that breaking through to the martial master realm required absolute tranquility, without any disturbances. In this beast-infested mountain, he dared not risk a breakthrough. He hurried home overnight and arrived by 3 p.m., feeling utterly exhausted. To ensure a flawless breakthrough, he took a refreshing bath and then fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after filling his stomach, he made sure to bring breakfast for Hong Luan and Hong Hu, reminding them, "I'm going to break through, so you must not disturb me." Returning to his room, Hong Yuan locked the door, lit an incense stick, and sat cross-legged. He didn't begin immediately, instead calming his mind and body, waiting for the optimal state of mind. After about 10 minutes, he felt the time was right and began mobilizing all the spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, the energy surged through his meridians like a river, flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and the major and minor acupuncture points throughout his body. The 500 breaths of spiritual energy circulated continuously, making his physique increasingly resilient. Soon, a fist-sized ball of white spiritual energy condensed in his dantian, compressed to a nearly tangible essence. Hong Yuan gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed, as he furiously compressed the white spiritual energy. Inside him, the sounds of dragons roaring and tigers growling signaled the energy's extreme compression. Suddenly, the shackles within him shattered, unleashing a vast aura that shook the entire room. In his dantian, the dense spiritual energy was finally compressed into a coin-sized sphere. Due to his crimson flame talent, the sphere's surface glowed a brilliant fiery red. This was the martial master's core, the source of a martial master's power. Hong Yuan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. From this moment on, he had officially stepped into the realm of a martial master. Jiang Menghu gave himself 58 gold bars, each weighing 5,000 grams. Standing by the window, Hong Yuan quickly calculated, at today's gold price of 600 yuan per gram, this batch of gold bars is worth 174 million. Meanwhile, the colorful stone costs 500,000 per gram, meaning this money could buy 348 grams. Offloading so many gold bars at once would attract too much attention, Hong Yuan thought, furrowing his brow as he quickly devised a plan. He donned Hong Sen's oversized coat, a mask, and a hat, and quietly made his way to a neighboring city. In a large gold shop, Hong Yuan lowered his voice and placed the first gold bar on the counter, saying, "Exchange this for cash." Though 3 million is a significant sum, it is far more discreet than 174 million. To avoid being tracked, he would hide in the restroom after each transaction, changing his clothes using different outfits prepared in the Kunlun Jade pendant. "Perhaps I'm being overly cautious," Hong Yuan mused. "But having just broken through to a one-star martial artist, I'm still not strong enough. Better safe than sorry." For 5 consecutive days, he moved between 4 city districts, traveling between different areas each night. By noon on the 5th day, all the gold bars had finally been converted into cash. With the substantial cash from the Kunlun Jade pendant, Hong Yuan disguised himself again and headed to the largest jade market in Jianghuai province. As he entered, he saw Lu Rian and her friend. To avoid unnecessary complications, he kept his distance but overheard their conversation. This jadeite is so beautiful. I really want it. Lu Rian exclaimed. Ask Long Aoqian to buy it for you, her friend suggested. He's even stingier than Hong Yuan. I suspect he's a fake rich kid. If Hong Yuan treats you so well, why did you break up with him? He's got the worst level talent. Would you be with someone like that? His dad's dead, and he'll just be an ordinary person. How could he be good enough for me? You're right. I wouldn't be with an Flevel loser either. It might affect the kid's genes. Listening to this, Hong Yuan rolled his eyes with a cold smile. Su Firan never cared about his talent, nor did she look down on him. The gap between people is indeed like that between humans and dogs, he thought to himself. Someone like Lu Ruyan doesn't even have the right to be called a person. He walked straight to the counter and said quietly to the saleswoman, I want to buy jade. What kind of jade are you looking for, sir? The saleswoman asked politely, eyeing the heavily disguised customer. Colorful stone, Hong Yuan replied in a low voice. Hearing those words, the saleswoman was visibly taken aback. Sir, colorful stones cost 500,000 per gram. I know, he replied confidently. Hong Yuan looked around and whispered, there are too many eyes outside. Do you have a VIP room in your store? The saleswoman's eyes lit up as she quickly understood. Please follow me. She led Hong Yuan through the showroom to a meticulously decorated VIP room. Tea was promptly served, and the saleswoman asked softly, how many grams of the multicolored stones do you need? The smallest we sell starts at 13 grams. With a flick of his wrist, Hong Yuan caused a mountain of cash to appear on the floor of the room. This is 174 million. I want a piece of multicolored stone weighing less than 348 grams. The sudden display left the saleswoman wide-eyed spatial artifacts. Such an expensive item was not something an ordinary person could possess. She scrutinized the guest in front of her and sensed the powerful aura typical of a martial emperor. At that moment, Hong Yuan's left hand ring glimmered slightly, and he quickly withdrew his hand. This ring, confiscated during a case years ago by Hong's son, emitted an aura comparable to that of a martial emperor. Though often treated as a toy, it now served a crucial purpose. In a place like Jianghuai province, no real martial emperor would come to expose this ruse. The saleswoman's demeanor became even more respectful. I'll get the manager right away. Soon, a young and handsome 8-star martial spirit manager hurried over. I heard you're interested in purchasing multicolored stones. The money's right there, Hong Yuan replied calmly. Our store's largest piece is only 192 grams, the manager said cautiously. Find me another piece weighing 156 grams, then, Hong Yuan suggested. The manager quickly returned with 2 exquisite boxes, each containing a brilliantly colored gemstone. Hong Yuan indicated they should count the cash first. Once verified, he stored the stones in his Kunlun jade pendant and prepared to leave. The manager quickly offered a piece of red jade marrow. Sir, this is a gift. To be honest, we made a net profit of 10 million on this deal, and this jade is worth 8 million. Consider it a rebate. We hope you continue to patronize us. All right, Hong Yuan replied coolly as he accepted the jade. After he left, the manager remarked to the saleswoman, concise and commanding, truly a person of great stature. Probably one of Jianghuai province's martial emperors, just in disguise to avoid attention, the saleswoman mused. The manager nodded and advised, you did well this time. If he comes again, be even more respectful. Hong Yuan returned home and shed his disguise. The clock pointed to 8 p.m. as he hurried into his room, his consciousness immediately diving into the Kunlun jade pendant. In a virtual tavern, a tall, slender young man sat alone at a wooden table, sipping wine. This ordinary-looking man had listless eyes that made him appear lethargic. Feeling bored, Hong Yuan went to the counter to order 2 pots of wine and a plate of aniseed beans. Kuei Huang tapped the wooden counter and said coldly, pay first. Hong Yuan smiled and explained, my friend is on the way. He'll settle the bill later. Kuei Huang remained unmoved. The rule here is to pay first, and besides, I already treated you last time. At that moment, the tall, slender man casually tossed a piece of broken silver onto the counter and said indifferently, it's on me. Seeing this, Kuei Huang handed a pot of wine to Hong Yuan. Just as Hong Yuan was about to thank him, the tall, slender man waved it off, indicating no need for thanks. All drinkers are like family. Meeting is fate. May I know your name? Hong Yuan asked as he sat across from him. You can call me Long Yuan. You can refer to me as Jianjiao, the tall, slender man invited, raising his pot. The two clinked their wine pots, and Hong Yuan thought the name sounded peculiar, like a code. Jianjiao downed his drink in one gulp and stood to leave. Just then, Jiang Menghu entered the tavern, brushing past Jianjiao. Jiang Menghu glanced back at Jianjiao, then approached Hong Yuan's table and asked, do you know him? We just met, Hong Yuan replied. He calls himself Jianjiao, probably a nickname or alias. Jiang Menghu was surprised. He must be a sword cultivator from the city of Sword Rain. That's not an alias. Curious, Hong Yuan asked, what is the city of Sword Rain? Jiang Menghu explained in detail, The most renowned sword cultivators in the 9 provinces usually come from 2 places: the City of Sword Rain and the Luo Fu Sword Tomb. The Luo Fu Sword Tomb was originally called Sword Tomb, named for its location in the Luo Fu realm. Sword cultivators from the City of Sword Rain have unique names, with Jian as the surname and a number as the given name, like Jian Yi, Jian Air, Jian Jiu, etc., up to Jian Bai. This ranking represents strength, with Jian Yi being the strongest, Jian Air next, and so on. Sword cultivators in the City of Sword Rain are as numerous as raindrops, and Jian Jiu, ranked 9th, must be one of the top sword cultivators in the 9 provinces. Zhang Minghu concluded, the City of Sword Rain and the Luo Fu Sword Tomb are sacred places in the hearts of sword cultivators in the 9 provinces. You've met someone significant. Hong Yuan suddenly understood. Thank you for the insight. He then took out 2 colorful stones and handed them to Jiang Minghu. The gold brick you gave can buy a 348-gram colorful stone, but I don't have one that big. Jiang Minghu accepted the colorful stones and took out a small porcelain bottle, handing it to Hong Yuan. The breath of pure yang is inside. Seeing Hong Yuan hesitate, he also produced 3 gold bricks. These are the gold bricks I promised you. Thanks, Hong Yuan said, accepting the items, secretly pleased that the transaction was completed smoothly. Hong Yuan respectfully thanked Jiang Minghu, carefully putting away the 3 gold bricks and the small porcelain bottle containing the pure yang essence. He hurriedly took his leave, heading to his next destination. Jiang Minghu, having acquired the coveted multicolored stone, eagerly left the tavern. Hong Yuan returned to the counter and rewrote a note, specifically adding, Jade procurement, inquire if interested at the end. Upon returning to the real world, Hong Yuan didn't immediately consume the pure yang essence. Aware that the resulting high temperature from enhancing his abilities could cause a fire, he rode his electric bike to a secluded riverside at midnight. The area was empty and the river was right beside him, allowing for a quick dive to cool down if things got out of control. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yuan opened the porcelain bottle and drank it all in one go. The scorching essence rushed down his throat, instantly making him feel unbearably hot. He immediately activated his heaven-mending divine power, guiding the gray-black spiritual energy to envelop the pure yang essence, slowly absorbing this immense energy. As the absorption process continued, Hong Yuan radiated an astonishing heat. The air distorted from the heat, the river water churned violently, and steam rose into the air. The ground beneath him turned black, distant trees withered rapidly, their leaves turning to ash before even touching the ground. After 3 full hours, the gray-black vortex within Hong Yuan had completely absorbed the vast pure yang essence. His abilities successfully advanced to level Sunfire. Just as he was about to test his new powers, a sudden, excruciating pain struck his forehead. Hong Yuan clutched his head in agony, even resorting to banging it against the ground to distract himself. A few minutes later, the pain gradually subsided. Checking his phone for his condition, he found a golden-shaped mark had appeared above his brow. He immediately realized that this was the result of his second removal of the negative count, bringing about a physical refinement and granting him a new divine power, the Eye of Heaven. The Eye of Heaven is a powerful ability, capable of observing the vastness of the universe and the minutiae of detail, as well as emitting a devastating beam of light. However, at his current level, Hong Yuan could only use it once before depleting his spiritual energy. Carefully guiding his energy to his brow, the golden mark slowly split open, revealing a cold, emotionless golden pupil. This was the legendary Eye of Heaven. The third eye on Hong Yuan's forehead slowly opened, and a golden light burst forth from its pupil like a beacon, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Under this golden glow, the world seemed to pause. River water stood still, and distant frog croaks abruptly ceased. Hong Yuan's senses became extraordinarily sharp, detecting every minute change around him. This sensation was both wondrous and unsettling. As Hong Yuan turned to look at the river, he saw steam rising at a visibly slow pace, like a slow-motion replay. He realized it wasn't the outside world that had slowed down, but that his senses had become too acute. This visual effect made him feel clumsy, overwhelmed by an indescribable discomfort. Hong Yuan promptly ceased the flow of aura, and the third eye slowly closed, turning into an shaped golden mark. The discomfort vanished, and he touched his forehead with his fingers, finding everything normal except for the golden mark. He was secretly relieved, thinking that if he actually grew a third eye, it would surely frighten others. With his talent upgraded to level Sunflame, Hong Yuan extended his right hand, and a flame of crimson gold ignited in his palm. The flame's intense heat made the air within 100 meters scorching, instantly evaporating surrounding moisture. Hong Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Is this Sunflame? It's truly terrifying. He calculated that this flame could turn a 10-star warrior to ashes in 3 seconds. If he could master some powerful fire-based martial techniques, he could inflict significant damage even against a warrior of the same level. Riding his electric scooter back home, Hong Yuan pondered the pros and cons of the Heavenly Eye. Although it could slow down an enemy's speed, granting a huge advantage in battle, the sensation of being top-heavy was very uncomfortable, akin to being drunk. With only about 30 days left until the college entrance exam, time in the real world was running short. Hong Yuan decided to enter the Kunlun Jade, utilizing its 100-fold time dilation to adapt to the heavenly eye. Here, he could spend 100 hours to adapt, while only an hour passed in the real world. Although he couldn't cultivate aura in the Kunlun Jade, he could enhance his martial arts proficiency. Hong Yuan retrieved the Dei Spear manual stored in the Kunlun Jade, adapting to the heavenly eye while browsing the manual. He recalled what Su Firen once said, "A month for the staff, a year for the sword, a lifetime for the spear." Indeed, spear techniques require the most time to master. Su Firen had been practicing with a spear since he could stand, accumulating over a decade of experience. Among weapons, staff techniques are the easiest to learn, followed by sword techniques. Although sword techniques are slightly more difficult than staff techniques, their broad and sweeping nature appeals to Hong Yuan. He had never been particularly interested in spears, which is why he had yet to practice the Dei Spear manual. At this moment, he couldn't help but contemplate his choice of weapon and his future training path. There wasn't any particular reason. He simply didn't like it, even if it was a spear manual created by one of the 10 ancient masters. With exams approaching, Hong Yuan decided to learn some martial arts to enhance his skills. Hong Yuan entered the tavern, quickly scribbled, willing to pay handsomely for fire-based martial arts and sword manuals, on a piece of paper. He pinned it to the wall, glanced at the noisy patrons, and then turned to leave, continuing to adapt to his celestial eye ability. Inside the Kunlun Jade, Hong Yuan had spent over 800 hours, while only 8 hours had passed in the real world. Feeling it was enough, he left the Jade and returned to reality. Reactivating the celestial eye, he found it still a bit uncomfortable, but much better than before. Hong Yuan nodded to himself, confident that with time, he would master this ability perfectly. After leaving the Jade, Hong Yuan didn't idle. He sat cross-legged and began his breathing exercises. With his previous level talent, it took 3 hours to gather a single breath of spiritual energy. Now, having advanced to a level talent, his efficiency had greatly improved, requiring only an hour and a half for the same result. Hong Yuan calculated that if he practiced for 15 hours a day, he could accumulate 10 breaths of spiritual energy, which was a decent rate. However, breaking through the martial artist realm required a vast amount of spiritual energy. Even with such diligent practice, advancing from a 1-star martial artist to a 2-star would take at least a month. He reminisced about his past encounters with beasts, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Back then, he could gather over 80 breaths of spiritual energy in a single day, far more efficient than now. Unfortunately, beasts naturally feared the strong, and as a 1-star martial artist, even silverback gorillas and black bears at Xiaoming Mountain would likely flee from him now, just as Sun Xiaochuan did when facing him. Hong Yuan pondered his future. With his level talent and 1-star martial artist strength, he felt confident about getting into a top-tier university unless luck was against him. However, reaching a top-ranked university seemed like an unattainable dream. It wasn't due to a lack of ability, but because ordinary people found it nearly impossible to enter such prestigious institutions. The top 10 universities had limited spots and fierce competition. Moreover, these coveted spots were almost monopolized by noble families. Families like the Dai clan had advanced talent detection equipment, allowing their children to awaken their talents at the right age. Take Su Firen, for example. She not only started training 10 months earlier than Hong Yuan, but also had been practicing martial arts since childhood, making her combat skills far superior. Unless one had an SS-level talent like Shao Shao, someone like Hong Yuan, an ordinary person, could only hope to enter a first-rate university at best. Faced with such inequity, Hong Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit resentful, even fantasizing about overthrowing the system. But he quickly came to his senses, realizing he was still too weak and could only dream of such things. In the days that followed, Hong Yuan maintained a strict routine. He focused on breathing exercises during the day and spent 2 hours each night in the Kunlun Jade, continuing to adapt to his celestial eye ability. Time quietly slipped by, and before he knew it, it was the end of June. That night, after finishing his adaptation to the celestial eye, Hong Yuan remembered his earlier purchase request and went to the tavern to check. To his surprise, he found a new line written on his paper. "I have what you need. Meet me at the tavern tomorrow night at 8 p.m. As night fell and the clock struck 8, Hong Yuan stepped into the Kunlun Jade tavern right on time. His eyes scanned the walls, covered with a myriad of papers, roughly 80 or 90 in total. He walked over to the 3 sheets he had posted himself and inspected them carefully. The first advertised a high-paying purchase of rare materials, the second offered a jade buying service, and the third sought fire element martial techniques and sword manuals. The tavern was nearly empty, with only 3 people present. At the bar, a Jew was whispering with an unfamiliar woman, seemingly conducting some kind of transaction. In the corner, a middle-aged man in a suit, with a stern expression, was resting his eyes, looking every bit the part of a corporate professional. Hong Yuan's eyes lit up as he quickly approached the middle-aged man. "Hello," he began. "I'm looking for fire element martial techniques and sword manuals. Was it you who left the message?" The man slowly opened his eyes, giving Hong Yuan a once-over, then nodded slightly. Taking this as a cue, Hong Yuan sat down across from him and got straight to the point. "Are you selling martial techniques or sword manuals?" Unexpectedly, the man didn't answer directly. Instead, he gestured to the jade buying advertisement on the wall and asked, "You left that information too, didn't you?" Hong Yuan was secretly surprised but admitted it with a nod. This man's keen eye had recognized his handwriting. The man pulled 2 books from his pocket and slid them across the table to Hong Yuan, speaking in a calm tone. "Hey, race a low-grade Earth-level sword manual and a top-grade Mystic-level fire technique." Hong Yuan didn't reach for them immediately. Instead, he watched the man warily and asked, "And then? Since you're into jade buying, I assume your place has an abundance of jade." The middle-aged man paused briefly before continuing. "If you can help me acquire a piece of crimson jade essence, these 2 books are yours." Hong Yuan pondered this. He recalled the piece of crimson jade essence had received as a bonus while helping Jiang Menghu buy colorful stones a few days ago. He had planned to sell it for cash, as he was running low on funds. Though these books were worth far more than the jade, he needed money for university fees and, more importantly, to care for his younger siblings. It was his father's dying wish, and as the eldest, he had to shoulder this responsibility. Just as Hong Yuan was about to refuse, the man seemed to read his thoughts and interjected, "Don't be hasty in refusing. The fire technique and sword manual can be combined for power that rivals high-grade, Earth-level techniques." Hearing this, Hong Yuan paused, closing his mouth which had been on the verge of speaking. The man continued, "I'm guessing your cultivation level isn't high enough to use heaven-level techniques that require a lot of spiritual energy. And your energy isn't sufficient for high-grade, Earth-level techniques either." He pointed to the books on the table, his tone sincere. "These techniques and the sword manual are just right for you. Don't miss this chance, it won't come often." Hong Yuan struggled internally for a moment before finally making up his mind. "I happen to have a piece of crimson jade essence. We can make the exchange," he said. The middle-aged man's words hit Hong Yuan like a sledgehammer, sounding an alarm in his heart. "Money can be earned again, but if you miss these 2 books, there won't be another chance." The man nodded slightly, his face calm and composed, the years and experiences having taught him to conceal his emotions. Hong Yuan took a deep breath. "I'll get them for you." He quickly left the tavern and retrieved the crimson jade marrow from the space within the Kunlun jade pendant. The magic of this spatial treasure was that items stored within it would appear outside the tavern. Returning to the tavern, Hong Yuan placed the crimson jade marrow on the rough wooden table. The middle-aged man pushed 2 books toward him, and each took the other's item. Hong Yuan glanced through the books in his hands. The gold-embossed titles of the fire-based martial technique, the Great Burning Heaven Art, and the sword manual, the Unfathomable Blade Cannon, glinting mysteriously under the dim light. "My name is Luo Feng," the man said as he put away the crimson jade marrow, his gaze lingering on Hong Yuan's hands for a moment. "I might need your help with more purchases in the future." "I'm Long Yuan." Hong Yuan replied cheerfully, not refusing. "If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. But I'll have to charge you." "Wait a moment." Luo Feng stood up and left, quickly returning to the tavern with a long sword in hand. He tossed it to Hong Yuan. "This sword is called Jingyang. It suits you well and is my advance payment." Hong Yuan caught the sword and felt a warm sensation from the hilt. Despite some reluctance, he smiled and thanked Luo Feng, knowing he lacked a suitable weapon. "Thank you." Luo Feng waved his hand and left the tavern without further words. Hong Yuan watched his departing figure, inwardly impressed. Luo Feng was no ordinary person, seemingly able to read his mind. From recognizing his writing, to using reason and emotion, to noticing his lack of a weapon and gifting him the Jingyang sword, every move was precise. His graceful exit cleverly avoided any expressions of gratitude, leaving Hong Yuan indebted. Securing the 2 books and the Jingyang sword, Hong Yuan also left the tavern. Eagerly, he drew the long sword, which emitted a red glow, clearly a fire element weapon. This type of single-edged straight sword was also known as a horizontal sword. Hong Yuan swung it a few times, finding the balance excellent. He plunged the Jingyang sword into the ground and picked up the Great Burning Heaven Art and the Unfathomable Blade Cannon, immersing himself in the reading. Time flew by, 4 hours passing in an instant, equating to 400 hours in the Kunlun Jade Pendant space. The clock struck midnight, the date turning to July 1st. With only a month left until the Daxia Kingdom's martial arts entrance exam, 30 days in reality were insufficient for Hong Yuan to master the 2 arts. However, with time in the Kunlun Jade Pendant running 100 times slower, he essentially had 8 years to train. Hong Yuan activated his heavenly eyes, adapting to the unique vision as he picked up the Jingyang sword. Following the guidance of the Unfathomable Blade Cannon, he embarked on a long and arduous path of training. The sword's light traced red marks in the air, seemingly inscribing his martial future. Hong Yuan took the diary out from the Kunlun jade and gently opened to the 7th page. After hundreds of hours practicing the Wu Wang blade, he felt a bit weary, yet he was eager to read the upcoming entries. On July 1st, 2025, with the college entrance exams approaching, Su Firen was too busy with her diligent practice to spend time with him. She solemnly promised that after the exams, they would embark on a journey together. Hong Yuan quietly noted this promise, looking forward to the times ahead. In the following week, Hong Yuan was occupied with transactions with mysterious figures within the Kunlun Jade. He successfully acquired several rare treasures from heaven and earth, which elevated his innate ability to AD level. Delighted by the noticeable improvement in his breathing techniques, his training efficiency increased significantly. On July 9th, with Su Firen in seclusion for her practice, Hong Yuan trained diligently alone in his room. Though he felt slightly lonely, he understood it was all for a better future. 5 days later, Hong Yuan broke through to the 3-star warrior level. Despite lacking the support of the Ba Jiu Xiangong, his progress was impressive with his newly enhanced talent. He felt fortunate and threw himself into training with even more vigor. By July 25th, Hong Yuan had advanced again, reaching the 4-star warrior level. This rapid progress filled him with confidence for the future. As the college entrance exams neared, Su Firen ended her seclusion. She couldn't hide her nervousness, fearing she might fail her family's expectations. Hong Yuan softly reassured her, encouraging her to believe in her abilities and that she would surely get into a top university. On July 30th, the martial arts college entrance exams officially began. Hong Yuan was invited to watch the live broadcast with Old Master Su. However, the presence of other Su family members made him uncomfortable, as if invisible eyes were scrutinizing him. The exams progressed intensely, with a third of the candidates eliminated on the first day, creating a thrilling scene. On August 1st, the live broadcast captured Su Firen's outstanding performance. Her swift and decisive moves defeated her opponent with a single strike, prompting cheers from the audience. Hong Yuan couldn't help but feel excited by her excellent performance. As the competition reached its climax, only 10 contestants remained. Although Hong Yuan hoped Su Firen would win, he had to admit that Li Chang'an and Luo Lai were formidable opponents. Even Old Master Su predicted that the top spot would be between the two of them. On August 4th, the exams finally concluded. As expected, Su Firen secured 3rd place, a result that was more than sufficient for her to enter a top-tier university. Hong Yuan felt genuinely happy for her. After the exams, Hong Yuan accompanied Su Firen on a tour of Jiangnan province for several days. Upon returning, Su Firen received an acceptance letter from Longjing University. Overjoyed, she hugged Hong Yuan tightly, sharing her happiness. The next day, Old Master Su privately approached Hong Yuan, offering to use his connections to place him in a top university. Hong Yuan agreed without hesitation, filled with anticipation for the opportunity. On August 18th, Hong Yuan and Su Firen boarded an interdimensional flying boat. Old Master Su had prepared a letter of recommendation for him, instructing him to deliver it to the Vice-Chancellor of Tianwu University. However, Hong Yuan couldn't help but feel anxious, worried that if the Vice-Chancellor didn't accept him, he might have to return to Daxia country in embarrassment. With hopes and worries in his heart, he embarked on this unknown journey. This diary entry reveals Hong Yuan's deep anxiety about the upcoming martial arts examination. He initially believed that Su Firen would undoubtedly take the top spot, but he was startled to realize that the Xia Kingdom was full of talented individuals. Besides Su Firen, there were also formidable rivals Luo Lai and Li Chang'an, though the diary did not specify who would be the runner-up or the top scorer. Hong Yuan recalled that during Su Firen's last visit, she had already advanced to an 8-star martial artist, and after her seclusion, she might reach 9 stars before the exam. The abilities of Luo Lai and Li Chang'an were likely on par with each other. However, leaping from a martial artist to a martial spirit was nearly impossible. At most, the three could only approach the edge of a 10-star martial artist. In comparison, Hong Yuan self-deprecatingly realized that he barely reached the level of a 1-star martial artist. Even with rigorous training until the exam, he could only hope to advance to 2 stars. In front of those 3 geniuses, he was nothing more than an insignificant pawn. To make matters worse, since he failed to establish a relationship with Su Firen, he lost the trump card of a recommendation letter from Su Tianbao. Hong Yuan pondered his prospects. If he was lucky, he might squeeze into a first-rate university, but deep down, he yearned for the unattainable top-tier academies. The gap between them seemed insurmountable. There were only 10 top-tier universities nationwide, with a mere 300,000 spots available, while there were 2,000 first-rate universities that could accommodate 20 million students. As for second- and third-tier institutions, they were countless. The vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent, with tens of thousands of countries in the eastern Xinzhou alone, made the Xia Kingdom a strong nation but not on par with superpowers. The Xia Kingdom was divided into 2 capitals and 13 provinces, with Jianghuai Province, where Hong Yuan was located, having hundreds of thousands of candidates each year. Nationwide, 2 million people participated in the martial arts examination. This brutal exam placed all candidates on the same battlefield. The longer one survived and the more opponents they eliminated, the higher their ranking would be. Most candidates were like cannon fodder, especially those who hadn't broken through to the martial artist realm, left at the mercy of others. Although Hong Yuan had stepped into the martial artist ranks, he still seemed insignificant in a field full of strong contenders. In his despair, Hong Yuan had a sudden idea. Why not have someone beat him up to improve his strength? This thought sounded absurd in reality. Who would pay to be beaten up? Unless they were a masochist. A flash of inspiration struck, and Hong Yuan decided to disguise himself as a masochist, seeking out people with violent tendencies to train him. He contemplated seeking help from Uncle Wong, who worked at the security bureau, or infiltrating underground boxing rings. However, after discovering the location of a boxing arena, he was turned away by the organizers due to his lack of strength. Hong Yuan fell into deep contemplation, racking his brains for any opportunity to enhance his abilities for the impending exam. Uncle Wong was adamantly opposed to the idea, no matter how much Hong Yuan tried to persuade him. With no other options, Hong Yuan fabricated a story, claiming he was doing it to help treat individuals with violent tendencies. This wasn't entirely untrue. Getting beaten could indeed be a form of cathartic release for someone with such tendencies. After some back and forth, Uncle Wong finally relented and gave Hong Yuan a name, but he specifically instructed Hong Yuan to speak politely with the person. When Hong Yuan found this individual, he was taken aback. A woman over 2 meters tall stood before him, with a broad back and shoulders, her entire body covered in explosive muscle definition. Her burly arms were lined with bulging veins, and she must have weighed around 300 pounds. The sight of this formidable woman made Hong Yuan instinctively take a few steps back, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Her deep voice reverberated, making Hong Yuan's eardrums quiver. I have a masochistic tendency, Hong Yuan stammered. I heard you have a violent streak. Could you beat me up? The woman looked at him incredulously. Are you messing with me? That's about right. If you're not happy, take a swing at me. Before Hong Yuan could finish his sentence, a heavy punch landed on his face, sending him tumbling several meters like a ball before he came to a stop. 3-star martial artist. Hong Yuan quickly assessed her strength. The punch had given him 3 breaths of spiritual energy. He wiped the blood from his nose and taunted. Too weak. His words acted as a trigger, and the woman charged at him in fury. An uppercut sent Hong Yuan spiraling into the air. Before he hit the ground, a powerful roundhouse kick slammed into his chest, launching him into a solid steel lamppost, bending it with the impact. 5 breaths of spiritual energy. Hong Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and, despite the searing pain in his chest, stood up and continued to provoke her. Is that all you've got? The woman was completely enraged, closing the distance in 2 steps and knocking him down with a punch before straddling him and unleashing a flurry of blows. Hong Yuan soon lost consciousness, waking up the next afternoon in the hospital to see Hong Lan and Hong Hu by his bedside, relieved expressions on their faces. He felt a twinge of guilt. During his recovery, Hong Yuan not only meditated to regulate his breathing, but also practiced martial arts diligently in the Kunlun Jade at night. On July 7th, he finally accumulated enough spiritual energy to break through to a 2-star martial artist. To avoid worrying his family, he would retreat as soon as he felt he couldn't withstand the woman's attacks, preventing severe injuries. By July 18th, Hong Yuan had advanced to a 3-star martial artist, with only 11 days left until the college entrance exam. With time running short, he increased the frequency of his provocations, breaking through to a 4-star martial artist in just 8 days. Even more fortuitously, he obtained a rare treasure the night before, elevating his talent to an grade Sunday. With the exam approaching and his chances significantly improved, Hong Yuan stopped provoking the woman and instead rested at home, awaiting the exam day. Hong Yuan lay in bed recovering from his injuries, but he didn't waste his time. He immersed himself in the Kunlun Jade pendant, diligently practicing the Great Burning Heaven technique and the unwarranted blade scripture. After thousands of hours of rigorous training, these martial arts had become second nature to him. Moreover, he had finally overcome the discomfort of the Eye of Heaven and could now wield this divine ability flawlessly. Time flew by, and soon it was the eve of the college entrance exams. On July 29th, feeling anxious and after much hesitation, Hong Yuan finally dialed Su Firen's number. When the call connected, both of them said hello at the same time, only to fall into silence. Despite having a lot on his mind, Hong Yuan didn't know where to begin. If you have something to say, just say it. Su Firen's voice carried a hint of impatience. Hong Yuan took a deep breath and blurted out, "Good luck with the exams." "Boring," Su Firen replied coldly. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Wait," Hong Yuan quickly said. "I'll come to see you after the exams. There's something I want to tell you." "Why can't you say it now? Does it have to wait until after the exams?" Hong Yuan hesitated. "I can say it now. but I'm a bit embarrassed. Being sharp-witted, Su Firen immediately guessed Hong Yuan's intention. Haven't you found someone you like? Is it appropriate to say such things to me? Regardless, Hong Yuan said anxiously. Can't we at least be friends? We can't. Su Firen replied decisively and hung up. When Hong Yuan tried calling again, he found that her phone was turned off. His heart was a mix of emotions. He didn't want to let down either Shao Shao or Su Firen. It wasn't that Hong Yuan was fickle. Rather, he was caught in a dilemma, like being torn between loyalty and duty. Damn it, Hong Yuan muttered through gritted teeth, filled with impotent rage. The next morning, Hong Yuan arrived at Jianghuai High School with his admission ticket. At the school gate, he saw Ing Huan, Sun Xiaochuan, Lu Rian, and Long Outyan. Buses arrived one after another to take the students to the assembly point. 2 hours later, the students reached their destination. Before them stood a majestic teleportation array. The students queued up to enter, and the moment they stepped into the array, they would be randomly teleported to a location within it. When it was Hong Yuan's turn, he handed his admission ticket to the invigilator. After verifying it, the invigilator handed him a card. It was about the size of an ID card, clearly printed with his basic information. Name, Hong Yuan. Candidate number, 4396. Points, 0. Survival time, 0 minutes. Hong Yuan carefully put away the card, took a deep breath, and stepped into the teleportation array. In an instant, light and shadow swirled around him, and his body felt weightless. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Beneath his feet stretched an endless expanse of desert sand, and above him was a sky as clear as a washed blue canvas. This space resembled a massive magical artifact, spanning hundreds of miles. Hong Yuan understood that he would now compete against students from all over the country here. He clenched his fists, ready to face the challenges ahead. The day of the martial arts college entrance exam had finally arrived, and people from all over the country gathered in front of their televisions, watching the live broadcast with bated breath. Sisters Hong Lan and Hong Hu were no exception. They sat on the sofa at home, with fragrant milk tea and savory sunflower seeds on the table. The enthusiastic opening remarks of the host echoed in the living room. As she cracked sunflower seeds, Hong Lan asked worriedly, "Second sister, what do you think our brother's chances are? Does he even have a hope of getting into a third-tier university?" Her tone was filled with concern. He has the worst Flevel talent, and he shuts himself in his room all day. Who knows if he's genuinely training or just slacking off and sleeping? Hong Hu nodded slightly, her brows furrowed. Honestly, I don't think our brother should risk his life taking the martial arts exam. Instead, he might be better off learning a practical skill. Hong Lan sighed deeply. I'm not hoping for him to achieve great results. I just want him to return safely. Her voice trembled slightly. The competitions between martial artists are no child's play. The danger to life is unavoidable. Every year, candidates fall on the field. It's a harsh reality. She continued, her tone gradually firming. But if a true martial artist fears death, then even reaching a transcendent level means nothing. The essence of being a martial artist lies in the word martial. They must hone themselves through life and death battles, breaking limits, and climbing to the pinnacle of martial arts. That's the true meaning of martial. Hong Lan's gaze became resolute. If a martial artist doesn't even dare to participate in the entrance exam, they might as well give up training from the start and lead a normal life. If a martial artist is afraid to fight, what's the point of training? Is it just to show off to others? She illustrated her point with a vivid analogy. It's like studying for over a decade, only to become a security guard because you're afraid of hardship. You might as well have become a security guard from the start. At least you wouldn't have wasted so many years. At that moment, the TV screen suddenly switched to show a brawny man. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, wore a black, tight-fitting outfit, and had strong limbs. His short hair was slightly curly, with a square face and a large nose, exuding an aura of authority. The host, looking at his notes, enthusiastically introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Luo Lai from the Fengtian province." Don't be fooled by his mature appearance. He's indeed only 18 years old. Interestingly, Luo Lai was already given early admission to Longjing University, but chose to decline this rare opportunity to participate in the martial arts exam. I suspect he wants to use his own strength to get into an even better top university. The host's tone grew more animated. Luo Lai has reached the 10-star martial master level and is one of the top contenders to win this national martial arts competition. Dear viewers, we must pay special attention to this genius young man's performance. Hearing this, Hong Lan and Hong Hu exchanged a glance, a hint of surprise in their eyes. Being offered early admission by Longjing University, one of the top 10 universities, was proof of Luo Lai's extraordinary talent. Although the host didn't reveal Luo Lai's specific talent level, the sisters knew that such confidentiality was to prevent evil practitioners from targeting this prodigy. Nevertheless, being favored by a top university meant Luo Lai's talent must be exceptionally outstanding. The TV screen switched again, this time showing a lean young man. He had short hair, wore a white tank top, and his exposed arms were tattooed with a vivid dragon and tiger design. The young man held a sharp, black machete, his gaze exuding menace and ferocity, looking every bit the intimidating street thug. The host's voice rang out again. Next, we have a contestant whose real name I cannot disclose due to a special confidentiality agreement. However, you can call him Shao Dao. Shao Dao is not to be underestimated either, having reached the 9-star martial master level. Although he's 1 star below Luo Lai, based on some insider information I personally have high hopes for Shao Dao's performance in this competition. Viewers, please also keep a close eye on this mysterious contestant's performance. The host, with a mysterious demeanor and a deep, magnetic voice, tried to pique the interest of the TV audience. He teased them with a hint before the scene shifted to focus on Dei Prefecture in Jiangnan Province. Su Tianbao sat upright on a large mahogany sofa, his eyes fixed on the television screen. Turning to the middle-aged man beside him, he asked with a slight smile, "That Shao Dao is Black Blade Shura's son, isn't he?" The middle-aged man, named Su Yuan, nodded slightly, a hint of respect in his eyes. "That's right. Shao Dao was stationed at Tianxiang Great Wall until now, only returning to Daxiao for the martial arts exam, due to his age. Black Blade Shura earned his title there, proving his exceptional skill. Aside from me, he's the only one from Daxiao with a position at Tianxiang Great Wall." Su Tianbao couldn't help but admire. Achieving such success before the age of 40 is impressive. If Shao Dao has even half of Black Blade Shura's talent, he could easily place in the top 3 of the martial arts exam. The TV screen switched again to show a young woman with a ponytail. The host's voice returned. "This is Su Firen from Dei Prefecture in Jiangnan Province, who, as many viewers might guess, is the granddaughter of General Su Tianbao." Su Yuan watched the screen intently and asked, "Father, does Firen have a chance to make it to the top 3? Su Tianbao pondered for a moment before replying. If this were last year's exam, Su Firen would surely have been the top scorer. But this year, there are many outstanding candidates. I've heard rumors. Besides Luo Lai and Shao Dao, there's a genius from Jianghuai Province whose abilities rival Luo Lai's. He's been praised as the Ancien Millennium talent of Daxiao, the most exceptional person in 1,000 years. What a grand title." Su Yuan waved dismissively. "You can't take these things too seriously. Isn't there a celebrity in Daxiao hailed as the most beautiful woman in 5,000 years? I think she's just okay, not as pretty as Firen. This Ancien Millennium talent might just be hype, possibly just a flash in the pan." Su Tianbao explained. Ancien Millennium talent is a title given by Chen Tianshou, not mere commercial hype. Chen Tianshou is the former vice president of Yuanyang University, a top institution. He's seen countless geniuses in his life. Anyone he calls the Ancien Millennium talent must be an extraordinary genius. He continued, "There's also the Holy Son of Jade Emperor's Treasure Realm, one of the 72 blessed places, who is also 18 and declined direct admission to take the exam. From the Mingyue Sword Pavilion by the South Sea, the Qingzhou Mansion in Western Shu, to the Jinyuan Mansion in Nanzhou, top families no less prestigious than Dei Prefecture are participating this year." After hearing this, Su Yuan swallowed nervously, his tone turning somber. Does this mean Firen is in trouble? She's been diligent from a young age, training hard every day, and among her generation in Dei Prefecture, she's the most outstanding. Su Tianbao thought for a moment and speculated. If she can fully utilize her abilities, the top 3 should be within reach. Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The top 5 can get into a top university. Even if Firen doesn't perform at her best, she should still make it into the top 5, right? Su Tianbao shook his head with a serious expression. That's not a given. If she faces a strong opponent early on and gets injured, affecting her combat ability, the subsequent battles could be very tough. The sun rose in the east, casting intense light across the endless desert, which resembled a golden ocean. In the distance, the wind whipped the sand into spiraling columns. Su Tianbao's ominous prediction came true. When Su Firen opened her eyes, a flash of white light revealed a man with a dark face appearing out of nowhere. The two exchanged a glance, each sizing the other up as an easy opponent. Without hesitation, they both chose to engage in battle. A silver spear appeared instantly in front of Su Firen. She swiftly grabbed it, readying herself for combat. The dark-faced man charged towards her barehanded, aiming a punch straight at her chest. Su Firen reacted even faster, sweeping her spear in a wide arc with a move called sweeping through the army. The man was forced to pull back his punch, raising his arms to block the spear's shaft with a slight crouch. With a loud bang, the powerful impact pushed both of them back a step. "Who are you?" they asked simultaneously, realizing the other's formidable strength from the clash. "Su Firen, from the Great Yi Mansion in Jiangnan. Wei Wei, from the Jinyuan Mansion in Nanzhou." After a brief introduction, they reassessed each other. The Great Yi Mansion, renowned in the Jiangnan province of the Great Xia Kingdom, was slightly more prestigious compared to the aristocratic Jinyuan Mansion. However, as fellow 9-star martial artists, the real battle was just beginning. Under the scorching sun, Su Firen's silver spear glinted coldly, and the wind lifted her ponytail. She stood tall and steady, revealing the skills honed over years of spear training. Wei Wei took a deep breath, as if to absorb all the surrounding air. Instantly, his body swelled, muscles knotted, and his skin shifted from a wheat color to a dazzling gold. Seeing this, Su Firen shot towards Wei Wei like an arrow, her spear thrusting forward with the move, chasing the wind and moon. The spear's tip, leaving a trail of silver light, was met heat by Wei Wei's unyielding fist, which struck the spear aside with a clang. Wei Wei seized the opportunity, stepping forward to clamp the spear's shaft with his arms, intending to disarm her. Su Firen, anticipating this, spun on her heel, twirling like a top to free her spear from his grasp. She then unleashed a flurry of spear strikes, the weapon's shadows overlapping like a flood surging towards Wei Wei. Faced with the dense web of spear shadows, Wei Wei let out a fierce shout, his body glowing even brighter with golden light. With his indomitable physique, he withstood the onslaught. Seeing her attacks were ineffective, Su Firen withdrew her spear to change tactics. Wei Wei had been ready for this moment. He suddenly stepped forward with his left foot, launching himself like an arrow. His right fist, carrying the force of a mountain-splitting strike, aimed directly at Su Firen's abdomen. With a dull bang, Su Firen flew backward like a kite with a broken string, tracing a long arc in the air before crashing onto the sandy ground 100 meters away, sending a cloud of sand into the air like fireworks. Although Wei Wei didn't use his full strength, Su Firen still felt the impact. Her internal organs churned violently, and she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. She gritted her teeth against the pain, quickly channeling her energy to alleviate her injuries. Wei Wei didn't give her a moment to catch her breath. He swiftly crossed the 100-meter distance in just 3 strides, appearing before Su Firen in an instant. His golden fists rained down like a storm, forcing Su Firen to hurriedly rise and use her spear to block. The sound of metal clashing was incessant. Each of Wei Wei's punches carried immense force, causing the spear shaft to hum and Su Firen's hands to go numb, almost losing her grip on the silver spear. Weapons like spears and daggers are at a disadvantage against someone with a body as tough as Wei Wei's. Realizing the precarious situation, Su Firen's anger flared. She leaped up, her right foot kicking towards Wei Wei's chest like a bolt of lightning. Using the recoil, she slid back several meters. Even before she steadied herself, her energy was already surging violently. A phantom white dragon emerged from within her, coiling around her arm and onto the spear. Wei Wei advanced again, his fists cutting through the air with a force that seemed to tear it apart. Su Firen gripped her silver spear tightly, took a deep breath, and summoned all her energy, her spirit reaching its peak. The white dragon entwined around the spear suddenly broke free, transforming into a silver-white light. As Su Firen swung her spear, the dragon leapt forward. This was the ultimate move from the Grand E-Spear manual white dragon emerges. It was the same move Su Firen used to defeat Long Outyan's bodyguard in seconds at the Zhonghuai High School sports field. The silver spear, accompanied by the phantom dragon, aimed directly at Wei Wei's chest. As it pierced through the air, it emitted a sharp whistle, unstoppable like lightning, scattering the surrounding sand. A hint of seriousness flashed in Wei Wei's eyes. His muscles tensed, and he quickly circulated his energy, preparing to withstand the deadly blow. However, just as the silver spear was about to touch him, Wei Wei suddenly sidestepped, his right hand darting out to seize the spear shaft. Su Firen had anticipated this. She knew Wei Wei was feigning to take the hit, intending instead to seize the spear again. With a flick of her wrist, the silver spear traced an unpredictable arc in the air, avoiding Wei Wei's grasp. The spear tip, like a dragon's tongue, emitted a dazzling white light aimed straight at Wei Wei's heart. Wei Wei reacted swiftly, pulling his hand back and crossing his arms to protect his chest. Yet the white spear light, as sharp as the finest blade, paused only briefly before piercing through his arms. Seeing this, Su Firen exerted all her strength, pushing the spear forward. With a crisp clang, the spear tip advanced further, piercing Wei Wei's skin. Despite his incredibly tough body, Wei Wei couldn't completely withstand this fatal strike. To avoid a hard injury, Wei Wei had to retreat, his feet digging deep trenches in the ground. Su Firen quickly withdrew her spear after the hit. Blood spurted from Wei Wei's chest, and he staggered, clutching his wound as he knelt on the ground. Wei Wei was shaken. Had he not managed to deflect the force in time, the spear tip would have pierced his heart, nearly costing him his life. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes burning with rage. This woman was utterly ruthless. He roared internally. This isn't over between us. Compared to Su Fei, Hong Yuan's luck could be described as a heaven-sent opportunity. He was surrounded by 3 candidates whose martial skills hadn't even reached the level of a martial artist, like lambs to the slaughter. A glint flashed in Hong Yuan's eyes, and with lightning-fast movements, he effortlessly eliminated the 3. The system immediately updated his information. Name, Hong Yuan. Candidate number, for 1,396 points. 3. Survival time, 5 minutes. After defeating the 3, Hong Yuan was secretly pleased, but he knew it was far from enough. To get into a top university, he not only had to survive this brutal elimination match, but also accumulate a large number of points. He immediately activated his Heaven's Eye, a magical ability that allowed him to clearly see scenes miles away. As his skills improved, this distance would extend even further. Scanning his surroundings, Hong Yuan quickly locked onto a target. He retracted his gaze, closed his Heaven's Eye, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. 6 miles to the northwest, a male candidate of 1-star martial artist level was wandering about. As a 4-star martial artist, Hong Yuan found dealing with such an opponent to be a piece of cake. He charged forward with long strides, reaching the male candidate in just a few dozen seconds. By the time the candidate heard the sound of the wind breaking, Hong Yuan was less than 10 meters away. In the next moment, Hong Yuan's fist, like a tiger released from its cage, slammed into the unsuspecting opponent. The candidate, still in a daze, was knocked to the ground with a single punch and instantly lost consciousness. As the male candidate lost consciousness, the card in his pocket quietly shattered. A white light enveloped his body, and with a flash, the unconscious candidate vanished into thin air, transported out of the examination field, marking his elimination. Hong Yuan did not pause, continuing his hunting journey. After defeating 5 candidates in succession, he encountered a tricky opponent. This was a short, skinny male candidate with sunken cheeks, thick hair, yet somewhat balding, a live wire like a skinny monkey. However, Hong Yuan did not dare to underestimate him. Sensing the opponent's powerful aura, 6-star martial artist level, 2 ranks higher than himself. Despite this, Hong Yuan did not back down. He had twice eliminated the negative energy, his physique having undergone double tempering, making him even more formidable than this skinny monkey candidate. Hong Yuan calculated that such a master must have an impressive background, either from a noble family, proficient in various martial arts, or with extraordinary talent, breaking through to a 6-star martial artist in just 4 months. Either scenario meant that the opponent's combat power far exceeded that of a typical 6-star martial artist. Hong Yuan did not let his guard down and decided to test the waters first. He quickly closed in and exchanged punches with the opponent. This blow nearly fractured his palm, but it also earned him 3 breaths of spiritual energy. Hong Yuan noticed that the skinny monkey candidate did not draw any weapons, guessing the opponent might specialize in hand-to-hand combat. Though adept in swordsmanship, Hong Yuan wanted to engage in close combat with the opponent. He knew his body grew stronger with each battle, and close combat would allow him to gain more spiritual energy. However, the exchange made Hong Yuan realize that the skinny monkey candidate's physique was far more indestructible than he had imagined. The skinny monkey candidate was pushed back 3 steps by Hong Yuan's punch, his brows furrowed, and an unpleasant expression crossed his face as he spat out a curse. Hong Yuan rubbed his swollen wrist, inwardly cautious. This fight was likely to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Upon hearing the crude remarks from the skinny monkey-like candidate, Hong Yuan was filled with rage and retorted sharply, "Your mother is dead too." He silently cursed the candidate for his low character, daring to be so disrespectful at the martial arts exam. Without further words, both of them launched at each other, fists flying. Spiritual energy surged, kicking up a storm of sand and dust. Hong Yuan moved like lightning, delivering a punch followed by a sweeping kick. The agile candidate leaped back gracefully, dodging the attack. Seeing this, Hong Yuan advanced instead of retreating, his chest swelling as he gathered energy in his throat. He suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed his opponent like a blazing sun. The intense heat instantly melted the sandy ground into liquid. This move, known as Blazing Inferno, originated from the Great Burning Heaven technique and was incredibly powerful. However, as the smoke and dust cleared, the figure of the skinny candidate emerged, encased in a block of purple ice crystal. Hong Yuan's eyes narrowed, realizing that his opponent might possess the level talent of purple crystal ice or purple jade mystical ice. He glanced at the sky. It was only 8:30 in the morning, with 3.5 hours to go until noon. The skinny candidate shattered the ice crystal, a purple ice crystal sword forming in his hand. Unyielding, Hong Yuan summoned the Xinjiang blade from his Kunlun jade pendant, and with a swipe of his left hand, the blade ignited in flames. The opponent flicked the tip of his sword, sending a barrage of ice spikes shooting forward. Hong Yuan swung his fiery blade, clashing with the ice spikes, filling the air with steam. Before the mist could dissipate, Hong Yuan had already ghosted to his opponent's side, the Xinjiang blade carving a searing path through the air, sizzling as it went. The skinny candidate responded calmly, taking a step back as the ice sword met the fiery blade. Cold met heat, and with a thunderous crash, sparks and ice shards flew. In an instant, the ice crystal sword melted into a puddle, yet the Xinjiang blade remained unscathed. The skinny monkey candidate's ice crystal sword suddenly turned into a puddle of water, and without hesitation, He swung a heavy punch directly at Hong Yuan's chest. Although Hong Yuan had the ability to dodge, he chose to take the hit head-on. The skinny monkey candidate looked at Hong Yuan, who he had knocked to the ground with a punch, filled with confusion and couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you dodge?" Hong Yuan slowly got up, his expression unchanged, and replied, "Because I'm not afraid." As he spoke, he returned the Zhengyang blade to the Kunlun jade pendant. The skinny monkey candidate was even more puzzled. "Why aren't you afraid?" Not being afraid means not being afraid. Hong Yuan sighed inwardly, knowing he couldn't tell the other that getting hit allowed him to gain spiritual energy. Both of them had lost their weapons and engaged in an intense hand-to-hand combat. This was Hong Yuan's area of expertise. They exchanged blows wildly, with no particular strategy. The skinny monkey candidate had incredible stamina, battling Hong Yuan fiercely for a full 2 hours. By this time, Hong Yuan was bruised and battered, his body covered in bruises, looking severely injured. In contrast, the skinny monkey candidate's injuries were lighter. However, it was strange that despite Hong Yuan's heavier injuries, he seemed to be growing stronger. On the other hand, the skinny monkey candidate's punches were gradually losing strength, and 2 hours of fierce fighting had left him exhausted. The skinny monkey candidate was anxious. This can't go on. His face grew more concerned. With his level talent and the status of a 6-star martial artist, he should have easily entered a top-tier university. Yet, this kid in front of him was getting stronger by the minute. If this continued, he feared he would lose and end up at a third-rate university. A third-rate university? Absolutely not. With this thought, the skinny monkey candidate mustered all his strength and punched Hong Yuan, sending him flying. But instead of pursuing his advantage, he turned and ran without hesitation, not wasting a moment. How could Hong Yuan let him escape? Seeing the skinny monkey candidate trying to flee, he immediately summoned the Zhengyang blade, leaped into the air, and decisively eliminated the candidate with a slash. Initially, Hong Yuan wanted to prolong the fight, but he hadn't expected the opponent to choose to run. Fortunately, the spiritual energy within him was now sufficient. Surveying the area to ensure no other candidates were around, Hong Yuan sat cross-legged and began to break through. In just a few minutes, he completed his breakthrough and reached the level of a 5-star martial artist. Top fighters are always a minority. In the annual martial arts exam, less than 20 of candidates managed to break through to the martial artist level, while the remaining 80 remain at the martial practitioner level. Hong Yuan activated his heavenly eye, scanning long distances for other candidates. None could escape his grasp once spotted. From noon until dusk, he eliminated 36 candidates. Among them, only 3 had reached the martial artist level, and they were all 1-star or 2-star martial artists, no match for him. Meanwhile, Hong Lan and Hong Hu spent the entire day watching the live broadcast. Although the camera never focused on Hong Yuan, they saw the intense battle between Su Firen and Wei Wei at the beginning. The two fought from morning until afternoon. Su Firen was strong, but Wei Wei's talent happened to counter her. Ultimately, Su Firen managed to severely injure Wei Wei, but was also exhausted and suffered severe internal injuries. Suddenly, the TV interrupted with the latest rankings. Hong Lan rubbed her eyes, her voice filled with shock. "Look at the 10th place on the leaderboard." Hong Hu, who was eating, looked up at the screen. The name that caught his eye was unmistakable: Hong Yuan. Li Chang'an and Luo Lai are tied for first place with 54 points each. Close behind is Shao Shao with 52 points, followed by Mu Yunlu with 51 points in 4th place, and Chun Zhou with 50 points in 5th. Jiang Pingxiao, Sito Lan, Xiao Lin, Sun Zongfeng, and Hong Yuan hold the 6th to 10th places with 49, 48, 47, 46, and 45 points, respectively. Hong Hu stared at the leaderboard in disbelief, muttering to himself, "It must be someone with the same name." Hong Lan nodded in agreement. "Our brother has inflevel talent, and the cameras didn't even give him a close-up. It's probably another candidate with the same name." They both thought to themselves that if someone with inflevel talent made it into the top 10, it would be as unbelievable as a pig climbing a tree. What they didn't know, however, was that Hong Yuan possessed a Kunlun jade pendant, a sacred artifact of the Swallowing Sky Demon sect. To avoid attracting deadly trouble, he kept this secret deeply buried and told no one. Hong Yuan leafed through his diary, which recorded that either Li Chang'an or Luo Lai would become the top scorer, while the other would take second place. Unfortunately, the diary didn't specify who would be first and who second, only that both were extraordinarily powerful. As night fell, danger lurked around every corner. Exhausted from a day of intense battles, Hong Yuan found a hidden spot to rest. Just then, his hearing, heightened by the activation of his heavenly eye, picked up a faint sound. Alert, Hong Yuan turned and focused his gaze in the direction of the sound. In the darkness of the desert sands, he saw a young girl collapsed on the ground, her high ponytail gently swaying in the breeze. He recognized her immediately and swiftly moved to Su Firen's side. "Hey!" Hong Yuan gently shook Su Firen's shoulder. "Are you okay?" Su Firen opened her eyes groggily, recognizing Hong Yuan, and weakly replied, "Do I look okay?" Before she could finish, she fainted again. Seeing this, Hong Yuan had no choice but to carry her in search of a safe place to hide. Just past midnight, as Hong Yuan rested with his eyes closed, his candidate card suddenly flashed two important messages. The desert is gradually shrinking. Please move to the central area of the desert. Candidates still on the outskirts of the desert by 8 a.m. tomorrow will be directly transported out, losing the opportunity to continue the warrior entrance exam. Starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow, after eliminating other candidates, you will inherit 50 of their points. The first message reminded Hong Yuan of the shrinking circle mechanism in games like PUBG and Peacekeeper Elite. As the exam progressed and the number of candidates decreased, the desert area needed to shrink to ensure more frequent skirmishes between candidates. The second message introduced a new point system. Previously, eliminating a candidate would only earn 1 point. But starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow, if he eliminated a candidate with 4 points, Hong Yuan would not only gain the original 1 point, but also inherit 50 of the opponent's points, earning an additional 2 points, totaling 3 points. This new mechanism was undoubtedly designed to encourage battles among strong candidates. After all, whether eliminating a 6-star warrior or a 6-star martial artist, originally only 1 point was awarded, making it more appealing to challenge the less formidable 6-star martial artist. As the first light of dawn broke, the chill of the desert slowly dissipated. Su Firen gradually opened her eyes, her pale complexion hinting at her less than ideal condition. Hong Yuan noticed she was awake and immediately crouched in front of her, offering a bottle of mineral water with concern in his voice. Would you like some? Su Firen didn't respond, merely shook her head expressionlessly. Holding the bottle, Hong Yuan spoke with a complex expression. Even at the martial master level, going 10 days without food or water wouldn't cause much fatigue. I don't have any healing elixirs. His voice carried deep guilt, recalling how he had been severely injured by Long Outyan's bodyguard, and how, if it weren't for Su Firen administering the Shao Luo Bao Dan in time, he might have perished. Seeing the worry on Hong Yuan's face, Su Firen finally spoke, her voice weak but firm. I took a healing elixir before I passed out. My injuries are not serious anymore. I fainted yesterday because I was exhausted, not because of severe injuries. Hearing this, Hong Yuan felt slightly relieved and softly said, I'm glad you're okay. After a brief silence, he couldn't help but ask, who hurt you? Wei Wei from Jinyuan Prefecture. Su Firen answered briefly, then added, but he's worse off. His injuries are more severe than mine. Hong Yuan immediately looked indignant. Where is he? I'll take care of that guy and get some payback for you. Su Firen turned her head slightly, seemingly not wanting to see Hong Yuan's expression. His level is much higher than yours. I need to rest quietly now, and I should be healed by noon. This implied that Hong Yuan should not disturb her for the time being. Though Hong Yuan had much to say, he didn't know how to start, so he simply sat quietly next to Su Firen. They remained silent, Su Firen with her back to Hong Yuan, and Hong Yuan facing her in stillness. By 8 a.m., the desert was gradually shrinking. Although Hong Yuan and Su Firen were not at the very center, they were quite close, so they didn't need to move. As the desert's circle shrank, other participants from the outskirts began moving toward the center. To avoid disturbing Su Firen's rest, Hong Yuan took the initiative, dealing with several groups of passing participants a few miles away. The highest level among them was only a 9-star martial artist. After handling 2 participants, he activated his heavenly eye again to survey the surroundings. At that moment, Hong Yuan noticed a white figure moving swiftly in the distant yellow sands. It was a young man in a snowy white robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, carrying a long sword slung across his back. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped up a massive sandstorm, forming a huge tornado heading straight for the young man. Faced with this sudden storm, most would choose to dodge. Even a master of the martial master level could easily avoid it with their extraordinary speed. However, this young man did not evade. Instead, he drew the long sword from his back with a clear ringing sound and charged towards the sandstorm with determination. Just as the tornado was about to engulf him, he leaped into the air, soaring 100 meters high. Midair, he swung his sword, and as it sliced through, the air seemed to split. The enormous tornado was instantly cleaved in two by his blade, scattering into countless tiny sand particles that fell all around. After the young man sliced through the swirling sandstorm with his sword, he skillfully sheathed it. He untied a wine flask from his waist, took a hearty swig of the crisp, refreshing wine, and laughed joyously. What a thrill! Then, he charged forward again, leaving a long trail of footprints on the golden dunes. Hong Yuan frowned as he watched the young man's figure. The direction in which this powerful individual was running led straight to where Su Firen was resting with her eyes closed. Without hesitation, Hong Yuan leapt into the air, moving like lightning, and in just a few strides, he covered 100 meters to block the young man's path. The young man abruptly halted, his right hand already reaching for the sword on his back. As the distance closed, Hong Yuan could see the young man's features clearly. A face as smooth as jade, eyes bright as spring, eyebrows as clear as an autumn moon, a tall and slender build, and a head of dark hair tied back with a golden ribbon. The words handsome and dignified perfectly described him. Hong Yuan clasped his hands in greeting. My friend is injured and resting ahead. I fear you might disturb her. Could you take a different route? Unexpectedly, the young man withdrew his hand and returned the greeting with a smile. Of course. Before Hong Yuan could ask his name, he had already sprinted away, leaving behind only a graceful silhouette. Hong Yuan turned back and jogged to where Su Firen was. Hearing footsteps, Su Firen slowly rose, her back to Hong Yuan, and said calmly, I need to go. Hong Yuan tried to dissuade her. You said you wouldn't be fully healed until noon, and it's only 10 in the morning. Why not rest a bit longer? Su Firen refused. I'm mostly recovered. The remaining injuries will only reduce my combat ability by 10%, which is enough for the upcoming battle. With that, she prepared to leave. Hong Yuan caught up to her, mustering his courage. Don't be mad at me. There might be danger around, and you're not fully recovered. I'm not mad at you. Su Firen stopped, her voice trembling slightly. I'm mad at myself. She turned to face Hong Yuan, tears glistening in her eyes. I admit I have feelings for you, but my affection isn't cheap. I've told you about my parents, and I've said if I can't find someone I truly love, I'd rather be alone forever. As soon as Su Firen finished speaking, she turned to leave, but Hong Yuan grabbed her arm. How can you be so sure I don't like you? Didn't you say you already have someone you love, named Shao Shao, who lives across from you? You even swore you'd never let her down. Su Firen repeated Hong Yuan's words verbatim. She tried to pull away, but Hong Yuan held on tightly. But I realized. I like you too. You're saying what? Su Firen interrupted him, her pale face turning a deep red as she hurriedly added. I won't forgive you so easily. Just as Hong Yuan was about to explain, an unwelcome voice interrupted from behind. Such a touching scene of mutual affection. Upon hearing such a mood-killing remark, both Hong Yuan and Su Firen's faces flushed instantly. They turned around simultaneously to see a man with a dark face standing not far away, his eyes filled with provocation. Hong Yuan, burning with anger, shouted sternly. Who the hell are you? The dark-faced man was not intimidated and coldly replied. It's none of your business who I am. A flicker of recognition crossed Su Firen's eyes as she whispered to Hong Yuan. He's the Wei I mentioned before. Su Firen stepped in front of Hong Yuan, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Ignoring past grievances, she directly challenged. Even though you narrowly beat me yesterday, I still refuse to accept it. Today, we need to settle this once and for all. Despite still recovering from serious injuries, Wei's face was pale, but his demeanor remained fierce. Fine, just don't run away today if you have the guts. Su Firen was about to summon her silver spear to fight, when she noticed Hong Yuan's hand still gripping her arm. She feigned annoyance. Let go of me. Can't you see I have something important to do? Instead, Hong Yuan gently pulled her behind him, speaking with determination. You're not fully healed yet. You should continue to rest. Let me take this fight for you. Su Firen looked at Hong Yuan in surprise. You're only a 5-star martial artist. She was shocked at how quickly Hong Yuan had progressed. Then she added with concern. Even if you've reached 5 stars, you can't beat him. Wei is a 9-star martial artist, for levels above you, and he knows many family-inherited martial skills that make him stronger than most 9-star martial artists. With the sun blazing overhead, Hong Yuan turned back to Su Firen and explained. Wei is seriously injured. Although he's mostly recovered, his combat strength isn't at its peak. At most, he's at the level of a 7-star or maybe an 8-star martial artist. After a brief pause, he added, besides, I'm no pushover. You can back me up, and if I can't handle it, you can step in. Su Firen hesitated. 2 against 1 seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? She was still concerned about the code of conduct among warriors. Hong Yuan, however, flashed a sly smile. We're the righteous 2 against 1. Plus, this is the martial arts entrance exam. There's no need to stick to the code of honor. He analyzed. Even if you beat Wei, you'd probably end up severely injured, requiring a lot of time to recover. You haven't earned any points yet, which could prevent you from getting into a top university. Save your strength for earning points. Pointing at Wei, he confidently said, leave this little punk to me. I'll make sure he regrets it. Su Firen finally nodded in agreement. All right then. But she didn't forget to caution. Be careful. Wei is very powerful. He has a diamond attribute talent, making his body extremely tough, which is highly effective against spear-type weapons. Hearing this, Hong Yuan felt even more confident. He thought to himself, while the diamond attribute counters sharp weapons, the fire attribute counters the metal attribute. Facing Wei, he might actually have an elemental advantage. It was near noon, with the sun at its peak, and considering Wei's previous injuries, even though Wei's level was 4 stars higher, Hong Yuan felt he had a chance to win. Hong Yuan released Su Firen's arm, and seeing this, Su Firen retreated 100 meters away, keeping herself out of the combat's reach while staying close enough to provide timely assistance if Hong Yuan was in danger. Wei Wei looked at Hong Yuan with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He had little interest in a low-level opponent. Despite his injuries, the level difference was so significant that he considered this battle nothing more than a walk in the park. He said indifferently, "I'll deal with you first, then settle the score with Su Firen." Wei Wei turned to Hong Yuan, his body instantly turning a golden hue, as if cloaked in a layer of shining armor. He taunted, "I'm quite the fighter, you'd better brace yourself." Hearing this, Hong Yuan couldn't help but inwardly scoff. What nonsense is this guy spouting? He retorted with equal defiance. "I'm quite formidable too, you'd better brace yourself." This remark instantly ignited Wei Wei's fury. In a flash, he was in front of Hong Yuan, swinging a large hand towards his face. Hong Yuan cursed inwardly. So much for the rule of not hitting the face first. This guy's got no class. He quickly shielded his face with both hands, planting his feet firmly into the ground. A terrifying force struck Hong Yuan's arms, forcing him to slide back. His feet carved deep grooves into the sandy ground, but within seconds, Hong Yuan regained his balance. He marveled to himself. 6 breaths of spiritual energy. Despite Wei Wei being injured, the power of that punch was still formidable. Shaking his numb arms, Hong Yuan had to admit, truly worthy of a 9-star warrior. Wei Wei wasn't done yet. His muscles tensed, his skin taking on an even more brilliant gold, like a human statue. Suddenly, he launched himself like an arrow from a bow straight at Hong Yuan. Seeing this, Hong Yuan reacted swiftly. Knowing the elbow is the hardest bone, he delivered a powerful strike aimed at Wei Wei's incoming head. The force was mutual. Both put their full strength into it, and as head met elbow, they were sent flying backwards. Hong Yuan felt a sharp pain from his elbow to his shoulder, as if his bones were about to crack. But Wei Wei fared no better, clutching his head and kneeling on the ground, howling in pain. Ignoring his own pain, Hong Yuan stepped back, clutching his arm. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a flame towards the writhing Wei Wei. From the fire came Wei Wei's agonized screams, and soon, a charred figure emerged from the flames. Though Wei Wei was protected by his golden armor, fire overcomes metal, and now he was visibly burnt. Hong Yuan wanted to unleash another flame, but Wei Wei's frantic dodging made it hard to aim. Frustrated, Hong Yuan decided to switch tactics, moving in for close combat. He lunged at Wei Wei, grabbing him by the neck and landing 2 solid punches. These punches seemed to snap Wei Wei back to his senses. Reacting quickly, he twisted around Hong Yuan's waist, using his strength to pin Hong Yuan down, then raised his fist for a barrage of punches. From a distance, Su Firen saw this, and was about to rush in to help Hong Yuan. But just then, Hong Yuan erupted with a surge of spiritual energy, engulfing himself in flames. With Wei Wei on top, he suddenly felt the intense heat, and tried to retreat. But Hong Yuan didn't give him the chance, kicking Wei Wei's legs out from under him. Wei Wei lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground. Hong Yuan seized the opportunity, quickly mounting Wei Wei's waist, and raining down punches. However, Wei Wei didn't concede. He powered his waist, flipping Hong Yuan off, and once again pinned him down. The two wrestled on the ground, like 2 children fighting over a toy, yet each move was laden with lethal force. As time passed, Hong Yuan's spiritual energy surged. More importantly, noon was approaching. The bruises on Hong Yuan's face, inflicted by Wei Wei, faded visibly, as if he had taken a miraculous remedy. Initially, only Hong Yuan's flames could harm Wei Wei. His punches felt like mere tickles. But as noon drew nearer, Wei Wei could clearly feel Hong Yuan's punches growing heavier, each strike carrying immense power. Hong Yuan's strength was increasing at an astonishing rate, tipping the scales of the battle in his favor. In the distance, Su Firen, observing the battlefield, noticed something amiss, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Despite Wei Wei's earlier injuries and the inherent advantage of fire over metal, it seemed improbable that Hong Yuan could overpower Wei Wei, given their significant difference in skill level. Did he take some kind of strength-boosting pill? Su Firen pondered to himself. How did he suddenly become so strong? On the battlefield, Hong Yuan's momentum continued to build, showing no signs of slowing down. Realizing the urgency, Wei Wei decided not to delay any longer. A metallic saber materialized in his hand, indicating his intent to end the fight swiftly. Refusing to back down, Hong Yuan summoned his Zhengyang blade. Gripping the hilt firmly with his right hand and gently caressing the blade with his left, he ignited it with fierce flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply and the air to shimmer with heat. In an instant, the two closed the distance between them. As their blades clashed, the spiritual energy surged, scattering the surrounding dust and forming a small whirlwind. Usually, in such direct confrontations, Hong Yuan would be pushed back by Wei Wei's power. However, this time, the situation was reversed. Hong Yuan stood firm, while Wei Wei was forced to retreat repeatedly. Sensing the danger, Wei Wei quickly withdrew several meters. Taking a deep breath, he circulated his inner energy, causing his metallic saber to expand into a massive blade, stretching 40 meters long. Feeling the surge of strength within him, Hong Yuan's confidence soared. Instead of retreating, he advanced, gripping his blade with both hands, raising it skyward, and bracing himself in a solid stance to intercept the descending giant blade. The massive blade bore down like a mountain, causing Hong Yuan's legs to sink under the immense weight. Yet he did not yield. Instead, he mustered all his strength, veins bulging on his face, as the flames on his Zhengyang blade flared even more intensely. The Zhengyang blade, enhanced by its fire attributes and Hong Yuan's added flames, had become a weapon capable of slicing through metal and stone. With a powerful surge, Hong Yuan pushed the blade upward, gradually cutting through the 4-meter-long giant blade. The giant blade shattered with a resounding crack, leaving Wei Wei stunned. In that instant, Hong Yuan dashed forward, appearing before Wei Wei like a specter. This is bad. Wei Wei's mind screamed in alarm, but it was too late. Hong Yuan's Xingyang blade slashed down on Wei Wei's shoulder, its searing edge effortlessly slicing through his golden skin, cutting into flesh and embedding into bone. I concede. Wei Wei cried out in pain, fearing his right arm would be severed if he delayed any longer. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan did not immediately withdraw his blade but instead demanded coldly, "Give me the card." Enduring the agony, Wei Wei shakily pulled a card from his chest pocket with his left hand and tossed it to Hong Yuan. Only then did Hong Yuan slowly retract his Zhengyang blade. The battle concluded. Su Firen hurried over. Hong Yuan smiled and handed Wei Wei's card to Su Firen, saying, "Here, this is for you." Wei Wei glared at Hong Yuan, eyes filled with resentment. "What's your name?" Hong Yuan's smile vanished as he frowned and asked, "Are you planning revenge?" Su Firen quickly warned Wei Wei, "He's from my Dai house, my grandfather's adopted grandson. You better not do anything rash, or my grandfather won't let you off." Ignoring Wei Wei, Hong Yuan turned to Su Firen and said, "Break Wei Wei's card, and he'll be eliminated. You'll also gain his points." Su Firen nodded and promptly crushed Wei Wei's card. A white light enveloped Wei Wei, and in a flash, he was transported away. Hong Yuan swiftly sheathed his Zhengyang blade, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "That kid can't handle losing. The way he looked at me was full of malice. I feel like he wants to get back at me." "Are you scared?" Su Firen asked with a smirk. "Then why did you jump in to fight?" "I did it for you. That's why I offended that jerk," Hong Yuan replied, feigning annoyance, though he secretly felt relieved to see Su Firen finally smile. "What's going on with you?" Su Firen asked curiously, observing Hong Yuan's growing aura. "How do you keep getting stronger the more you fight?" Hong Yuan glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then leaned in close to Su Firen and whispered, "It's a secret of mine. I've managed to elevate my ability to a rank." "Abilities can level up?" Su Firen asked, struggling to hide her shock. "Then what?" "My rank ability is called Sun," Hong Yuan explained. "The closer it is to noon, the stronger I become. But at night, I get weaker. Plus, during the day, I absorb spiritual energy faster, while at night, it slows down." To Su Firen, a rank ability didn't seem particularly impressive. She was more concerned with, "How did you enhance your ability?" "I can't tell you that," Hong Yuan said gravely. "If others found out, it could lead to deadly consequences." Seeing Hong Yuan's seriousness, Su Firen decided not to press further. Hong Yuan touched his nose and cautiously asked, "Are we good now?" "I never said I forgave you." Su Firen raised her voice, sounding displeased. "Why don't you go find your Shao Shao?" Hong Yuan sighed, feeling torn. He remembered the guilt he felt towards Shao Shao as noted on the last page of his diary, and he also thought of the happy marriage recorded with Su Firen. He didn't want to let down either Shao Zhao's feelings or Su Firen's. "I just don't want to hurt anyone's feelings," Hong Yuan confessed, "whether it's you or Shao Shao." Sensing Hong Yuan's dilemma, Su Firen reminded him, "Let's worry about the future later. For now, let's focus on the martial arts exam." Hearing this, Hong Yuan pushed aside his emotions and said, "You don't have many points left. We should split up." "I'm almost fully recovered," Su Firen said, drawing her silver spear. "You'll be weaker at night, so I'll come find you then." "I'll find you instead," Hong Yuan suggested, pointing to his eyes, "since my eyes are better at locating people." Su Firen acknowledged his offer and disappeared into the distance, eager to find other candidates as she only had Wei Wei's points. Hong Yuan activated his heavenly sight to scan his surroundings. Once he confirmed it was safe, he sat down cross-legged, intending to use the abundant spiritual energy he gained from the recent battle to break through to his 6-star warrior. Starting at noon, Hong Yuan began hunting other candidates relentlessly, knowing he could inherit 50 of their points upon elimination. With the telescopic ability of the Eye of Heaven, he easily locked onto targets, sweeping through dozens of candidates. By evening, his score skyrocketed to 398 points, placing him 7th, just behind Luo Lai with 439 points and Li Chang'an with 438 points. However, the intense battles took a heavy toll on Hong Yuan. His body felt drained, and even standing was a struggle. As night fell, he had to slow down, spending 2 hours to finally track down Su Firen. At that moment, Su Firen was engaged in a fight. With a swift sweep of her silver spear, She created a silver arc that instantly knocked down 3 opponents around her. Hong Yuan staggered forward and weakly inquired about her score. Only 167 points. Su Firen glanced at her card. I've only encountered rookies. Early on, it's mostly rookies, Hong Yuan replied, visibly exhausted. But it will get tougher later. Seeing his weakened state, Su Firen astutely noticed that his energy was equivalent to that of a 3-star martial artist. Hong Yuan sighed and explained, the sun talent is like that, strongest at noon, weakest at midnight. By late night, I probably won't even match a 1-star martial artist. In the pitch black night, Su Firen suggested they rest where they were. Hong Yuan took out a bottle of mineral water from his Kunlun jade pendant and naturally opened it for her. I'm not some helpless damsel, Su Firen said, taking the water, then suddenly teased. You're pretty good at this. Have you been opening bottles for Shao Shao often? No. This is the first time, Hong Yuan said with a chuckle, baffled by how women always thought of these things. Su Firen laughed, trying to hide her embarrassment. They rested in the darkness until dawn. Positioned near the desert's edge, they knew the boundary would shrink by 8 o'clock, so they quickly headed toward the center. Along the way, they encountered several opponents, all of whom were swiftly defeated by Su Firen's spear, her 9-star martial artist prowess making her nearly unbeatable. Suddenly, Su Firen stopped in her tracks. Following her gaze, Hong Yuan saw 2 figures, Long Outyin and Lu Ruyan, one tall and handsome, the other alluring and charming. Enemies always meet, Hong Yuan sneered. Su Firen turned to him and asked, do you want to defeat them or kill them? Let me say first. Hong Yuan looked at Su Firen, worried she might misunderstand his relationship with Lu Ruyan. I have no feelings for Lu Ruyan, but she doesn't deserve to die. As for Long Outyin, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He once tried to take my life. This is the martial arts exam. Injuries and deaths are inevitable. He can only blame his lack of strength. Hong Yuan's expression turned somber, his voice carrying an icy chill. If anyone's to blame, it's him for choosing a path to his own demise. Since you can't bring yourself to harm Lu Ruyan, I'll handle it for you. Su Firen interjected, then reminded him, remember, you must kill Long Outyin in 1 strike. If he's detected as severely injured, the card will immediately transport him away. Hearing this, Hong Yuan focused his mind, and a golden eye slowly appeared on his forehead. Spiritual energy gathered in the celestial eye, the golden light growing ever more intense, eventually forming a blinding beam of energy. Piercing through the wind and sand hundreds of meters away, a golden ray shot out from the celestial eye, precisely hitting Long Outyin's chest, leaving a bright, searing wound. This all happened in the blink of an eye. Long Outyin trembled, looking down at the hole in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Hong Yuan instantly appeared before him, coldly stating, you're going to die. Long Outyin tried to speak, but could only cough up blood. Do you regret not killing me back then? Hong Yuan opened his celestial eye again, sending another golden beam towards Long Outyin's head. Be a better person in your next life. Long Outyin's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. This scene left Lu Ruyan's legs weak, collapsing onto the sand, pleading tearfully, please don't kill me. Seeing Hong Yuan remain silent, Su Firen shot Lu Ruyan in the head, severely injuring her. I only injured her, Su Firen clarified, as she didn't want to overstep, considering Lu Ruyan was Hong Yuan's ex-girlfriend. I've already said, I have no feelings for her. Do as you wish, Hong Yuan responded indifferently. Su Firen glanced at Hong Yuan's celestial eye, commenting, that eye of yours looks a bit odd. Hong Yuan withdrew the spiritual energy from his celestial eye, and his forehead returned to normal, leaving only a golden S symbol. Su Firen curiously asked, what's the deal with your third eye? It's a power I gained through cultivating a specific technique. Hong Yuan explained briefly, clearly unwilling to discuss the secret further, and Su Firen wisely refrained from prying. The sun's up, and you're back to full strength, so I won't be protecting you anymore, Su Firen said. Hong Yuan nodded. Go ahead, we'll go our separate ways and meet up tonight. With a firm grip on her spear, Su Firen vanished in a flash. Hong Yuan reopened his celestial eye, scanning the surroundings, and began his hunt. On the 3rd day of the martial arts exam, the desert area continued to shrink, intensifying the battles among the candidates. The weaker ones had already been eliminated, leaving only the strong contenders at the level of martial masters. With the mystical ability of the Eye of the Heavenly Tao, Hong Yuan easily locked onto his opponents. In just 5 hours, he successfully eliminated over 10 formidable candidates, skyrocketing his points to 1,600 and propelling him to 4th place on the leaderboard. As the sun set and dusk deepened, Hong Yuan felt his energy waning, aware that his power would significantly decrease at night. He decided to find Su Firen for mutual protection. However, after 4 hours of fruitless searching, it was only thanks to the Eye of the Heavenly Tao's warnings that he avoided falling into others' hands. Nightfall came, and the clock struck 11. Hong Yuan's strength had dwindled to that of a 3-star martial master. and he was drenched in cold sweat. He forced himself to stay alert, scanning his surroundings vigilantly, ready to evade any potential threats. By midnight, Hong Yuan's condition had hit rock bottom, with only the strength of a one-star martial master left. He fought off exhaustion, not daring to close his eyes, relying on the eye of the heavenly Tao to barely protect himself. At 2 a.m., Hong Yuan finally found the anxious Su Firen. He hurried over, concerned about her whereabouts. Su Firen carried a faint scent of blood and looked slightly pale. "Are you injured?" Hong Yuan asked anxiously. Su Firen smiled lightly and replied, "I encountered a 9-star martial master. We both got hurt. Don't worry, I've taken some healing pills and will recover soon." The two sat down together, with Hong Yuan inquiring further about her injuries. Su Firen pointed to her right arm and explained, "I got slashed here. That person has a nasty character and used a black machete. It should be Little Knife, who ranks 3rd. He's incredibly strong, and I don't have much chance against him, maybe just a 50-50 chance." Hearing this, a wave of anxiety washed over Hong Yuan. He turned to Su Firen, his voice tinged with evident worry. "You couldn't defeat him, which means the remaining candidates must be experts. What are we going to do?" Su Firen's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes sparkling with cunning. "The top 5 can get into a prestigious university. You just need to maintain your 4th place, and I'll strive to break into the top 5. That way we both get in." He paused, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. "To be honest, I've just been lucky, managing to take out a few weaklings." Hong Yuan took a deep breath, a wry smile appearing on his face. He was well aware of his own abilities. He could handle the weaker ones, but his chances were slim against the top contenders. Su Firen continued, his voice growing serious. "After 8 tomorrow morning, the desert will shrink to a very small area, making it easy to encounter other enemies. But don't worry, I'll do my best to protect you." He gazed into Hong Yuan's eyes and added, "Remember, don't rush to show your strength. Wait until noon to make your move, so no one discovers the nature of your solar talent." Hong Yuan nodded in understanding, recalling the notes in his journal. The martial arts exam would end on the 4th day. This meant that after dawn, when the area shrinks at 8, the final showdown would commence. After 3 days of fierce battles, the weaker candidates had been eliminated, leaving only the true experts. The area would be extremely small after the shrink, with dozens or even hundreds of experts crammed together, leading to inevitably intense battles. He realized that if he exposed his solar talent, which grew stronger towards noon, other candidates might team up to eliminate him before noon. He needed to bide his time, letting his strength build up, and then make a striking move. Hong Yuan said to Su Firen, "You should meditate and heal your injuries first. There's sure to be a fierce battle waiting for us after dawn." Su Firen took a healing pill from his spatial ring and handed it to Hong Yuan. "This is a healing pill. Keep it handy." Hong Yuan accepted the pill and carefully stored it in his Kunlun jade pendant. Su Firen then closed his eyes to meditate and heal his wounds. Hong Yuan finally had a moment to rest. He needed to adjust to his optimal state to face the impending final battle. As the sun rose, Hong Yuan felt his strength restored to the level of a 6-star martial master. It was 6 in the morning, and after a brief discussion, the two decided to head to the central area early to avoid the chaos of the 8 o'clock shrink and reduce the risk of encountering enemies on the way. In the center of the desert stood a lake, green as a gemstone, with the morning light casting golden ripples across its surface. Surrounding it were rolling sand dunes, and Hong Yuan, activating his celestial eye, noticed that almost every dune concealed candidates with notable auras. He gently patted Su Firen's shoulder and whispered, "There are many people around here. Let's find a place to hide too." Su Firen nodded in agreement, and the two of them concealed themselves behind a dune, quietly observing their surroundings. As the martial arts exam reached its final stage, everyone was particularly cautious, and things remained calm for the time being. However, as the time approached 8 in the morning, more and more candidates converged on the lake, and the air was thick with tension, ready to ignite at any moment. On the day of the final round of the martial arts college entrance exam, the entire Great Xia was in a frenzy. Major companies announced a day off, allowing employees to watch the competition from home. At the break of dawn, people across the nation were already seated in front of their televisions or computers, eagerly awaiting the start of this ultimate showdown. The official forum for the martial arts exam was buzzing with activity as netizens shared their predictions for the champion. Some of the most popular comments sparked widespread discussion. "Luo Lai has the greatest chance of winning," one user analyzed. "With the level of a 10-star warrior, his moves are swift and decisive, and no one has forced him to use a second move yet. What's even more exciting is that he seems to be holding back his true strength. Don't forget about Li Chang'an," another user countered. "He's also a 10-star warrior and has been praised by Chun Tianshou as the Ancien Millennium talent of Great Xia." Remember, Chun Tianshou is the former vice president of Yuanyang University, and his judgment is never wrong. The mysterious candidate, Shao Shao, also drew significant attention. One netizen revealed, Rumor has it he hails from the Tianxian Great Wall and might be the offspring of some notable figure. Coming from the front line against the demon clan, his strength should not be underestimated. A seasoned forum member even provided detailed odds for winning. Shout out 20, Li Chong on 25, Luo Lai 25, Mu Yunlu, the holy son of the Jade Emperor Treasure Realm, 10, Su Firen from the Great E Mansion 10, Chun Zhou from the Bright Moon Sword Pavilion 10. Yet, the fourth-ranked Hong Yuan became a point of contention. He just broke through to a 6-star warrior, making him an outlier in the top 10, someone mocked. The official coverage hasn't even given him a single highlight, clearly indicating he hasn't shown any impressive performance. Meanwhile, sisters Hong Lan and Hong, who sat in front of their home TV, still in disbelief that their brother was ranked 4th. Do you think our brother might have someone else taking the test for him? Hong, who suddenly suggested a bold idea. That's a serious crime. Big brother wouldn't do something so foolish. Hong Lan shook her head in denial, but then her eyes lit up. But he might have lied. With parents as talented as ours, how could he possibly have inflexible talent? Why would he lie? Just for fun? Hong Hu asked, puzzled. Hong Lan pondered. Maybe he wants to play the underdog. Claim he's got flevel talent, and then astonish everyone at the martial arts exam, making us eat our words. Hong Hu nodded in agreement. That does sound like something our brother would do. In the Dai mansion, Su Tianbao and Su Yuan were having a heated discussion about Hong Yuan's ranking. Su Yuan fired off questions rapidly. Dad, didn't you say yesterday that Hong Yuan had inflexible talent? How could he rank 4th? Did you make a mistake? Su Tianbao frowned and shook his head, equally puzzled. Don't ask me. I have no idea what's going on. Firen told me that earlier. Su Yuan pressed on. Hong Yuan just broke through to a 6-star warrior, yet he's ranked 4th. There are many candidates with higher levels who scored less than him. Did he cheat? Su Tianbao immediately retorted. He's Hong Sen's son. How could he cheat? After pondering for a moment, he reluctantly offered an explanation. Maybe he got lucky and encountered many novices who handed him points. Hearing the word luck, Su Yuan sighed. Firen wasn't so lucky this time. She ran into Wei Wei right at the start, losing a whole day. Otherwise, she'd be in the top 5 by now. Su Tianbao glared and scolded. Why are you so impatient? The competition is still on. Stop talking so negatively. Su Yuan forced a laugh to cover his embarrassment. I'm just anxious. Meanwhile, the desert area shrank to a radius of 3 miles. Hundreds of candidates were squeezed into this space, with a lake in the center, while the rest hid among the surrounding sand dunes. Hong Yuan watched his surroundings warily. There were people hiding behind dunes 15 meters to his left and 30 meters to his right, and shadows lurked in every possible hiding place around him. Why are there so many sneaky ones? Hong Yuan muttered to himself. At that moment, a burly man suddenly leaped up and landed in the center of the lake, fully exposed to everyone's view. This move was akin to courting death, as the current situation resembled a dark forest, where anyone exposed would be attacked by all. However, the man seemed unbothered, walking across the lake as if on solid ground. Su Firen tugged on Hong Yuan's sleeve and whispered, That's Luo Lai. He's tied for first with Li Chang'an. Look how arrogant he is. Hong Yuan cheekily replied, I figured. Su Firen corrected him. It's not arrogance. He's declaring, I'm here openly. Come and fight if you dare. Hong Yuan exclaimed, Isn't that arrogant? He's showing off all by himself. Luo Lai stood proudly in the lake, surveying his surroundings with disdain. Everyone, stop hiding and face me directly. Hong Yuan muttered under his breath. Just because you call me out doesn't mean I'll come out. Who do you think you are? Su Firen couldn't hold back her laughter. You're so cheeky. Before she finished speaking, a black-clad swordsman suddenly sprang up and landed opposite Luo Lai. A white crescent moon was embroidered on his back. Su Firen immediately recognized him. That's Chun Zhou from the Bright Moon Sword Pavilion, a 9-star warrior. As a sword cultivator, his killing power surpasses ordinary 10-star warriors. Hong Yuan was astonished. A sword cultivator? This is going to be interesting. Luo Lai's imposing figure stood tall in the middle of the lake, his black attire flapping fiercely in the wind. In stark contrast was Chun Zhou, whose demeanor was as refined as jade, standing upright like the ideal protagonist from a novel. Chun Zhou landed lightly on the water, creating subtle ripples around him. From the Bright Moon Sword Pavilion, Chun Zhou, at your service, he said, slowly drawing the long sword from his waist, locking eyes with Luo Lai. An invisible clash of sword energy seemed to crackle between them, with a faint ringing sound in the air. Luo Lai returned the gesture with a simple fist salute, then moved swiftly, charging across the lake's surface with each step sending water spraying. Chun Zhou swung his sword, the gleam like moonlight, unleashing 3 invisible sword energies. Luo Lai neither dodged nor retreated, charging straight ahead and delivering a punch that shattered the incoming sword energy with a fierce gust. Seeing this, Chun Zhou quickly retreated, swinging his sword again to release dozens of crisscrossing sword energies. Unyielding, Luo Lai countered with another punch. the force clashing fiercely with the sword energies. The lake's surface erupted into hundreds of ripples, the sword light intertwining with the shadow of punches. Each collision was silent, yet resonated like the most stirring symphony of nature. Chen Zhou's movements were agile as he fought while retreating. His sword energy, though not lethal, managed to somewhat hinder Luo Lai's advance. Growing agitated, Luo Lai suddenly let out a loud shout, dispersing several sword energies, and then leapt forward like lightning towards Chen Zhou. Despite his burly frame, Luo Lai's movements were anything but clumsy. He closed in on Chen Zhou in an instant, who countered rather than defended, his sword bypassing Luo Lai's fist to aim directly at his throat. Realizing the danger, Luo Lai crossed his arms to forcibly block the lethal strike. The clash of sword tip and forearm echoed with a clear clang. Chen Zhou flicked his wrist, channeling his entire spiritual energy to the sword tip. The sword carved a graceful arc in the air, the tip targeting Luo Lai's vital point. In that split second, Chen Zhou noticed Luo Lai's slight smile, as if to say, "I'm done playing with you." Luo Lai's right thumb and forefinger clamped the sword tip instantly, while his left hand formed a fist, gathering all his strength to deliver a powerful punch at Chen Zhou. The rushing wind carried sand and water vapor, forming a murky stream. This punch was far faster than the previous ones, leaving Chen Zhou no time to react, as if he were hit head-on by a speeding car. Before he could even spit out blood, his body rolled across the lake's surface, sending countless droplets flying. The ripples spread wide as Chen Zhou's figure grew smaller and farther away, eventually sinking beneath the lake as the force dissipated. An ordinary person would have likely been declared dead at this point. However, Chen Zhou, being a 9-star martial artist, managed to resurface moments later, his upper body bobbing above the water. His face was pale and he looked disheveled, his wet hair plastered messily to his face, a far cry from his earlier elegant demeanor. Luo Lai did not pursue further, instead stating calmly, "To withstand 70% of my strength with one punch, you've done well enough. Stand down." From a distance, Hong Yuan, who had been watching, couldn't make out Chen Zhou's expression but couldn't help commenting on Luo Lai's words. "That Luo Lai is really arrogant. I can't stand it." Upon hearing this, Su Firen's expression turned worried. "He has the strength to back it up, that's why he's so arrogant. If I were in Chen Zhou's place, I'd end up the same." Hong Yuan skillfully comforted Su Firen, "You're already amazing. If I took that punch, you'd be burning paper for me by next Qingming festival." Su Firen's furrowed brow relaxed, and a slight smile appeared. "You're really good at comforting people." On the lake in the distance, Chen Zhou dragged his battered body, stumbling awkwardly towards the shore. At that moment, another fearless warrior eagerly stepped up. This brave soul, an 8-star martial artist, leaped in front of Luo Lai, exclaiming boldly, "Let me face you." This time, Luo Lai didn't hold back at all. With a single palm strike, the lake erupted into a towering 100-meter wave, leaving everyone in awe. When the wave subsided, they were shocked to see Luo Lai's hand had pierced deeply into the warrior's left chest. Luo Lai slowly withdrew his blood-soaked hand, coldly stating, "This scar is my mark, your lifelong honor." With that, he kicked the warrior back into the desert. Luo Lai's words carried another message. Amateurs shouldn't bother. He only wanted to face true experts. Hong Yuan was indifferent, but Su Firen couldn't contain her excitement. She said eagerly, "I'm going to face him." Hong Yuan quickly advised, "Don't be impulsive. If you get hurt now, you'll be targeted in the upcoming battles." Su Firen was undeterred, her eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. A master like Luo Lai is a rare opportunity. She summoned her silver spear and was about to stand when a sinister voice suddenly came from behind. "I've been looking for you." Su Firen and Hong Yuan turned to see a young man with dragon and tiger tattoos and a hooked nose standing there. It was Shao Dao. Su Firen briefly instructed Hong Yuan, then turned to Shao Dao, coldly saying, "I've been looking for you too." Shao Dao gripped a machete in his right hand, his eyes fierce and his face menacing. His once fairly attractive face was marred by his expression. He chuckled, "You're looking for me too? Want to fight? I warn you, if I get serious, you won't survive." Su Firen retorted expressionlessly, "Getting your chest pierced by me wasn't pleasant, was it?" Shao Dao was instantly furious. "Didn't I slash your back too? Is your wound healed? Enough talk." Su Firen shook her spear, her voice icy. "If you're not convinced, we can keep fighting. I advise you not to clash head-on with me. I'm injured, but you could lose your life." Shao Dao seemed hesitant, likely not wanting a mutual defeat. Su Firen noticed and asked sharply, "Then why are you here?" Shao Dao finally revealed his intention. "I want to team up with you to take down that big fool in the middle of the lake." Su Firen bluntly replied, "I don't like ganging up on someone. Go find someone else." Shao Dao urged again, "If we don't join forces, neither of us can beat that big fool. If you want to win the championship, this is your only chance." Su Firen firmly refused once more. "I want to win, but I won't partner with someone like you, nor will I gang up on someone." Shao Dao, having met with failure, looked visibly angry. His eyes shone with defiance and challenge, and his clenched fists revealed the turmoil inside him. Beside him, Hong Yuan couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "What? Looking for a fight?" His tone carried a hint of mockery. "And who are you? A six-star martial artist? Do you even have the right to speak to me like that?" Shao Shao shot Hong Yuan a cold glance, his face full of disdain. He didn't regard Hong Yuan as worth his attention, like an insignificant ant. Hong Yuan looked up at the sky. The sun was hanging in the eastern sky, and it was almost 9 a.m. He calculated silently, realizing his strength was still growing, and at this moment, he might not have a significant advantage over Shao Shao. "Don't get cocky, just you wait." Hong Yuan gritted his teeth, his voice laced with threat. However, to Shao Shao, these words sounded as childish as a schoolyard taunt, like saying, "Meet me after school at the back gate." Shao Shao's gaze shifted between Hong Yuan and Su Firen before he turned and left without a word, his back exuding arrogance. Watching Shao Shao's retreating figure, Hong Yuan couldn't help but complain. That guy's personality is really awful. He speaks without thinking, just like a street thug. Su Firen thoughtfully analyzed. Probably some pampered rich kid, used to being arrogant and reckless, so he speaks so brazenly. The two sat back down on the sand, hiding behind a sand dune. Suddenly, Hong Yuan remembered something and asked, "You said you don't like bullying with numbers, so why didn't you refuse when I asked you to team up against Wei Wei?" Su Firen immediately retorted, "I politely declined. Okay. But you said something about justice in numbers, no need for chivalry, and besides, I didn't even join in. You beat Wei Wei on your own." She added, "Mainly, Xiao Dao's words were too harsh. I didn't want to team up with him. And if I can't win fairly, then I don't want to win at all." Hong Yuan teased, "You've got some principles, but not too many." At this point, Su Firen's ranking had dropped to 15th, and she needed more points to get into a top university. Hong Yuan's ranking had also slipped to 5th. Suddenly, Hong Yuan activated his Heaven's Eye and scanned the surroundings. He pointed to a sand dune and whispered to Su Firen, "There's someone hiding behind that dune, a six-star martial artist. Go take him out quickly." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Firen sprang up, gripping her spear tightly. Her left foot stomped the ground, and she shot forward like lightning, defeating the six-star martial artist in an instant. Seeing Su Firen return with her spear, Hong Yuan pointed to another dune and said quietly, "There's another person hiding there, a seven-star martial artist. You'll need to use all your strength to take him down in one blow." Su Firen nodded, her energy surging as she vanished like a phantom. Despite the opponent being a seven-star martial artist, he fell instantly to Su Firen's full-force surprise attack, a nine-star martial artist herself. Hong Yuan continued to point out targets around them, and these individuals fell one by one to Su Firen's spear. After defeating 6 people, Su Firen's ranking soared to 7th place. The surrounding candidates witnessed this and quietly withdrew. Hong Yuan stood up, surveyed the area, and noticed that within a 500-meter radius, not a single candidate was in sight. "You've scared everyone off," Hong Yuan remarked. "Let's search the area." Su Firen, exhilarated by the fighting, had already forgotten about her solo challenge with Luo Lai. She followed Hong Yuan, searching for new targets. As they walked, Hong Yuan observed, "These sneaky people are all hiding, waiting to take advantage of others' misfortune." But with the ability of the Heaven's Eye, Hong Yuan could easily see through the dunes and spot hidden individuals. His vision extended far beyond, capturing everything within a 10-mile radius. With his enhanced vision and perception, no candidate within 10 miles could escape Hong Yuan's eyes. They continued their advance, hunting for the next target, turning the entire exam field into their hunting ground. With the special ability of her Sky Eye, Su Firen can easily discern the true level of the candidates without needing to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy. With the dual advantages of X-ray vision and telescopic sight, she navigates the examination field as if it were uninhabited, eliminating over a dozen candidates within just an hour. Her score quickly soars to 2,400 points, propelling her to 3rd place, just behind Luo Lai and Li Chang'an. This shift pushes Hong Yuan down to 6th place. However, he remains unfazed. According to the diary, Su Firen was originally one of the top candidates in the martial arts exam, and with a recommendation letter from Su Tianbao, he is confident he can also gain admission to a top university. Besides, by noon, his strength is expected to peak, and with the power of his Sky Eye, catching up to Su Firen seems within reach. By 10 a.m., Hong Yuan's strength is steadily increasing. Although his level remains at 6-star martial master, his actual combat power has reached between 7 and 8 stars. After 2 rounds of physical enhancement from removing negative energy, his strength is on par with an ordinary 9-star martial master, though ordinary excludes geniuses like Su Firen, who comes from a prestigious family, practices advanced martial arts, and is skilled in the Da-E spear technique. Against Su Firen, Hong Yuan's chances of winning are indeed slim, but he is confident when facing other 9-star martial masters. He originally planned to wait until 11 a.m. when his strength peaked before making a move, but surprises often come unexpectedly. Suddenly, Shao Shao, accompanied by a man in white, blocked their path. Hong Yuan immediately recognized that both were at the 9-star martial master level. Who are you? Hong Yuan asked, eyeing the man in white. Are you looking for a fight? Su Firen simultaneously questioned Shao Shao. This unspoken coordination made Hong Yuan chuckle inwardly. The man in white had an outstanding aura, wearing spotless white garments and exuding elegance in every gesture. I am Mu Yunlu from the Jade Emperor's treasure realm, he said with a gentle smile and a clear voice. Su Firen first cast a disdainful glance at Shao Shao, then addressed Mu Yunlu. I've long heard of the renowned Saint Mu from the Jade Emperor's treasure realm. But your realm is known for its compassion, so why are you associating with people like him? Watch your words and your gaze, Shao Shao immediately retorted. Mu Yunlu smiled and said, Shao Shao is straightforward and honest. I've known him for a long time. He's a friend worth having. So you're teaming up with him against me? Su Firen frowned. Mu Yunlu nodded slightly and said, a friend's request cannot be refused. I hope you understand. In the center of the lake, Luo Lai and the other candidates were locked in an intense battle, with splashes of water and surges of energy filling the air. Meanwhile, a small-scale skirmish quietly broke out by the desert next to the lake, slowly reducing the number of candidates. Hong Yuan, a 6-star martial artist, was desperately trying to buy time. He shouted loudly, what kind of heroes are you to bully a 6-star martial artist like me? If you're so bold, go after Luo Lai in the lake. Even if he offers you a tonon, you wouldn't dare. However, Shao Shao had no intention of letting Hong Yuan continue his taunts. He turned to Mu Yunlu and whispered, I'll handle this guy. You take care of the woman. Mu Yunlu frowned and replied, she's Su Firen from the Great Yi Prefecture, and she's very strong. My chances against her aren't great. You need to quickly deal with this 6-star martial artist, and then come help me with Su Firen. Shao Shao nodded confidently. Don't worry, he'll wrap this up in 2 strikes. Su Firen, with a serious expression, quietly told Hong Yuan, Mu Yunlu is no weaker than Shao Shao. I can't spare the energy to protect you. Be careful. If you can't win, run and keep the card in hand. Shao Shao looks like he holds grudges. If he catches up to you, don't let him kill you. Her words carried a warning that if pursued by Shao Shao, Hong Yuan should crush the card and voluntarily forfeit the competition to avoid serious injury or death. Shao Shao, Mu Yunlu, and Su Firen were all top-tier, 9-star martial artists. The duel between Su Firen and Mu Yunlu was destined to be a long one. But if Shao Shao could first defeat Hong Yuan and then team up with Mu Yunlu, Su Firen would likely face elimination. Su Firen stood tall, channeling her energy to the limit, with the faint sound of a dragon's roar echoing. This was her first time going all out during the martial arts exam, and her abundant energy made even Mu Yunlu take on a serious demeanor. Su Firen is getting serious. I don't know how long I can hold on. You need to finish quickly. Before Mu Yunlu could finish his sentence, Su Firen's silver spear thrust toward his face like lightning. Their figures vanished from their spot, reappearing in the distant desert. The power of Su Firen's attack was astonishing, forcing Mu Yunlu back 2 kilometers. Yet, Shao Shao remained in place, not rushing to act. Hong Yuan, puzzled, asked, why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for? Shao Shao smirked and replied, I'm waiting for Su Firen and Mu Yunlu to exhaust each other, and then I'll deal with you. Hong Yuan pressed, aren't you supposed to deal with me first, and then help Mu Yunlu against Su Firen? Shao Shao gave a sinister smile, openly stating, because I want to take first place, and both Mu Yunlu and Su Firen are obstacles. His words revealed his intention to wait until both were weakened, so he could benefit as a bystander. Hong Yuan exclaimed in surprise, isn't Mu Yunlu your friend? That's pretty ruthless. Shao Shao coldly laughed. Only young people talk about loyalty. Adults talk about benefits. His smile was eerie, his eyes glinting with cold calculations. Hong Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile, his eyes filled with derision. He said coldly, Mu Yunlu foolishly considers you a friend, thinking you would help deal with Su Firen together. He's really trusted the wrong person. Hearing this, Shao Dao's eyes flickered with a cold light. He responded without any pretense. He can only blame himself for being a poor judge of character. It's not my fault. Although I knew him since we were kids and played together for a few months, I never considered him a friend. Hong Yuan raised an eyebrow at these words, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. You really are quite the scoundrel. When I take you for a person, at least try to act like one. Shao Dao swiftly turned his head, glaring at Hong Yuan with a menacing look. His voice was low and threatening. You better stay right where you are. If you dare move an inch, I'll take you down immediately. Hong Yuan fell silent, calculating that stalling for time would work to his advantage. In a few more minutes, his strength should be on par with Shao Dao's. Plus, from the earlier clash between Su Firen and Mu Yunlu, Su Firen seemed to have a slight upper hand, so he wasn't too worried about her safety. Meanwhile, Mu Yunlu and Su Firen had been locked in fierce combat for over 10 minutes. Realizing something was off, Mu Yunlu took a moment to check the situation. Seeing Shao Dao standing still, he wanted to say something, but Su Firen's relentless attacks kept him too occupied to speak. At this point, neither Su Firen nor Mu Yunlu were fools. They both guessed Shao Dao's intentions. Mu Yunlu felt bitter, while Su Firen was secretly pleased. She understood that the longer the fight dragged on, the stronger Hong Yuan would become, which would be beneficial for their side. So, Su Firen intensified her attacks, forcing Mu Yunlu to retreat as he sought assistance. Witnessing this, Shao Dao's lips curled into a cold smile. He turned to Hong Yuan, his tone laced with provocation. Can you guess why Su Firen won't stop? Hong Yuan knew well enough but maintained a calm demeanor. What insights do you have? I'm all ears. Shao Dao confidently analyzed. I can pretty much guess that foolish woman's thoughts. She probably wants to deal with Mu Yunlu first, then team up with you to take me on. She has no other choice but to make such a desperate move. After hearing this, Hong Yuan let out another sarcastic praise. You are really smart. But inwardly, he thought Shao Dao got it half right, but missed the key point. Su Firen was driving Mu Yunlu away because Hong Yuan would grow stronger over time. She indeed planned to defeat Mu Yunlu first, and then join forces with the increasingly powerful Hong Yuan to deal with Shao Dao. The rift between Shao Dao and Mu Yunlu was beyond repair, and strategically, they were no match for the trusting partnership between Hong Yuan and Su Firen. Shao Dao continued with his arrogance. Even if Su Firen defeats Mu Yunlu, she'll be at her wit's end, and you won't stand a chance. You're all just prey on my plate, ready for me to devour. His eyes gleamed with a sense of assured victory as he continued. Once the time is right, I'll take you down first, then Su Firen, and finally deal with that big fool in the middle of the lake. The top spot is mine for the taking. Hong Yuan suppressed the urge to laugh, responding with a simple, oh, right. As the sun gradually climbed to its zenith, Hong Yuan felt the power within him growing stronger. From 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., his strength would peak, reaching its pinnacle at noon. At precisely 12 o'clock, when the sun hung directly overhead, Hong Yuan would enter an extreme solar state, achieving an unparalleled level of power. As the clock neared 11, the spiritual energy within Hong Yuan began to boil. Endless power surged through his limbs and every pore, as though he had an inexhaustible supply of energy. His muscles slowly swelled, straining against his athletic or with a faint sizzling sound. Noticing Hong Yuan's transformation, Shao Dao barked a vicious warning. I told you, if you dare move a step, I'll cut you down immediately. However, Hong Yuan could no longer suppress the surging power within him. Intense heat erupted from his body, warping the surrounding air. He lifted his head, eyes blazing like fire, and locked his gaze on Shao Dao. I'm giving you a chance to rephrase that. Hong Yuan's voice was low and threatening. Shao Dao took a step back, feeling the heat wave hit him. Trying to maintain his composure, he shouted, Are you looking to die? Or just have a death wish? Hong Yuan stepped forward, countering. I could ask you the same question. Shao Dao finally realized something was amiss. Even though Hong Yuan was still a 6-star martial artist, his aura now rivaled Shao Dao's own. Your mouth is filthy. Let me teach you how to talk to people, Hong Yuan said, drawing the Zhengyang blade from the Kunlun jade pendant. In his hand, this fire element weapon turned a fiery red. Shao Dao, refusing to back down, continued his bravado. I've got a backbone of steel. Don't try to show off in front of me. If you're not convinced, let's fight. It's do or die. Hong Yuan internally rolled his eyes at Shao Dao's bravado, finding it both ridiculous and awkward. But he had no time to dwell on it, as Shao Dao suddenly attacked. Without warning, Shao Dao swung his machete down at Hong Yuan's head with astonishing speed. Hong Yuan effortlessly blocked the attack with one hand on the Zhengyang blade. This movement caused his already tight athletic wear to burst open, revealing his well-built, muscular physique. Feeling the endless power coursing through him, Hong Yuan swung the Zhengyang blade, effortlessly sending Shao Dao flying. With just one exchange, Shao Dao realized Hong Yuan had truly become stronger, not just bluffing. His initial plan fell apart, leaving him flustered and uneasy. Hong Yuan gripped his sword with both hands and unleashed a powerful strike. The blade's heat exploded in an instant, a searing wave of energy sweeping towards Shao Dao, vaporizing the sand in its path. This strike combined the scorching inner force of the Great Burning Technique with the blade energy of the Wuwang Sword Sutra, its power comparable to an advanced Earth-level martial skill, roaring towards Shao Dao. Facing the overwhelming attack from Hong Yuan, Shao Dao did not back down. Firmly gripping the hilt of his blade with both hands, he channeled his spiritual energy into his palms and swung the sword, unleashing a sharp blade aura. The two blade auras clashed fiercely in midair, sparks flying. However, Hong Yuan's aura was evidently more powerful, cutting through Shao Dao's attack like a hot knife through butter. Shao Dao realized that his blade aura could not withstand the assault, but this strike was merely to buy time. He quickly closed his eyes, his right foot stepping rapidly in place, as he murmured an obscure incantation. As the chant and his footsteps grew louder, Shao Dao's entire body began to tremble violently, his eyes turning vacant, eventually rolling back until his pupils disappeared completely. Streams of ink-black, demonic energy gushed from Shao Dao's mouth, coiling around his face like living entities, finally solidifying into a grotesque and fearsome mask. The mask extended sharp horns on each side, with bared fangs and eyes glowing with an eerie green light. This hideous mask resembled the legendary Azura. At that moment, Hong Yuan's scorching blade aura broke through Shao Dao's defense, roaring towards him with the intent to cleave him in two. Yet, with the Azura mask on, Shao Dao seemed transformed. He raised his blade and effortlessly split Hong Yuan's aura in half. In the next instant, Shao Dao vanished from his spot, leaving only an afterimage. He appeared spectrally before Hong Yuan, unhesitatingly driving his blade into Hong Yuan's abdomen. Hong Yuan winced in pain, looking down to find his belly pierced. Shao Dao prepared to twist the blade, intending to carve a large wound in Hong Yuan's abdomen. But Hong Yuan was not one to go down easily. He gripped Shao Dao's wrist tightly, preventing him from exerting further force. Simultaneously, he concentrated his spiritual energy into his throat, slowly opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of searing flames. Shao Dao attempted to dodge, but his wrist was firmly held by Hong Yuan, making escape impossible. With spiritual energy continuously flowing within Hong Yuan, the flames spewed for a full 2 minutes, scorching Shao Dao's face to a charred black. The acrid smell of burnt flesh filled the air, prompting Hong Yuan to release his grip and kick Shao Dao away. However, Hong Yuan's own condition was dire. Kneeling on one knee, blood poured from his back and abdomen, forcing him to clutch his wounds with both hands. Shao Dao lay on the ground, convulsing, his upper body horribly burned and appearing near death. Just then, the Azura mask on Shao Dao's face suddenly glowed with that eerie green light. This strange glow flowed swiftly across Zaidao's upper body, miraculously healing his scorched flesh. Hong Yuan watched in disbelief as Shao Dao's charred skin gradually restored itself. Attempting to spew flames again, Hong Yuan found himself coughing up blood as his abdominal wound had not sealed. In a desperate moment, Hong Yuan took a deep breath, utilizing the intense noonday sun, and small flames ignited on his back and abdomen. With the flames burn, his wounds began to heal slowly, as if he had been reborn. The battle between the two reached a temporary stalemate, each striving to recover their injuries, preparing for the next, even fiercer clash. The air was thick with tension, as if the next second would bring an even more brutal fight. Hong Yuan's abdomen was pierced, and Shao Dao's upper body was entirely scorched, making his injuries even more severe. Fortunately, the Azura mask protected Shao Dao's head from the flames. A ghostly green glow enveloped them both, and within seconds, Shao Dao's charred body was restored, while Hong Yuan's external wounds healed, though his internal injuries were still slowly mending. Shao Dao struggled to his feet, grabbing a machete from the ground with his right hand, and rasped, "With Azura's protection, your flames can't kill me." Hong Yuan, unable to speak, responded with a middle finger. The battle resumed as Shao Dao stomped his left foot on the ground, causing the sandy earth to tremble. He leapt into the air, his machete slicing through the sky, instantly appearing above Hong Yuan's head. Hong Yuan, kneeling on one knee, swiftly dodged the fierce strike. The blade slashed into the sand, leaving a deep gash. "You actually dodged it." Shao Dao was stunned. With the Azura mask, his strength and speed had greatly increased, making even four-star martial spirits struggle to follow his movements. Turning to Hong Yuan, Shao Dao noticed an eye opening on his opponent's forehead. It was this celestial eye that allowed Hong Yuan to see the trajectory of his attacks. "So what if you can see? I can be even faster." Shao Dao roared, reversing his grip to slash rapidly at Hong Yuan's lower body, leaving behind afterimages. Hong Yuan's celestial eye locked onto Shao Dao's movements. With one hand, he gripped the Xingyang sword, twisting it horizontally, embedding its tip into the sand to block the machete. Despite his injuries, Hong Yuan was not passive. He spun like a whirlwind, his blade raising circles of fire. Shao Dao dared not confront it directly and quickly retreated several feet. In the next instant, he vanished again, his machete raining down on Hong Yuan like an unending storm, each strike swift and fierce. Due to his injuries, Hong Yuan couldn't move extensively and maintained his kneeling position. Facing the barrage of attacks, he remained unfazed, with his celestial eye firmly locking onto Shao Dao's figure. His Xingyang sword deftly blocked and deflected strikes from all angles. Shao Dao's speed increased, his form darting unpredictably, like a ghost, left and right, forward and back. Seeing this, Hong Yuan closed his eyes, leaving only the celestial eye open, his vision becoming sharper, gaining full control over his surroundings, and locking onto Shao Dao with greater precision. Even though Shao Dao pushed his speed to the limit, he still couldn't breach Hong Yuan's defense. The sandy field was filled with Shao Dao's flickering afterimages as he attacked from every direction, his machete slicing through the air with a whooshing sound, the blade's light following closely. Another blade light flashed, and Hong Yuan blocked it with a horizontal guard. A clang resounded across the battlefield as the blades clashed, sparks flying. The life and death duel continued fiercely. With a powerful strike, Shao Shao attempted to deflect Hong Yuan's horizontal blade. However, Hong Yuan was ready and used the momentum to push Shao Shao aside. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Hong Yuan sprang up, stepped forward, and swung his blade at Shao Shao. Anticipating Shao Shao's dodge, Hong Yuan let out a thunderous shout, and the Zhengyang blade burst into roaring flames. With a sweep of the blade, the searing fire surged forth like a giant fan, creating a fan-shaped inferno stretching hundreds of feet. The scorching heat swept across, turning the sandy ground a fiery red. The intense heat incinerated everything, melting sand into lava and leaving behind a charred wasteland. Although Shao Shao dodged in time, he was still engulfed by the flames. His body was once again scorched, but this time only mildly burned. The Shura mask emitted a ghostly green glow, healing his wounds in just 2 seconds. Hong Yuan slowly stood up, raising his head to bask in the noon sunlight. His internal injuries finally healed. Although the battle seemed to have lasted long, only a few minutes had passed. The sunlight revitalized him, filling his body with strength, his eyes sharp and focused, with true energy gathering in his dantian. He grinned at Shao Shao and, without waiting for a response, suddenly erupted with power. Hong Yuan's presence was like a volcanic eruption, wielding the Zhengyang blade with full force to execute heaven and earth slash. This move, from the unfounded blade manual, concentrated his essence, energy, and spirit at their peak, focusing all his internal energy into one point. The blade's light blazed like fire and thunder, emitting a resonant hum, its power unmatched, as if it could cleave the heavens and earth. The shrill whistle of the blade slicing through the air echoed all around, its speed so swift that time seemed to stand still. Seeing this, Shao Shao tried to dodge, only to find his feet seemingly anchored to the ground, unable to move. He had no choice but to raise his machete, gritting his teeth, gripping the handle tightly. Simultaneously, he activated the power of the Shura ghost mask, mustering all his strength to meet Hong Yuan's ultimate attack. At the moment the blades clashed, everything fell silent. A crisp clang resonated across the battlefield, spreading like ripples. The overwhelming force from Hong Yuan's blade transmitted instantly, nearly crushing Shao Shao's defense. Even with ample preparation, Shao Shao found it difficult to withstand. Under the immense force, Shao Shao's arms broke on the spot, the fractured bones piercing through his flesh. His machete was knocked from his grip, and he was sent hurtling like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a lake 1,000 meters away. The lake's surface exploded, water splashing like scattered pearls. Waves rippled outward in layers, causing the entire lake to churn violently, with ripples spreading along the edges. Hong Yuan leapt into the air, the spiritual energy beneath his feet solidifying, allowing him to stand steadily on the lake's surface. Below, the severely injured Shao Shao remained hidden, nursing his wounds in the depths. A flicker of cold determination flashed in Hong Yuan's eyes as he prepared to raise his Zhengyang blade to cleave the lake open. Suddenly, a sharp, white light shot from afar, targeting his vital spot. Reacting swiftly, Hong Yuan swung the Zhengyang blade through the air, its light slicing like a dragon emerging from the sea. The two forces collided midair, producing a deafening metallic clash. Although the white light was shattered into sparkling fragments, the residual force pushed Hong Yuan back several steps. Looking towards the source of the white light, he saw Mu Yunlu arriving through the air, with Su Firen, wielding a silver spear, closely following. Mu Yunliu's white garments were stained red with blood, evidence of the toll taken during his fierce battle with Su Firen. "Why are you stopping me?" Hong Yuan asked with a frown. Despite his disheveled state, Mu Yunlu maintained his composure and clasped his fists in respect. "Could you spare his life?" "Absolutely not," Hong Yuan replied bluntly. "Shao Shao never considered you a friend. He was merely waiting for you and Su Firen to exhaust each other so he could benefit." Mu Yunlu gave a bitter smile. "I understand all that. Then why help him?" Su Firen, who had caught up, asked incredulously. "Are you out of your mind?" "He may not see me as a friend, but I've always considered him one," Mu Yunlu said calmly. "Helping a friend requires no justification." Hong Yuan found Mu Yunliu's reasoning absurd. "You need to get your head checked. Besides, even your goodwill can't save him. Today Shao Shao must die." Without another word, Mu Yunlu tossed his card to Hong Yuan. "Shao Shao and I are tied for 4th place. Take this card and spare him." Hong Yuan took the card, sneering. "Only children make choices. I want it all." Mu Yunlu remained unruffled by Hong Yuan's greed. He knew full well that given the current situation, both the points and the card were destined to fall into the hands of Hong Yuan and Su Firen. With a wry smile, he bowed to them. "I shouldn't have intervened. But since Shao Shao reached out as a friend, I couldn't stand by and do nothing. Now, I leave myself at your mercy." His tone was sincere, devoid of any pretense. Hong Yuan turned his gaze to Su Firen, a hint of frustration in his voice. "I have so many fewer points than you, and you're still in 3rd place while I've dropped to 7th. Can you give me Mu Yunliu's card? Do you even need to ask?" Su Firen replied with a touch of reproach, seemingly displeased with Hong Yuan's politeness. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Hong Yuan rubbed his nose before decisively crushing Mu Yunliu's card. As a flash of light passed, his ranking shot up to 4th place. Just before being teleported out, Mu Yunliu solemnly cupped his fists toward the two of them. I apologize for today's events. I hope you can forgive me and not hold any grudges. You want me to forgive you? No way. Hong Yuan retorted bluntly, rolling his eyes. Every time I see you in the real world, I'm going to hit you. Mu Yunliu simply smiled faintly at these words, his figure gradually fading from sight, marking his official elimination. Hong Yuan's attention then shifted to a knife hidden at the lake bottom. He turned to Su Firen and said, I'll slice open the lake's surface and force him out. You drive him out of the water, and then we can take him on together. No problem. Su Firen replied, gripping his silver spear, a slight smile on his lips, clearly approving of the plan. Despite the limited visibility under the lake, Hong Yuan's celestial eye easily pierced through the water, locking onto the knife's location with precision. Raising his Zhengyang blade high, his inner energy surged, gathering into the blade's edge. The powerful energy waves caused ripples across the lake's surface. With a furious shout, Hong Yuan unleashed the heaven and earth slash once more. The 100-foot-long blade energy cleaved the lake's surface, sending water splashing several feet high. The lake split open with a massive fissure, the waters rolling to the sides, revealing the mud accumulated at the bottom and exposing the knife's figure. Su Firen, already poised to strike, shot forward like an arrow, his silver spear aimed at the lake bed. The spear tip emitted a white light resembling a dragon, illuminating the murky depths instantly. The now disarmed knife was utterly defenseless, unable to resist. With a powerful burst of strength, Su Firen flicked the knife upwards, sending him flying into the air. Hong Yuan seized the moment, slicing through the air with his blade, only to see the knife decisively crush a card in his hand, choosing to concede rather than give his opponent any points. Damn it, this guy can't handle losing. Hong Yuan cursed as his strike hit nothing but air. Su Firen pulled out a card to check the rankings. Only 5 people remained. First place, Li Chang'an, points, 5173. Second place, Luo Lai, points, 4399. Third place, Su Firen, points, 4396. Fourth place, Hong Yuan, points, 2587. Fifth place, Ing Huan, points, 2479. Why are there only 5 people left? Su Firen asked quietly as he approached Hong Yuan. Looking at the rankings, Hong Yuan paused at the 5th name, feeling a jolt in his heart. Could this Ing Huan be the one I know? He mumbled absent-mindedly. Luo Lai's been in the middle of the lake. Those hiding behind the dunes were probably taken out by Li Chang'an and Ing Huan. His thoughts were consumed by Ing Huan. The girl who couldn't afford martial arts techniques and relied on the Taishang induction chapter he gave her to train had started a whole month later than him. If it was indeed her, it was astonishing. Reaching 5th place in just 3 months of training was a talent that even the likes of Shao Shao couldn't match. After a fierce battle, Hong Yuan had accumulated ample spiritual energy within him, reaching the critical point for breaking through to a 7-star martial master. He pondered for a moment before turning to Su Firen beside him and whispered, I'm going to break through. I need you to guard me. Su Firen furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze sweeping between Luo Lai in the middle of the lake and the undulating desert around them, her tone laced with concern. Isn't it too risky to break through now? Hong Yuan had already made up his mind. There were only 5 people left in the field, and judging by Luo Lai's previous actions, he was honorable and stood openly in the center of the lake, unlike others who hid behind sand dunes waiting to ambush. Such a person wouldn't take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. As for Ing Huan and Li Chang'an, Hong Yuan was even more confident. He had a connection with Ing Huan, and out of past gratitude, she shouldn't harm him. The only one to be wary of was Li Chang'an's potential top scholar mentioned in the diary, whose strength indeed surpassed Su Firen's. However, with Su Firen's skills, she should be able to hold him off for a few minutes, which would be enough time for him to complete his breakthrough. Don't worry, Hong Yuan reassured with a smile. Even if they do try to ambush, I can always stop the breakthrough. Losing some spiritual energy is all. He didn't finish the sentence, but knew in his heart that taking a few hits could quickly replenish his energy. Once he successfully broke through to a 7-star martial master, with the power of the midday sun, winning the championship wouldn't be just a dream. Su Firen nodded lightly, her sharp eyebrows raised slightly as a faint smile appeared on her lips. Since you've decided, leave the rest to me. With this promise, Hong Yuan immediately sat cross-legged and focused his mind. Since he had chosen to break through, there was no need to hide anymore. Based on past experience, breaking through to a 7-star martial master would only take a few minutes. In the lake, Luo Lai paused for a moment before breaking into a grin and striding over. Stop! Su Firen raised her silver spear and shouted sternly. Luo Lai remained calm, first cupping his fists and speaking openly. No need to worry, I mean no harm. Your friend dares to break through in front of me. So he must have confidence in my character. No need to point your spear at me. Then why are you coming? Su Firen's tone softened as she lowered the silver spear but maintained her vigilance. Luo Lai glanced around and replied nonchalantly. Consider it me providing him protection. Those two sneaky ones are nothing but cowards, not worth my time. Once your friend completes his breakthrough, I'd like to have a match with him. Win or lose, I'll voluntarily withdraw from the competition. By the end, his tone was somewhat disinterested. Having already been admitted to a top university, he chose to participate in the martial arts exam instead of seizing this opportunity. Luo Lai was filled with conflict and desire. As a highly skilled martial artist, he had absolute confidence in his abilities, yet he yearned for a battle against a truly formidable opponent. However, reality left him disappointed no matter how much he held back. No one had lasted more than 3 moves against him. He longed for a climactic showdown under the eyes of many, a battle where he could give his all, rather than these meaningless skirmishes or against sneaky, insignificant opponents. You're just bullying people. Su Firen's face darkened upon hearing Luo Lai's challenge. You're a 10-star martial artist. Even if Hong Yuan breaks through, he's only a 7-star. Luo Lai spoke slowly, a hint of interest in his eyes. This Hong Yuan, his strength far exceeds his rank, truly exceptional. Even when he was a 6-star, he could split a lake with 1 strike and overpower a 9-star warrior. If he breaks through to 7 stars, he might stand a chance against me. Even if he's extraordinary, your strength is beyond that of an average 10-star. Su Firen replied seriously. I reckon you could kill him with a single punch, so I'm refusing on his behalf. Oh. Luo Lai's lips curved into a teasing smile. What's your relationship with him? What gives you the right to decide for him? Su Firen's face flushed, her voice flustered and annoyed. Of course, we're just friends. Why do you ask so much? Seeing Su Firen's embarrassed anger, Luo Lai chuckled. As friends, you don't really have the right to refuse on his behalf. But, he paused. A 10-star versus a 7-star is indeed unfair. How about this? You said I could take his life with a single punch. I'll throw 1 punch, and if he can take it, I lose. I'll give him the card, how about that? Su Firen was about to refuse, but recalled Luo Lai's earlier words and turned away in a huff. You've already said it, so why ask me? Ask him yourself after he breaks through. Luo Lai nodded in agreement, then sat cross-legged on the lake, falling silent. With only 5 contestants remaining, his second-place ranking ensured he'd make it to the top 5, regardless of the outcome. Even if he willingly forfeited, he already had a ticket to a top university. Thinking of this, Luo Lai felt some regret. Participating in this unchallenging martial arts exam seemed a waste of time compared to starting secret training early. The clock struck 11:53, and Hong Yuan opened his eyes, having successfully broken through. Despite focusing entirely on the breakthrough process, he heard every word of the conversation between Su Firen and Luo Lai. Just as Luo Lai was about to speak, Hong Yuan interjected. No need for further words. I accept your challenge of a punch. Courage is a warrior's best weapon. Luo Lai nodded approvingly. All right. Can I throw my punch now? I just completed my breakthrough. Give me a moment to stabilize my energy, Hong Yuan replied, glancing at the blazing sun in the sky. In 6 minutes, at noon, he would reach the peak of his blazing sun state. Luo Lai did not question him, understanding that the spiritual energy in Hong Yuan's dantian needed time to settle after the breakthrough. Hong Yuan continued to sit cross-legged, calmly regulating his breath for 5 minutes. At 11:59, Hong Yuan slowly stood up and advised Su Firen, move back a bit. I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Be careful, Su Firen replied, holding her silver spear as she swiftly moved to a distant part of the desert. Hong Yuan turned to Luo Lai. You and I will exchange punches. Whoever can't withstand it loses. What do you think? Agreed. Luo Lai responded concisely, retreating 100 paces in a flash. The small lake, covering about 8 li, was bathed in golden sunlight that cascaded down like a waterfall, illuminating the mirror-like surface. The sky and the lake mirrored each other in a seamless blue. Hong Yuan stood on the water, arms crossed, his tall figure as straight as a spear. At noon, the sun's rays focused precisely on Hong Yuan. Bathed in the midday sun, a golden halo gradually formed around him, making his silhouette appear even more majestic and radiant, as if he were the embodiment of the sun. An immense power surged from his dantian, coursing through his meridians with unstoppable force, his spiritual energy boiling within. This was the pinnacle of the blazing sun state, and Hong Yuan's power soared to unprecedented heights. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Hong Yuan, Luo Lai was not intimidated but rather thrilled, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He spread his legs apart, clenched his right fist downward, and grasped his right arm with his left hand, beginning to gather strength. Hong Yuan's spiritual energy surged violently, the sun's brilliance infusing his body, enveloping him in a golden blaze. Finally, unable to contain the vast energy within, he unleashed a scorching wave of force. Blazing chi scorches the sky, the lake boils like a cauldron. As the intense spiritual energy spread, The lake's surface twisted violently, the water evaporating rapidly into billowing white mist. In an instant, the entire lake dried up, leaving only a parched riverbed. Hong Yuan gathered some of the leaking spiritual energy back into his right arm. The infusion of searing energy made his right arm glow with a golden light, the muscles swelling with power. He slowly clenched his fist, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The surrounding intense spiritual energy converged on his right fist, finally forming a tangible golden orb. Meanwhile, Luo Lai was also mobilizing his internal energy. Enveloped in a circle of gray primordial energy, he prepared his ultimate technique, the primordial heavy punch. Although Hong Yuan had only learned basic boxing techniques, his immense strength and abundant spiritual energy allowed him to concentrate all his power into his right fist, ready to strike. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. In an instant, they lunged at each other like arrows released from a bow, their fists slicing through the air with a sharp, explosive sound. A moment later, their fists collided, and a deafening boom echoed across the desert. A golden gray light burst from the point of impact, illuminating the entire wasteland. Thunder and lightning clashed in the sky, and the vapor that had evaporated earlier from Hong Yuan condensed into rolling dark clouds. The force of their punches stirred the air, causing the ground to tremble and sand to fly. At that moment, their powers reached their peak, and the spiritual energy created visible shockwaves, lifting sand dunes even a kilometer away. As seconds ticked by, the ground continued to shake. Their fists remained locked in a stalemate, and the clouds above trembled in response. At some point, raindrops began to fall, quickly soaking their clothes. The golden solar energy and gray mixed primordial energy intertwined in the air, crackling with intensity. The rain fell more heavily, striking their faces and sliding down their cheeks. Luo Lai's brow furrowed as he felt his strength waning, while Hong Yuan seemed to have an endless reserve of power. The clouds grew denser, and the rain poured down in torrents. Despite his reluctance, Luo Lai's body had reached its limit. He slowly withdrew his fist, stepped back, and clasped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, "You win." Hong Yuan returned the gesture, calmly replying, "It was luck." His words were neither a lie nor false modesty. Had it not been noon, when his body was replenished with a continuous flow of spiritual energy, he would have been defeated in the earlier confrontation. Luo Lai handed his card to Hong Yuan and suddenly raised his voice, saying, "You can all come out now." 3 figures emerged simultaneously on either side of the lake, and Hong Yuan recognized them: Su Firen, Ing Huan, and a young man dressed in a robe as white as snow. He recalled how, a couple of days ago, after Su Firen was injured in a battle with Wei Wei and recuperated in the desert, he had stood guard for her. At that time, the young man in white had sliced through a tornado with his sword, heading towards Su Firen. Hong Yuan had stopped him, asking him to take a different path, and the young man had agreed with a smile. To his surprise, this young man was Li Chang'an, a figure mentioned in diaries as a rival to Luo Lai and a potential top scholar. Li Chang'an sat leisurely on a sand dune, thrusting his sword into the sand and taking a swig from a flask at his waist. His presence was understated and detached from worldly matters, yet impossible to overlook. Luo Lai looked at Li Chang'an and called out loudly, "So you are Li Chang'an? With your strength, why do you hide and avoid facing us heathen?" Li Chang'an replied calmly, lying back on the dune and continuing to drink. "I fear you gentlemen are too weak to withstand my sword, and I'd rather indulge in a grand dream." Luo Lai chuckled and retorted, "Bold words bring rain, and arrogance brings trouble. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with such boasts?" Li Chang'an laughed heartily and responded, "Heaven doesn't boast of its height, nor earth of its depth. Those who don't know me call me arrogant. Those who do, call me humble. You must be Li Chang'an, huh? You're quite the arrogant one." Hong Yuan shouted angrily, striding over to Luo Lai. He threw an arm around Luo Lai's shoulder, his lips almost touching the other's ear as he whispered urgently, "This guy's too cocky. Should we take him down together?" Hong Yuan took a deep breath, his tone suddenly heavy. "Our punch agreement, I've already lost. You can crush my card. I won't participate in the fight anymore." With that, he handed Luo Lai's card to Su Firen. Su Firen, however, shook his head slightly instead of taking it. "I'm currently in 3rd place, you're 4th. You should use it." Hong Yuan didn't hesitate, grabbing the card and squeezing it with his fingers. With a crunching sound, the card shattered, and a brilliant white light enveloped Luo Lai. At the same time, Hong Yuan felt a surge of power enter his body, and his ranking on the leaderboard shot up to 2nd place. Surrounded by the white light, Luo Lai's figure gradually became ethereal. He stared intently at Li Chang'an, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint, and before disappearing, he spat out, "We'll have another chance to spar in the future." Watching the direction in which Luo Lai vanished, Su Firen mused, "He keeps his word, whether it's about a punch or conceding defeat. This Luo Lai is quite trustworthy. Keeping promises is the basic principle of being a person." Hong Yuan agreed. though his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the distant desert. There, a graceful woman stood quietly. Hong Yuan waved to her, then turned back to Su Firen and explained, "She's a friend of mine, named Ing Huan Huan." Su Firen's eyes lit up. "I know her, Ing Huan Huan. I can see the leaderboard." She paused and curiously asked, "Besides Shao Shao, how many other female friends do you have?" Hong Yuan quickly waved his hands in defense. "Don't misunderstand me. I'm not that close to Ing Huan Huan. How did you two meet?" Su Firen was evidently intrigued. Hong Yuan briefly replied, "Ing Huan Huan was being harassed by a bully, so I stepped in to help. She came to thank me later, and I've only met her twice." He deliberately omitted the details about giving her the cultivation technique, worried Su Firen might overthink it. Su Firen teased with a meaningful tone, "You're quite the chivalrous one, playing the hero to rescue a damsel in distress." Hong Yuan replied earnestly, "I can't stand seeing the weak being bullied, regardless of gender. I'll always lend a hand." These words were not only a defense, but also his sincere belief. He recalled helping Huafei, a mild-mannered classmate bullied by Sun Xiaochuan. Later, when Hong Yuan was beaten by Long Outyin at school, Huafei stood up for him and even sought the principal's help. Just then, a torrential rain began to pour from the sky, quickly filling the dry lakebed with water. Everyone extended their spiritual energy slightly to form an invisible barrier around them, keeping the rain at bay. Ing Huanhuan walked over to Hong Yuan. In the 3 months since they last met, her entire demeanor had changed. She now exuded confidence and composure. The shy girl who once spoke with her head down was gone, replaced by a poised young woman. With a bright smile, Ing Huanhuan exclaimed joyfully, "It really is you." Hong Yuan felt the same but maintained a deliberately neutral tone, appearing somewhat distant in Su Firen's presence. Ing Huanhuan continued to smile, her voice sincere, "I owe it to you. Without the technique you gave me, I wouldn't have achieved such good results." Su Firen glanced at Hong Yuan with a hint of skepticism in her voice. "Oh? What technique? You never mentioned it." Hong Yuan quickly introduced, "This is Su Firen, my benefactor." Hong Yuan first introduced Su Firen, then turned to Ing Huanhuan with a puzzled expression and a slight frown. "I gave you the Tai Shang Ganing Pian. So how have you progressed so quickly?" His words implied that the technique he gave Ing Huanhuan was just an ordinary one, worth only about 5 or 6,000. He added, "I asked her for a favor at the time and gave her the Tai Shang Ganing Pian as compensation." Su Firen listened, a sly smile playing on her lips. She intended to scare Hong Yuan, not genuinely angry or jealous. Ing Huanhuan looked confused, her voice filled with bewilderment. "I don't know either. I was just practicing, and I suddenly became an 8-star martial artist." She truly couldn't understand why she advanced so rapidly. In the distance, Li Chang'an was already inebriated, lying on the sand, laughing loudly. The 3 of them simultaneously turned to look at him. Even the desert winds couldn't drown out his laughter. "Ha ha! Great wine!" Li Chang'an shouted drunkenly. As the wind and sand gradually enveloped him, his singing remained clear. "When the strong winds rise, I ride them across thousands of miles. I ride the winds across thousands of miles." Hearing Li Chang'an's laughter and shouting, Hong Yuan couldn't help but comment, "He must have drunk too much and lost his mind." Su Firen frowned. "We all know him, so what should we do? I can't bring myself to hurt a friend." Hong Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, "We've all made it into the top 5 with enough survival time, so we'll definitely end up in the top 5 ranks. Let's talk to Li Chang'an and see if he wants to fight or not. If he wants to fight, we'll oblige. If not, we'll break our cards and forfeit." The 2 nodded in agreement. As the wind and sand subsided, they walked toward Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an was still lying on the sand, his white robe covered in sand. He drank with abandon, singing freely, "Laugh at my wildness, so what if I'm wild?" Hong Yuan stood over the drunken Li Chang'an and asked, "Friend, only 4 of us are left. What do you want to do?" Li Chang'an swallowed his drink and looked at Hong Yuan with bleary eyes. "With so many people watching the show, we can't just end it abruptly. We should give them a good fight." Hong Yuan asked, somewhat irritated, "Do you want an onion or an all-out brawl?" Li Chang'an laughed loudly. "A onion with the 3 of you against me?" Hong Yuan grinned. "We can do a round robin if you want. So, do you prefer onion or a brawl?" Li Chang'an took another swig, unfazed by Hong Yuan's cheeky words, and replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine with anything. It's up to you." Hearing such an open-minded response, Hong Yuan recalled how Li Chang'an had made way for Su Firen earlier, showing no ill intentions. He set aside his doubts and made a decision. Hong Yuan turned to Su Firen and Ing Huanhuan, speaking solemnly, "I propose a onion with him." Li Chang'an was ranked first, and Hong Yuan second. Whoever won would take the top spot. If they chose a 3-anon, Hong Yuan could easily secure the title, but he chose not to. If Li Chang'an were deceitful, Hong Yuan wouldn't hesitate to use numbers to his advantage. But since Li Chang'an was straightforward, Hong Yuan decided to let their abilities determine the outcome, even if it meant losing honorably. Su Firen and Ing Huanhuan exchanged smiles and willingly broke their cards. leaving the battlefield to Hong Yuan and Li Chang'an. Seeing them voluntarily forfeit, Li Chang'an sat up slowly and said, "Both of them are your friends. If you want to be the champion, you could have asked them to give you their cards." Hong Yuan suddenly realized, patting his head and laughing, "You're right, but it's fine," he declared boldly. "I want a fair fight with you. Even if I lose, I'll accept it." Hong Lan and Hong, who sat in front of the television, their eyes glued to the screen showing Hong Yuan. Despite the evidence before them, they found it hard to believe. Hong, whose voice trembled with excitement. "There's no way our brother hasn't level talent. I swear if he does, I'll—" Hong Lan interrupted with a frown. "Don't say something so ridiculous." Hong, who quickly explained, "I just mean there's no way our brother hasn't level talent." He chuckled awkwardly and picked up his phone, trying to hide his embarrassment. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Second sister, the betting has opened." "What betting?" Hong Lan asked, puzzled. Hong, who explained excitedly, "We can place bets. If we bet 10,000 on our brother and he wins, we get 260,000. If we bet on Li Chang'an winning, we only get 10,260. Hong Lan was shocked by the disparity in odds. "That's outrageous. Betting on Li Chang'an only nets an extra 260, but betting on our brother could earn us 250,000 more." Hong, who said helplessly, "That's because too many people are betting on Li Chang'an, skewing the odds. It shows that outsiders don't believe in our brother at all." Hong Lan said angrily, "Our brother just exchanged blows with Luo Lai without getting hurt. How can they underestimate him like that?" Hong, who shook his head, "You've seen the live streams these past few days. Li Chang'an is a monster. His body is indestructible. Even a full-power arrow to the eye from a 9-star warrior like Sid Ulan didn't harm him. He can casually slash a 100-foot chasm with his sword. His strength is terrifying. Plus, he's a 10-star warrior. Our brother, even though he's broken through to 7 stars, is definitely no match." After listening, Hong Lan was even more determined. "Send me the betting site. I'm putting 100,000 on our brother." Hong, who couldn't help but comment, "You're just throwing money away." Hong Lan huffed, "Our brother has worked so hard to get here, and I'm happy for him." Meanwhile, Su Yuan put away his phone and remarked, "Judging by these odds, almost no one believes in Hong Yuan." Su Tianbao was also amazed. "It's impressive that kid has made it this far, considering he's only got level talent." Li Chang'an was hailed by Chun Tianshou as the greatest talent in 1,000 years in the Daxia Kingdom, a statement that struck like thunder in the hearts of many. In the presence of this unparalleled genius, even the most outstanding young individuals seemed to fade into the background. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but remark, although Firen's results this time were impressive, she only ranked 4th among these geniuses. Had she been born a year or two earlier and participated in the martial arts entrance exam, she might have taken the top spot. Su Tianbao, hearing this, furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "Could this be a sign of turbulent times ahead?" Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the official Daxia Kingdom livestream was lively. As it was the final showdown, in addition to the host, 2 prominent guests were invited. One was Chun Tianshou, a spirited former vice president of Yuanyang University, now retired and enjoying his later years in Daxia Kingdom. The other was Mu Bai, who hailed from the Jade Emperor's holy realm and was the cousin of Mu Yunlu. Mu Bai had topped the exams 8 years ago and, for years after graduating, was teaching at Dongxing University. At just 26, holding a position in such a prestigious institution was a testament to his remarkable talent. The host turned to Mu Bai and asked, "Mr. Mu, as a former top scorer, how do you assess the chances of Hong Yuan and Li Chang'an?" Mu Bai humbly replied, "Even among top scorers, there are differences. Hong Yuan, Li Chang'an, and Luo Lai all surpass what I was back then. But like most people, I have more confidence in Li Chang'an. His strength has been evident to all through the live stream over these days. Although Hong Yuan is also very strong, there's a significant gap between them." The host nodded and asked, "Mu Yunlu is your cousin, both from the Jade Emperor's holy realm. How do you evaluate his performance this time?" Mu Bai pondered for a moment and candidly said, "I won't show favoritism just because we're related." Mu Yunliu's performance was indeed lacking this time. While having a pure heart is admirable, he was too trusting of others. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he would surely have made it into the top 5. Chun Tianshou, who had remained silent, suddenly smiled and said, "Both Mu Yunlu and Luo Lai have secured guaranteed admissions, so even if they didn't perform well this time, they'll still enter top universities. Young Mu need not be too harsh. Mu Yunliu's innocent and pure heart is truly rare, and it's precisely this quality that is most valuable for martial artists. If he can maintain this purity, his journey on the martial path will surely be smooth sailing." The host, intrigued by Chun Tianshou's words, leaned forward eagerly and asked, "Mr. Chun, you've praised Li Chang'an as the greatest talent in Daxia for a millennium. That's quite a high accolade. Could you elaborate on what makes him so exceptional to deserve such praise?" Chun Tianshou gently stroked his beard, his eyes reflecting a sense of reminiscence, and began, "This April, I was teaching a group of young individuals who had been identified as gifted. In one of my classes, I demonstrated a basic Xian-level martial technique. Most students were left puzzled and clumsy in their attempts, but Li Chang'an, after hearing my explanation just once, performed the technique with fluidity and ease. After a brief pause, Chun Tianshou continued. Initially, I thought he might have learned it before, which explained his effortless mastery. To test my theory, I taught him a top-level Xian martial technique. To my surprise, Li Chang'an succeeded on his first try, executing the move with precision and vigor. Hearing this, the host and others in attendance couldn't help but gasp, their eyes wide with amazement. Noticing their reactions, Chun Tianshou smiled slightly and added, I wasn't convinced yet. So, I taught him an advanced level martial technique. These are techniques that even the most talented students at elite institutions would take 10 days or more to barely master. But Li Chang'an, he mastered it on his first attempt, executing it flawlessly. The host interrupted, unable to contain their surprise. This is an unheard-of level of comprehension. Chun Tianshou nodded in agreement, his eyes shining with admiration. Indeed, it was at that moment I truly believed that this young man possesses an extraordinary level of understanding. Any martial technique seemed to be within his grasp, and he could instantly grasp its essence. Chun Tianshou paused briefly before continuing. However, as remarkable as Li Chang'an's comprehension is, it's not the primary reason for my high praise. The host's eyes widened further, and they eagerly pressed, what? Such extraordinary comprehension isn't the main reason? Does Li Chang'an possess even more astonishing qualities? Chun Tianshou smiled knowingly and nodded. The vastness of the 9 provinces means that even the rarest geniuses are not uncommon. Over the years, I have taught many students with exceptional comprehension. But what is the most important trait for any martial artist? It's talent. And this is where Li Chang'an truly stands out. Chun Tianshou's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement. His talent is unparalleled, unmatched in the history of humanity. I can't divulge too much, but I can tell you, living in this era is a blessing. Perhaps in a few decades, we will witness a great hero from Daxia who will overshadow all in the 9 provinces. The host swallowed hard, quickly regaining composure from years of hosting experience, and pressed on. A hero who overshadows all in the 9 provinces? That's an even higher praise than a millennium's greatest talent. Mr. Chun, are you suggesting that in a few decades, Li Chang'an's martial prowess might surpass all others in the 9 provinces? The host stared intently at Chun Tianshou, seeking clues in his expression. However, Chun Tianshou remained composed, offering only a serene smile. I know it may seem unbelievable to you all. Let's wait and see. Sitting nearby, Mu Bai wore a complex expression, a mix of shock, skepticism, curiosity, and anticipation. To keep the broadcast lively, the host inquired further, Mr. Chun, based on your assessment, if Hong Yuan were to face Li Chang'an, what chance of victory would you give Hong Yuan? After a moment of thought, Chun Tianshou provided a surprising answer. I would estimate about a 10% chance. The audience understood the underlying message in Chun Tianshou's words. With the entire nation watching the broadcast, Chun Tianshou diplomatically left some room for Hong Yuan's dignity. The host paused briefly before asking, how did you arrive at that conclusion? Chun Tianshou replied with a knowing look. You might not see it, but I see it all too clearly. Hong Yuan's talent is the sun. Although it's only a level, it's extremely rare. Chun Tianshou spoke eloquently, his decades of experience as a vice president at top universities giving him exceptional insight and knowledge. He explained, the sun's power peaks at noon, and when Hong Yuan faced Luo Lai, it was at its strongest, which is why he won. Now that noon has passed, Hong Yuan's strength is waning, and his chances of winning are down to 10%. Before he could finish, there was a sudden change at the examination site. The host excitedly announced, look, Qiyun Peak has appeared. This traditional final venue has witnessed the martial arts exams of the Great Xia Kingdom for centuries. In the desert beneath Hong Yuan and Li Chang'an, a mountain peak slowly rose from the ground. It continued to ascend until it was level with the sea of clouds. The top was sliced flat by a sword, creating an open-air platform about a mile wide. The two seemed to ride an elevator up the mountain, looking down at the rolling clouds and the faintly visible yellow sands below. Standing atop the mountain, Hong Yuan felt closer to the sun than ever before. With no clouds to block it, the spiritual energy within him surged again. He recalled a joke from 2 years ago by Hong's son. If any of the 3 siblings could reach the summit of Qiyun Mountain, it would be enough to console their lives, even if they didn't become top scholars. With the fierce wind howling, Hong Yuan marveled. This is the pinnacle of Qiyun Peak. This place, usually closed to the public, was the dream summit for every youth in the Great Xia. Li Chang'an declared, though Great Xia has taller peaks, the height of a mountain lies not in its stature. After 10 years of hard study, we meet here today, making this the true pinnacle of Great Xia. Regardless of our realms, talents, or insights, allow me to offer my highest respect to you for reaching the summit of Qiyun Mountain today. With that, Li Chang'an drew his sword. Hong Yuan, silent, made a gesture with his right hand, and the Zhengyang blade appeared. He glanced north towards Jianghuai, a hint of longing in his eyes. Did you see this? Hong Yuan smiled softly, looking up at the vast blue sky. Since his parents passed away, he's faced hardship, covered in dust, surviving life and death, finally reaching this point. He shouted in his heart. If there are spirits in the heavens, can you see your child has finally reached the summit of Qiyun? The time was 12:30, and the midday sun remained scorching. Hong Yuan felt the surging energy within him, realizing his power was at its peak. He knew that as the sun moved west, his strength would gradually wane. The outcome depended on this moment. He had to finish the battle quickly. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yuan harnessed the immense energy inside him. In an instant, a dazzling red light appeared on his skin. Gripping the Zhanyang blade tightly, he charged towards his opponent like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a scorching red trail on the ground. The Zhanyang blade was aimed directly at Li Chang'an, and even before the blade arrived, the fierce wind from it was already upon him. The rocks atop the mountain trembled violently, and the surrounding vegetation swayed wildly. Hong Yuan leaped into the air, his arms bursting with incredible power as the blade, carrying intense heat, slashed down towards Li Chang'an. Despite the overwhelming force, Li Chang'an remained unfazed. He calmly raised his sword with his right hand, meeting Hong Yuan's powerful strike with ease. The clash of the blade and sword produced a sound like a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl, echoing through the sky above the 1,000-meter-high peak, resonating for a long time. Seeing his attack blocked, Hong Yuan pressed down with all his might, attempting to overpower with sheer force. Yet, Li Chang'an merely flicked his wrist, and his sword emitted an immense force, effortlessly neutralizing Hong Yuan's fierce assault. Suddenly, with a swift flick of Li Chang'an's sword, a crisp sound rang out. Hong Yuan felt an irresistible force hit him, sending him flying back like a kite with a broken string. He lost balance midair, sliding back several hundred meters, almost falling off the cliff. In a critical moment, Hong Yuan quickly stabilized himself, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground before he managed to stand firm. Gasping for breath, he looked up to see Li Chang'an still standing in place, composed, as if the earth-shattering strike was a mere triviality. Li Chang'an glanced at Hong Yuan with a slight shake of his head, softly remarking, "Your strength is weak." This dismissive comment infuriated Hong Yuan. He grinned, assuming an attacking stance once more, his figure like an arrow on the string, slashing with the blade again. As Hong Yuan charged with full force, Li Chang'an closed his eyes and opened his arms, presenting himself as if offering no resistance. Hong Yuan frowned and increased his strength, bringing the Zhanyang blade down with force. When the blade touched Li Chang'an's chest, it produced a metallic clang. Hong Yuan felt his arms tremble violently, pain shooting through his hands, leaving him momentarily powerless. He gritted his teeth and struck again. Li Chang'an remained standing with eyes closed, seemingly detached from the situation. After 2 strikes, his white robe was torn, exposing his solid chest. Yet, remarkably, not even a scratch appeared on his seemingly fragile skin. Sensing Hong Yuan had ceased his attack, Li Chang'an opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "This body of mine is impervious to water, unburnable by fire, unaffected by lightning strikes, and immune to damage from blades and weapons." Hong Yuan stepped back, shaking his numbed arms. He thought to himself, "This body is tougher than a turtle shell. Normal attacks can't harm Li Chang'an. It seems it's time to use my ultimate move." Hong Yuan recalled purchasing the Wu Wang blade manual and the Great Burning Heaven technique from Luo Feng in the tavern. Luo Feng had mentioned that the combined power of these 2 martial arts techniques could rival those of a high-level earth-grade skill. The move Heaven and Earth Slash from the Wu Wang blade manual, when paired with the burning energy from the Great Burning Heaven technique, could be fused into the formidable Heaven and Earth Burning Slash. At this moment, Hong Yuan slowly raised the Zhengyang blade. The abundant solar energy within him rapidly transformed into scorching burning energy, channeling from his hands to the blade. The temperature at the blade's tip soared to thousands of degrees, with the burning energy condensed into a single point. Li Chang'an's eyes widened slightly, yet he remained unmoved. The Zhengyang blade, enveloped in waves of heat, was aimed directly at his chest. As the blade's tip touched his skin, a red light flared. Hong Yuan suddenly swung downwards, the blade edge slicing diagonally across Li Chang'an's chest. The extreme heat and abundant energy grazed Li Chang'an's skin, leaving a slight mark. A few droplets of blood that seeped out were instantly evaporated by the heat, leaving only faint red dots on his chest. Not bad with that strike. Li Chang'an chuckled, revealing his white teeth. He took a deep breath, and the wound on his chest healed rapidly, leaving almost no trace. "Was that your full force attack?" Li Chang'an asked. "If that's all you've got, you might as well surrender now." Hong Yuan retorted defiantly. "You haven't even attacked yet. How can I just admit defeat?" Li Chang'an smiled wryly. "I was worried you wouldn't be able to handle it. You haven't made a move?" So how do you know I can't handle it? Hong Yuan replied, eager to prove himself. All right then. Seeing that Hong Yuan was determined to continue, Li Chang'an casually swung his sword with one hand. This seemingly simple swing held the profound essence of returning to simplicity. A force of overwhelming might surged from the sword, pressing down on Hong Yuan instantly. Feeling the suffocating pressure, Hong Yuan gripped his zhengyang blade tightly, gritting his teeth as he faced Li Chang'an's sword. The clash of metal resounded through the valley, shaking the heavens and earth. The sea of clouds around Qi Yun Peak scattered instantly. Hong Yuan felt an unprecedented force bearing down on him. His arms trembled, and he could barely breathe as the ground beneath him cracked. Within 100 meters, the ground was shattered, and dust flew from the mountaintop. Despite his utmost effort to withstand it, Hong Yuan's arms bent under the pressure, forcing him to one knee, creating a deep pit in the ground. Li Chang'an had intended to pressure Hong Yuan into surrendering, using his strength to dominate, but he hadn't used his full power. He knew well that none of his peers could withstand his full-force strike. At this moment, Hong Yuan had to admit that the gap between him and Li Chang'an was like night and day. However, his previous clash with Luo Lai had accumulated a significant amount of energy due to his ability to grow stronger in battle. After taking Li Chang'an's sword Heaton, his internal energy surged, and the gathered energy propelled him to break through to the level of an 8-star martial master. Li Chang'an sheathed his long sword, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he quickly regained his composure. With a smile, he asked, "How did you manage to break through again?" Hong Yuan, who was kneeling on one knee, slowly stood up and exhaled deeply. Despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, he maintained his grace and replied, "Breaking through is as easy as pie." Time quietly slipped by, and it was already 1:01 p.m. The sun began its descent westward, and the boiling spiritual energy within Hong Yuan gradually calmed. His aura and strength noticeably weakened, and the flow of spiritual energy within him was no longer inexhaustible. Li Chang'an, keenly aware of this change, curiously asked, "Strange, you broke through, yet your aura seems weaker?" Hong Yuan caught the underlying meaning in Li Chang'an's words and gave a meaningful smile, countering with, "Do you think that given my current state, I have nothing left to fight you with?" Li Chang'an candidly admitted, "That's about my thought." He gave a slight flourish with his sword, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. "Since you don't want to forfeit, don't blame me." Hong Yuan shook his arm, still sore from the shock, and his expression suddenly turned serious. "I don't need your help to save face. It's time for me to get serious." Hong Yuan opened his arms in an embracing gesture, looking up at the sky. As sunlight poured down, it transformed into countless strands of golden light the moment it touched him. His body seemed to become a powerful magnet, voraciously absorbing the golden glow. The golden light enveloped Hong Yuan, coating him in a brilliant sheen. Soon, the light began to coalesce above him, forming a small golden orb the size of a coin. It rapidly expanded from the size of a plate to that of a basketball, eventually becoming a golden sphere as large as a wash basin. This sphere, with its surface roiling in crimson flames, resembled a miniature sun, radiating dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire mountaintop. Bathing in this intense light, Hong Yuan's aura surged, restoring him to his peak, the state of a blazing sun. The extreme power of the sun filled his being, significantly enhancing his strength and aura, with an endless supply of spiritual energy once again flowing within him. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast, the host, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Chun, you mentioned earlier that Hong Yuan's talent is linked to the sun and that he would only grow weaker after noon. So why has he returned to his peak state?" Chun Tianshou, gazing at Hong Yuan's golden exterior, frowned and said, "Hong Yuan's golden body. It resembles the Buddhist golden body." The host followed up, "Are you saying Hong Yuan used a Buddhist technique?" Chun Tianshou explained, "Buddhism does have a technique similar to the golden body of the Arhat, which can enhance one's physical defense by coating themselves in gold." He shook his head and added, "But I can't be sure because the sun above Hong Yuan's head exceeds my understanding. I've never seen such a technique. However, one thing is certain, Hong Yuan is drawing energy from that sun, allowing him to maintain his blazing state even though it's not noon." The host shifted their gaze and posed another sharp question. If Hong Yuan, at his peak, faces Li Chang'an again, what are his chances of winning? Chun Tianshou furrowed his brow slightly, pondered for a moment, and then replied earnestly, 80-20, in favor of Li Chang'an. Hearing this, the host immediately handed the microphone to Mu Bai. "Mr. Mu, what do you think?" Mu Bai pondered for a moment and slowly gave his assessment. "I think it's 70-30, in favor of Li Chang'an." He paused and added, "But that's assuming Hong Yuan can maintain his blazing sun state, unlike before when it lasted only a minute." Chun Tianshou nodded repeatedly and agreed. "I concur with Mr. Mu. If Hong Yuan can maintain the blazing sun state, he indeed stands a 70-30 chance against Li Chang'an." Time flew by, and soon it was the eve of the college entrance exams. Hong Yuan, in a tavern, unexpectedly acquired a rare treasure, which elevated his talent to an grade sun. However, this hard-earned power also came with a downside. Nighttime became his Achilles heel. At noon, Hong Yuan was as formidable as the blazing sun, yet by midnight, he was as weak as a crescent moon. In the lunar shadow state, his abilities were reduced to that of a one-star martial artist, despite being an 8-star level. This critical weakness hung over him like a sword, threatening his life in the martial arts exams where enemies surrounded him. To overcome this flaw, Hong Yuan thought of the eternal sun body he obtained from Sun Xiaochuan. Although the cultivation requirements were stringent, preventing him from fully mastering the technique, one particular skill body, like the Great Sun, caught his attention. After prolonged training within the Kunlun Jade, Hong Yuan finally mastered a simplified version of this skill. Though he couldn't transform into the grand figure of the Great Sun Buddha, he could cloak himself in a golden aura with a small sun floating above his head. This allowed him to maintain the blazing sun state at night, cleverly resolving his weakness. However, with Su Firen's protection during the night, Hong Yuan was able to keep this trump card hidden until now. Above and below, I alone am honored. Hong Yuan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and bathed in the golden light, savoring this marvelous state. Li Chang'an looked at the restored to peak Hong Yuan and shook his head, saying, "That's still not enough." Upon hearing this, a thin crack appeared on Hong Yuan's forehead, like the first light of dawn at the beginning of chaos. A merciless golden eye slowly opened, exuding a heart-palpitating pressure. "How about now?" Hong Yuan asked calmly. Sensing the sudden change in aura from his opponent, Li Chang'an's previously relaxed expression finally turned serious. He nodded slightly and said, "Now, this is more like it." Hong Yuan stood proudly atop the mountain peak, bathed in golden sunlight that seemed to cloak him with a divine aura. Opposite him, Li Chang'an stood as still as a pine tree, gripping a snow-white sword. His white robe billowed despite the absence of wind, and his long hair fluttered gently. The two faced off, the atmosphere on the mountaintop heavy with tension, as if even the dust in the air had paused its dance. Suddenly, the golden eye on Hong Yuan's brow shone brightly, and a searing beam of golden light shot towards Li Chang'an like lightning. The beam left a visible trail in the air. Li Chang'an didn't resist heat. Instead, he leaped back swiftly, swinging his sword with immense force, delivering a powerful slash. Boom! The sword light tore through the golden beam, distorting and shaking the surrounding space, with the explosion echoing through the skies. Although this strike consumed a fifth of Hong Yuan's spiritual energy, he quickly recovered due to being in his blazing sun state. Li Chang'an managed to break the attack, but the massive recoil left his arm numb. Hong Yuan stood with his blade in hand, grinning. "How was that strike?" Li Chang'an admitted. "If my sword weren't tough enough, it might have been sliced in two by your golden ray. If my arms didn't have the strength to move mountains, my sword hand might have been shattered. Your strike was powerful, truly the strongest I've ever encountered. Even with my indestructible physique, I wouldn't dare take it heated." Hong Yuan laughed heartily. "I've been on the receiving end for too long. It's about time you had a taste of difficulty." Li Chang'an generously praised. For someone with a great talent to reach this level is indeed remarkable. Hong Yuan was surprised. "How did you know I have a great talent?" He then inquired further. "What's your talent level? With such strength, are you an SS grade talent?" Li Chang'an shook his head. "If I were SS grade, top universities would have recruited me long ago. I can only say, my talent is very peculiar, possibly beyond anyone's understanding." Hong Yuan frowned and cautioned. "This is a live broadcast. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by evil cultivators?" Li Chang'an smiled, waving his sword. "If I dared to say it, I'm not afraid." He pointed to his eyes, a smile playing on his lips as they suddenly ignited with flames, his pupils glowing with golden light. "That's the fiery eyes," Hong Yuan exclaimed. "So, you're the one who bought that tome of the Great Celestial Technique." The fiery eyes not only perceive everything, discerning the essence of people and identifying talents, but also capture others' movements like a divine eye, useful for defense and parrying. This ability introduced even more unpredictability into their duel. Li Chang'an paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. He recalled encountering an old beggar on the day he finished his talent test and was about to ride his bike home. The beggar insisted he choose a cultivation method, and he eventually picked the Great Celestial Technique. The old beggar mentioned there were originally 4 techniques, but by the time Li Chang'an chose, only the Great Celestial Technique and the Wanzong Sword Manual were left. "So, one of the techniques was bought by you?" Li Chang'an asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Of course," Hong Yuan replied confidently, then shifted the topic. "Are you a student at Jianghua High School too? How come I haven't seen you before?" Li Chang'an shook his head and explained. "I attend a high school in a remote town in the county. There was no testing site there, so I had to take the bus to the city. I was just randomly assigned to the Jianghua High School testing site." Hong Yuan nodded thoughtfully and continued. So the great celestial technique is in your hands. No wonder you're so strong. That makes sense now. Li Chang'an shook his head, denying it. The reason I'm strong is only partly because of the great celestial technique. The main reason is my talent. Just like you, your strength comes from your sun talent. However, my talent is a double-edged sword. I become very weak at night. Hong Yuan had no intention of hiding. Over the past few days, facing the live broadcast cameras, he figured his abilities were likely already exposed. However, there was no camera actually showing him. His talent was exposed by Qin Tianshou. Li Chang'an continued to analyze. If you could maintain this level of strength at night, the sun talent wouldn't just be in a level talent. It would be at least level. But being able to maintain the blazing sun state, this A-level talent in your hands is comparable to an S-level talent. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan's lips curled slightly with a hint of pride. Now that you mention it, I do seem quite strong. Talking won't settle this. Sooner or later, this duel needs a conclusion, Li Chang'an said as he vanished. Let's continue the fight. Before his words had even finished, he leapt forward, sword aimed directly at Hong Yuan, marking his first aggressive move. As Li Chang'an spoke, Hong Yuan had already closed his eyes, leaving only the celestial eye on his forehead open. With the help of the celestial eye, he observed his surroundings more clearly and precisely captured each of Li Chang'an's movements. As the sword struck, Hong Yuan parried with his blade. On the third clash of sword and blade, an overwhelming force traveled through Hong Yuan's arms. This time, his arms merely tingled slightly, much improved from the previous 2 times when he was left immobile. Taking advantage of his still functional arms, Hong Yuan decided to launch an all-out attack. He took 2 steps back to deflect the force from his blade, then leveraged it, drawing a bright arc with his blade aimed directly at Li Chang'an's waist. Hong Yuan was now entirely different, had advanced to an 8-star martial artist, opened the celestial eye, utilized the body like a great sun, and was in the ultimate blazing sun state. Li Chang'an, not daring to be careless, quickly lowered his sword to block Hong Yuan's attack. Immediately after, he flipped his wrist, and with a gentle flick of the sword tip, unleashed a force as mighty as 1,000 pounds, sending Hong Yuan flying. Hong Yuan somersaulted a few times in the air before landing steadily. Despite his own significant increase in strength, Li Chang'an's terrifying power still left him in awe. That seemingly effortless sword strike contained enough force to move mountains. Hong Yuan thought to himself that Li Chang'an's invincible body, Herculean strength, and fiery eyes were likely divine abilities cultivated from the great celestial technique, just as he had cultivated ever-growing strength and the celestial eye from the 8-9 mystical arts. At the peak of Mount Qiyun, blades and swords clashed in a chaotic dance, figures moving like phantoms. The silhouettes of Hong Yuan and Li Chang'an flashed back and forth across the summit, leaving onlookers breathless. Hong Yuan wielded the Zhengyang blade, his movements as swift as lightning, executing a series of slashes, each faster than the last. Li Chang'an countered with his long sword, his actions fluid and effortless. He deftly deflected the incoming blade, then swiftly thrust his sword towards Hong Yuan's chest. The two engaged in close combat, where speed was the key to victory. To maintain their agility, both could only exert half their strength. Li Chang'an's robust physique made it difficult for Hong Yuan's blade to inflict harm. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan employed his body of the great sun technique, enveloping himself in a golden aura that significantly enhanced his defense. His mastery of the 8-9 mystical arts had already strengthened his body, so Li Chang'an's sword only left a shallow mark on his chest. Throughout the battle, Li Chang'an had yet to use any martial arts techniques, which puzzled Hong Yuan. However, the audience watching on television knew that Li Chang'an was exceptionally gifted, having learned 3 martial techniques from Qin Tianshou. As a vice president of a top university, Qin Tianshou was proficient in hundreds of martial arts techniques and had undoubtedly taught Li Chang'an many more skills in private. After dozens of rounds, the two retreated several hundred meters from each other. The invincible Li Chang'an remained unscathed, only his clothes were torn. Hong Yuan, though covered in injuries, took a deep breath, and small flames ignited on his wounds, healing them completely in seconds. Realizing his speed and strength were no match for Li Chang'an, Hong Yuan decided to rely on martial techniques. He gripped the Zhengyang blade with both hands, stepped forward with his right foot, muscles tensed, as spiritual energy surged into the blade. Li Chang'an held his sword in one hand, his gaze unwavering, as steady as a mountain. The mere opening move of Hong Yuan's strike was already formidable. Li Chang'an knew that meeting it head-on could be disastrous, so he prepared to counter it. Hong Yuan's strength accumulated and concentrated at the tip of his blade. He raised the long blade high, then brought it down with a force like splitting a mountain, the blade light tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Li Chang'an's eyes suddenly shone with fire and gold light. While his fiery eyes couldn't slow his opponent's movements, they could see through the essence of everything. Facing this earth-shattering strike, he focused intently, ready to meet the ultimate blow. The seemingly ordinary downward slash from Hong Yuan appeared simple, a move anyone could perform. However, Li Chang'an's discerning eyes detected the hidden intricacies within it. As the blade sliced through the air, it emitted a deep whistle, and Li Chang'an seemed to envision an army charging forth, dust swirling in the air, spears and halberds gleaming. This strike encapsulated the essence of the Dai Spear Manual, a result of Hong Yuan's painstaking study within the Kunlun Jade Pendant. In that confined space, Hong Yuan spent hundreds of days and nights. He not only grasped the divine power of body like the Great Sun, from the Great Sun undying body, but also integrated the Great Burning Heaven technique, the unfathomable blade scripture, and the Dai Spear Manual. As the historian Qin Shou once said, read a book 100 times, and its meaning will naturally appear. Hong Yuan meticulously studied these four manuals thousands of times until he achieved enlightenment. He chose the Zhenyang saber as his weapon, skillfully transforming spear techniques into saber techniques. Over 2 years, Hong Yuan continuously experimented and practiced, ultimately creating this formidable slash. Although Li Chang'an was proficient in various combat techniques, his indestructible physique made him overlook defense. Faced with Hong Yuan's unstoppable strike, even as a 10-star martial master, he struggled to resist. With the blade descending upon him, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Gripping his longsword tightly, his arm muscles tensed, and he swung his sword upward to meet Hong Yuan's Zhenyang saber. The clash of sword and saber resounded like a dragon's roar, and the immense impact rippled outward from the two of them, reducing the trees and rocks atop Mount Qiyun to dust. The sea of clouds below receded like a tide, revealing a clear sky. Li Chang'an's sword shimmered with a blue light, and the sword tip bloomed into a blue lotus. The lotus rapidly expanded, lifting Hong Yuan into the air. An invisible force held Hong Yuan's feet firmly in place, preventing him from moving. The lotus carried Hong Yuan high into the sky, then suddenly exploded, bursting like a brilliant firework across the heavens. In the official live broadcast room, the host was discussing the thrilling battle with Mu Bai. The big screen replayed the stunning scene where Hong Yuan's powerful strike was countered by Li Chang'an's sword technique, launching Hong Yuan into the sky. I haven't seen such an intense and heated battle in a long time, the host exclaimed excitedly. Mu Bai nodded in approval. Hong Yuan indeed gave it his all, using every means to finally push Li Chang'an to exert his full strength. I'm not so sure about that. The host shook his head in disagreement. Li Chang'an only used one sword move, which doesn't necessarily mean he went all out. Sitting beside them, Chun Tianshou suddenly frowned and fell into deep thought. Noticing this, the host immediately asked, Mr. Chun, do you think Li Chang'an gave it his all? Amateurs watch the fun, experts watch the technique, Chun Tianshou said slowly. Hong Yuan's strike looks very familiar to me. I need to contact someone on the spot. Seeing Chun Tianshou take out his phone, the host curiously asked, who are you contacting? Instead of directly answering, Chun Tianshou projected his phone screen to the bottom right corner of the live broadcast. As the video call connected, a tall, white-haired elderly man appeared on the screen. Hello? Hello, hello. Chun Tianshou called out 3 times, somewhat clumsily. The host kindly reminded him, Mr. Chun, you can hear better if you turn on the speaker. Getting old. I'm not very good with these smartphones. Chun Tianshou replied with an embarrassed smile and turned on the speaker. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello. A booming voice came from the other end of the phone. I can hear you. Chun Tianshou responded, then introduced to the audience. This is the renowned Su Tianbao. Upon hearing this, Mu Bai immediately stood up and respectfully saluted the phone screen. Su Tianbao waved his hand. You people from the Jade Emperor's sanctuary have too many formalities. Sit down and talk. After the host greeted him, Chun Tianshou got to the point. Old Su, what is the relationship between Hong Yuan and your Dai mansion? You noticed it too? Su Tianbao asked in return. Chun Tianshou nodded. If I'm not mistaken, Hong Yuan's strike is very similar to a move from the Dai Spear Manual. Su Tianbao admitted. It is indeed derived from the Dai Spear Manual. I remember your Dai mansion's spear manual used to be passed down to males only, but you abolished this outdated practice after becoming the head. However, it still isn't taught to outsiders. So how does Hong Yuan know the Dai Spear Manual? Although Hong Yuan's surname isn't Su, his father is my adopted son, which makes him part of the Su family, so he naturally can learn the Dai Spear Manual. Oh, so he's Hong Sen's son. Mentioning Hong San, Su Tianbao's tone noticeably soured. Who else would it be? Sensing the change in his old friend's mood, Chun Tianshou shifted the topic. Hong Yuan using sword techniques to interpret the spear manual is indeed unheard of. The techniques for using a spear can be adapted into those for using a staff, halberd, or lance, as these long-handled weapons share similarities. Sword techniques can also be converted into saber techniques, but transforming spear techniques into saber techniques is extremely challenging. In the land of Jiuzhou, those who can achieve such a transformation are often martial arts masters at the peak of their craft, well-versed in various styles. Yet, Hong Yuan, an 18-year-old who only awakened his talent a few months ago, has managed to convert spear techniques into saber techniques. This feat is as astonishing as a grade schooler solving a college-level math problem. Chun Tianshou pondered for a moment, his brow furrowed, and then turned to Su Tianbao. Did you teach Hong Yuan to convert the spear techniques from the Dai spear manual into saber techniques? After all, you mentioned that only martial arts masters can achieve this. Su Tianbao shook his head, a thoughtful look in his eyes. I don't have that skill. However, I considered it carefully, and out of the 12 key techniques in the Dai spear manual, only 4 are suitable for conversion into saber techniques: the cleave, crash, break, and arc. Chun Tianshou chimed in. So, the saber technique that Hong Yuan used earlier must have been adapted from the cleave, correct? Su Tianbao nodded and added, exactly. The cleave is also known as Dai cleaving the sky, the crash as Dai sky collapse, the break as mighty dragon breaking the army, and the arc as great full moon arc. Additionally, it's important to note that Hong Yuan has only had the Dai spear manual for about 3 months and didn't practice it from a young age. Hearing this, Chun Tianshou's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying Hong Yuan converted spear techniques to saber techniques in just 3 months? That's simply impossible. Su Tianbao rolled his eyes, speaking with conviction. Why would I lie to you? I've only known Hong Yuan for a little over 3 months. In mid-April, he came to the Dai mansion, saying his father, Hong San, was killed by evil cultivators, and their family property and compensation were seized by relatives. He was beaten severely, but his main concern was that his younger siblings would be homeless. So he traveled a long distance to Jiangnan province for help. Although Hong San and I had our differences, he was my adopted son, so I asked Firen to help resolve the issue. It was after this that Hong Yuan obtained the Dai spear manual. Chun Tianshou remarked. If what you say is true, Hong Yuan's comprehension is truly exceptional. Li Chang'an has immediate understanding, while Hong Yuan shows innovation and transformation. Both display remarkable talents in their respective fields. Mu Bai, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject. An 18-year-old bearing such a burden. For Hong Yuan to reach this point, he must have endured a lot. He then laughed at himself. When I was 18, I was still a fool. If I had faced what Hong Yuan did, I probably would have made things worse. In front of the television, Hong Hu and Hong Lan, watching the broadcast, were already in tears. After Su Tianbao recounted Hong Yuan's story, the official live stream erupted with excitement. Comments poured in like a tidal wave as viewers cheered for Hong Yuan's courage and sense of responsibility. What kind of ending does such a tumultuous journey deserve? One comment resonated with many. I apologize for underestimating Hong Yuan before. This guy is a real man. Another viewer candidly admitted. In the live stream, people began to reflect on the power disparity between Hong Yuan and Li Chang'an. Although many had previously made sarcastic remarks about Hong Yuan, they now had to acknowledge his responsibility. As Mubai once said, I was also a fool at 18, one viewer remarked. If I had to bear the burden Hong Yuan does, I definitely couldn't handle it. It's precisely because we can't do it ourselves that we admire him. Read another comment full of respect. Hong Yuan is a real man. Hong Yuan is a real man. Hong Yuan is a real man. However, the harsh reality soon dampened the audience's enthusiasm. Hong Yuan is indeed a real man. But this battle is almost a foregone conclusion, someone coolly analyzed. Li Chang'an has a significant advantage. Hong Yuan has used all his means, and it's hard for him to even force Li Chang'an to exert his full strength, let alone injure him. The audience's attention turned to the powerful Green Lotus, and they worried for Hong Yuan. The power of that Green Lotus is immense. I wonder if Hong Yuan can withstand it. Despite this, the viewers chose to support Hong Yuan to the end. But no matter the outcome, all I can say is, take care, adjust, and come back soon. We'll be waiting for you. The atmosphere in the live stream grew heavy. Just then, Su Tianbao suddenly asked, the move Li Chang'an just used, the Green Lotus, was that a martial technique you taught him? Chun Tianshou calmly admitted, that move, called a sword blooms, is indeed a technique from the Green Lotus sword manual. As soon as the words Green Lotus sword manual were mentioned, Su Tianbao's interest was piqued. You even brought that out. This Li Chang'an can't be your illegitimate son, can he? Chun Tianshou quickly denied it. Don't say such nonsense. There are so many people watching in the live stream. He explained, I just think he's a promising young talent, so I decided to give him a head start. Su Tianbao chuckled and teased. I remember you have a granddaughter who is also 18 this year. Unlike you, I never meddle in young people's affairs. Chun Tianshou reiterated his denial, subtly implying something about Su Tianbao. Although Su Tianbao felt annoyed, he couldn't find a way to counter, so he grudgingly conceded. Yeah, whatever you say. On the battlefield, Hong Yuan was blasted into the sky by the Green Lotus. After a long time, a blazing fireball descended heavily onto the peak of Qiyun Mountain. Li Chang'an activated his fiery vision, clearly seeing Hong Yuan unconscious within the flames. After waiting for a while, There was still no response from Hong Yuan, indicating his serious injuries. Li Chang'an looked up and said, Hong Yuan is still breathing. He must be severely injured and unconscious. Can I be declared the winner? Time's almost up. A voice from the sky began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. However, things were not as straightforward as they seemed. The power of the green lotus had indeed knocked Hong Yuan out, but the impact with the ground had jolted him awake. Hong Yuan was now pretending to be unconscious, using the flames in his fiery state to heal his injuries. He was feigning unconsciousness to buy time, as the green lotus had left him severely injured, his body battered and bruised. With so many wounds, Hong Yuan's entire body was alight with small flames. Thousands of tiny flames gathered together, forming the raging fire that enveloped him. When the countdown reached 3, Hong Yuan finally spoke. Stop counting. I'm awake. The fierce flames devoured Hong Yuan's clothes, reducing them to ashes. Fortunately, he had spare clothes stored in his Kunlun jade pendant. Hong Yuan retrieved a set of clothes from the pendant and leisurely dressed himself while sitting on the ground. Li Chang'an watched Hong Yuan's relaxed demeanor with a twitch of his face and couldn't help but mock him. You're really something. Take it easy. Hearing this, Hong Yuan just smiled awkwardly and responded calmly. I see you as a gentleman and know you won't attack me by surprise, so I'm taking my time. As the flames gradually died down, most of Hong Yuan's wounds also healed. Li Chang'an sheathed his sword and asked, Not fully recovered yet? Should I wait for you a bit longer? Hong Yuan replied with a smile, Just a few surface wounds left, they don't affect the fight, and I'll be fully healed soon. Do you have any tricks left? If you do, use them now. This fight has dragged on too long, and I don't have the patience to keep playing. I have one more move, Li Chang'an said nonchalantly. During his battle with Li Chang'an, Hong Yuan had endured dozens of sword strikes, yet he fought with increasing vigor, amassing a significant amount of spiritual energy. He had just been severely injured by the explosion of the green lotus, which ironically helped him break through to the 9-star warrior realm. Although this breakthrough slightly enhanced his strength, defense, and speed, it still posed no threat to Li Chang'an, a 10-star warrior. Li Chang'an practiced the powerful Great Celestial Technique, comparable to the 8-9 mystical skills, and with his superior talent, Hong Yuan knew his real advantage was the third divine ability he gained after his breakthrough. As a 10-star warrior, Li Chang'an had mastered 3 divine abilities: invulnerability, fiery eyes, and mighty strength. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan's newly acquired third divine ability was the triple essence gathering, which could harness the power of essence, energy, and spirit. With the flames on Hong Yuan extinguished, a sudden wind arose in the world, and endless spiritual energy seemed summoned, converging at the peak of Qiyun Mountain. Hong Yuan's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, and the surrounding spiritual energy continuously seeped through his skin, merging into his 3 essences. Hong Yuan was well aware that Li Chang'an had been holding back and not giving his all. He also knew that no one, inside or outside the battlefield, believed he could win. But he firmly believed that as long as he didn't yield in spirit, even the most distant dreams could one day come true. Having stumbled and persevered through countless hardships to reach this point, how could he easily give up? Although he yearned to win the championship, it wasn't to prove his prowess. As his essence, energy, and spirit reached perfection and the 3 essences fused into one, Hong Yuan's power soared to its peak. I don't ask for much, just to fight with dignity, just to honor the spirits of my parents in heaven, Hong Yuan silently vowed in his heart. Ah! The young man let out a long-suppressed roar, echoing through the land, as if thunder resounded at the peak of Qiyun Mountain. People of the world, listen closely to my cry that echoes through the sky. I am Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan was now a 9-star martial artist, just one small level below Li Chang'an. At this moment, he was in the peak state of blazing sun, and with the Sanyuan gathering chi technique, his power had reached a new height. With these dual enhancements, the energy within him was rich and enduring, surpassing the level of an average 10-star martial artist. Hong Yuan took a swift step forward, lightly tapping the ground with his right foot to flick the Zhongyang blade from the ground. The blade drew a graceful arc in the air and landed in his hand, instantly striking down towards Li Chang'an's head. The strike was fierce, with the blade's passage causing the air to tremble, its power rivaling the strength of Li Chang'an's mighty force. Li Chang'an subtly tilted his body, deftly dodging just as the Zhongyang blade was about to hit. Simultaneously, his long sword darted like a snake, leaving a silver-white trail in the air as it aimed directly at Hong Yuan's vital point. Unexpectedly, Hong Yuan did not evade. Instead, he allowed the long sword to pierce through his right shoulder. As Li Chang'an paused in surprise, Hong Yuan's left hand suddenly gripped the sword's blade. The golden light that had been building in his celestial eye burst forth, shooting directly at Li Chang'an's face. This sudden turn of events caught Li Chang'an off guard, and he hurriedly raised his left hand to protect his head. After the clash, the two instinctively pulled apart. The wound on Hong Yuan's shoulder quickly ignited with small flames in his blazing sun state, beginning to heal itself. Li Chang'an's situation was also dire. The golden light had pierced his left hand, leaving a scorching mark on his forehead that nearly penetrated his skull. After a dozen seconds, Hong Yuan's shoulder was fully healed, aided by the sun's power. Li Chang'an, using the 9 breaths breathing technique, took a couple of deep breaths to close the hole in his hand and the wound on his forehead. Can't you fight fair without being so sneaky? Li Chang'an complained, raising his fully healed left hand. Hong Yuan chuckled sheepishly. I don't really mean to, but in the heat of battle, my mind just goes there. Li Chang'an took a swig from the flask at his waist, feeling emboldened. Let's go again. Seeing his opponent drinking, Hong Yuan briefly considered a sneak attack, but resisted the impulse until Li Chang'an put away his flask and launched another attack. The two engaged fiercely, exchanging swift and powerful moves. After more than 10 exchanges, Hong Yuan's Xingyang blade traced a sharp arc in the air, aiming straight for Li Chang'an's vital spot. Li Chang'an twisted his sword, meeting the blade with its tip, using the momentum to soar into the air like a great rock, gracefully avoiding the fatal strike. Hong Yuan reacted swiftly, his Xingyang Dao sweeping out with a wave of searing heat. Li Chang'an, airborne, skillfully leveraged his position, stepping up 3 inches with his left foot on his right to narrowly dodge the blade. His longsword transformed into a silver streak, thrusting straight down at Hong Yuan's throat. Hong Yuan quickly retracted his blade, crouching slightly to block with a horizontal guard, just in time to deflect the lethal strike. The clash of metal filled the air, and the impact forced both combatants to stagger back. Hong Yuan leaped back several meters, barely stabilizing before he gathered his strength and lunged forward again, swinging his blade. As Li Chang'an landed, he shot forward like an arrow, appearing before Hong Yuan in a flash. Hong Yuan gripped his sword hilt tightly, blocking with the back of his blade. With a sharp clang, the weapons met briefly before recoiling apart. The two exchanged blows, their dance of blade and sword intricate and fierce, neither gaining the upper hand. They moved seamlessly, lost in the rhythm of attack and defense. The audience watching on television was captivated, utterly engrossed. Who would have believed that 2 young martial artists could duel with such skill? What was even more surprising was that Hong Yuan could hold his own against Li Chang'an. Many gamblers, hoping for a big win, had bet everything on Li Chang'an. The duel was so gripping that those who had wagered heavily wished they could join the fight themselves. Li Chang'an flicked the Xingyang Dao aside, his sword tip blossoming into a green lotus. Seeing this, Hong Yuan retreated 2 steps, knowing he couldn't counter it without employing the 3 elements gathering technique. Yet, his current strength was enough to rival his opponent. With his inner energy boiling, Hong Yuan focused his scorching power into a single point. The heaven-scorching slash cleaved down, splitting the green lotus in 2. As the lotus dissipated, he saw Li Chang'an angle his sword, aiming at the small sun above his head. Whoa! Hong Yuan broke into a cold sweat, hastily cradling the miniature sun. It was his power source, and if destroyed, his strength would drastically diminish. Unable to hold back, Hong Yuan remarked, I thought you were a gentleman, so I let my guard down. But you're playing dirty, huh? Li Chang'an chuckled awkwardly, explaining, I was finding it a bit challenging, so I thought I'd try a different approach. Hong Yuan placed the sun back above his head, resignedly saying, Show me whatever moves you have left. I know some basic martial skills, but they probably won't do much harm to you. Li Chang'an paused. I have 2 powerful moves, but one is not fully mastered. If I use it, I might lose control, so I won't use it on you. Hong Yuan, on alert, asked, So you're planning to use the other big move on me? Li Chang'an nodded, kindly warning. It's a strong one, so be careful not to die. Hong Yuan stood firm, blade in hand, locking eyes with the snow-water-robed Li Chang'an, eagerly saying, Go ahead. I'm ready. Li Chang'an closed his eyes and slowly rose into the air. He gripped his long sword tightly, raising it above his head, the tip pointing directly at the sky. The sword emitted a faint azure glow, and as Li Chang'an channeled his inner energy, countless streams of light, like tiny tadpoles, flowed from his body, hovering above the mountain peak, resembling a cascading river of stars. These streams of light wrapped around the sword, converging at its tip. The glow at the sword's tip grew increasingly bright, eventually becoming so intense that it seemed as if a second sun had risen atop the summit of Qiyun Peak. Hong Yuan squinted, patiently waiting for Li Chang'an to make his move. Although it was the perfect moment for a sneak attack, he chose to respect his opponent. Li Chang'an had shown him mercy on multiple occasions, demonstrating noble character, and Hong Yuan did not wish to compromise his own principles. Of course, when dealing with villains and scoundrels, his standards could be more flexible. Finally, the sword absorbed all the azure light. Li Chang'an thrust his hands upward, releasing countless azure light points from the sword tip, spreading across the peak of Qiyun Mountain. A terrifying pressure loomed over Hong Yuan, like the sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment. One thought, of flower blooms, Li Chang'an whispered, his voice carrying clearly to Hong Yuan's ears. Instantly, Thousands of azure lotuses bloomed in the sky. Hong Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. There were at least 8 or 9,000 lotuses in the air, and just one would be enough to overwhelm him. Hong Yuan gripped his sword with one hand, channeling his fiery energy into the Zhengyang blade. Although the Dai Spear manual contained 12 techniques, only the techniques for splitting, collapsing, breaking, and arc were adaptable to swordplay. Facing the sea of azure lotuses, only the arc technique could counter them. With the combination of the 3 Yuan Qi gathering and the blazing sun state, Hong Yuan's inner energy surged like an ocean. The Zhengyang blade absorbed a massive amount of energy, its blade trembling like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Li Chang'an stood his ground, his sword pointed downward. The azure lotuses tore through the air with a piercing whistle, spiraling toward Hong Yuan. As Hong Yuan gathered his strength, he gripped the sword with both hands and stepped forward with his right foot, letting out a roar. The Zhengyang blade swept outwards, creating a dazzling arc centered around Hong Yuan. The arc expanded forcefully in all directions, like ripples on a lake. The incoming lotuses were shattered by the arc before they could reach Hong Yuan, dissolving into points of azure light. One arc was not enough to clear the sky of lotuses, so Hong Yuan gathered his strength again and unleashed another arc. The arc technique was extremely energy-consuming, and after releasing 3 arcs, his inner energy was completely depleted, leaving him no time to replenish it. Although Hong Yuan's body harbors an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy, replenishing it takes time and cannot be accomplished overnight. At this moment, he faces a shortage of spiritual energy, and the approaching green lotuses from a distance only worsen the situation. Gasping, Hong Yuan looks up, his gaze sweeping across the sky filled with green lotuses as he calculates his next move. Suddenly, a wild idea flashes through his mind. Without hesitation, Hong Yuan reaches out and grabs the miniature sun hovering above him, swallowing it whole. Instantly, fierce flames erupt from within him, reducing his clothes to ashes in a heartbeat. Enveloped in fire, he shoots into the sky like a blazing comet, heading straight for Li Chang'an in midair. Hong Yuan moves with lightning speed, shattering the incoming green lotuses as he passes. A series of deafening explosions, like rolling thunder, echoes behind him. In this moment, Hong Yuan executes one of the most knife-compatible techniques from the Great E-Spear manual, the Collapse technique, his proud trump card, Great E-Sky Collapse. Hong Yuan channels all his strength into the blade, unleashing a world-shattering strike. Seeing this, Li Chang'an doesn't dare to be careless, quickly gathering the remaining green lotuses into a massive, 100-foot lotus to shield himself. However, the momentum of Hong Yuan's strike is unmatched. As the blade meets the 100-foot lotus, a sound like shattering glass rings out. The lotus shrinks slightly, and the Zhengyang blade advances. Then, another crack sounds, and the lotus contracts again. Like a chain reaction, the cracking sounds reverberate across the mountain peak. The 100-foot lotus continues to shrink visibly, with specks of green light flickering in the air like falling stars. Hong Yuan's blade momentum remains undiminished, while the lotus retreats further, shrinking to a mere 3 feet in front of Li Chang'an. Despite swallowing the miniature sun for a continuous supply of spiritual energy, this act is akin to draining a pond to catch fish. As he cuts through the 100-foot lotus, the flames surrounding him start to flicker, akin to a candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Worse still, he has no other means to replenish his spiritual energy. Li Chang'an is in a similarly precarious position. The earlier release of the myriad green lotuses has exhausted all his spiritual energy. Facing Hong Yuan, who is now unstoppable after devouring the miniature sun, he can only muster his last ounce of strength to form the remaining lotuses into a 100-foot lotus. Both are now at the brink of exhaustion, with victory hanging by a thread. Crack, crack, crack. Hong Yuan's great E-Sky collapse slices through the last layer of the green lotus. Yet his blade does not stop, continuing toward Li Chang'an's chest. The Zhengyang blade strikes heavily on Li Chang'an's chest, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. This is the sound of the blade meeting an indestructible physique. At this moment, it is the ultimate showdown between spear and shield. However, the power of the great E-Sky collapse ultimately prevails. Li Chang'an's prized indestructible body is shattered by a single blow, his chest spurting blood as he is sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. After breaking through Li Chang'an's defense, Hong Yuan also exhausts his last bit of flame. His strength and spiritual energy are completely depleted, and his body plummets to the ground like a kite with a broken string. After this breathtaking strike, the outcome remains uncertain. However, the audience in front of their televisions cannot help but cheer. The astonishing performances of these 2 young heroes leave an indelible mark on every viewer's heart, destined to become an unforgettable memory. Hong Yuan opened his eyes to a blinding white light. The smell of disinfectant filled his nose, making him aware that he was lying in a hospital room. Beside the bed, Hong Lan was peeling an orange. When she saw her brother awake, her face lit up with a joyful smile. Big brother, you're finally awake. Hong Lan exclaimed happily. Hong Yuan felt weak all over, his throat burning, and every part of his body seemed to protest. He struggled to lift his arm and accepted the peeled orange from his sister, croaking, "Get me some water." Hong Lan immediately fetched a bottle of Coca-Cola from under the bed, kindly unscrewing the cap before handing it to Hong Yuan. He swallowed the orange in one gulp, the sweet and sour juice spreading in his mouth, slightly easing his throat discomfort. But when he saw the Coke, he grimaced. Who drinks Coca-Cola? This stuff is like swill. I only drink Pepsi. Hong Yuan said weakly but stubbornly. Just then, Hong Hu entered the room with a meal tray. Upon hearing his brother's words, he immediately retorted, "Pepsi's got nothing on Coke. It's the best." Though Hong Yuan was too weak to argue, he silently vowed to teach his disrespectful younger brother a lesson, to show him what it means to respect one's elders and understand family values. Seeing the situation, Hong Lan quickly brought a bottle of mineral water, carefully unscrewing the cap again and handing it to Hong Yuan. He took the bottle and drank deeply, letting out a satisfied sigh afterward. "How long was I unconscious? Do I need surgery?" Hong Yuan asked, putting down the bottle and panting slightly. "You were out for 5 days," Hong Lan replied calmly. "You're recovering quickly. Your previous superficial injuries have already healed." Hong Hu added, "The doctor said you collapsed from exhaustion and spiritual depletion, plus you swallowed that little son, which is why you were out for so long." Hong Lan continued, "Your throat discomfort and thirst are because of that little son. The doctor specifically advised us to monitor you for any unusual sensations after you woke up." "What do you mean by unusual sensations?" Hong Yuan asked, puzzled. Hong Lan patiently explained. "The doctor said swallowing that little son gave you immense spiritual energy and temporarily boosted your strength, but it was very risky and usually has side effects. The exact impact is uncertain. You'll have to discover it yourself." Hong Yuan had anticipated this. Faced with a dire situation, he had no choice but to take the risk. However, since he achieved the top score, any side effects seemed worth it. After all, the top score came with a generous prize and a rare award. Clearing his throat, Hong Yuan asked, "There weren't any surprises, right? I'm the top scorer, aren't I?" "Of course, you're the top scorer. Is there even a question?" Hong Hu said proudly, "My brother is the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Now we can boast with confidence." Seeing the brother's proud expressions, Hong Lan added at the right moment, "However, it's a tie this time. You and Li Chang'an both scored the top marks." "What?" Hong Yuan sat up abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. His voice trembled slightly with anger. "This has to be rigged. How can Li Chang'an, that little punk, share the top spot with me?" Hong Hu immediately chimed in, his eyes reflecting the same dissatisfaction. "I think it's rigged too. You clearly struck Li Chang'an at the end, leaving him severely injured and unconscious. You should have been the winner." Hong Lan sighed and began to explain the situation. Her tone carried a hint of resignation. "The Ministry of Education sent people the day before yesterday. They said both you and Li Chang'an lost consciousness simultaneously and fell at the same time. When the countdown ended, neither of you woke up." She paused before continuing. "Although you did strike Li Chang'an, it seems he fainted due to exhaustion from depleting his spiritual energy, not because you knocked him out." Hong Lan continued her explanation. "The officials also mentioned that Li Chang'an ranked first in points, and you were second. Even though you landed a hit on him, since you both fainted at the same time, they had to rule it this way. Sharing the top spot is still being at the top, so you should be content." Hong Hu tried to comfort him, though his words carried a hint of sarcasm. "Li Chang'an's points were already higher than yours. Just be glad you got a top spot." Hong Yuan frowned, clearly displeased with Hong Hu's comment. He silently criticized Hong Hu for always having a foul mouth, as if he never brushed his teeth. "I won based on my own abilities," Hong Yuan emphasized, his voice filled with defiance. "The whole nation saw I sent Li Chang'an flying with my final strike." Hong Lan pondered. "I guess the officials might have judged it this way. Although you struck Li Chang'an, you were also exhausted by him, so you both defeated each other." Hong Hu interjected. "In martial arts competitions, whoever faints first or falls out of the ring first loses. That's the rule." He began to give an example. In the World Martial Arts Tournament back then, when Goku and Tien fought, both flew into the air and ran out of energy, falling at the same time. If you could use Kamehameha like Goku to push yourself back, you could land after Li Chang'an, and everyone would have to agree you won. Hong Yuan retorted. "If I got hit by a truck and landed first, would that mean I lost too?" Just then, Hong Lan picked up her phone, her expression softening. "Su Firan came to see you the day before yesterday while you were still unconscious. She's staying at a nearby hotel. Now that you're awake, I should inform her." She paused, adding, "And there's another girl named Huan Huan who also came to see you." Hong Hu pointed to the fruit basket beside the hospital bed, a hint of smugness on his face. "She brought that, but my sister and I have eaten most of it." Hong Yuan said helplessly, "You two have the nerve to eat what was meant for the patient." Hong Hu shamelessly replied, "I was just helping you avoid cavities." Within minutes, the door to the hospital room opened. Su Firan walked in with a young girl. This girl wasn't Hong Yuan, but the one who had sarcastically mocked Hong Yuan back at the Dai mansion after he had pleaded with Su Tianbao. If he remembered correctly, her name was Su Wanwan. Su Firan flicked her high ponytail, her gaze landing on the pale and weak Hong Yuan. She couldn't help but remark, "Why do you always look so battered whenever I see you?" Hong Yuan gave a wry smile and repeated a line he had said before. "Maybe people just love to hate me." Due to only having 2 chairs in the hospital room, Hong Lan and Hong Hu had to get up and sit on Hong Yuan's hospital bed. After Su Firan and Su Wanwan took their seats, they asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" Hong Yuan forced a smile and replied with a touch of humor, "I feel like I've eaten something awful. I'm completely uncomfortable." Su Firan chuckled at his metaphor. "You're still good with words. If you can joke around, you must be doing okay." With a hint of anticipation, Hong Yuan asked about what mattered most to him. "Haven't I received my reward for being the top scorer in the college entrance exam? Did you get yours for being in the top 5? Su Firan casually responded, "No need to remind everyone that you're the top scorer and I'm in the top 5. Anyway, my reward has already been given out." She paused, speculating, "Maybe because you were in a coma, the Ministry of Education put it on hold." Hong Lan chimed in, "The Ministry of Education people came by once and left a number. I called them just after I phoned Firan." Su Firan smirked, her tone playful. "You're quite famous now. Everyone across the nation knows about you, and the news has reached all the top universities." Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan quickly changed the subject. "How's Li Chang'an? Has he woken up?" Hong Lan answered truthfully, "He's better than you. He woke up the same day and was discharged the next day." Hearing he's better than you, Hong Yuan's face turned red with indignation, and he quickly emphasized, "In what way is he better than me? I knocked him out with one strike. The whole nation saw it." Su Firan quickly reassured him, "You are indeed strong. My grandpa said that your last strike was as powerful as a full-force hit from a 10-star martial spirit." Hong Yuan was momentarily stunned, but then smiled wryly. He knew that after using the triple essence gathering and swallowing a small sun, his strength peaked when he unleashed the powerful Great E-Collapse. Its power was exceptional. Su Wanwan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "You started as a 7-star martial artist and ended as a 9-star, while Li Chang'an is a 10-star. You were at a lower level but still managed to defeat him. I think you won." Su Firan nodded in agreement. "Grandpa also mentioned that you have a natural talent for fighting, like a daredevil, similar to your father's style." Hong Yuan was surprised, remembering how Su Wanwan used to dislike him. Sensing his confusion, Su Wanwan explained, "I disliked you before because you broke off the engagement with Sister Firan. I see you differently now because I recognize your strength." Su Firan added, "Wanwan is about the same age as Hong Hu and Hong Lan and will also take the college entrance exam next year. In our Dei house, we respect brave and strong individuals, regardless of gender." Suddenly excited, Su Wanwan exclaimed, "I approve of your engagement to Sister Firan." Hong Yuan was amused and exasperated. "You approve? Who do you think you are, the head of the family?" Su Firan quickly tugged on Su Wanwan's sleeve, softly reprimanding, "Don't say such things." But Su Wanwan, undeterred, declared, "I don't care. I'll call you brother-in-law from now on." Hong Yuan could only smile awkwardly to hide his embarrassment, thinking to himself that Su Wanwan's impulsive nature was quite similar to Hong Hu's, making them seem like a well-matched pair. After receiving the news from the Ministry of Education, a middle-aged man who introduced himself as Brother Zhu quickly appeared in the hospital room. He gently pressed down on Hong Yuan, who was trying to sit up, and said warmly, "Young man, just stay lying down." After a brief introduction, Brother Zhu got straight to the point. "Give me your bank account number. The prize for being the top scholar is 10 million, and I'll arrange for it to be transferred to your account." After Hong Yuan provided his account number, Brother Zhu took out 3 meticulously drawn diagrams and handed them to him. "Take a look. These are the prizes, but you can only choose one." Hong Yuan took the papers and examined them carefully. The first diagram prominently displayed the words "fire-tipped spear" with a note below stating "earth rank, low level." Brother Zhu explained, "Since you have the Great E-Spear manual and your talent is fire-based, we've prepared this fire-tipped spear for you. It's an earth rank, low-level spear." Hong Yuan turned to Su Firan for her opinion. She assessed, "It's a decent weapon, but not as good as my spear." Hong Yuan looked at Brother Zhu and half-jokingly said, "The Ministry of Education is really considerate, but unfortunately, I prefer using swords." Brother Zhu's face twitched slightly, but he had no choice. He explained, "The Ministry of Education does have a fire attribute sword, but unfortunately, it's only a yellow rank, top-level weapon, which doesn't match your status and achievements as the top scholar." Brother Zhu picked up the second diagram and introduced it. "Take a look at this. It's the Yuanyang ruler, a fire attribute weapon, and its shape is somewhat similar to a sword, making it more suitable for you." Hong Yuan took the paper and found that the Yuanyang ruler was an earth rank, mid-level weapon. Although its rank was higher than his current Xian rank, top-level Xingyang sword, Hong Yuan was used to the Zhenyang sword and wasn't planning to switch. The last diagram was labeled golden bow and silver bullets, but the picture was of a slingshot typically used by children to shoot birds. Brother Zhu explained, the golden bow and silver bullets is an earth rank, low-level weapon. Given your cultivation method, we've prepared this slingshot for you. Hong Yuan frowned and asked, what does this slingshot have to do with my 8-9 profound art? Brother Zhu patiently explained, legend has it that the deity Erlang Shun had many weapons and treasures, such as the three-pointed double-edged sword, the demon-binding rope, the mountain-driving whip, the mountain-splitting axe, the Tai sword, and finally, a weapon called the golden bow and silver bullets. Hong Yuan asked in confusion, isn't a bow supposed to be a weapon for shooting arrows? How does this slingshot fit in? Su Firen laughed and explained, the full name is the golden slingshot and silver bullets, but later generations misunderstood the golden slingshot as the golden bow. You can think about it yourself, who would use a bent bow to shoot bullets. Hong Yuan shook the paper in his hand, puzzled, but someone as majestic as Erlang Shin using a child's bird-shooting slingshot doesn't fit his image at all. Su Firen followed up, I guess that's why it didn't fit his image, so later generations changed the golden slingshot to the golden bow. After thinking for a moment, Hong Yuan finally made his decision. Then I'll choose this golden bow and silver bullets. Brother Zhu immediately took out an exquisite slingshot in a bag containing 100 silver bullets. He half-jokingly said, if you run out, you'll have to find a way to get more yourself. Of course, if you're short on money, you can trade these silver bullets for cash. Recently, a rumor about the martial arts entrance exam into Xia Kingdom spread like wildfire. It was said that this year, 2 Ancient Millennium geniuses emerged and engaged in an earth-shattering duel at the peak of Qiyun Mountain. The battle was so intense that it seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart, leaving spectators in awe. As the news broke, universities quickly took action, sending recruitment teams to the Xia Kingdom. Within a week, the top 10 universities gathered, marking the beginning of a fierce competition to recruit the talents. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan was recovering in the hospital, unaware of the commotion outside. However, his heroic deeds attracted the attention of many well-meaning citizens. His hospital room was filled with gifts, with fruit baskets piled high, filling the air with their fragrance. After seeing off a visitor claiming to be an ant, Hong Hu couldn't help but complain. Big brother, when will your injuries heal? I can't stand all these visitors every day. Hong Yuan glanced at the fruit baskets scattered around and teased. Don't you love these? Aren't you afraid of cavities? Now you can eat to your heart's content. Hong Hu shook his head helplessly. Eating them every day gets boring. I'm afraid of getting diabetes. Honestly, I'm getting tired of it. Hong Lan closed the door gently, her face showing impatience. These so-called relatives keep saying the same things, hoping you won't forget them when you succeed, hoping you can help them in the future, hoping to borrow some of your prize money, hoping you can find them a job. My ears are sore from hearing it. Enraged, Hong Hu gritted his teeth. When our parents passed away and we were in trouble, where were these people? Now they're here, shamelessly claiming to be relatives. The most ridiculous was the one who claimed to be the sister-in-law of Grandma's sister's husband, wanting to introduce you to her granddaughter. You're only 18, not even the age to marry. Unbelievable. Hong Yuan was more relaxed, resting his hands behind his head, and recited, when poor, no one cares even in a bustling city. When rich, distant relatives come from deep mountains. Don't forget the days without money, for when in trouble, no one is seen. With only the 3 siblings left in the room, Hong Lan suddenly asked, Big brother, what's your relationship with Sister Firen? Only then did Hong Yuan realize he hadn't mentioned to his siblings that Su Firen was once his fiancée. But since Su Wanwan had let it slip yesterday, there was no hiding it now. It's a long story. Blame it on our dad. Hong Yuan sighed and began recounting the events of the past. To avoid worrying them too much, he downplayed his struggles when seeking help from the Dai mansion, simply saying, I went with Dad's letter to see Su Tianbao, and he sent Su Firen to help me. However, having watched the martial arts entrance exam broadcast, Hong Hu and Hong Lan already knew from Su Tianbao how challenging that time had been. Hong Lan bit her lip and cautiously asked, Big brother, how do you plan to handle your relationships with Sister Firen and Sister Shao Shao? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Hong Yuan was about to figure out his response when there was a sudden knock at the door. The knocking interrupted their conversation. Hong Lan sighed, thinking it was another so-called relative. She got up and went to the door. 2 people stood outside, and Hong Lan recognized one of them, but they weren't any supposed relatives. During the live broadcast of the college entrance examination, Hong Lan saw the person she had seen on TV standing at the door of the hospital room. She recalled carefully and confirmed his identity: Mu Bai, a teacher at Dongxing University and a member of the Jade Emperor's Sacred Realm. Hong Lan politely invited the 2 visitors into the hospital room and curiously asked, Is Mr. Mu also here to visit my brother? Mu Bai nodded slightly. You could say that. He then introduced the woman beside him, who was dressed in a smart business suit and appeared to be in her 30s. This is Chao Bing, the director of education at Dongxing University. You can call her Director Chao. Chao Beiying approached Hong Yuan's bedside and greeted him warmly. Hello, top scholar. Hong Yuan humbly replied. Hello, Director Chao. Just call me Shao Hong. After the visitors sat down, Hong Lan considerately offered them drinks, but they politely declined. Chao Beiying then inquired about Hong Yuan's injuries. I'm almost fully recovered and should be discharged soon, Hong Yuan answered. Chao Beiying casually took out a healing pill from a spatial treasure. This is a healing pill that can speed up your recovery. Hong Yuan didn't take the pill but instead smiled and asked, if I accept this pill, you won't force me to enroll at Dongxing University, will you? Mu Bai chuckled. We're a legitimate university, not some criminal or evil organization. Hong Yuan still declined. Thank you, Sister Chao, but I prefer not to accept it for now. The change in address brought a smile of approval from Chao Beiying, who withdrew the pill, appreciating Hong Yuan's way of handling matters. Mu Bai began to introduce the advantages of Dongxing University. There are only 10 top universities in Jiuzhou, and Dongxing University is one of them. If you choose to study here, your tuition for 4 years will be waived, and you'll receive hundreds of thousands in living expenses annually. Chao Beiying added, I am the head of the Thunder and Fire Department at Dongxing University. Your innate attribute is fire, which makes you a perfect fit for our department. If you join us, I will personally provide you with 2 Earth-grade pills each year to enhance your cultivation. Hearing Earth-grade pills, a hint of surprise flashed in Hong Yuan's eyes. Such pills are quite valuable. Even the lower-grade ones sell for millions. Chao Beiying continued. I was on vacation in the Tianhai realm when I received the news and rushed here immediately. I should be the first from the admissions team to visit you, right? After hearing this, Hong Yuan thoughtfully said, You came as soon as you could, but today is already the 7th day. The Tianhai realm isn't that far from Jianghuai province, so it shouldn't take 7 days. Did you visit Li Chang'an first before coming to see me? Chao Beiying candidly replied. The Tianhai realm is to the east of Daxia Kingdom, and Jiangnan province is to the east of Jianghuai province. I traveled westward, so I naturally stopped in Jiangnan province before coming to Jianghuai province. But that doesn't mean you're any less important than Li Chang'an. In my eyes, you both hold the same weight. Hong Yuan smiled and said, All right, I understand. Sister Chao, why don't you leave your contact information? I'll see what other schools offer, and if yours is the best, I'll choose Dongxing University. Sensing this was a polite way of ending the meeting, Chao Beiying nodded and handed over her business card, maintaining a sincere smile. Please make sure to contact me. Throughout this conversation, Hong Yuan demonstrated his understanding of Jiuzhou's geography. The human-occupied Jiuzhou includes Dongxing Xinzhou, where he is located. Dongxing Xinzhou comprises 36 realms, including the Tianhai realm mentioned by Chao Beiying and Luofu realm, home to the Luofu sword tomb. Among these 36 realms is the Xiancang realm. Xiancang realm is further divided into 82 domains, one of which is Huayang domain. The endless fire domain, where Jiu resides, is also part of it. The Daxia kingdom is situated within Huayang domain, which contains 58 countries. Each country is divided into several provinces, such as Jiangnan province and Jianghuai province. Provinces are subdivided into cities and districts, cities into counties, and counties into towns and villages. Thus, the geographical hierarchy from smallest to largest is village, town, county, city, province, country, domain, realm, and state. The state is the largest geographical unit, followed by realm, then domain, and so on. After watching Mu Bai and Chao Beiying leave the hospital room, Hong Lan was about to ask Hong Yuan about his thoughts on how to handle Su Firen and Shao Shao when there was another knock at the door. Hong Hu quickly stepped forward to open it. Standing outside was an elderly man with a vigorous demeanor, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a square face and a steady presence. Hong Hu scrutinized the elder's face and immediately recognized him as Chun Tianshou, the commentator for the martial arts college entrance exams on TV. You've got a keen eye, young man, the elder admitted with a smile. I am indeed Chun Tianshou. He then introduced the middle-aged man beside him. This is Sun Huayuan, the dean of the Five Elements Dao Court at Yuanyuan University. You can just call him Dean Sunday. Sun Huayuan strode over to Hong Yuan's bedside and said earnestly, So you're Hong Yuan. Truly a remarkable talent. Hong Yuan chuckled lightly. Dean Sun, judging by your demeanor, you're not one to give compliments lightly. No need to force yourself. Please, both of you have a seat. Oh, you can read faces too. Sun Huayuan and Chun Tianshou took their seats. Hong Yuan pointed to his slightly pale complexion. I'm just recovering from serious injuries and look quite haggard, yet you call me a remarkable talent. Isn't that like flattering the wrong way? Sun Huayuan crossed his arms, surprisingly showing a hint of approval. You've got sharp eyes, indeed. I'm not good at flattery. At this moment, Hong Lan offered 2 bottles of soda, which the guests politely declined. Hong Yuan got straight to the point. You're here to invite me to join Yuanyuan University, aren't you? I ran into Chao Beiying from Dongxing University in the elevator earlier, Sun Huayuan said frankly. We at Yuan University are willing to offer an additional 50,000 in living expenses annually on top of what Dongxing University is offering. If you have other requests, as long as they're within our capabilities, I can agree to them now. Aren't you going to ask what Dongxing University offered me? Hong Yuan asked meaningfully. Sun Huayuan's expression grew serious. If I'm not mistaken, it's nothing more than a full tuition waiver, tens of thousands in living expenses, and maybe a few pills to enhance your cultivation. That's quite accurate, Hong Yuan mused. Sun Huayuan continued. Chao Bang doesn't understand your true capabilities and treats you like an ordinary top scorer, so the offer won't be very high. But with the detailed information provided by Mr. Chun, I am well aware of your strengths. Moreover, Chao Bang still needs to recruit other top scorers, so even with Mu by providing information, at most, she'll offer a few extra pills. Chun Tianshou leaned forward slightly, his gaze sincere. If you're willing to come to Yuanyang University, after 4 years of study, we'll do our utmost to find the most suitable job for you. Lying in bed, Hong Yuan could sense the sincerity of his visitors, but he remained cautious. Let me think it over for a while. I'll give you an answer in a few days. Sun Huayuan took a gold-embossed business card from his suit pocket and gently placed it on the bedside table. If you have any requests at that time, feel free to reach out to me directly. Hong Yuan picked up the card and examined it for a moment before suddenly asking. Li Chang'an is likely to attend Yuanyang University, right? Chen Tianshou didn't answer directly, speaking vaguely. He might give me some face, but I won't force him. Whether he goes to Yuanyang University is entirely up to him. Seeing the evasive look in Chen Tianshou's eyes, Hong Yuan understood. It seemed Chen Tianshou had already heard from Li Chang'an about the offer from Chao Beiying, which gave Sun Huayuan the confidence to propose such generous terms. After the two visitors left, Hong Hu couldn't hold back his curiosity. Big brother, the offer from Yuanyang University is so good. Why didn't you just agree? Even if you don't go to Yuanyang, Chao Beiying from Dongxing University seems much easier to deal with than Sun Huayuan. Hong Yuan's eyes fell on the 4 untouched bottles of cola beside the chair. His tone was calm, but tinged with disappointment. Your second sister offered them cola, and none of the 4 touched it. It's a clear sign of disrespect. Why should I agree to their terms? Not drinking cola is disrespectful. Hong Hu scratched his head, looking puzzled. Hong Yuan didn't mention what Hong's son had said years ago. He simply remarked, I don't care if they dislike it or are health conscious. The current situation is like I'm the employer, and the schools are the ones applying. Beyond the terms, basic respect should be shown. Even if they didn't want to drink it, they could have at least explained, even just saying they don't like cola, rather than ignoring it. Hong Lan sighed as she listened. She knew her brother too well. Many might not understand why he was so insistent. Those guests were of high status, and most people wouldn't mind if they didn't drink the cola offered by Hong Yuan. But Hong Lan knew that because it was her who offered the cola, her brother was displeased. The logic behind it was simple. These important figures could disrespect Hong Yuan, but they couldn't disrespect his sister, Hong Lan. In other words, they could look down on Hong Yuan, but not on his sister. Though it might seem like her brother was being petty, what he cared about was never himself. Due to the overwhelming number of visitors, the 3 siblings became quite exhausted. As a result, Hong Yuan had to leave the hospital, and many people ended up visiting in vain. Although the doctors declared that Hong Yuan's injuries were mostly healed, they warned him that there would be lasting aftereffects. Once Hong Yuan regained full consciousness, he carefully examined his body and finally discovered the aftereffects mentioned by the doctors. He recalled his battle with Li Chang'an, during which he maintained the body like the great sun state for a prolonged period, with a miniature sun floating above his head. While this intense fiery state enhanced his combat abilities, it also invisibly consumed his life force. To make matters worse, he had risked swallowing the miniature sun, which temporarily boosted his spiritual energy and strength, but at a huge cost. These extreme actions severely damaged Hong Yuan's body. He not only felt weak, but also experienced an unusually slow recovery. If not for this, with his get stronger when hit ability, he would have fully recovered by now, without needing such a long recuperation period. However, what frustrated Hong Yuan the most was another aftereffect. Due to the impact of swallowing the miniature sun, his prized grade talent sun had degraded to a grade talent sunflame. Though a bit disheartened, Hong Yuan wasn't overly troubled. He recalled the time he obtained the great sun gold crystal at the tavern, which had upgraded his grade talent sunflame to sun, and he secretly contemplated the possibility of acquiring the great sun gold crystal again. With this thought in mind, even while still lying in the hospital bed, Hong Yuan didn't remain idle. He used the Kunlun jade pendant he carried with him to make a brief visit to the tavern, leaving behind a note with an agreed-upon meeting time. At 8 o'clock that evening, as promised, Hong Yuan lay on his bed at home, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into the Kunlun jade pendant. The familiar tavern scene unfolded before him. The expressionless Kuei Huang still stood behind the bar, and a few drunkards lay sprawled across wooden tables. Hong Yuan waited for what felt like hundreds of minutes, grumbling inwardly, until the person he was waiting for finally appeared. The newcomer was a simple-looking man, less than 1.7 meters tall, with a crew cut, a bit of stubble, and wearing pajamas. Hong Yuan quickly approached the man with a teasing tone. My dear brother Daniel, I've waited so long. The flowers have withered, and the birds have flown away. Why are you only arriving now? The simple-looking man, named he Daniel, scratched his head in embarrassment and explained. My wife was causing a fuss at home, so I couldn't get away. But I was only 5 or 6 minutes late, wasn't I? Hong Yuan thought to himself that 5 or 6 minutes in the real world equated to 5 or 600 minutes in the Kunlun Jade Pendant. The two of them found an empty table to sit at. Hong Yuan glanced around and noticed the inebriated patrons, curiously asking, why are there always people sleeping in the tavern every day? He Daniel, having possessed the Kunlun Jade Pendant for longer and knowing more, explained, your mental consciousness rests here for 800 minutes, while only 8 minutes pass in the real world. Some people choose to rest and sleep here to save time for cultivation. Hong Yuan was surprised. What kind of cultivation do you have that still requires sleep? As a 9-star martial artist, he considered himself full of energy, capable of staying awake for 7 days and nights without much effect. Daniel chuckled warmly and continued. That's something you might not understand. Cultivation also requires a balance of work and rest. Occasionally sleeping can make your energy even more abundant. For instance, before breaking through, refining pills, or sparring with others, taking a short nap can help refresh your energy and sharpen your focus. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. He took a deep breath and said seriously, speaking of business, do you have any more great sun gold crystals? I can still acquire sky blue gem mines here. Daniel shook his head, apologetically saying, I only have one great sun gold crystal, and I don't need sky blue gem mines either. It's of no use to me. My wife wants to make a blue hairpin, which is why I asked you for it last time. Hearing this, Hong Yuan frowned slightly and couldn't help but remark, what kind of family uses sky blue gem mines for a hairpin? That stuff isn't cheap. You really love your wife. With a hint of envy in his voice, he added, your wife might want a blue bracelet, earrings, or a bracelet next. You should just get me another great sun gold crystal. Daniel patted Hong Yuan on the shoulder, speaking sincerely. I really only have one great sun gold crystal. You helped me a lot last time, and if I had more, I'd give it to you for free, but I really don't. Realizing the situation, Hong Yuan sighed. All right then. Seeing Hong Yuan's disappointment, Daniel felt a bit guilty and said gently, they'll be off then if you come to Chitian Domain next time. They'll treat you to a meal. Hong Yuan chuckled wryly and replied, thank you. With his wife urging him at home, Daniel exchanged a few more words before leaving in a hurry. Hong Yuan sat alone in the bustling tavern, surrounded by the noise of drunken patrons. He pulled out a piece of paper, carefully listing the rare materials he needed, and then stood up to post it on the wall. Hong Yuan pondered his situation. As a cultivator with a level solar flame talent, he had 4 paths to enhance his ability. First, he could use the Great Sun Gold Crystal to upgrade to an A-level solar talent. Second, Pure Spirit Flame could elevate him to an A-level Pure Solar Flame. Third, Extreme Flame could grant him an A-level Extreme Flame. Lastly, acquiring 3,000 flames could even propel him directly to an S-level 3,000 Solar Flame. Though Solar Talent is a rare A-level talent, its fatal flaw relegates it to a level. If Solar Talent didn't weaken at night, it would at least rank as S-level. However, this flaw means that Hong Yuan becomes weaker at night, significantly reducing his strength, and his ability to absorb spiritual energy slows considerably. After careful consideration, Hong Yuan wrote down the materials he needed. Great Sun Gold Crystal, Pure Spirit Flame, Red Lotus, and 3,000 flames. He would accept any of them, even if he couldn't obtain the Great Sun Gold Crystal. Hong Yuan understood that while one can lack strengths, having weaknesses is perilous, as they become vulnerabilities. If an enemy discovers such weaknesses, the consequences could be dire. Therefore, Hong Yuan most desired the 3,000 flames, followed by Red Lotus and Pure Spirit Flame, with the Great Sun Gold Crystal as his last option. Although using the body of the Great Sun technique allows him to maintain a blazing state, it's akin to burning his own life and body. It's viable in critical moments, but frequent use would be unsustainable for his body and vitality. In contrast, evolving into other talents would enable him to maintain peak condition around the clock, eliminating weaknesses. Hong Yuan resolved to take things step by step, using whichever talent he obtained first, with plans to upgrade later. Whether A-level or S-level talents, they were merely transitional stages for him, as his ultimate goal was to ascend to SS-level talent. Because of this, Hong Yuan wasn't fixated on solar talent, but looked forward to a brighter future. The vast continent of Zhozhou is home to numerous nations, yet only 10 prestigious universities stand out, with admission slots as rare as pearls. Each country's allocation differs, typically determined by its power and population. Small countries are allotted only one slot, reserved for the top scholar. Medium-sized countries fare slightly better, with both the top scholar and the runner-up given a chance. As a powerful nation, the Daxia Kingdom boasts 5 coveted slots, while superpowers enjoy the privilege of 10 slots. Among the 58 countries in the Huayang region, the Jintian Empire reigns supreme as the sole superpower. Additionally, there are 2 strong countries, 5 medium-sized countries, and the rest are ordinary small nations. Thus, each year, only 80 fortunate individuals from the Huayang region can enter these universities. In the distant Dongxing Divine Land, there are even rarer top-tier nations that receive 100 university slots annually, but such countries are as rare as phoenix feathers. The 10 prestigious universities are renowned: Tianwu University, Yuanyuan University, Lingxiao University, Longjing University, Dongxing University, Tianzhui University, Wuzhou University, Taishu University, Qingli Academy, and Dawei Fulan Academy. These names often have grander full names, such as Dongxing University's full name, Dongxing Hundred Laws Thousand Paths Comprehensive Martial Arts University. At that moment, Hong Yuan was meditating on his bed when a knock came at the door. His younger brother, Hong Hu, called from outside. "Brother, someone is here to see you." Hong Yuan frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed by the recent influx of admission officers. Reluctantly, he opened the door and saw a petite elderly man standing in the living room. The old man was stooped, standing just over 1.6 meters tall. His hair was sparse, his skin sallow, and his face was lined with wrinkles. Upon seeing Hong Yuan, the old man offered a kindly smile and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Zhou Jilian, the vice president of Tianwu University." Hearing the man's credentials, Hong Yuan immediately put aside his impatience and politely said, "Please have a seat, Mr. Zhou." Hong Yuan retrieved a bottle of cola from the fridge and handed it to Zhou Jilian, saying, "We don't have any boiled water, so please make do with this." Zhou Jilian hesitated briefly before unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. "How does it taste?" Hong Yuan asked with a smile. Zhou Jilian smacked his lips and replied, "It's a bit spicy on the tongue and quite strong." "Do you like it?" Hong Yuan inquired further. Zhou Jilian chuckled, placing the cola on the coffee table, and candidly admitted, "To be honest, I don't find it very pleasant." "Then why did you drink it?" Hong Yuan asked, puzzled. Zhou Jilian, not understanding Hong Yuan's intent, simply replied, "Out of politeness." Hong Yuan shifted the topic, jokingly saying, "Tianwu University's full name is really impressive. It sounds awesome." Zhou Jilian laughed heartily at this. "Our school aims to become the #1 martial arts university in the world. That's our aspiration. We haven't achieved it yet, so we must continue to strive." The two continued chatting about various topics. Hong Yuan noticed that Zhou Jilian was quite different from Sun Huayuan, the dean of Yuanyuan University, who had visited earlier. Zhou Jilian was a vice president, whereas Sun Huayuan was just a dean, indicating a clear difference in their positions. Zhou Jilian's demeanor was not at all like that of a high-ranking official. Instead, he was approachable and made people feel at ease. Hong Yuan had been home for 2 days, and recruitment teams from top universities had arrived one after another, mostly at the level of directors and teachers. However, Tianwu University sent a vice president, which showed their sincerity. Hong Yuan cleared his throat and got straight to the point. "I've met with recruitment teams from 9 universities already, and Tianwu University arrived last." Zhou Jilian explained, "I came all the way from Zhongzhou, so it took some time to get here." Hong Yuan was surprised to hear this. Zhongzhou was millions of miles away from the Daxia Kingdom, and arriving in just 10 days was impressive. He then posed a challenging question. "Did you meet Li Chang'an first?" He asked every recruitment team this, because they all went to see Li Chang'an before him, which annoyed him. Zhou Jilian shook his head and replied, "I came specifically for you, and haven't met Li Chang'an." Hong Yuan was taken aback and asked, "Why?" Zhou Jilian explained slowly, "First of all, your academic performance meets the admission standards of Tianwu University. I've seen the footage of your battle with Li Chang'an. You fight decisively and ruthlessly, which aligns well with our university's style. In contrast, although Li Chang'an is exceptionally talented, he tends to hold back, which doesn't quite fit our approach. Additionally, our president holds you in high regard but is too busy with school affairs to come personally, so he sent me." He continued to introduce himself. "I am known as the true Lord of Heavenly Fire and specialize in fire-based martial arts. Tianwu University's Heavenly Fire Institute is the best fire attribute department in the 9 provinces. You'll thrive at our school." Hong Yuan initially intended to say he'd consider it, but suddenly remembered something and asked, "Since Tianwu University values me so highly, what benefits and treatments can I expect if I join?" Zhou Jilian smiled and said, "I can only promise a full waiver of tuition fees. Tianwu University is different from other schools. What you get depends on your own efforts." Seeing Hong Yuan's confusion, Zhou Jilian explained further, "Each grade at our school is divided into 4 classes: Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow. Heaven class is the highest with the best benefits, while Yellow is the lowest with the least. You have to earn your way to better benefits." Hong Yuan asked, "How do you earn it?" by defeating others with your strength and moving up to better classes. When the first year starts, there's a class placement competition. If you do well, you can get into the heaven class. But others can also challenge you, and if you lose, you'll drop to the earth class. Hong Yuan rubbed his chin and remarked, survival of the fittest, huh? Tianwu University's system is quite harsh, but it suits me well. Zhou Jilian asked meaningfully, so, are you interested? Hong Yuan nodded, thinking that his ability to grow stronger in battle made Tianwu University the perfect place for him like a dream school. Suddenly, Zhou Jilian tried to establish a connection. I heard Su Tianbao is your grandfather. He's an old friend of mine. Hong Yuan then remembered that in his diary, he went to Tianwu University with an introduction letter from Su Tianbao. If he really attended, having the information from his diary would make gaining opportunities and insights much easier. Zhou Jilian, the vice principal of Tianwu University, is also known by the revered title Tianhua Jinjuan and is a renowned figure throughout Jiuzhou. Although this elderly man with white hair is kind and approachable, his distinguished status ensures he receives the highest level of hospitality wherever he goes. Around noon, Hong Yuan, recognizing the honor of hosting such a distinguished guest, naturally wanted to extend his hospitality. Despite Zhou Jilian having reached a level where he no longer needed to eat and could go without food for 2 or 3 years without issue, he graciously accepted Hong Yuan's sincere invitation. The small restaurant at the entrance of their neighborhood was a frequent spot for Hong Yuan and his siblings. As Hong Yuan carefully sterilized the utensils with hot water and handed them to Zhou Jilian, he remarked, this place may be just a simple eatery, but the food is really good. My siblings and I come here often. Zhou Jilian accepted the warm utensils and asked softly, don't you usually cook at home? Our mom used to do the cooking, Hong Yuan replied with a slightly bitter smile. When she traveled for work, she left us some pocket money. Since she passed away, the 3 of us have been helpless and rely on this place to get by. Hearing Hong Yuan's half-joking words, Zhou Jilian felt a pang of sadness. Life's 4 great tragedies: losing a mother in childhood, a father in youth, a spouse in middle age, and a child in old age. This young man, barely an adult, had endured the devastating loss of both parents and now bore the responsibility of caring for 2 younger siblings, a burden outsiders could hardly understand. After a moment of silence, Zhou Jilian brought up another matter. Before I came, I reviewed your file. You started fighting in the 3rd grade at Wanghu Elementary, and it only escalated in middle school, where you would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. You toned it down a bit in high school, but your reputation for being fierce still followed you. He paused. However, the records show that you almost always fought to help others. Do you have many friends outside? Hong Yuan paused, then realized. I didn't help those people because they were my friends. I just can't stand seeing the weak being bullied. But when you were beaten by Long Outhian at Zhanghuai High School, there were many onlookers, and it seems those you'd helped didn't step in to assist you? Zhou Jilian pressed. That's not true. Someone did help me. Hong Yuan immediately countered. Classmate Horfei stood up for me, even though he ended up getting beaten by Long Outyan as well. But you've helped a lot of people, at least dozens, yet only Horfei stood up for you. Doesn't that make you feel disheartened? Zhou Jilian asked with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Hong Yuan shook his head gently, a serene smile appearing on his face. Those I've helped were already bullied and weak. If they didn't dare to fight back when bullied themselves, why should I blame them for not standing up for me? Courage is precious if you have it, but I don't hold it against anyone if they don't. After all, everyone has their own path. I helped out simply because I can't stand seeing the weak being bullied. I never expected them to repay me or come to my rescue when I'm in trouble. Keep your mind at ease and don't seek from others. Zhou Jilian nodded with a smile. Your mindset is quite elevated, much like the Buddhist saying, give without expecting return, do good without seeking recognition. Exactly, Hong Yuan smiled knowingly. In life, do good deeds and don't worry about the future. As the dishes were served, Hong Hu and Hong Lan focused on their meal. Seeing Zhou Jilian start eating, Hong Yuan eagerly asked, how do you find the taste, Principal Zhou? After being used to delicacies, a simple home-cooked meal feels especially comforting. Zhou Jilian replied sincerely, putting down his chopsticks and sipping some water. I read something in your file that piqued my curiosity. I wonder if it's appropriate to ask. You've brought it up, so how would I know if it's appropriate unless you ask? Hong Yuan joked. Zhou Jilian turned serious. Your house and your parents' compensation were taken by your uncles, and you asked Su Firen from the Dei Prefecture for help. Why didn't you kill them back then? Didn't you hate them? I'm not Zhu Zhangji. I can't just go around killing my uncles. Hong Yuan joked at first, then turned serious. To say I didn't hate them would be a lie. I didn't want to kill them. But my father left me his last words, and despite all the hatred, I must abide by them. Those were the last 2 tasks he entrusted to me. Besides not killing your uncles, what else did he ask? To take care of my younger siblings, Hong Yuan replied briefly, getting up to pay the bill. Hong Hu and Hong Lan went home first, leaving only Hong Yuan and Zhou Jilian outside the restaurant. Now that we've had our cola, eaten, and chatted, Can you give me a definitive answer? Zhou Jillian asked. About going to Tianwu University? Of course, I'll go. Hong Yuan replied with determination. Then I'm relieved, Zhou Jillian smiled. Otherwise, all those words would have been wasted. Looking at the young man before him, Zhou Jillian recalled seeing many young people lose themselves after suddenly gaining wealth and decided to ask about the Zhuang Yuan prize in the Great Xia Kingdom, intending to offer some advice. 10 million, Hong Yuan stated bluntly, his eyes sincere. To him, as the vice president of a top university, Zhou Jillian wouldn't be concerned about such a small amount of money. What do you plan to do with it? Zhou Jillian asked tentatively. Hong Yuan answered naturally. I plan to save it for my younger siblings. This unexpected answer made Zhou Jillian raise an eyebrow. Why? Isn't this your bonus? I intend to have them tested for their talents in advance, Hong Yuan explained, his eyes shining with determination. Early testing requires a lot of money, and cultivation is an even greater expense. Although I gave them my parents' inheritance, I'm afraid it's still not enough. You didn't keep any of your parents' compensation money? Zhou Jillian asked with a frown. I kept just a little. Why only a little? Hong Yuan paused, then spoke firmly. I don't mind enduring some hardship myself, but I don't want my younger siblings to suffer. Others can look down on me, but they can't look down on my siblings. I want them to live without being bullied. Besides, I was irresponsible before and used too much of the family's money, so the compensation should go to them. You are a good brother. Zhou Jillian hesitated. As an outsider, there were words he couldn't say. He wanted to tell Hong Yuan, you're a good brother, but you need to be yourself first. The deeper meaning was to encourage Hong Yuan to learn to love himself, as love often feels like a debt, but one must live for oneself first. I'll be going now. Zhou Jillian patted Hong Yuan's shoulder and handed him an acceptance letter. See you at Tianwu University. President Zhou, see you at Tianwu University. Hong Yuan accepted the letter, a smile spreading across his face. Zhou Jillian's figure flickered and disappeared into the sky, heading towards Zhongzhou. After flying 500 or 600 miles, his phone suddenly rang. He stopped amidst the vast sea of clouds, standing in midair. The screen displayed Xiang Dingtian calling the president of Tianwu University. As soon as the call connected, Xiang Dingtian's urgent voice came through. Hello, hello. Old Zhou, can you hear me? Did you meet Hong Yuan? Is he willing to come to our Tianwu University? Hong Yuan has already agreed. Zhou Jillian replied with delight. He actually agreed? My goodness. I heard he turned down offers from 9 top universities, and you managed to recruit him in one go. Xiang Dingtian said excitedly. This is a major achievement. When you return to Zhongzhou, I'll host a banquet for you. My old bones traveled a long way, so you better bring out your treasured, immortal brew. Zhou Jillian was in high spirits. Absolutely. What do you think of Hong Yuan? Xiang Dingtian inquired. Zhou Jillian pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Although his words might seem a bit unconventional, he has a heart of gold. He's a man of great integrity. Moreover, he has courage, backbone, principles, and responsibility. He's open-minded, with the ambition to reach the sky. Though he has pride, he lacks arrogance. This evaluation closely matched the initial assessment by Su Firen. It was the most sincere appraisal of this young man by the true Lord of Heavenly Fire. Your judgment is always discerning, and for Hong Yuan to receive such high praise from you, I'm eager to meet him. Xiang Dingtian's voice was filled with excitement. Zhou Jillian laughed heartily. You'll meet him soon enough, don't worry. This kid definitely won't let you down. Time flew by after the martial arts college entrance exam, and before long, it was already August 17th. During this period, Hong Yuan had gained significantly. The abundant spiritual energy accumulated from his battle with Li Chang'an, along with days of meditation, finally helped him break through to the 10-star warrior level last night. Standing at this new level of cultivation, Hong Yuan was acutely aware of the high threshold for the next level, a 1-star martial spirit. Without a massive accumulation of spiritual energy and the tempering of near-death experiences, this hurdle would be challenging to overcome. He couldn't help but think of the tavern incident. Despite the days that had passed, no one had contacted him, so his plan to elevate his talent back to grade A would have to be temporarily shelved. At 6 in the morning, as the sun began to rise, Hong Yuan was already prepared, having packed all his belongings into the Kunlun jade pendant. While Hong Lan and Hong Hu were still asleep, he quietly went to his parents' memorial, lit 3 sticks of incense, and respectfully bowed. As he gently wiped the dust off the memorial plaque, Hong Yuan spoke softly. Dad, do you remember when I told you I'd get into Tianwu University? Today I'm setting off. Since the Great Xia Kingdom doesn't have interdimensional airships, I have to take a high-speed train to the Jintian Empire and then transfer to an airship to Central State. He paused, his voice slightly choked. Don't just sleep down there. Watch over Hong Lan and Hong Hu, and keep an eye on me too. I haven't let you down. I've avenged my 2 uncles for you. As for my younger siblings, Hong Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. I've tried my best, though it never feels like it's enough. If they complain to you about my care, please don't blame me. This is the best I can do. Oh, and don't argue with Mom down there. Keep your temper in check. Hong Yuan rambled on, as if he were speaking to living parents. It wasn't until a tear inadvertently slipped down his cheek that he wiped it away with a light laugh. I've said enough. I'm off to make something of myself in Central State. If I don't succeed, I won't come back. Just then, he heard the door open behind him. It turned out Hong Lan and Hong, who were already awake. Hong Yuan turned and smiled, asking if he had disturbed them. Hong Lan shook his head and said, "We got up when we heard the noise. Just as well, I was looking for you." Hong Yuan motioned them over and took out 2 gold bricks and a stack of money from the Kunlun jade pendant. 1 gold brick each, just in case. Keep this money too. You'll be turning 18 in a few months. Remember to get your talents tested in advance. Looking at the pile of cash in front of him, Hong, whose eyes showed a hint of confusion. His straightforward nature prompted him to ask directly, "Is this money your top scholar prize? I spent 2 million on a ticket for the interdimensional flying boat, and the talent test costs another 4 million, leaving exactly 8 million here. You've given all this money to us. Do you still have any left for yourself?" Hong Yuan smiled easily, flipping his hand to conjure a glittering gold brick out of thin air, which he then stored back into the Kunlun jade pendant. "Of course I have money. These gold bricks are the payment I receive for helping Jiang Minghu buy colorful stones. This money is specifically set aside for your talent tests, so don't spend it recklessly." As he spoke, Hong Yuan took out an ancient-looking book from the Kunlun jade pendant, which was the De Spear manual. He explained with a slightly complex expression, "Although Su Tianbao considers us as his grandchildren too, ever since Dad broke ties with him, we haven't used any of the techniques from it. I've modified 4 sword techniques from it, but since Dad doesn't use them, I wasn't planning to give them to you either. However, now that you're grown, it's up to you whether you want to learn them or not." His tone suddenly turned serious. "Remember, after the talent test, no matter the results, keep it strictly confidential. Don't show off to avoid attracting the attention of evil cultivators. My top scholar prize is for your early talent detection, and Mom and Dad's compensation can be used to purchase skills, elixirs, and manuals. Aim to get a good start, and strive to perform well in next year's college entrance exams." Hong Yuan's tone softened. "Getting into a top university would be ideal, but it's okay if you don't, as long as you're happy." Yet, he quickly added, "But it'd be best if you do get into a top university. Don't let me down. When I'm not home, if you encounter trouble you can't solve, you can go to Jiangnan province to find Su Tianbao. For small matters, just find Uncle Wang." Hong Yuan continued to advise. "In Jianghuai province, my only enemy is Long Outyan's father, Long Yuantian. However, after I became the top scholar, the high officials of the Great Xia secretly dealt with him." He explained that he learned this information from Brother Zhu at the Ministry of Education 2 days ago. Long Yuantian attempted to hire someone to retaliate, but the Security Bureau discovered and reported it to the higher-ups in advance. Compared to a promising top scholar, Long Yuantian seemed insignificant and was quickly arrested and executed, the process swift and decisive. "Oh, and," Hong Yuan added as if remembering something, "don't spend money recklessly. Don't follow my example from last year when I dated a gold-digging girlfriend and spent lavishly. Be discerning in your friendships." Seeing her brother's continuous nagging and worried expression, Hong Lan couldn't help but laugh. "Big brother, you don't need to worry about us being broke. During the college entrance exam competition, I bet 10,000 yuan on your victory and ended up making a few million." She winked. "You should keep your top scholar prize for yourself." "Really?" Hong Yuan looked incredulous. "I was just upset at the time, so I bet 10,000, Hong Lan said with a hint of regret. "Looking back, I should have bet more." Hong Hu eagerly chimed in, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, I can vouch for it. It's true. Second sister won a lot of money." Hong Yuan frowned and thought for a moment, then waved his hand decisively. "The money that's been given away can't be taken back. You two just keep it." He turned to Hong Hu, his tone tinged with concern. "Hong Hu is impulsive and hot-headed. When you're home, keep an eye on him for me. Don't let him get into conflicts with others." Hong Lan sharply sensed Hong Yuan's attempt to change the subject. She pressed her lips together, understanding his intention. Taking a deep breath, her voice slightly trembling, she called out, "Big brother." Her eyes glistened with tears as she spoke. "You've already done so much for us. You don't need to worry about us. While you're at university, don't always stand up for others. Your temper is even worse than Hong Hu's, so try to endure things outside and take care of yourself first." She paused, her voice choked with emotion. "Even though you often keep things from us, I know you've been under a lot of pressure. I know it's not easy for you. You're the best big brother I could ask for." Hong Yuan opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to say stayed unspoken. He simply gave a slight smile, turned his back to them, and waved, leaving with a simple, "I'm off. See you next year in Zhongzhou." Although the Daxia Kingdom has universities, they are merely ordinary institutions where people of average talent learn knowledge and skills. The real martial arts universities are all concentrated in Tianwenji of Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou is located in the center of the 9 provinces, surrounded by the other 8 like stars around the moon. Although its geographical position is central, Zhongzhou's area is more than twice that of the other provinces. Tianwenji hosts hundreds of thousands of martial arts universities, with an astonishing population density reaching hundreds of billions, making it the most densely populated area in the 9 provinces. However, the permanent residents are few. Most are martial arts students, teachers, and service personnel from various industries. The Daxia Kingdom, though a strong nation, is not considered a superpower. In the Huayang region, only the Jintian Empire qualifies as a superpower. Therefore, Hong Yuan's journey to Zhongzhou's Tianwenji is not an easy one. He needs to first take a high-speed train to the Jintian Empire and then board a cross-realm airship. The ticket prices for the cross-realm airship to Zhongzhou are steep. An economy class ticket costs 2 million, business class is 8 million, and the most luxurious first class is 20 million. Despite the vast distance of millions of miles between Huayang region and Tianwenji, the airship travels at an impressive speed of 35,000 miles per hour, taking only 12 days to reach the destination. In comparison, flights from some remote areas to Tianwenji can take over a month, with economy class tickets priced at 7 to 8 million. Hong Yuan got into a taxi and arrived at the high-speed train station. Holding his ticket, he searched for his seat in the train car. Although the high-speed train is not as fast as the cross-realm airship, it travels at over 300 miles per hour, reaching the Jintian Empire in about a day. When Hong Yuan found his seat, he noticed that someone was already sitting across from him. It was a dark-skinned man who looked somewhat familiar. Hong Yuan hesitated briefly before tentatively asking, "What a coincidence. Are you Wei Wei?" A familiar female voice suddenly broke the silence in the carriage. Hong Yuan turned around to see a girl with a high ponytail, dressed in white, standing behind him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. It was none other than Su Firen. "What a coincidence. You're going to school too?" Hong Yuan blurted out, immediately realizing how awkward that sounded. Su Firen chuckled softly and gracefully sat in the seat next to Hong Yuan. "I've been here for a while. I just went to the restroom," she said, a gentle breeze from her movement brushing against the hem of Hong Yuan's clothes. Hong Yuan discreetly adjusted his jacket and asked, "Which university did you get into?" "Longjing University," Su Firen replied succinctly. Her answer matched what Hong Yuan had noted in his journal. He was just confirming. Hong Yuan turned his gaze to Wei Wei, who sat across from him with a sullen face. "And you?" Wei Wei's expression darkened further. With his abilities, getting into a top university had always been easy, but this year's competition was unusually fierce, leaving him with a spot in a first-rate university instead. This result was clearly hard for him to accept. Su Firen elbowed Hong Yuan gently, giving him a warning look that seemed to say, "You're making it awkward for him." Hong Yuan hadn't meant to embarrass Wei Wei. He just thought the atmosphere was tense with Wei Wei sitting alone, so he tried to make small talk. After a moment of silence, Wei Wei finally spoke. "I was unlucky. My first opponent was Su Firen, and the second was you. But losing to you, Hong Yuan, I can accept. You're the top scorer, after all, and your strength is undeniable." Hearing this, Su Firen raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with sarcasm. "Oh, so you're saying you're not convinced about losing to me?" Wei Wei, ever straightforward, looked Su Firen in the eye and said, "We haven't settled our score yet. Let's find time to compete again." Su Firen dismissed Wei Wei's arrogance with disdain and turned to Hong Yuan. "There are 7 people from Daxia who got into top universities this year. Do you know who they are?" 7 people? Hong Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't it be 5? Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu were already accepted beforehand, but insisted on taking the martial artist entrance exam, so excluding them. We originally had 5 spots. After a brief pause, Hong Yuan guessed. "You, me, Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, Ing Huan, Shao Shao, Mu Yunlu. You're spot on." Su Firen smiled approvingly and glanced around. "Ing Huan should be on this high-speed train too. Why haven't we seen her?" "She must be in another carriage," Hong Yuan replied, though he was curious about Ing Huan's rapid progress. She had only recently acquired her martial arts skills, but had advanced swiftly in just 3 months. Many with early detected talent didn't make it to the top 5, and Ing Huan started training over a month after her talent was discovered. Hong Yuan himself reached his level through his unique ability to grow stronger in battle. But what about Ing Huan? Did she possess some special power to enhance her abilities? Despite his curiosity, Hong Yuan knew it was her secret and refrained from asking. As Hong Yuan and Su Firen chatted, a tall, busty girl in blue elegantly took a seat beside Wei Wei, facing Hong Yuan. She instantly recognized him, her voice filled with excitement. "You're Hong Yuan, right? And you are?" Hong Yuan asked in surprise, not knowing who she was. Su Firen turned away, her expression slightly displeased, and said coolly, "She's Sido from Shishu Qingzhou Mansion." Hong Yuan's gaze fell on Su Firen, his brow furrowing slightly. "Do you two know each other?" "We've known each other since we were little," Sido quickly answered, her tone carrying a hint of subtle provocation. "But it seems that Sister Firen doesn't like me." Hong Yuan understood. The 3 major families, Dai, Qingzhou, and Jinyuan, all resided in the Great Xia Kingdom, so naturally, there were interactions among them. Although he wasn't clear on the specifics of the conflict between the two, he didn't hesitate to side with Su Firen. Situlan suddenly adopted a tone of admiration, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Brother Hong Yuan, you avenged me. I was eliminated by Li Chang'an, and that final blow you dealt him really satisfied me. It was just luck, Hong Yuan replied, feeling a bit flattered as her words both praised him and criticized Li Chang'an. Situlan feigned anger, her voice sweet and syrupy. You can't say that. It wasn't luck at all. The lucky one was Li Chang'an. If you had been a 10-star martial artist at the time, there wouldn't have been any duel champion. Li Chang'an only took advantage of the situation, winning because of his level. Although her words were somewhat far-fetched, Hong Yuan found them quite reasonable. He couldn't help but imagine that if he had been a 10-star martial artist back then, he would have lasted longer before fainting and could have claimed the champion title. Just then, Su Firen cleared her throat, her gaze sharp as a knife as she looked at Hong Yuan and asked coldly, "Are you happy?" Hong Yuan snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing he had almost been swayed by Situlan's rhetoric. He quickly leaned in to whisper to Su Firen, "I support you. I'm definitely on your side. I won't talk to her anymore." Seeing this, Situlan crossed her arms, slightly lifting her chest to reveal a deep cleavage. Hong Yuan instinctively turned his head away, subtly adjusting his posture. The four sat facing each other in a tense silence. Su Firen's face was icy, and Hong Yuan dared not inquire about the conflict between them, so he too remained silent. "Boring," Situlan muttered, turning away to rest her eyes. After a journey of several hours, they finally arrived at the Jintian Empire. Hong Yuan felt relieved as he followed Su Firen out of the carriage. As they left the station, he caught a glimpse of Li Chang'an and Luo Lai. They hailed a taxi to the Interrealm airship terminal. Sitting in the back seat, Hong Yuan couldn't resist asking, "What's the issue between you and Situlan?" Su Firen replied expressionlessly, "Her conduct is questionable. I simply don't like her." She briefly explained the strict family traditions of the Dai family and the rigorous upbringing she received. Su Firen valued character and morals, which naturally clashed with Situlan's more carefree nature. Hong Yuan immediately agreed. "I don't like her either." Su Firen gave a light snort, her tone sarcastic. "Really? You seem to be enjoying the view when you were staring at Situlan." Hong Yuan quickly composed himself. "Beauty is only skin deep, a mere facade. To me, it's all the same." He paused, then added, "Besides, in my eyes, you're much more beautiful than Situlan." "Really?" Su Firen blinked, a slight smile tugging at her lips, her delight barely concealed. "Of course," Hong Yuan blurted out. It was genuinely how he felt. To him, Su Firen had a spirited beauty, Shao Shao had a delicate beauty, while Situlan and Lu Rian possessed a more alluring beauty. Each had their unique charm, but in Hong Yuan's eyes, Su Firen was undoubtedly the most special. In the height of August summer, during the hottest time, the setting sun glowed like blood and the sound of cicadas echoed continuously. The departure hall of the Cross-Realm Flying Boat Airport in the Jintian Empire was bustling with people and brightly lit. Hong Yuan and Su Firen stood side by side. Looking at their tickets, Hong Yuan had an economy-class ticket, while the well-off Su Firen held a first-class ticket, allowing her to rest in the VIP lounge. With 6 hours left until the midnight flight, the noisy departure hall was crowded and unbearably hot. Hong Yuan turned to Su Firen with concern and said, "It's noisy and hot here. You should go to the VIP lounge. There's air conditioning. Besides, if you stop thinking about Situlan, you won't feel as hot." Su Firen's lips curled into a slight smile. Having spent a long time with Hong Yuan, she had learned to joke a bit. "I'm not some pampered young lady. I've been practicing shooting since I was a child and have endured more hardships than you. I'm just worried about you," Hong Yuan said, refraining from making a harsher comment he initially thought of. As the two chatted, a commotion suddenly broke out. "Watch where you're going, you bumpkin. If I hit you, you wouldn't live to spend the compensation," a rough male voice shouted. "I didn't mean to. You clearly bumped into me." A timid female voice reached Hong Yuan's ears, sounding eerily familiar. These country folks have clearly never been to a big city and don't understand the rules. They think this is their countryside, the man continued to yell. Hong Yuan patted Su Firen on the shoulder. "That's Ing Huanhuan's voice. Let's go check it out." They saw a pot-bellied middle-aged man towering over a young girl. It was indeed Ing Huanhuan. Although she had changed out of her faded school uniform and worn-out cloth shoes, her rural aura was still evident. In this self-proclaimed superior superpower, people's gazes seem to inherently discern wealth from poverty. "Don't you know how to watch where you're going? You think this is your small country?" The middle-aged man sneered, his face full of contempt. Others around him joined in, jeering, "That's how country people are. Our Jintian Empire is chaotic because of people like you." Hong Yuan felt a surge of anger. The Daxia Kingdom was a strong nation, yet these people indiscriminately labeled Ing Huanhuan as from a small country. Was this the so-called superiority of a superpower? Just as Su Firen was about to step forward, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "I saw everything that happened just now." Hong Yuan looked towards the voice and saw Li Chang'an striding over, pointing at the middle-aged man. You were the one walking while talking on the phone and bumped into her, yet now you're accusing her. The middle-aged man in an expensive suit glanced disdainfully at Li Chang'an and sneered. Country bumpkin, you must be in cahoots with them, right? His words were laced with sarcasm. Li Chang'an indeed hailed from a small town in the countryside of Daxia, while Ing Huan lived in the slums of the provincial capital. Strictly speaking, Li Chang'an was the true country person. Puffing up his chest, the middle-aged man arrogantly declared, "Do you think you're on my level? Look at your shabby clothes. My suit is a designer brand worth hundreds of thousands. If you damage it, you couldn't afford to pay for it even if you sold everything you own." Li Chang'an, keeping a clear head, immediately sensed the man's attempt to change the subject. He calmly responded, "We're discussing who ran into whom, which has nothing to do with our backgrounds or the value of your suit." The middle-aged man, already agitated from a failed business deal, became even more enraged by Li Chang'an's logical reply. He glanced around, lowered his voice, and threatened, "Watch your mouth, pauper. If I hit you, I just need to pay some money. If you touch me, your whole family will have to beg for mercy." Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an slowly reached for the sword on his back and asked in a low voice, "What if I take your life?" In the 9 provinces, everyone could cultivate, but those without talent often chose to pursue business or a craft. Even someone as gifted as Hong San, due to his busy daily work, could only reach the level of a martial king, eventually blending into the crowd. Let alone this pot-bellied middle-aged man, whose talent was mediocre and was constantly occupied with business. Li Chang'an, using his keen perception, quickly discerned that this man was only an 8-star martial master. The middle-aged man was about to speak, but fell silent upon noticing Li Chang'an's hand reaching for his sword. His face darkened, and he left without saying another word. The crowd, seeing there was no more drama, began to disperse. Only then did Hong Yuan and Su Firen push their way to the front. Li Chang'an noticed them and greeted them with a respectful gesture. After returning the gesture, Hong Yuan asked, "When did you arrive?" Li Chang'an replied, "After leaving the train station, I had a bowl of noodles and just got here." Su Firen held Ing Huan's hand and softly comforted her. "It's all right now." Hong Yuan approached Ing Huan and joked, "That crazy pot-bellied bald guy, his whole purpose in life is to make us mad while he's alive. When he finally keels over, we'll be able to laugh freely. It's the classic case of the calm before the storm." Ing Huan didn't laugh, but Su Firen couldn't help but smile. "You're always so good with metaphors." Hong Yuan suggested, "You should check out some online forums. Spend enough time in those cesspools, and you'll reach my level eventually." He then proposed, "Since we've run into each other and have 5 hours before our flight, let's wait together." Everyone agreed, and the 4 of them found seats in a corner. Hong Yuan looked at Li Chang'an and asked, "Did you get accepted by Yuan Central University?" "No." Li Chang'an shook his head. "I chose Tianzui University." The 3 were surprised, but Hong Yuan laughed, saying, "Old Master Chen Tianshou must be fuming." Li Chang'an replied calmly, "Though the old master has been kind to me, he never forced me to do anything. I followed my heart and chose Tianzui University." Hong Yuan nodded in agreement. "Tianzui University is the best for sword cultivation. It suits you perfectly. Your choice is right. Yuan Central University focuses more on ice, fire, and lightning techniques, which wouldn't suit you as well as Tianzua." Su Firen turned to Ing Huan and asked, "Which university did you get into?" Ing Huan looked up nervously, like a frightened rabbit, and quietly said, "I chose Yuan Central University." After speaking, she lowered her head again. This response hinted that Ing Huan might have a special talent in the field of ice, fire, and lightning techniques. In the heart of the 9 provinces lies Zhongzhou, also known as the Central Province, symbolizing the land between heaven and earth. Surrounding Zhongzhou are 8 distinct provinces: Dongxing Shenzhou in the east, home to the Huayang domain; Piaomiaozhou in the northeast, characterized by its high terrain and enveloping mists; Baijiluzu to the north, perpetually blanketed in snow with the Great Wall spanning its expanse; Lingsongzhou in the northwest, famous for the Sword Rain City and Luofu Sword Tomb; Daluo Jinzhou in the west, where martial prowess thrives, and the people are known for their combative spirit; Fangtian Wuzhou in the southwest, where martial arts are highly esteemed; Sanqian Daozhou in the south, where Taoist practices flourish; and Wudao Jizhou in the southeast, influenced by Sanqian Daozhou with its thriving magical arts. The forces of these regions are in constant conflict, with Fangtian Wuzhou, Daluo Jinzhou, Wudao Jizhou, and Sanqian Daozhou frequently at odds due to ideological differences, leading to continuous warfare. As night fell, Hong Yuan and his companions finally boarded the inter-realm flying vessel. This was their first experience with such an advanced mode of transportation. Compared to a regular airplane, the flying vessel boasts a speed of over 30,000 miles per hour and a capacity exceeding 10,000 passengers. Hong Yuan sat by the window in the economy class, and although the seating was somewhat cramped, he did not feel the speed of the flight. Through the porthole, He watched the sunrise emerge from the sea of clouds, gradually climbing into the sky. Su Firen enjoyed the comforts of first class, while Li Chang'an and Ying Huanhuan were seated elsewhere. As Hong Yuan was absorbed in the magnificent morning light, a sturdy hand landed on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man as burly as a bear, exuding a powerful aura, clearly a martial king-level expert. The man lifted his sunglasses to reveal sharp eyes. "Are you Hong Yuan?" Hong Yuan nodded in confirmation and curiously asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Wu Di," the man replied, pulling a badge from his pocket and presenting it to Hong Yuan. Examining it closely, Hong Yuan saw the words, "Great Xia National Security Bureau," prominently displayed. Wu Di retrieved his badge, speaking in a low, serious tone. "Come with me." Hong Yuan did not doubt him, having seen Hongsen's Security Bureau credentials before. He understood that the National Security Bureau, as a national-level department, held a status far above the Provincial Security Bureau. With a mix of curiosity and nervousness, Hong Yuan rose and followed Wu Di from his seat. The sudden visit from the Security Bureau set off alarm bells in Hong Yuan's mind. Could it be that terrorists were planning to blow up the airship? As he stood up to follow Wu Di, a flurry of speculations raced through his mind. The last line on the 7th page of his diary mentioned August 15th, which was today. He wouldn't see the contents of the 8th page until tomorrow, and there was no mention of anything happening today. This offered Hong Yuan a slight sense of relief. As he stepped into first class, Hong Yuan glanced around and saw that Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, Ying Huanhuan, Shao Dao, and Mu Yunlu were already there. Su Firen and Sido Lan were first-class passengers, so they were naturally present as well. The cabin was filled with other passengers, mostly young faces, likely students heading to Tianwen Realm for their studies. Seeing such an assembly, Hong Yuan felt a sense of unease. Could something have truly gone wrong? His face was marked with worry and uncertainty. Noticing his expression, Su Firen immediately approached and gently reassured him. "Don't overthink it." Hong Yuan exhaled deeply and admitted, "Seeing you all here, it's hard not to let my mind wander." Wu Di then explained, "Your talents are truly exceptional, and dark cultivators love to hunt down prodigies. The high ranks of the Daxia Kingdom are worried about your safety, so they assigned me and the elite from the Security Bureau to escort you to Tianwen Realm." He went on to introduce that Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu were top talents who had been granted direct admission and were originally supposed to be escorted by Tianwen Realm officials, like Shao Shao. Li Chang'an's outstanding talent made him an even more likely target for dark cultivators. To protect these individuals, the high ranks of Daxia Kingdom had specially assigned the elite of the Security Bureau to accompany them. Wu Di continued, "Your seats were too scattered, and I was concerned about potential issues, so I paid to upgrade your seats. With you all together, it's easier for me to ensure your safety." He added that Teacher Mu Bai from the Jade Emperor's Sacred Realm, General Long Shao from the Daxia Military, and Li Yunfei from the Bright Moon Sword Pavilion were all on board the airship, while experts from Dei Mansion, Jinyuan Mansion, and Qingzhou Mansion were also escorting them. Wu Di confidently assured, "Rest assured, as long as you stay within our sight, there will be no danger. Even if something does happen, we will protect you, and you won't get hurt unless I die." This statement sounded like a public speech, not entirely believable. However, it indirectly suggested that the journey should be quite safe, or Wu Di wouldn't make such a bold claim. Finally, Wu Di joked, "Besides, I don't plan on dying. After escorting you, I'm planning to go back home and get married." Everyone smiled knowingly at his words, their anxiety replaced with anticipation for the upcoming university life. Beside Li Chang'an sat a girl with big, adorable eyes. She was chatting happily, while Li Chang'an listened quietly with a gentle smile. At that moment, Hong Yuan moved closer to Su Firen and whispered, "Who is she? She seems quite familiar with Li Chang'an." Su Firen frowned in thought for a moment, but before he could respond, Sido Lan chimed in. "Her name is Chun Yiqing, and she's the granddaughter of Chen Tianshou. She didn't take the martial arts entrance exam. She got into Yuanyang University with a recommendation letter from her grandfather. How can that be considered favoritism? With a grandfather like Chen Tianshou, it's completely legitimate," Hong Yuan retorted, unable to hide his protective tone. After all, in his diary, he too had entered Tianwu University thanks to a recommendation from Su Tianbao. Situlan leaned in closer to Hong Yuan, lowering her voice even further. "Haven't you noticed? Chen Tianshou is trying to matchmake Chen Yiqing and Li Chang'an." This immediately caught Su Firen's attention, who subtly pricked up his ears, but Situlan deliberately stopped speaking. "No wonder Chen Tianshou didn't insist on Li Chang'an going to Yuanyang University," Hong Yuan said, rubbing his chin in realization. "He's been waiting for this. That old man is shrewd." Situlan sneered. Li Chang'an going to Yuanyang wouldn't benefit him much, but if he becomes his grandson-in-law, that's a huge gain. "I'm quite remarkable too. Why isn't anyone interested in me?" Hong Yuan grumbled, feeling a bit indignant. Situlan glanced at Su Firen, hinting, "Oh, there definitely is." Before Hong Yuan could respond, Su Firen interrupted in a deep voice. "When I took a liking to him, He was just a low-level martial artist with inflexible talent. I like him for who he is, not for his abilities or status. Her eyebrows furrowed, clearly showing her genuine anger. Give me a break, Situlan said sarcastically. Didn't your grandfather choose Hong Sun for you because of his talent? When Hong Sun refused, he arranged for you and Hong Yuan to be betrothed, just to keep Hong Sun in check. Don't project your own twisted thoughts onto others, Hong Yuan replied coldly. Old Master Su truly admired my father, which is why he proposed the betrothal. Besides, Firen has saved my life twice. Our bond is unbreakable, and it's not for you to meddle with. Hong Yuan didn't believe a word Situlan said. If Su Tianbao was interested in his current self, then how would he explain the recommendation letter given to him when he was just in flevel talent with no achievements, which Su Firen never minded? Feeling frustrated and defeated, Situlan snorted and stormed off. Hong Yuan turned to Su Firen, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You're right, this Situlan is truly annoying. Su Firen sighed softly, a trace of sympathy in his tone. Don't be too harsh. Situlan, she's had a tough time. What do you mean? Hong Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Aren't we supposed to stand united against a common foe? Su Firen shook his head, hesitating. Situlan wasn't always like this. It's because of the decline of the Qingzhou mansion, but never mind. It's a long story, and I don't like talking about others behind their backs. Seeing Su Firen reluctant to elaborate, Hong Yuan didn't press further. He wasn't particularly interested in Situlan anyway. The interdimensional airship flew for several hours, stopping at Xiaoshao Nation in the Baisha region around noon. With many seats still empty, the airship needed to wait for new passengers to board. Once full, it would head directly to the Tianwen realm in Central State. The Baisha region was in turmoil, with the superpowered Xiaoshao Nation surrounded by small countries. Constant warfare among these smaller nations drove many refugees to seek shelter in Xiaoshao Nation. This reminded Hong Yuan of the past in Huayang Region, place once plagued by war, where families like Dai Mansion, Qingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion rose to prominence. Later, the Daxiao Nation thrived through diligence and governance, bringing stability to its surroundings. To maintain Dai Mansion's prosperity, Su Tianbao had to earn military merit at the Tianqian Great Wall. After graduating from university, Hong Sun also went to the Great Wall, where he met Su Tianbao, who had been stationed there for years. Without Su Tianbao's accumulated military achievements, Dai Mansion might have declined like Qingzhou Mansion. During the airship's stop, passengers disembarked to stretch their legs. Su Firen, wearing headphones, was too lazy to move, so Hong Yuan ventured out alone. As he exited the airport, he was greeted by a Gothic architectural landscape. Although this foreign style was impressive, it still couldn't compare to the traditional architecture of the Daxiao Nation. The streets were filled with refugees, their faces gaunt and their clothes tattered, appearing exhausted and disheveled. Don't you see, on the shores of the Blue Sea, ancient bones lie unclaimed. Palaces with thousands of rooms turn to dust, and the rise and fall of nations brings suffering to the people. Hong Yuan recited a poem to himself, grateful for the current peace and stability of the Daxiao Nation. Continuing on, he spotted a familiar figure Mu Yunlu, dressed in a pristine white robe, surrounded by a group of ragged refugee children. The children held up broken bowls, their eyes filled with hope and urgency. Since the currency wasn't compatible, Mu Yunlu had to break a gold brick into pieces to distribute to the needy children. News spread quickly, and more refugees flocked to the scene. Mu Yunliu's flowing white robe was soon stained with oil and dust. Watching this, Hong Yuan muttered under his breath. The Yuhuang sacred realm indeed has vast resources. Then he turned to leave, needing to save his last gold brick for travel expenses. In the land of Caixia, a unique gemstone called Shaoguang jade is famous for its distinctive multicolored glow and is considered a top-quality material for making earrings, bracelets, necklaces, and other jewelry. At the markets in Caixia, one can not only find this coveted Shaoguang jade that attracts He Dainiu and his wife, but also purchase the precious white stone from the white stone domain. Although this fragile stone crumbles easily and is unsuitable for crafting tools, it is a rare and valuable ingredient for alchemy. Hong Yuan was drawn to these two rare commodities, which are scarce in other places but abundant in Caixia, and thus he left his interdimensional flying boat specifically to procure them. He took out a gold brick weighing 5,000 grams from his pocket, and, based on the market price of 600 yuan per gram, exchanged 100 grams for 1,000 jin of white stone and 260 grams for 1,000 jin of Shaoguang jade. Although it was still early, Hong Yuan did not rush back to his flying boat. He pocketed the remaining gold bricks. Since gold bricks are common but storage artifacts are extremely rare, he didn't want to attract attention. With the limited funds left, he navigated the market streets, carefully purchasing various low-cost yet valuable natural treasures. Gradually, the weight of the gold brick decreased from 5,000 grams to 3,000 grams, while his Kunlun jade pendant filled with a variety of rare items. At that moment, a refugee child, walking with his head down, collided with Hong Yuan, who was lost in thought. The frail child fell to the ground but quickly got up, bowing repeatedly and apologizing in a timid voice. Seeing the child's arm was scraped, Hong Yuan felt a pang of sympathy, gently patted the child's head, said it's okay, and let him go. However, when Hong Yuan tried to purchase newly discovered goods and reached into his pocket for gold, he found it empty. Damn, who used the dragon's sneaky hand? It dawned on him that he had been pickpocketed, and it was clearly the refugee child who had bumped into him. Having grown up in the well-policed daxia, Hong Yuan had never thought to guard against thieves, and now he was filled with regret that was his entire living expense. As a 10-star martial artist, Hong Yuan immediately pursued the direction in which the thief had fled. Although he could report the theft, he was leaving the area that night and didn't have time to wait for the security bureau to solve the case. It took him only a few minutes to search the nearby streets, eventually tracking the child to a slum. The buildings here were densely packed and haphazardly arranged, with sewage flowing and a stench in the air that even sunlight couldn't penetrate. This must be the old district of Kaixia country, with weathered, old apartment buildings lining the streets. The walls, long neglected, have crumbled away, revealing mottled bricks and cement. Despite its dilapidation, this slum is brimming with life. Shelves in the grocery stores are stacked with cheap goods. The aroma of street food wafts through the air, scissors snip rhythmically in barber shops, and even the red light district flickers in the shadowy alleys, reminiscent of a miniature Kowloon-walled city. Hong Yuan, dressed casually, stood out among the ragged crowds of vagrants. The gazes around him were as fierce and greedy as hungry wolves, seemingly ready to devour him whole. Yet, as a 10-star martial artist, Hong Yuan was unfazed. These people, reduced to vagrants, were mostly like he once was, mere unfortunate souls with level talents. If they had better talents, they would have long found work as security guards or bodyguards to make a living. A familiar stench hung in the air, the same smell as the street urchin who had stolen from him. Hong Yuan scanned his surroundings coldly, and wherever his gaze landed, the prying vagrants quickly retreated. Though the slum was a maze of complexity, it was no challenge for someone with his celestial sight. He channeled his spiritual energy to activate his celestial vision, using its telescopic and X-ray capabilities to search every nook and cranny. After a few minutes, he locked onto his target. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped over a foul-smelling gutter, effortlessly clearing over 10 meters. A few hundred meters later, he arrived at a staircase. As he was about to ascend, a pale, disheveled woman in plain clothes suddenly grabbed his sleeve, with a hint of red light seeping through the half-open door. "Care to come in for a bit of fun?" she asked timidly. "My money was stolen." Hong Yuan replied curtly, his focus entirely on his pursuit. "I'm not expensive," the woman, evidently new to this line of work, said with a touch of bashfulness. Being a man of principle, Hong Yuan impatiently shook off her hand. "I'm not interested." However, the woman held onto his coat more firmly. "No money needed, just a bowl of rice will do. I'll accompany you once I've eaten." Her words struck a chord in Hong Yuan's heart, but he only shook off her hand again, leaping up to the 4th floor. He kicked open the door, and with the night vision of his celestial sight, saw the scene clearly. A trembling street urchin held a knife towards him, with several emaciated children behind him. One little girl hid behind the boy, her eyes clouded and evidently blind, weakly calling, "Brother, brother." Seeing this, the images of Hong Lan and Hong Hu flashed through Hong Yuan's mind. He sighed, stepped forward, retrieved his gold brick, and split it into 2 pieces. "Be discreet with your wealth, and be cautious of your surroundings when you use it." He placed the larger piece in front of the street urchin and turned to leave. After descending the stairs, he knocked on the plain-clothed woman's door and left the smaller piece of gold at her doorstep. Only when he saw her pick it up did he quietly depart. Such is the world. Many, despite their own hardships, cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. When Hong Yuan returned to the flying boat, Su Firen was lying back in his seat, eyes closed, listening to music through his Bluetooth earphones. As night fell, the second batch of passengers began to board, and the interdimensional flying boat set off once more. Su Firen removed his earphones, noticing Hong Yuan's gloomy expression. Concerned, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Hong Yuan forced a faint smile. "I thought the whole world was like Xia, but the reality outside is vastly different from what I imagined. Perhaps this is the truth of the world behind every prosperous city. There are dark corners where the sun never shines." Around midnight, after Su Firen put his earphones back on and immersed himself in music, Hong Yuan cautiously looked around. Once he was sure no one was watching, he carefully took out a diary from the Kunlun jade pendant and began reading from the 8th page. The diary's contents made him frown. August 16th, 5025. Today was supposed to be a happy day with Su Firen, but it was ruined by that wretched woman, Sidolan. She accused me of living off others, using connections, and called me useless. Su Firen stood up for me and got into a fight with her, which was eventually broken up by air traffic control. Hong Yuan pondered. Today was indeed August 16th, the second day on the boat. Sidu Lan's character was indeed questionable, as she was gossiping about Li Chang'an and Chun Yiqing just yesterday. In the diary's timeline, because he hadn't achieved top scholar status and was involved with Su Firen, he became the target of Sidu Lan slander. He silently resolved to keep his distance from Sidu Lan in the future. He continued reading. August 17th, 5025, traded items within the Kunlun Jade pendant and obtained a red flame stone. After consuming it and using the heaven mending technique, I successfully raised my aptitude to level. Hong Yuan felt a sense of relief. His real-life self was much more ambitious than the one in the diary. Although he had fallen from a level to level, it was far better than being consumed by romantic entanglements as the diary suggested. August 19th, 5025, focused on cultivation these past 2 days and finally broke through to the 5-star warrior realm. Without the support of the 8-9 arcane art, his progress in the diary was indeed slow. However, the next entry made Hong Yuan's heart tighten. August 20th, 5025, there have been consecutive deaths on the flying boat. Rumor has it that passengers who went out during the stopover in Caixia Nation contracted a virus. Hong Yuan felt a chill. He had also gone out yesterday. Could he have been infected? August 21st, 5025. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. In just one night, over half of the passengers in the economy class were infected. Even more terrifying, those infected quickly lost their minds and turned into bloodthirsty zombies. August 22nd, 5025. Mu Yunlu, with his overabundant compassion, is endangering everyone, including himself. August 23rd, 5025, finally cleared the zombie threat on the boat, allowing for a brief respite. August 24th, 5025, it turns out it was all a conspiracy. Hundreds of evil cultivators have surrounded the flying boat. We are now in a desperate situation. Hong Yuan closed the diary, his heart heavy. The stopover in Caixia Nation was the beginning of this disaster. First, the outbreak of disease, then the rampant zombies, and finally, they had to face the siege of evil cultivators. They were about to face an unprecedented crisis. Doesn't this imply that the evil cultivators received news after the fact, and then ascended to the throne in Caixia Kingdom? Hong Yuan frowned as he stared at the diary, noticing a disconcerting gap in the timeline. It jumped directly from August 24th to August 31st, as if an entire week had been erased by the hands of time. His eyes scanned the pages, trying to find any clues hidden between the lines. The entry from August 31st, 5025, hinted at a stroke of luck. Thankfully, I had Su Firen with me on this journey, but I don't know what happened to the others. With so many evil cultivators surrounding us, perhaps only Su Firen and I survived. Hong Yuan's heart sank as he imagined the harrowing escape. The following days seemed to fast forward like a movie. September 1st marked the start of the school year, yet they found themselves in Yingqing Kingdom, far from Wentian realm. On September 2nd, still shaken by an attack on their flying boat, they opted for the high-speed train. Hong Yuan noticed a detail. We didn't dare contact the local security bureau. This sentence seemed to conceal an untold story. On September 3rd, the train crawled along, with a 3-month journey ahead that seemed daunting. September 4th brought a daring decision. We decided to take the flying boat again. After all, this is Central State, and those evil cultivators wouldn't dare act recklessly. Hong Yuan could sense their anxiety and isolation. The entry on September 9th was even more alarming. We were on edge the entire way, trusting no one, seeing everyone as a potential evil cultivator. Hong Yuan could almost picture their wary eyes, searching each unfamiliar face for hidden threats. Finally, on September 10th, the words "escape to Wentian realm" read like a long exhale of relief. Hong Yuan closed the diary, his brow furrowed. His mind raced, trying to piece together what happened during that missing time. Zombies, evil cultivators attacking the flying boat, the team scattered, comrades' fates unknown. Each fragment spun in his mind, seeking its place. What puzzled him most was the entry from September 2nd. Why didn't they dare contact the local security bureau? What had they encountered during their escape? Hong Yuan closed his eyes, a bold hypothesis forming: evil cultivators. Perhaps they were attacked by evil cultivators disguised as security bureau personnel, or maybe there was an evil cultivator mole within the bureau who leaked their whereabouts. This idea felt like a key, potentially unlocking that mysterious period. But Hong Yuan knew the truth might be more complex and perilous than he imagined. He opened his eyes, ready to face the challenges ahead, his mind alert to the potential threats lurking in the shadows. Hong Yuan sat on the seat of the flying boat, his expression grave. His gaze fell on the diary in his hand, and his mind was filled with countless thoughts. The previous day's outing suddenly flashed through his mind, and a terrifying notion surfaced. Had he already been infected by the virus? This thought hit him like a sledgehammer, causing his complexion to turn instantly grim. He couldn't help but contemplate the worst-case scenario. Was he doomed to sit and wait for his fate? However, amidst this despairing train of thought, the contents of the diary offered him a glimmer of hope. In the diary, both he and Su Firen had successfully escaped, which was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Hong Yuan's thoughts shifted back to reality. Unlike the version of himself in the diary, both he and Su Firen in the real world were powerful 10-star martial artists, which gave him some confidence. He analyzed the current situation. The evil cultivators liked to hunt geniuses, so their primary target was likely Li Chang'an. Although Hong Yuan himself was also a top scholar, his A-level talent ironically became a form of protection in this perilous environment. Reluctantly, Hong Yuan had to face a fact. Li Chang'an was indeed stronger than him. His thoughts then turned to others. Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu were also exceptionally talented and could become targets of the evil cultivators. Thinking about how his own talent level had dropped to B, Hong Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of relief, believing he was less likely to be hunted by the evil cultivators. Hong Yuan's gaze landed on Su Firen beside him. Although he wasn't sure of her exact talent level, he guessed it was around S level. He reasoned that if Su Firen's talent was truly that high, she would have been recruited by a top university long ago, without needing to take the martial artist entrance exam. This reasoning provided Hong Yuan some comfort, making him feel that neither of them were the primary targets of the evil cultivators, which might be the key to their survival. In Hong Yuan's view, the threat posed by zombies wasn't the biggest issue. Their group should be able to handle that. What truly worried him were the mysterious evil cultivators. Hong Yuan found himself in a dilemma. Should he share this information with others, so everyone could be prepared? But after careful consideration, he decided to remain silent for now. The reason was simple. There might be an evil cultivator lurking on the flying boat. Aside from himself and Su Firen, Hong Yuan couldn't trust anyone. In his eyes, anyone could be an evil cultivator. Worse still, even if he decided to reveal the truth, who would believe him? After all, who would believe someone claiming their diary could predict the future? Such a statement would only make him seem insane. The diary's entries further confirmed Hong Yuan's suspicions. There was indeed an evil cultivator on the flying boat. More worryingly, on August 24th, hundreds or even thousands of evil cultivators were set to surround the flying boat from the outside, clearly indicating they had long prepared for an inside-outside collaboration. After pondering for a moment, Hong Yuan gently tapped Su Firen on the shoulder. Su Firen flashed a confident smile, her eyes gleaming with assurance. She cheerfully said, "But it depends on who I'm compared to. If it's with you, then of course I'm better." Hong Yuan's gaze casually drifted to the sea of clouds outside the airship's window, quietly contemplating ways to escape. Jumping from hundreds of thousands of meters high was akin to suicide, so he quickly dismissed that idea. The altitude was too high for any phone signal, making it impossible to send a distress message. If there were a signal, Su Firen would probably have set aside her headphones and started scrolling through TikTok. Vigilantly surveying his surroundings, Hong Yuan realized that evil cultivators could be lurking nearby. He cautiously took out a piece of paper, quickly scribbled a message, and handed it to Su Firen. "I need to tell you something. Don't panic, don't speak, and don't look around. Let's communicate using paper and pen." Su Firen took the note, her brow furrowing in confusion as she looked at Hong Yuan, seemingly waiting for further explanation. Without delay, Hong Yuan continued writing. "There are evil cultivators on the airship, possibly all around us. Anyone nearby could be one." Upon reading this, Su Firen's expression grew more serious. She took the pen and swiftly wrote, "How do you know there are evil cultivators?" Hong Yuan had already prepared an explanation. He wrote, "I just went to the restroom, and the evil cultivators thought it was empty, so I overheard their conversation. They planned to release a virus, infecting economy-class passengers and turning them into zombies, then surround us with inside help." Anticipating Su Firen's next question, Hong Yuan added, "Of course, it's because Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, and Mu Yunlu are exceptionally talented, making them targets for the evil cultivators." Su Firen nodded thoughtfully. At this time of year, evil cultivators often attacked airships carrying students, and their group included geniuses who naturally became targets. But most importantly, she trusted Hong Yuan wouldn't deceive her. "So what's your plan?" Su Firen wrote, her eyes shining with anticipation. Hong Yuan gave a helpless smile and wrote, "I initially thought of jumping off the airship." Su Firen's eyes lit up, and she quickly wrote, "We can send a distress message. My phone is a Huawei Mate 60. It can make satellite calls and send satellite messages. I'll message my grandpa for help." She hurriedly took out her phone and composed a message, but the signal kept spinning, eventually displaying a red exclamation mark. Hong Yuan shook his head with a wry smile and wrote, "If they're bold enough to hijack, they've surely prepared well, probably using a signal jammer to block phone signals. Let's think of another way." Su Firen looked at Hong Yuan, silently asking what to do next. An idea struck Hong Yuan, and he wrote, "There's strength in numbers. Who do you think we can trust?" Su Firen's eyes brightened, and she quickly replied, "You mean we should gather a team?" Hong Yuan nodded in agreement, continuing to write, "Who do you think is trustworthy and least likely to be an evil cultivator?" After a brief thought, Su Firen confidently wrote 3 words, "Li Chang'an." Seeing the name, Hong Yuan gave an approving smile. Great minds think alike. The evil cultivator's primary target was Li Chang'an, so he was certainly not one of them. Hong Yuan stood up and whispered to Su Firen, "You go find Li Chang'an. I have another person in mind." The two decided to split up, with Su Firen going to look for Li Chang'an, while Hong Yuan went to find Luo Lai. In Hong Yuan's mind, if Li Chang'an was the least likely to be a demonic cultivator, then Luo Lai was almost equally unlikely. Despite only having met once, Luo Lai's trustworthy and straightforward nature was in stark contrast to the deceitful image of a demonic cultivator. Hong Yuan stepped into the observation deck of the flying ship and saw Luo Lai's robust figure standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the endless sea of clouds. Hong Yuan approached Luo Lai with a casual tone. "Which university did you get into?" Facing the somewhat unfamiliar Hong Yuan, Luo Lai calmly replied, "Tianwu University." "Oh." Hong Yuan's eyes lit up with delight. "We'll be schoolmates then. You chose Tianwu University too?" Luo Lai was momentarily surprised, but then smiled. "What a coincidence." Hong Yuan explained. "Vice President Zhou Jielian personally visited me. I couldn't refuse him." "You must have quite the reputation." Luo Lai chuckled, then lamented, "Tianwu University's admissions team didn't come to me. I applied on my own." Hong Yuan looked puzzled. "Didn't other universities approach you?" To him, a top talent like Luo Lai should have been sought after by many admissions teams. Luo Lai admitted, "Teams from Lingxiao University, Longjing University, Dongxing University, Wuxi University, and Dawei Fulong Academy all came, but I wasn't interested in them." "Curious," Hong Yuan asked. "With so many top universities courting you, why did you choose Tianwu University, which didn't come after you?" "Because those universities don't align with my ideals." Luo Lai clenched his fist, looking out at the clouds once more. "I've always only wanted to go to Tianwu University." Without waiting for Hong Yuan to ask further, Luo Lai explained, "Tianwu University matches my martial arts philosophy. It has a strict hierarchy, divided into 4 levels: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. It encourages students to compete against each other. As long as it's not fatal, it's not a big deal. The school is filled with the principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong prevail. Students in the Tian class are at the top, while those in the Huang class are at the bottom, constantly striving to climb higher." Luo Lai continued, "Students in the Tian class are often challenged. If they lose, they drop to the D class, and losing again means falling to the Xian class. Xian class students can challenge D class students to move up. Xian class can even challenge Tian class, and though the odds are low, winning means a direct promotion to the Tian class." Imagining the intense battles happening almost constantly on the Tianwu University campus, Luo Lai felt his blood boil. He couldn't wait to step onto the campus, tear off his shirt, and engage in a thrilling fight. Seeing the undisguised excitement on Luo Lai's face, Hong Yuan felt a bit helpless. In his eyes, Luo Lai was a true battle enthusiast. Entering Tianwu University was like a drug addict finding a fix or an angler discovering a wild pond. Looking around to ensure no other passengers were nearby, Hong Yuan got straight to the point. "I have something to tell you." With that, he handed a paper filled with writing to Luo Lai. Luo Lai took the paper handed to him by Hong Yuan, his eyes quickly scanning the recorded conversation. His brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment of silence, he looked up and met Hong Yuan's eyes with a hint of skepticism in his voice. "We've only met once. Why should I trust you?" Hong Yuan didn't avoid Luo Lai's gaze, his voice firm and sincere. "I know you don't trust me, but you can wait 2 days. See if anyone gets infected with the virus and turns into a zombie." Luo Lai squinted, scrutinizing the seemingly confident young man before him. His fingers tapped lightly on the table as he pondered before asking, "Even if what's written on the paper is true, what use am I to you?" Hong Yuan sighed, a trace of helplessness in his tone. "2 heads are better than 1. My power alone is too weak to change anything. But together, our chances of survival increase." Luo Lai nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "That's a believable reason. But why come to me?" He rubbed his chin, his gaze sharpening. "You don't trust Wu Di or Long Shao of the Wuxiang army?" Hong Yuan's voice dropped to a whisper, almost in Luo Lai's ear. "The enemy is in the dark, and we're in the open. I can't easily trust others." Luo Lai's mouth curled into a faint, meaningful smile. "Then I should thank you for your trust in me." Hong Yuan's expression turned serious as he quickly reminded, "Keep it quiet. Anyone on the airship could be a demonic cultivator." Luo Lai nodded slightly. "I know." He paused, then added, "But you're being overly cautious. There are over 10,000 passengers on the airship, and the number of demonic cultivators is limited. No need to be overly suspicious." His tone became grave. "However, the level of those demonic cultivators is likely not low, at least at the martial spirit level." Luo Lai's words sparked a series of thoughts. The students were still at the martial master level, and breaking through to the martial spirit level was extremely difficult. Even top students like Li Chang'an and Luo Lai were still 10-star martial masters. Therefore, the demonic cultivator organization only needed to send members at the martial spirit level to ensure success. The Grand Xia Kingdom seemed to have anticipated this, dispatching Wu Di from the Security Bureau and a team of elites, as well as Mu Bai from the Jade Emperor's Sacred Realm, General Long Shao of the Wuxiang Army, Li Yunfei from the Ming West Sword Pavilion, and experts from the Dei Prefecture, Jinyuan Prefecture, and Qingzhou Prefecture. These individuals were all at the martial emperor level, theoretically ensuring the student's safety. However, the diary clearly recorded a disturbing fact. Other than Luo Lai and Su Firen, everyone else on the airship might have perished. This shocking information pointed to one conclusion. Among the Security Bureau, Mu Bai, Long Shao, and Li Yunfei, there must be a traitor. This traitor leaked the presence of numerous experts on the airship to the demonic cultivator organization, leading them to send even more powerful cultivators to attack the airship, resulting in the tragedy described in the diary. Hong Yuan noticed Luo Lai's contemplation and whispered, "Better safe than sorry. I suspect there might be a traitor among Wu Di's group." Hearing this, Luo Lai's expression turned serious. If that's the case, then we're in deep trouble. Hong Yuan offered a wry smile, nodding slightly. This was his greatest concern and the reason for his cautious actions. The two fell into silence, the air filled with an indescribable tension. The powerful and influential bosses, traveling thousands of miles, naturally wouldn't compromise on comfort, so they sit in the spacious and comfortable first or business class. Meanwhile, the economy class is crammed with smaller business owners who, although wealthier than average folks, can barely afford this cabin. In this world, one's martial prowess determines their status and wealth. Those with mediocre talent struggle to break through the martial master level. While martial spirits can dominate a county, martial kings can roam freely in a provincial capital, and as for martial emperors, they can wield immense power across an entire nation. In the rear of the economy class, a seemingly ordinary couple in their 30s is having a hushed conversation. The man's skin is a strange bluish black, his eyes glinting with an ominous gray light. A red mosquito buzzes at his fingertips. He whispers, "The leader has sent word. We can make our move." His female companion, wearing a baseball cap, pairs her jeans with a dress. Upon hearing this, she promptly presses the service button above her head. A flight attendant briskly approaches, but before she can speak, the woman gently blows a breath towards her. The flight attendant's eyes instantly lose their luster, becoming vacant. "I'm not feeling well. Could you take me to the medical room?" The woman asks softly. "Follow me." The flight attendant replies mechanically, like a puppet under control, leading the woman away from her seat. The man closes his eyes, and from his ears emerge hundreds of tiny red mosquitoes, silently dispersing throughout the economy class. His fingers move as if playing an invisible piano, directing these eerie creatures. Suddenly, a scream shatters the cabin's calm. A middle-aged woman collapses to the floor, convulsing violently, foam at her mouth. The flight attendants hurriedly take her to the medical room. Shortly after, a male attendant comes out to reassure the passengers. "There's no need to worry. That passenger likely contracted a virus in Kaixia Kingdom. She'll be fine." The passengers relax, failing to notice the vacant look in the male attendant's eyes. In the following moments, more passengers in the economy class faint and are taken to the medical room. In reality, they are dead, turned into mindless zombies after being bitten by the red mosquitoes. The woman returns to her seat, whispering to the man, "I've taken control of the flight crew. I also tricked my way into the cockpit and charmed the captain and co-pilot. Now the airship is heading in our planned direction." The man nods slightly, a cold glint in his eyes. "Good, I'm ready as well. Once I channel my energy, the passengers in the economy class will become zombies. Then I'll use corpse control techniques to command these zombies to deplete those people's combat strength." The entire economy class is shrouded in an eerie silence, oblivious to the terrifying plot quietly unfolding. Unfortunately, the corpse blood poison mosquito only works on martial artists. Otherwise, I could have sent it to bite those in first class and saved us a lot of trouble. As the woman finished speaking, a hint of greed flashed in the eyes of the man beside her. He lowered his voice and said, "The flying ship not only carries geniuses from the Great Xia and Jintian empires, but also from the Kaixia Kingdom. The hearts of these geniuses are incredibly nourishing. If we could capture them all, our cultivation levels would surely soar." Before the man could finish, the woman eagerly continued, "The most important one is Li Chang'an. According to our leader's information, that kid's talent is unbelievably extraordinary, unheard of before." Her eyes glinted with danger. "Do you think if we consumed Li Chang'an's heart, our cultivation and talent might?" The man interrupted with a cold snort, warning, "I advise you not to entertain such thoughts. You may be tired of living, but I'm not." The woman quickly backtracked, "You're no fun. I'm just joking with you." Despite her words, she knew the man was tempted as well. After all, Li Chang'an's talent was said to be unmatched in the 9 provinces, with none before and none after. The woman secretly calculated. If she could obtain Li Chang'an's heart and operate the modified gluttonous method, her cultivation could increase significantly. By using the foundation seizing technique, she might even gain Li Chang'an's talent. She sighed at the thought. If only the sacred artifact of their sect was still available, she could use the heaven-mending divine power to guarantee obtaining Li Chang'an's talent. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan was still anxious about possibly contracting the Kai Xia Kingdom virus. By evening, he headed to the tavern as usual. After many days, the note he left finally received a response. Meet at 8 p.m. tonight. Hong Yuan was elated. With enemies at the gates, enhancing his talent would greatly increase his chances of survival. Su Firen had not returned, likely still searching for other trustworthy individuals. After patiently waiting for 2 hours, the clock struck 8. Hong Yuan focused his consciousness into the Kunlun jade pendant and pushed open the tavern door, immediately spotting a familiar face. You're looking for me? Hong Yuan addressed the tall, thin young man. So, it's you. Jianzhou nodded, the same person who had previously paid for Hong Yuan's drink. Boss, 2 bowls of wine, please. Hong Yuan handed over a silver coin and asked, do you have what I need? Any of the 3,000 flames, red lotus, pure spirit fire, or great sun gold crystal will do. Jianzhou smiled. I don't have what you're asking for, but I do have the vermilion bird's true fire. Hong Yuan shook his head. The vermilion bird's true fire is indeed valuable, but unfortunately, I can't use it. What if I add this? Jianzhou took out a bluish-green stone. Hong Yuan's heart raced. Is this the immortal travel stone? Jianzhou responded with a question. If I'm not mistaken, you're from the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect, aren't you? He added. Once you consume the immortal travel stone and the vermilion bird's true fire, you can enhance it to the southern brightleaf fire, reaching great. Hong Yuan suppressed his excitement and casually asked, are you also from my sect? I'm not. Jianzhou shook his head. Last year, I traveled to Beiju Luzhou and encountered a demonic cultivator from the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect, which is how I learned about these things. Hong Yuan awkwardly chuckled. I was joking with you. I'm actually not a demonic cultivator from the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. I know, Jianzhou nodded. I can tell you don't have the demonic aura of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. But why were you testing me? Just then, the bartender brought 2 bowls of wine. Hong Yuan pushed one bowl towards Jianzhou and said seriously, because I'm being hunted by demonic cultivators from the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. Jianzhou picked up the wine bowl and gently swirled it. The clear liquid created subtle ripples, reflecting his calm and composed face. He spoke nonchalantly. You're somewhat scheming, but not excessively so. Faced with the mockery, Hong Yuan showed no anger. He smiled slightly, responding with ease. I call it being wise and adaptable. You're trying to get information from me, aren't you? Jianzhou didn't confirm or deny, taking a sip of his wine. Seeing this, Hong Yuan decided to be straightforward. How should I deal with the evil cultivators of the devouring demon sect? If it were me, I'd cut them down with a single sword strike. Jianzhou glanced at Hong Yuan with a sneer. In your case, I'd suggest waiting for death. When the evil cultivators of the devouring demon sect encounter prey, it's like dogs finding a heap of dung. If they can't beat you, they'll call for others, swarming until they've devoured you completely. Hearing this, Hong Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. He certainly didn't like being compared to dung. Jianzhou scrutinized Hong Yuan again, his tone curious. But with your level talent, why would the evil cultivators of the devouring demon sect target you? Are they blind? It's not mainly me they're after. I'm just caught in the crossfire. Hong Yuan explained, inwardly regretting having shared a flying boat with Li Chang'an. Jianzhou set down his wine bowl, speaking seriously. I have 2 suggestions for you. First, run. Since you're not their primary target, you can make a run for it. The second suggestion is to hand over the genius they're really after. That might give you a chance to survive. Hong Yuan shook his head, not satisfied with the answer. Is there a third option? I choose neither running nor surrendering. Jianzhou's usually lifeless eyes widened slightly, showing rare approval. Then you'll have to fight. You've got some guts and spirit, kid, which is impressive. Hearing this, Hong Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. I plan to fight first, and if I can't win, I'll run. After all, I'm not their main target. Ha! Jianzhou laughed heartily, patting Hong Yuan on the shoulder. You've got some guts, but not too much. Hong Yuan repeated. I call it being wise and adaptable. Jianzhou was amused, his mood unusually good. It's rare to have such an enjoyable conversation. I'll grant you a chance of survival. With that, he picked up a pen and paper from the counter and drew a sword. As he finished the last stroke, an invisible sword aura seemed to ripple through the air. Jianzhou handed the sword diagram to Hong Yuan. This diagram contains a trace of my sword intent. Throw it when you encounter enemies, and it'll kill anyone below the martial ancestor realm with ease. Hong Yuan took the sword diagram in surprise, feeling its immense weight. He marveled at the terrifying power of the 9th-ranked master in Jinyu City, who could create such a deadly weapon with a casual sketch. Hesitantly, he asked, this is too valuable. Should I bow to you in gratitude? Jianzhou waved his hand dismissively. Just make sure you survive first. To him, the sword diagram was a trivial creation. He added a warning. The evil cultivators of the devouring demon sect are very cunning. Be careful. Hong Yuan carefully stored the sword diagram before addressing the main topic. What kind of, or do you want? I'm interested in your Shaoguang gem, Jian Jiu replied directly. How much do you need? 10 pounds. Hong Yuan nodded and left the room. Before long, he returned with a pile of Shaoguang gems. Jian Jiu noted the pile exceeded 10 pounds and remarked, "This is more than 10 pounds." Hong Yuan generously replied, "Consider the extra a gift." Hong Yuan absent-mindedly toyed with the radiant gem in his hand, thinking that although it was valuable, he had plenty more in stock. At that moment, Jianjiu produced a Xianyu stone and vermilion bird's true fire, speaking in a flat tone. Xianyu stones are common where I come from, but vermilion bird's true fire is quite rare. However, in the Huanghuang domain, it's quite common, and I happen to have some spare. The two quickly exchanged their desired items. Hong Yuan accepted the goods, respectfully clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for today. If I manage to survive, I'll treat you to a drink. Jianjiu simply nodded, said goodbye, and turned to leave. With the Xianyu stone and vermilion bird's true fire in hand, Hong Yuan quickly exited the tavern, his consciousness snapping back to reality. He knew that consuming these two items would elevate his talent to this level Nanmingli fire. However, he also knew that each time his talent was enhanced, his body emitted terrifying heat. This time, advancing to this level might release temperatures capable of incinerating his flying vessel. Worse yet, once his talent reached this level, he would likely attract the attention of malevolent cultivators. Hong Yuan found himself in a dilemma, torn between the desire to increase his power and the fear of the accompanying risks. He took a deep breath, withdrew his consciousness from the Kunlun Jade, and slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, he was surrounded by a group of people. Su Firan, Ing Huan, Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, Shao Shao, Mu Yunlu, Chun Yicheng, Sidalan, Wei Wei, Mu Bai, along with Chun Zhou from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion, and an unfamiliar plump man. Hong Yuan recognized Chun Zhou as the warrior who first challenged Luo Lai during the martial arts entrance exam. Looking at the people around him, Hong Yuan inwardly lamented. He had repeatedly instructed everyone to keep things confidential, yet here they all were, as if it were a joke. His gaze fell on Shao Shao, filled with helplessness and disappointment. Su Firan noticed the change in Hong Yuan's expression and quickly explained. Although Shao Shao's character is questionable, his loyalty is assured. He can be trusted. Hong Yuan chuckled bitterly, recalling Shao Shao's betrayal of Mu Yunlu, questioning how someone like that could still be trusted. Su Firan seemed to read Hong Yuan's thoughts, and added, "He's from the Great Wall." Hearing those words, Hong Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Then he is indeed trustworthy." He knew that although the soldiers of the Great Wall varied in character, they were all defenders of humanity, and as Su Firan said, their loyalty was not in question. Li Chang'an looked at Mu Yunlu and Mu Bai, solemnly stating, "People from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm have impeccable character. I would stake my life on it." This was true. People from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm were known for their integrity, often selflessly helping others. Moreover, no malevolent cultivators had ever emerged from there, so Mu Bai and Mu Yunliu's character and allegiance were beyond doubt. Chen Yicheng was brought by Li Chang'an. This girl, with her naturally innocent demeanor and eyes radiating purity, was clearly not a malevolent cultivator. Although Wei Wei and Hong Yuan had personal grudges, his character was generally acceptable. However, Hong Yuan was puzzled by Sidu Lan's presence, as this person seemed unreliable. Mu Yunlu seemed to notice Hong Yuan's doubt and explained, "The Dai, Jinyuan, and Qingzhou prefectures were once pillars of our great Xia kingdom. Both Wei Wei and Sidu Lan are descendants of military families and can be trusted." Hong Yuan rolled his eyes helplessly, thinking that since they all vouched for each other, what more could he say? But his gaze finally settled on the unfamiliar plump man. This man stood about 6 feet tall, weighed around 250 pounds, had a round face with small eyes, a belly resembling a woman 9 months pregnant, thick legs, and a missing upper tooth. Pointing at this stranger, Hong Yuan couldn't help but ask, "And who is this fat guy? I don't even know him." Seeing this man who looked anything but trustworthy, Hong Yuan was utterly exasperated. His plan for secrecy had turned into a farce, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Mu Yunlu glanced around with a serious expression and introduced, "This is the second top scorer of the Jintian Empire's imperial exam. Honestly, I didn't want to invite him." Shao Dao shot a disdainful look at the overweight man and sneered, "If someone can't even control their weight, how can they control their mouth? Can you guarantee he won't spill the beans?" Mu Bai frowned and turned to Mu Yunlu with a stern tone. "Didn't I tell you to be cautious? Why did you even involve someone from Jintian Empire?" The chubby man quickly put on a smile and introduced himself. "You can call me Ashi. Actually, it's not Mu's fault. I used mind reading to find out what he was worried about, and that's how I learned about this." Mu Yunlu took over the conversation and explained helplessly, "He latched onto me. I didn't want to bring him, but he threatened to make it public if I didn't." Shao Dao raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. "Can I just take care of this fat guy?" Everyone fell silent, and Ashi hurriedly stepped back, waving his hands. Don't be impulsive. Acting now will only draw attention from those people. Let's just drop it. Hong Yuan took a deep breath and broke the silence. Since things have come to this, let's just go with it for now. Mu Bai shook his head, frowning. Even with Li Chang'an's assurance, this is too big. I still find it hard to believe. Hong Yuan nodded in understanding. I understand your concerns, Mu. But if you don't believe it, we can wait and see. Based on a conversation I overheard in the restroom, someone in the economy class will die soon, and those dead will turn into zombies. Everyone carefully lowered their voices, avoiding the term evil cultivator, and instead referred to them as those people. Shao Dao questioned. How could those people plan something so big and just let you overhear it? Hong Yuan joked. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. He knew he was lying and couldn't answer Shao Dao's question, so he bluffed. I know you don't believe me, so I said, let's wait and see. Mu Bai shook his head and decisively suggested. No need to wait. I'll go to the economy class myself and uncover the truth. Hong Yuan agreed. That's indeed a good idea. It allows us to investigate the evil cultivator's plan in advance. If we can find them, we can stop them early. With your prowess, Mu, it should be a sure thing. Mu Bai reassured everyone. I'm just going to investigate, not act recklessly. I'll conceal my strength, and those people also fear exposure. Hong Yuan nodded and then asked in a low voice. Mu, if there's a traitor among us, who do you think is more reliable, Wu Di or Long Shao? Mu Bai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. One is a public servant dedicated to protecting people. The other is a decorated general. Both are reliable. Hong Yuan reminded everyone. Keep your voices down. Without a clear answer, he decided to meet with the two personally. At that moment, the burly and bearded Wu Di was sitting not far away, resting with his eyes closed. Hong Yuan quietly slipped into the empty seat next to Wu Di, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. He asked softly, Brother Wu, why are you sleeping? Aren't you supposed to be protecting us? Wu Di slowly opened his eyes, a wry smile appearing on his face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and replied in a low voice. Even a tiger needs a nap sometimes. You have to let me rest a bit. Unrelenting, Hong Yuan continued to press. You mentioned you brought a team of elite agents from the security bureau. Why haven't I seen them? Wu Di waved his hand nonchalantly and said, the tickets for the interdimensional flight were too expensive, so they had to be seated in business class. Hong Yuan squinted, a slight smirk on his lips, and teased. So, the leader sits in first class while the subordinates sit in business class, huh? Sensing the sarcasm in Hong Yuan's words, Wu Di's expression darkened. He retorted with a cold laugh. It's all for your protection. If any evil cultivators attack from economy class, they can hold them off first. Noticing Wu Di's displeasure, Hong Yuan quickly changed the subject, his tone softening. My father is Hong Sun, from the Jianghuai Province Security Bureau. Have you heard of him? Wu Di looked at Hong Yuan with a hint of surprise in his eyes, then nodded. You're the son of Deputy Director Hong? No wonder you have the bearing of an old acquaintance. Turns out you're the son of one. You do resemble Deputy Director Hong, but your features are a bit softer and, dare I say, more handsome. Hearing this, Hong Yuan leaned forward, asking eagerly, You know my father? Leaning back in his seat, Wu Di reminisced. A few years ago, I was on a mission in Jianghuai Province, and your father assisted me twice. That's when I got to know him. He paused, then cautiously asked, I heard, your father died in the line of duty recently? Hong Yuan remained silent, and Wu Di sighed deeply, lamenting, What a pity. Although I only met him twice, your father had the aura of a hero, a righteous man. Heaven envies heroes. Seeing Wu Di's softened demeanor, Hong Yuan seized the opportunity to ask, Why did the great Xia kingdom send you to escort us? Wu Di answered matter-of-factly, Of course, to ensure your safety. The Security Bureau, the Great Xia Military, Jinyuan Mansion, Qingzhou Mansion, Dei Mansion, Yuhuang's Sacred Realm, every top force in the Great Xia Kingdom sent people to escort you. Hong Yuan met Wu Di's gaze and questioned, It feels like there's more to this. Why the big show of force? Wu Di shook his head with a smile. That's just like your father seems rough on the outside, but sharp as a tack inside. Then he spoke seriously. It's classified. I can't disclose it. Undeterred, Hong Yuan leaned in and whispered, Even if you don't say it, I can guess. Is it because of Li Chang'an? Wu Di's expression changed, hesitant to speak, but he finally warned, Don't go spreading that around. Feigning surprise, Hong Yuan said, So there really is danger? You were so confident before, saying there was no risk. Wu Di explained helplessly. There might be danger, but there might not be. So I had to say it that way at the time. Hong Yuan pressed. What do you mean by that? Wu Di lowered his voice. As long as Li Chang'an's talent remains undisclosed, you're safe. But if it's exposed, you'll definitely be in danger. So it all depends on whether Li Chang'an's ability has been revealed. As he heard this, a light bulb went off in Hong Yuan's mind, and he connected the dots with the diary's content, suddenly enlightened. He realized his earlier assumption might be wrong. The evil cultivators didn't board in Xia Kingdom. They had infiltrated in the Great Xia Kingdom. Wu Di, Long Shao, Mu Bai, and Li Yunfei were not the infiltrators. Recalling the diary entry from August 24th, Hong Yuan had a revelation. The flight had long been targeted by the evil cultivators. This also indicated that Li Chang'an's talent had already been exposed. A chilling thought surfaced in Hong Yuan's mind. There must be a mole within the upper ranks of the Great Xia Kingdom, someone who leaked this crucial information to the evil cultivators, allowing them to prepare in advance. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized the danger they faced was far more severe than he had imagined. The primary reason for Hong Yuan's misjudgment was the gaps and disorganized content in the diary on the 8th page. Realizing this, he hesitated no longer and admitted directly, "We've indeed been exposed." Wu Di, who had been reclining in his seat, immediately sat up straight, his brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" Taking a deep breath, Hong Yuan revealed the shocking news he overheard hours earlier. The dark cultivators have infiltrated the economy class. They plan to turn all the passengers there into zombies to collaborate with reinforcements and crush us in one fell swoop. And Hong Yuan's face showed a hint of guilt. "I wrongly suspected you and Long Shao of being undercover dark cultivators, but it seems now that Li Chang'an's abilities have been exposed." Wu Di, with a grave expression, pressed for more details, prompting Hong Yuan to continue. "I suspect there's an undercover dark cultivator among the high ranks of the Great Xia Kingdom. This person not only leaked Li Chang'an's abilities, but also the kingdom's strategies. This explains why, despite the presence of numerous experts on the airship, they were still defeated in the battles recorded in the diary. The dark cultivators, having learned of the strategies in advance, could gather more forces to encircle us." After hearing this, Wu Di let out a meaningful sigh. This was expected. Seeing Hong Yuan's surprised look, he lowered his voice and continued. "I'm with the Security Bureau and know some insider information you're unaware of. These dark cultivators likely come from the Devour Heaven sect, a cancerous organization spread throughout the 9 provinces with an alarming number of followers. 200 years ago, they infiltrated the Great Xia Kingdom and quickly grew. Your father fell victim to them." Wu Di's voice carried a weight of heaviness. "Over the years, I've clashed with the Devour Heaven sect countless times, capturing many, but those dark cultivators imprisoned somehow always get released mysteriously. Eventually, I changed tactics, executing dark cultivators on the spot. This, however, offended some powerful figures, which is why my career has stagnated. Your father faced similar issues, leading to Wang Defa's abrupt appointment in Jianghuai province. Honestly, my colleagues at the Security Bureau anticipated this mission would be compromised. Li Chang'an's talents are too extraordinary to keep secret," Wu Di recalled with a bitter smile. "When the director assigned the mission, no one dared to take it. Everyone knew it was a near-death task. Even with the director's stern orders, no one stepped forward." "So the director forced the mission on you?" Hong Yuan asked. "No." Wu Di shook his head, a complex smile on his face. "I volunteered." "Are you not afraid of dying?" Hong Yuan asked in surprise. "Of course I am," Wu Di admitted candidly, then resolutely added. "But I'm more afraid of watching you young ones perish prematurely. If you manage to survive and reach the Tianwen realm, and return to eradicate this cancer, what does it matter if I, Wu, die 1,000 times?" Hearing this, Hong Yuan felt a profound respect. He recalled a line he once read. "Heroes don't fall from the sky. They are just ordinary people who step up." So, greatness does not lie in heroes, but in ordinary people who make great decisions. Wu Di stood up, gently patted Hong Yuan on the shoulder, and said with determination, "I'll go find Long Shao, Li Yunfei, and Mu Bai to discuss our strategy." "Mu Bai is already informed. You just need to notify the others," Hong Yuan reminded him. Wu Di nodded softly and walked towards the knotted distant swordsman in white, Li Yunfei, a master from the Mingwei Sword Pavilion, and also Chen Zhou Sr. Beside him stood Long Shao, a middle-aged man with a crew cut and a scarred face, exuding an intimidating aura. When Hong Yuan returned with the 3, Shao Dao's face darkened immediately. "Didn't you say to keep this a secret? There might be evil cultivators among them, remember?" "I was overthinking and misjudged," Hong Yuan admitted sincerely. Li Yunfei intervened diplomatically. "Being cautious is understandable. There's nothing wrong with that approach." Now that everyone is here, Wu Di gazed around the group. "We need to discuss our plan." At this moment, Mu Bai interjected with a serious expression. "I just came from the economy class. Although I didn't find any bodies, the air is thick with the smell of blood," confirming Hong Yuan's words. "More importantly, I discovered several experts do martial kings, a man and a woman, and dozens of martial spirit-level fighters. There might be more we haven't identified." "I have a plan," Long Shao said with piercing eyes. "The 4 of us martial kings should strike first. Our advantage in numbers is clear. Once we capture them, we can interrogate them thoroughly." Li Yunfei and Wu Di expressed their support in succession. Although Mu Bai had reservations, seeing the others agree, he nodded in agreement. Wu Di turned to Hong Yuan and the others. "You all stay in first class. I'll arrange for security personnel from the Safety Bureau to protect you." Mu Bai added. I'll also call upon 3 martial spirit peak experts from Dai Mansion, Qingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion to stand by. Hong Yuan silently agreed to this arrangement. After all, if they didn't act first, come August 24th, hundreds of evil cultivators would surround the airship, leaving them with no escape. Better to take the initiative than wait passively for disaster. As the 4 experts left with determination, Hong Yuan watched their backs, silently wishing them good luck. Chubby Axie quietly sidled up to Hong Yuan and whispered, "Brother Hong, did you overhear the evil cultivator's plan in the restroom?" Hearing this, Hong Yuan turned around and saw Axie's round face, and his instincts kicked in. He immediately composed himself and reminded himself, "This chubby guy can read minds. I mustn't let him see through me. If the diary is exposed, I'll be in big trouble." With a smile, Hong Yuan casually replied, "If you don't believe me, you're welcome to leave." Axie was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response. Hong Yuan's mix of truth and lies rendered Axie's mind reading useless. "Don't be like that." Axie chuckled awkwardly, looking innocent. "I just wanted to chat, didn't mean to leave." Hong Yuan's smile suddenly turned sinister, a chill flashing in his eyes. "Then stay put. If you try to test me again or use your mind reading on me, I won't hesitate to take action." Axie quickly forced a smile, raising his hands in assurance. "I promise not to read your mind or cause any trouble. You can trust me." "Let's hope you mean it, because I certainly do." With that, Hong Yuan turned and walked towards Su Firan. Axie watched Hong Yuan's back, his smile vanishing, leaving his chubby face cold and expressionless. Approaching Su Firan, Hong Yuan openly said, "Although Wudi and the others are confident, Mubai mentioned there are at least 2 evil cultivators at the martial king level in the economy class, possibly more he hasn't detected. We need to be prepared, just in case Wudi and the others fail, we won't be caught off guard." Su Firan listened and reassured him, "Don't worry too much. Mubai and Long Shao are both 10-star martial kings, and Wudi and Li Yunfei are 9-star martial kings. Together, they could easily take down a small country. Unless there are 4 martial kings in the economy class, it's nothing to worry about." Hong Yuan, however, poured cold water on the optimism. What if there's an evil cultivator at the martial emperor level? Su Firan was taken aback, then shook his head. "That's unlikely. Besides the reclusive experts from the 36 caves and 72 blessed lands, there aren't even a handful of martial emperors in our great Xia. Even the strongest Jintian Empire in the Huayang region only has about 9 martial emperors. How could there be a martial emperor among these evil cultivators?" The more he spoke, the more impossible it seemed. A warrior at the martial emperor level has everything: wealth, power, beauty. Why would they turn to evil cultivation? Although there are some evil cultivators in Great Xia, they aren't significant. While Hongsen was killed by a martial sect-level evil cultivator, the Security Bureau said it was just a chance encounter. Hong Yuan knew well that the martial sect evil cultivator was actually after the Kunlun Jade pendant in his possession, but he didn't reveal this. Even so, it's better to be safe than sorry. Just as Hong Yuan finished speaking, an explosion suddenly erupted from the front of the economy class. Su Firan's expression changed, murmuring, "Let's hope you didn't just jinx us." As the explosion sounded, everyone became tense. The sound of fighting soon followed, but it only lasted for about 10 seconds before it stopped, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the calm was short-lived. A new round of fighting broke out, this time more intense and longer-lasting. The atmosphere in the cabin became heavy, and everyone held their breath, awaiting the unknown outcome. It took a good 10 minutes for the noise to gradually quiet down. Soon after, everyone saw Mu Bai, Wu Di, and Li Yunfei staggering back. Mu Bai and Wu Di were severely injured, covered in blood, and supporting each other as they struggled forward. Li Yunfei, less injured, was covering their retreat, his sword gleaming coldly as he continuously cut down the zombies chasing them. As soon as the 3 entered the first-class cabin, Mu Bai and Wu Di collapsed to the ground. Mu Yunlu quickly pulled out 2 pills from his pocket and placed them in their mouths. After a moment of meditation, Mu Bai exhaled a deep breath, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Shao Dao impatiently asked, "Where's Long Shao? Why are only the 3 of you back? What happened in the economy class?" Mu Bai smiled bitterly. "General Long Shao sacrificed himself. The 2 evil cultivators had low levels and were quickly subdued by us. I was using a secret technique from the Jade Emperor's holy realm to interrogate the male evil cultivator when suddenly an evil cultivator of the martial emperor level burst out from the cockpit." He left out the details, but everyone present could guess what had happened. Long Shao covered our retreat and was unfortunately killed. But the martial emperor evil cultivator paid a price too. Long Zhao's last strike pierced through his chest, Mu Bai said, unable to suppress a cough that brought up blood. Hong Yuan stopped Shao Dao from asking more questions, allowing Mu Bai to meditate. At this moment, a large number of zombies were rushing toward the first-class cabin. Though numerous, these mindless zombies were not difficult to deal with. The elite agents from the Security Bureau quickly reinforced, allowing Li Yunfei to break free. Li Yunfei approached the group and briefly reported, The low-level evil cultivators in economy class have been cleared out, and the three high-level ones are seriously injured and temporarily unable to attack. Hong Yuan got straight to the point. What did Mu Bai find out from the evil cultivators? Li Yunfei explained. The pilot is under the control of the evil cultivators, and the airship is heading toward the Great Black Sky Realm. The evil cultivators have set up an ambush there in the Six Paths Demon Domain's nation of villains, planning to coordinate an attack. She interjected. Weren't we supposed to go to the Tianwen realm? Why are they heading to the Great Black Sky Realm? Li Yunfei added. The Six Paths Demon Domain is almost entirely occupied by evil cultivators, and many demonic sects have branches there. The Devourer Demon Sect's branch is located in the Nation of Villains. The first-class cabin was in chaos as passengers from Kai Xia and the Jintian Empire mingled with those fleeing from economy class. Tension and anxiety filled the air. People were asking what was happening, but most remained silent, except for the kind-hearted Mu Yunlu, who patiently explained the situation. However, revealing the truth did not quell their fears, but instead sparked more turmoil. Some passengers began to hurl insults, blaming others for bringing disaster. At that moment, the hot-tempered Shao Shao drew his black knife, its blade gleaming menacingly under the cabin lights. He glared around, his voice low and threatening. If anyone disagrees, step up and fight. This statement provoked even more accusations. One passenger shouted angrily, "You were the ones dragging us down, and now you want to harm us? Just because you have some strength, you think you can be unreasonable?" Everyone exchanged bitter glances, understanding that the real culprits were the evil cultivators, and Hong Yuan and the others were victims too. Yet, they dared not direct their anger at the powerful evil cultivators, so they vented their frustrations on the people before them. Shao Shao sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. When you're being treated like a human, at least try to act like one. I'm relying on my strength, and if anyone says another word, I'll kill them right now. His harsh words were like cold water dousing the crowd. The passengers fell silent, their anger smoldering in their eyes, but they dared not speak another word. This was a classic case of one rogue dealing with another. Seeing this, Axie turned to Li Yunfei and asked, "What is the real purpose of the evil cultivators attacking the flying boat?" Li Yunfei remained silent, but everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Chun Yicheng stood protectively in front of Li Chang'an like a defensive kitten, her tone unfriendly. "What are you looking at?" Shao Shao glanced at Chun Yicheng with disdain and sneered. "Don't you know what we're looking at? Mind your own business about what we are looking at." Chun Yicheng started to retort, but Li Chang'an gently patted her shoulder, stopping her. Finally, the usually silent Luo Lai spoke. "It's pointless to talk about this now. We should focus on how to deal with what's coming." Shao Shao then made a shocking suggestion. "I propose we hand Li Chang'an over to the evil cultivators." Wu Di, who was healing his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes and coughed up a mouthful of blood in distress, weakly saying, "No." Luo Lai immediately opposed as well. "That's impossible." Shao Shao, his voice tinged with anger, questioned, "Do you have a better plan? Are we going to risk all our lives for one Li Chang'an? Are we going to wait until the martial emperor evil cultivator recovers, or until the flying boat reaches the evil nation in the Six Paths Demon Domain, and we all sit and wait for death?" Luo Lai mocked with a cold laugh. "That's your personal agenda. Don't drag us into it." Shao Shao looked around at everyone and asked, "What about the rest of you? What do you think?" Axie, having used mind reading to understand the situation, immediately expressed his support. "I support it. I fully support it." Hearing this, Li Chang'an's face remained surprisingly calm. He spoke with a carefree tone. "In life and death, if my life can save all of you, then it's worth it." Shao Shao, hearing this, showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Since you've said that, I consider you to have some backbone." He turned to the group and proposed, "Excluding Li Yunfei, Wu Di, and Mu Bai, let's take a vote. Whatever the outcome, that's what will happen to Li Chang'an." Luo Lai immediately raised his voice, firmly opposing. "I refuse. If someone else's life has to be exchanged for mine, then I don't deserve to live." Mu Yunlu also shook his head, looking firmly at Shao Shao. "I don't agree with this plan either. I believe people at least shouldn't be so selfish." As soon as Situlan finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense. She said coldly, "This isn't selfishness, it's human nature. I have human nature, so I believe we should hand over Li Chang'an." Su Firen responded with a mocking smile. "To twist the meaning of human nature like that, I think it's you who lacks humanity. I firmly oppose it." Wei Wei glanced at Li Chang'an for a moment, his voice filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, I don't want to die." Shao Dao, Wei Wei, Situlan, and Axie were in favor of handing over Li Chang'an, while Luo Lai, Su Firen, Mu Yunlu, and Chun Yicheng were strongly against it. The situation reached a deadlock, and Shao Dao turned to Hong Yuan, Ing Huan, and Chen Zhou. "If it's 4-4, how do you three vote?" Despite being timid, Ing Huan showed unusual courage at that moment. She said timidly, "I don't want to hand over Li Chang'an." He helped me at the airport before. Chen Zhou didn't immediately express his opinion, but looked at his uncle, Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei remained calm and said lightly, "A swordsman should follow his heart. Choose for yourself and don't change your mind because of me." Chen Zhou lowered his head in silence for a moment before finally saying with difficulty, "I'm sorry, uncle. I'm going to disappoint you. I want to hand over Li Chang'an." At this point, the votes were tied at 5-5, with only Hong Yuan yet to express his opinion. Just then, Wu Di, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and said weakly but angrily, "Why doesn't my vote count?" Shao Dao snorted. "Because you guys were originally here to protect Li Chang'an. If we count you, what's the point of this vote?" Facing this life-and-death vote about himself, Li Chang'an remained remarkably calm. He smiled and said, "Whatever the outcome, I'll accept it. I faced the heavens with a smile, unafraid of death, without regret. Everyone dies eventually, whether sooner or later. If my life can save others, it's worth it." All eyes were on Hong Yuan. In this serious moment, Hong Yuan seemed a bit uncomfortable and couldn't help but adjust his pants, cursing inwardly. "Damn, this is a headache. I should have voted earlier." Shao Dao stared at Hong Yuan, pressing, "Are you going to hand over Li Chang'an?" Hong Yuan knew this was a trap, but having faced life and death, he was no longer swayed by such tricks. Chen Yiqing tensely held onto Li Chang'an's clothes, fearing that Hong Yuan might agree to hand him over. Finally, Hong Yuan spoke up, "I'm just a worthless life, so be it if I die. But someone as talented and noble as Li Chang'an shouldn't be wasted by those evil practitioners. So, I think we shouldn't hand him over." The reactions to this answer were mixed. Some were conflicted, some were furious, some were overjoyed, and others were relieved. Shao Dao, angry and embarrassed, shouted, "You and Li Chang'an are both as good as dead." Hong Yuan remained composed, speaking calmly. "A senior once gave me a sword diagram that can instantly kill any martial artist below a martial master. So, do I still deserve to die now?" Shao Dao's face turned grim, momentarily lost for words. Hong Yuan pressed further, "I'm asking you, do I deserve to die? If you think I do, I won't use that sword diagram." Shao Dao clenched his fists, his face turning red. Finally, he squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, "You don't deserve to die." The power of the sword diagram was like a thunderbolt that could sweep through an army, capable of instantly annihilating any martial artist below the martial lord level. This terrifying force could also reduce an interdimensional flying boat to dust. At this moment, Wu Di and Mu Bai were severely injured, and if they acted rashly, Hong Yuan and his group would lose their protection and plummet from tens of thousands of miles in the sky, resulting in certain death. After weighing the pros and cons, the group decided to stay put. There were still 6 days until they reached the nation of villains in the Six Paths Demon Domain, and for now, they were safe. They planned to wait until Wu Di and Mu Bai recovered from their injuries before confronting the evil martial emperor. According to their plan, after the sword diagram destroyed the flying boat, Wu Di, Mu Bai, and Li Yunfei would fly through the air, each carrying one person. The 3 martial spirit peak guards from Dai Mansion, Qingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion could also safely carry one person, each to the ground. However, at present, tens of thousands of zombies were relentlessly attacking the first-class cabin. Su Firan, Luo Lai, Shao Dao, and Wei Wei volunteered to go and slay these undead creatures. Hong Yuan remained in the first-class cabin, showing little interest in the bloody spectacle. The heavy scent of blood filled the air as Li Chang'an silently sat down beside Hong Yuan. After a moment of silence, he quietly said, "Thank you." Hong Yuan, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, asked without looking up, "But aren't you afraid of dying?" Li Chang'an pondered the question and after a long pause, sighed. "Your question reminds me of the high school competition and the time I faced you. Do you remember when you asked me about my talent?" Hong Yuan, still with his eyes closed, calmly replied, "You said your talent was very peculiar, possibly beyond everyone's understanding." Li Chang'an continued, "You also guessed that my talent exceeded the SSS level and asked if I was worried about the evil cultivators finding out. Do you remember my answer?" Hong Yuan nodded. "You said that if you dared to speak of it, you naturally weren't afraid." "That's right," Li Chang'an said firmly. "Even now, I'm not afraid. But I regret saying that back then, otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't be in this predicament." His voice was filled with self-reproach. Hong Yuan opened his eyes and looked directly at Li Chang'an. Every year at this time, many flying boats carrying students are ambushed by evil cultivators. It's not uncommon. Even if I were to die because of it, it would just be destiny. It's not just martial artists flying boats that get attacked. Even civilian planes occasionally face terrorist threats. In such situations, you either accept your fate or blame your bad luck. He paused before continuing. Even with experts escorting, the likelihood of an incident with the flying boat isn't low. It's unavoidable. How many experts would it take to ensure passenger safety against a group of evil cultivators? This time, the Great Xia Kingdom arranged for many experts, but without my sword diagram, wouldn't it have ended in disaster anyway? Li Chang'an looked at Hong Yuan and asked, "Are you trying to comfort me?" Hong Yuan grinned. "If that's how you want to see it, then consider it comfort. But usually, I only comfort girls who are about to cry." Li Chang'an finally reached his limit and interrupted Hong Yuan. "Enough." Hong Yuan sighed deeply and said in a heavy tone, "It's not you who are wrong. It's those evil cultivators." Li Chang'an was silent for a moment, as if the knot in his heart had finally unraveled. He raised his head, his gaze firm, and though his voice was not loud, each word carried great weight. "If I survive this, I will learn and grow strong, and I will eradicate every villain in the 9 provinces." This vow struck the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer, leaving a deep impression. Meanwhile, Wu Di and Mu Bai were slowly recovering after taking medicinal pills. Although both were at the king of martial arts level, their recovery speed was similar to Hong Yuan's. This was not due to a difference in strength, but because Hong Yuan possessed a supernatural ability that grew stronger in battle, combined with his cultivation of the 8-9 mystical skills, allowing him to recover so quickly. In fact, the speed of recovery mainly depends on the cultivation method. Techniques focusing on body refinement naturally recover faster. Recalling when Hong Yuan was severely beaten by Long Outyin and took the Shao Luo treasure pill, it still took him 7 or 8 days to fully recover. In comparison, Wu Di and Mu Bai's injuries were lighter, but the efficacy of their pills was not as strong as the Shao Luo treasure pill. Mu Bai estimated that they would need at least 7 or 8 days to fully recover. However, the situation was dire, and time was of the essence. The evil cultivators had laid a trap in the kingdom of villains and controlled the cross-border flying boat, which would arrive in 6 days. The group had to fight a decisive battle on the 5th day, unable to wait for Wu Di and Mu Bai to fully recover. It is worth noting that the 2 king-level evil cultivators were also severely injured, and the emperor-level evil cultivator was not unscathed. However, since the flying boat was heading to the kingdom of villains, the 3 were not in a hurry to launch an attack. Thus, the group spent 5 anxious days. Wu Di and Mu Bai's injuries gradually improved and were no longer a major concern. Hong Yuan, keeping his distance, handed the sword diagram to Li Yunfei, instructing, "The method of use is simple. Just throw it at that emperor-level evil cultivator." As a sword cultivator, Li Yunfei took the heavy sword diagram and immediately felt the overwhelming sword intent emanating from it. His eyes lit up with admiration. Such intense sword intent. With this strength, it can indeed kill evil cultivators below the martial sect level. Hearing this, the group felt somewhat reassured. Axie, who had been worried, couldn't help but remind, "Brother, when you throw the sword diagram, make sure to aim carefully and don't miss." Li Yunfei, however, was confident. "The power of this sword diagram is extraordinary. Even if I miss, it should be enough to kill that evil cultivator." As an expert, he understood the remarkable nature of the sword diagram. The evil cultivator was only a 1-star emperor, so even if he missed, the unleashed power of the sword diagram would be enough to kill him. Seeing the time was right, Mu Bai urged, "There's no time to waste. Let's finish this quickly." Wu Di also stood up to show his support. "We'll go with you. Today is overcast, and the low pressure makes everyone feel uneasy and anxious." The interdimensional flying vessel is speeding through the sea of clouds when suddenly, a blinding silver light streaks across the sky. It's a colossal, illusory sword, thousands of feet long, shimmering with a wave-like brilliance, resembling a cascading galaxy, as it slashes down towards the economy cabin. At the moment the giant sword collides with the vessel, the sturdy hull seems as fragile as paper, instantly sliced in two. Amidst the thunderous roar, the flying vessel erupts into towering flames, scattering debris in all directions. The phantom sword's momentum continues unabated, tearing through the thick layers of dark clouds to reveal a clear blue sky above, with sunlight pouring down. As the vessel splits, a powerful suction pulls Hong Yuan out of the cabin. The pressure around him intertwines, causing him to spin at a terrifying speed of dozens of revolutions per second. After several seconds, Hong Yuan feels his head about to burst, and his consciousness begins to fade. He knows that losing consciousness would mean certain death from falling from such a great height, but he can't find a way to stop his spinning in midair. Many passengers trained in the art of flight are trying to use their spiritual energy to shield themselves and slow the rotation, but the speed is too intense, and they soon fall into a stupor. Only Mu Bai, Wu Di, and Li Yunfei manage to stabilize themselves with their profound spiritual power. Ultimately, Hong Yuan cannot hold on and loses consciousness amidst the howling wind. When he opens his eyes again, it's dusk. He finds himself in an unfamiliar forest, surrounded by many still unconscious passengers. Seeing him awake, Li Yunfei says, "You're the first to wake up. Is that evil martial emperor dead?" Hong Yuan struggles to sit up, his temples throbbing painfully like a hangover. "His body is stone cold," comes Wu Di's gruff voice from behind. "Where are we?" Hong Yuan asks, looking around. Mu Bai, who is meditating, explains, "To avoid being tracked by the evil cultivators, The three of us brought you all to this forest to hide. Hong Yuan takes out his phone to check, but there's no signal. Wu Di, noticing this, says, "Don't bother. There's no satellite phone reception here either. But I've roughly determined our location. We're likely in the primeval forest of the Six Paths Demon Realm in the Great Black Sky World." Seeing Hong Yuan's worried expression, Li Yunfei reassures him. "Though we're in the Six Paths Demon Realm, we're 208,000 miles away from the evil cultivator's ambush in the Nation of Villains, so there's no immediate danger." As Hong Yuan relaxes a bit, Wu Di cautions, "But stay vigilant. The beasts in this primeval forest are equally dangerous." Mu Bai, trying to keep Hong Yuan from worrying, said in a relaxed tone, "Don't let Wu Di scare you. We're just on the outskirts of the primitive forest. There are hardly any dangerous beasts here." Just as he finished speaking, Li Chang'an slowly opened his eyes, propped himself up, and looked around, his voice slightly weak. "Is that evil martial emperor dead? Where are we?" Hong Yuan glanced helplessly at Mu Bai and the others, then patiently began to explain. As soon as the explanation was over, Luo Lai also woke up. He sat up and asked the exact same question as Li Chang'an. Hong Yuan felt a headache coming on and patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder. "You explain it to him." The scene seemed to repeat itself. Su Firan, Shao Dao, and Mu Yunlu, who were of similar strength, woke up almost simultaneously. They were followed closely by Wei Wei, Sita Lan, Chen Yiqing, Ying Huan, and Qin Zhou, all waking up around the same time. At this point, only as she remained motionless on the ground. Hong Yuan walked over to him, squinted his eyes, and said, "Stop pretending. You've been awake for a while, haven't you?" As she didn't move, lying there like a dead pig. As the second-place scholar of the Jin Tian Empire, his strength was on par with Luo Lai's. Even Ying Huan had already woken up, so his feigned sleep was suspicious. Hong Yuan raised his voice. "The second-place scholar of the Jin Tian Empire is dead. Maybe we should feed him to the beasts of the primitive forest." This had the desired effect. She immediately opened his eyes and hurriedly shouted, "I'm awake. I'm fine. What are you pretending for?" Hong Yuan questioned. She put on a helpless expression. "You're all from the Daxia Kingdom. I'm an outsider. If I wake up, it'll just be awkward, so I pretended to be asleep." Hong Yuan frowned, a sharp look in his eyes. "Do you really think I'll buy that? You're definitely up to something. Planning to sell us out and escape on your own, aren't you?" Ashi's face showed a hint of panic. "I'm not from the Daxia Kingdom. Now that we're off the flying boat, why not let me leave on my own? Fewer people means a smaller target, making it easier for me to escape." Hong Yuan sneered, drawing his Zhengyang blade. "You think I don't know what you're planning? Either betray us to save your skin if the evil cultivators catch you, or run off and inform on us." Ashi insisted, "I wouldn't," but his face darkened, shocked that Hong Yuan had guessed his intentions. "I should just kill you now to avoid any trouble." Hong Yuan raised his blade, his tone filled with menace. At this moment, Mu Yunlu intervened. "We've barely survived. Let's not start fighting among ourselves." Ashi's words weren't wrong. Li Yunfei suddenly interjected, his brow furrowed with a hint of tension in his voice. "Having more people does make it easier to get noticed. In other realms, that might be manageable, but here, in the Six Paths demon domain of the Great Dark Sky realm, the demonic sects run rampant. Even if we manage to evade the evil cultivators of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect, being targeted by other evil organizations would still spell disaster for us." Li Yunfei's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly tightening the slightly relaxed mood of the group. The Six Paths demon domain was notorious, filled with evil cultivators. Worse still, even if they escaped the Six Paths demon domain, the entire Great Dark Sky realm was fraught with peril. The 18 domains under its jurisdiction were almost entirely havens for evil cultivators. Besides the Six Paths demon domain, there were the Rakshasa domain, the Purple Fiend domain, the Fallen Demon domain, the Extreme Calamity domain, the Myriad Ghost domain, the Black Blood domain. Upon hearing the names of these domains, Hong Yuan couldn't help but gasp. He realized that the Great Dark Sky realm was indeed a perilous place. For someone of Hong Yuan's level, a nobody, stumbling into any of these domains was nearly a death sentence. Wu Di's face turned pale as he spoke with a trembling voice. "I can't believe I forgot this is the Great Dark Sky realm, one of the 10 most dangerous places according to the Security Bureau. What should we do?" Su Firan was fiddling with his Huawei Mate 60, muttering, "Let me see if I can get a signal. If there's a signal, I can call for help." Wu Di shook his head with a bitter smile. "Don't bother. Even the Security Bureau's satellite phones don't have a signal, let alone your phone." Just as despair was setting in, Mu Bai spoke up. "I have an immature suggestion. While it's true that having more people makes us noticeable, we could split up." Mu Yunlu immediately countered. "Splitting up means dividing us. If we encounter evil cultivators alone, wouldn't that be even more dangerous? After all, there's strength in numbers." Mu Bai nodded in agreement. "You're right. But if we stay together and are discovered by the Devouring Heaven Demon sect or other evil cultivators, we could all be captured at once." Li Yunfei chimed in. Splitting up reduces the risk of total annihilation. As long as one of us escapes, we can seek help from the top universities in the Tianwen realm. He emphasized seeking help from the Tianwen realm rather than the Daxia kingdom. Although the Six Paths demon domain was closer to Daxia, the evil cultivators here were extremely ruthless. Li Yunfei believed that even surviving alone was a challenge, let alone taking care of Hong Yuan and the others. Warriors from Daxia coming here would be walking into a death trap. Their only hope lay in the more powerful Tianwen realm. Hong Yuan and the others had been admitted to top universities in the Tianwen realm, especially Li Chang'an, whose talent was worth the universities sending powerful rescuers. Mu Bai and Li Yunfei's suggestions seemed like the best option at the moment, but Hong Yuan voiced a different opinion. Our strength as students is too weak. Wu Di, Li Yunfei, and Mu Bai stood together, discussing the division of their teams with serious expressions. They decided to each lead a group of 4 to 5 students and invited experts from Dei Mansion, Qingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion to join different teams. This arrangement would reduce the risk of total annihilation while ensuring the students' safety, making it the most prudent choice. Mu Bai turned to Hong Yuan, a questioning look in his eyes. How do you think we should divide the teams? After a moment of contemplation, Hong Yuan suggested, Wu Di, myself, Su Firen, Ing Huan Huan, along with the expert from Dei Mansion, will make up one team. Mu Bai, Mu Yunlu, Luo Lai, Shao Shao, Wei Wei, and the expert from Jinyuan Mansion will form the second team. Li Yunfei, Chen Zhou, Li Chang'an, Chen Yiqing, Sitalan, and the expert from Qingzhou Mansion will be the third team. He explained further, Li Yunfei is the least injured, so he should lead 5 people. Mu Bai and Wu Di are more seriously injured, but Mu Bai is a 10-star martial king, and Wu Di is a 9-star martial king, so Mu Bai also needs to lead 5 people. Moreover, Mu Bai and Mu Yunlu are both from the Jade Emperor's Holy Land. Li Yunfei and Chen Zhou are from the Bright Moon Sword Pavilion, so they shouldn't be separated. Chen Yiqing doesn't want to leave Li Chang'an, and I want to be with Su Firen. Shao Dao and Mu Yunlu are friends, so this is the most suitable distribution for now. At that moment, a timid voice broke the discussion. Axie cautiously asked, Brother Hong, did you forget about me? Hong Yuan's gaze fell on Axie, with a hint of coldness in his tone. No, I didn't. I thought you wanted to act alone, so I was just accommodating you. Axie was left speechless, feeling a mix of emotions. He had indeed been selfish, thinking along the lines Hong Yuan mentioned. Moreover, with Li Chang'an being targeted by the evil cultivators of the devouring demon sect, Axie initially wanted to keep his distance. But upon hearing how dangerous the Dark Heaven realm was, he quickly changed his mind. Axie urgently argued, Mu Bai and Li Yunfei are both leading 5 people. Why should Wu Di only lead 4? Am I not a person? Am I not human? Hong Yuan calmly replied, I've already explained the reason. Wu Di's injuries haven't healed, and his level is lower than Mu Bai's, so leading one less person is reasonable, don't you think? Hearing this, Axie turned to Mu Yunlu, hoping for support. Brother Mu, please say something for me. Hong Yuan interjected before Mu Yunlu could respond. If you have a bleeding heart, you can keep Axie, the unstable factor, in your own team. Just don't let him cause trouble for us. Mu Yunlu shook his head, hesitating to speak. He wanted to remind Hong Yuan of his previous concerns about Axie revealing their location, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Hong Yuan continued, We'll split into 3 teams and each make our escape, leaving Axie behind. Even if he's caught by the evil cultivators, he won't know our whereabouts. Axie's face turned pale as he heard this. He looked to Li Chang'an for help, but Li Chang'an just shook his head helplessly. Axie then glanced around, only to find Shao Dao glaring at him, while Chen Yiqing and Ing Huan Huan avoided his gaze. Just then, Wu Di's voice broke the silence. He's just a kid. It's no big deal if I take one more. Wu Di, being from the Safety Bureau, couldn't help but soften at Axie's helplessness. He sternly reminded, I'm willing to trust you, but don't let me down. Axie, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, nodded vigorously. You saved my life. I would never betray your trust. Hong Yuan watched this unfold and shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself, if someone like Axie could be relied upon, then pigs could climb trees. Hong Yuan, Wu Di, Ing Huan Huan, Ashi, Su Firen, and Su Meng from the Dei Mansion formed an escape team of 6. Although Su Meng's surname is Su, his original name is Zhang Meng, a surname bestowed by Su Tianbao. Su Meng and Hong Sun are of similar age and were both comrades under Su Tianbao. During a conversation with Su Meng, Hong Yuan learned that Su Meng had limited martial arts talent. Su Meng admitted with a wry smile, I've been stuck at the 10-star martial spirit level for years without any progress. Hong Yuan respectfully addressed Su Meng as Uncle Su and whispered, Uncle Su, please keep an eye on that fat guy. If he acts suspiciously, deal with him immediately. Su Meng squinted and remarked meaningfully, You're even more ruthless than your father. He paused, then added, I've long suspected that fat guy isn't trustworthy. It's surprising Wu Di still trusts him. Hong Yuan shook his head, explaining, Wu Di is too soft-hearted and wants to give him a chance. Su Ming understood. I see now. Wu Di, after all, comes from the Security Bureau, where people naturally have a strong sense of justice. After a private discussion, the three team leaders each chose their escape routes. Hong Yuan didn't ask Wu Di about their route, knowing that fewer people knowing meant greater safety. Before leaving, Hong Yuan sternly warned Shi, don't read Wu Di's mind or probe into Li Yunfei and Mu Bai's escape routes. Tears welled up in Shi's eyes as she pitifully asked, am I really that untrustworthy to you? Hong Yuan replied mercilessly, I never trusted you from the start. Remember our first meeting? Mu Yunlu said you threatened him and wanted to make it known to everyone. As she defended herself, I had no choice. If I didn't threaten Mu Yunlu, he wouldn't have introduced me to you all. Hong Yuan sneered. So how can I trust a despicable person like you? As she was left speechless, Li Yunfei's team left first. Wu Di approached Hong Yuan, urging, time is of the essence, we should set off too. Meanwhile, in the evil nation of the Six Paths Demon Realm, a tense conversation was taking place inside a branch of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect. Branch leader Lu Mo, a man with a hooked nose, slender build, and sickly pale complexion, hurriedly approached a burly man. Protector Jean, he said urgently. Ma Lu has been out of contact for 20 hours. According to the plan, the flying boat should have reached the evil nation by now, but there's no sign of it. This Protector Jean, named Jean Wu Wei, tapped his finger on the table thoughtfully before asking. Ma Lu has been out of contact for so long. Why are you only telling me now? He's your man, you should have reached out to him. Lu Mo's temper flared, and he snapped. How should I know if Ma Lu is ignoring me, or if you told him not to respond? What's the point of arguing now? Jean Wu Wei snorted. At a time like this, you're still playing games? Aren't you afraid of the sect leader's wrath? Though Lu Mo was a branch leader, he was still beneath the helmsmen and elders, and above them was the sect leader. On the same level as the sect leader were the Dharma kings, with the highest being the Grandmaster. At this moment, both men realized the gravity of the situation and fell into silence. Jean Wu Wei's expression was grave as he spoke to Lu Mo. Although this task was assigned by the Master Chief, I must warn you, if you fail, not even the Master Chief can save you. The leader will personally take your life. He paused and added, you should know, the protectors and the altar masters are of equal rank. This is a system of checks and balances set up by the Tunshan demon sect to prevent anyone from gaining too much power. Lu Mo's face was dark, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. I don't need your reminder. If Li Chang'an escapes, we're all dead. Ignoring Lu Mo's words, Jean Wu Wei took out a map of the Great Black Sky realm from his spatial ring and spread it on the table. He studied it closely, muttering to himself. Lost contact for 20 hours, and the death time is even longer. The inter-realm flying boat travels at 30,000 miles per hour. So according to the original route, it should be at least 6 million miles away. He drew a circle on the map with a pen, then looked up at Lu Mo and said, send the nearby sect members to search for the wreckage of the flying boat in this area. Lu Mo frowned and asked, wreckage? How can you be sure the flying boat was destroyed? Jean Wu Wei looked at Lu Mo with disdain. Even a martial emperor like Ma Lu is dead. Do you think the flying boat could be intact? Lu Mo immediately made some phone calls to arrange the manpower. A few minutes later, he returned and reported, it's all set. What do we do next? Wait to die. Jean Wu Wei said coldly, closing his eyes as he sat in the chair, his fingers tapping the table incessantly. He cursed inwardly. This Lu Mo dares to be an altar master, only realizing something was wrong when the flying boat didn't arrive at its destination, and now he just wants to shift the blame. His anger surged, crushing the pen in his hand. An hour later, Lu Mo's phone rang. After answering, he said, the flying boat wreckage is indeed within the circle you drew. Upon hearing this, Jean Wu Wei drew several small circles on the map and explained, those people must be on edge, afraid to fly through the air. Their escape won't be fast. Send people to block these areas. Lu Mo frowned. You've marked so many places. We only have 3,000 sect members. We can't cover them all. Jean Wu Wei sneered. Of course, I know that. If you don't want to die, go ask the Master Chief for more manpower. Lu Mo put away the map and threatened. You better hope Li Chang'an is found in those circles, or I'll kill you. Jean Wu Wei stared at Lu Mo and replied just as coldly. If we don't find Li Chang'an in 7 days, I'll carve you up piece by piece. Both men understood that 7 days was enough time for Li Chang'an to escape the Great Black Sky realm. If he got away, they would be doomed. Jean Wu Wei silently cursed the Master Chief for handing the task to him, and this useless Lu Mo. If Li Chang'an truly escaped, the leader's wrath would be unavoidable, and from the Master Chief down to them, no one would escape death. The night was as dark as ink as Wu Di and Su Ming led Hong Yuan and their group through the skies, covering over 2,000 miles in just 5 hours. In the vast expanse of the primeval forest, the 6 of them took advantage of the night to avoid detection by ordinary people. Although Su Ming only brought his daughter, Su Firen, His cultivation level in the martial spirit realm meant that after sustained flight, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. They had to land in a desolate area to rest. It was already 10 p.m., and they had flown beyond the forest's boundaries. Hong Yuan keenly noticed the faint outlines of houses ahead, indicating they were on the outskirts of a city. The burly Wu Di and Su Ming, both muscular men, initially planned to continue on foot. However, Hong Yuan suggested a more strategic approach. There should be a signal here. Let's contact Tianwen Realm and rent a car. Flying during the day is too conspicuous. Driving is safer. When night falls, we can resume flying until Uncle Su's energy runs out, then switch to the car. Su Ming immediately proposed. Why not just steal a car? It would avoid unnecessary trouble. But Hong Yuan cautiously shook his head in refusal. Wu Di laughed heartily. This is the Six Paths demon domain, full of thieves and robbers. Why not follow local customs? Hong Yuan replied seriously. Precisely because this is the Six Paths demon domain, we must be cautious. The local security bureau might be in cahoots with evil cultivators. Stealing a car will definitely lead to a report, and if we're stopped for a check, it will be troublesome. It's safer to do things by the book. All right, Wu Di reluctantly agreed, but quickly asked. What about the car when we fly at night? Wouldn't it be easier to just take one? Faced with this bandit-like suggestion, Hong Yuan explained helplessly. I have a storage artifact. We can store the car in it while flying at night. Su Firen was shocked. Your storage artifact can fit an entire car? Although she had a storage ring, its space was very limited, barely enough for 2 guns and some clothes. It was a precious gift from Su Tianbao before her college entrance exams. Storage artifacts are expensive, with larger spaces being even more costly, unaffordable even for those with millions in assets. Hong Yuan understood the value of storage artifacts. If there were no one around, he would admit to having a large space. But considering the others present and not wanting to reveal the existence of the Kunlun Jade pendant, he lied with a straight face. This storage artifact just happens to fit an SUV. It was a relic from my father. Wait a minute, Wu Di suddenly questioned. Hong's son seems honest and upright. How could he have such a large storage artifact? Wasn't he supposed to be righteous and generous? Hong Yuan quickly fabricated. Maybe he was rewarded for his achievements at the Tianjin Great Wall, or perhaps he confiscated it during his time as deputy director of the Security Bureau. Wu Di stood firm. But confiscated items should be handed over. Hong Yuan shook his head helplessly, emphasizing once again that his previous words were merely a metaphor. Wu Di paused for a moment, suddenly realizing he had indeed been overthinking, and couldn't help but show an awkward smile. Turning to Su Firen with a serious expression, Hong Yuan instructed, You are responsible for contacting people in Tianwen Realm. Make sure to request rescue from Longjing University and inform them about our situation being surrounded along with Li Chang'an and others. He then addressed Axi, Go rent some cars. Considering there are 6 of us, it's best to rent a spacious SUV and an off-road vehicle. Axi frowned and said, It's so late, the people at the rental place might be asleep. The signs usually have contact numbers. Call the owner directly. If they're reluctant, offer double or even triple the price. We must get the vehicles, Hong Yuan said, handing his number to Axi. Call me once you have the cars. Worried that Hong Yuan might act alone, Axi quickly turned to Wu Di for help. Uncle Wu, this is the Six Paths Demon Realm, and I'm a bit scared to go alone. Can you accompany me to rent the cars? Hong Yuan saw through Axi's little scheme, but Wu Di didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. Let's go, and be as quick as possible. Not far away, there was a large lake. Hong Yuan warning Huan Huan and Su Ming. You too, move back a bit. With that, he leaped into the lake, sinking to the bottom, about 10 meters deep, and sat cross-legged. From the Kunlun Jade pendant, he took out the Xianyu stone and vermilion bird true fire and swallowed them, then began to exercise the heaven mending technique. In an instant, an intense heat radiated from Hong Yuan's body, causing steam to rise from the lake's surface. Countless bubbles surged from the lakebed, creating massive ripples. On the shore, Su Ming and Ing Huan Huan clearly saw a white flame light up at the lake's bottom. The surrounding temperatures soared rapidly, and the lake water evaporated quickly, turning into a vast amount of steam that rushed skyward. As the hot and cold air met, they quickly formed a thick cloud layer in the sky. The dark clouds churned over the lake, and soon, torrential rain poured down. However, the entire lake was already boiling, and the rain evaporated upon touching the scorching surface, creating a cycle of condensation, rainfall, evaporation, and ascent. This process continued for over 10 minutes until all the lake and rainwater evaporated, leaving only a cracked, charred lakebed. Hong Yuan's clothing had long turned to ashes. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. A moment later, he extended his right hand, and a seemingly ordinary white flame ignited in his palm. This was the legendary Nanming Lihua, capable of burning anything, and his abilities had now been elevated to inscrate. Upon seeing the lone figure of Hong Yuan, Ing Huan Huan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned away. Hong Yuan calmly retrieved a set of clothes from the Kunlun jade pendant, dressed swiftly, and lightly leaped back to the riverbank. Was that noise you breaking through? Su Ming asked inquisitively. Let's just say I was practicing martial arts, Hong Yuan replied vaguely. Just then, Su Firen hurried over, and Hong Yuan changed the subject immediately. Do you have cell service? Su Firen's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've managed to contact Longjing University. They're sending someone to rescue us. I've also asked them to notify Tianwu University, Tianzhou University, and others. That's a relief, Hong Yuan said, his tense nerves easing a bit. Now we just need to be wary of the evil cultivators. You sure worry about a lot, Su Firen said with a smile, the tension of recent days seeming to lift slightly. Since Shi and Wu Di were still renting a car and Hong Yuan's recent breakthrough had caused quite a commotion, the group decided not to linger and headed toward the distant city. Although they were quick on their feet, they hailed a taxi to avoid drawing attention. Midway through the drive, the middle-aged driver, with a menacing look, suddenly hit the brakes and said, "It's a long way, and I'm losing out. I need more money. But we agreed on $50. You can't just raise the price." Su Ming protested. The driver sneered. It's 36 miles, carrying 4 people. $50 doesn't even cover the gas. His eyes were cold. I have connections around here. If you don't pay up, who knows if you'll see the sunrise tomorrow. How much more? Hong Yuan asked, frowning slightly. Double it, $100, the driver demanded greedily. Just keep driving, Hong Yuan said with a shake of his head, thinking to himself that the man's ambition was quite small. Upon reaching their destination, Huan, noticing Hong Yuan's grim expression and fearing trouble, quickly took out $100. Yet, the driver didn't take it. Instead, he greedily eyed Huan and Su Firen. I'm in 100 each. Huan, timid by nature, took out an additional 300. But the driver, with a lecherous smile, said, 50 per person per mile, 36 miles. That's 7,200 in total. If you can't pay, he leered at the 2 girls. These 2 can keep me company for a night, and we'll call it even. Sitting in the front seat, Hong Yuan chuckled coldly. Let me show you something nice. He extended his middle finger, and just as the driver was about to erupt in anger, Hong Yuan's fingertip struck like lightning, piercing the man's temple. Pick on someone weaker in your next life, Hong Yuan said expressionlessly, dragging the body out and tossing it by the roadside. He never showed mercy to scum like that. A white flame ignited at his fingertips, and with a gentle flick, it engulfed the hostile middle-aged man, leaving nothing but ashes. Su Ming patted the taxi with interest, a playful glint in his eyes. What should we do with this car? Shall we burn it too? Hong Yuan shook his head helplessly, silently chiding himself for not restraining his actions. He placed his palm on the car's body, and with a thought, the power of the Kunlun jade absorbed the entire taxi. When the call connected, Axi's voice was tinged with frustration. Don't even mention it. Not only did we fail to rent a car, but I also got into a fight with the owner. Wu Di's angry voice followed. This damn place is full of nothing but trouble. We checked several shops, and they were either closed or asking for outrageous prices. When we finally agreed to pay a high price, the owner tried to drug us. When that didn't work, he called in a gang to rob us. It's a good thing my skills are advanced, or we'd really be in trouble. Hong Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Tell me where you are. I have a car and can pick you up. No need, Axie insisted. Since we paid, we're taking this car. Send us your location, and we'll come to you. During the 10-minute wait, there was another incident. A few unsavory thugs approached Su Firen and Huan, spewing vulgarities. Without a word, Su Firen sent them flying dozens of meters with a single strike. Wu Di arrived in a spacious, 3-row SUV. Everyone got in. Axie took the front passenger seat, while Hong Yuan and Su Ming sat in the back. Su Firen and Huan chose the middle seats. Damn, this place is full of scoundrels. Wu Di cursed as he drove. Hong Yuan remarked, the Six Paths Demon Realm truly lives up to its reputation. From evil cultivators to commoners, none are kind. Apart from the Great Black Heaven, the security in other regions isn't much different from the Great Xia Kingdom. The Great Black Heaven is already chaotic enough, Wu Di added. But some realms are even worse due to constant warfare, turning them into living hells where cannibalism is common. Like the Baishur domain we stayed in before without the protection of the Caixia nation, it would have been a complete mess. Even now, the streets are full of refugees. Huan, usually reserved, spoke up. The most intense battlefield in the 9 provinces is probably between Fangtian Martial State and Wudao Extreme State, right? I heard millions of soldiers die there every year. That's right, Wu Di nodded. It's a conflict over beliefs, between martial arts and Taoism. But the place with the highest death toll is the Tianqian Great Wall. Su Ming chimed in, memories flooding back. In his youth, he had served under Su Tianbao, defending the Tianqian Great Wall and witnessing the horrors firsthand. Corpses piled high, blood staining the passes for thousands of miles, and the continuous walls turned crimson. He spoke solemnly. The battle between Fangtian Martial State and Wudao Extreme State is a struggle between people, martial arts, and Taoism. But the fights on the Tianqian Great Wall are a life-and-death struggle between humans and monsters, survival and race. The Tianwen realm is located in the center of the 9 provinces. The group drove westward at high speed, their car wheels running over the long stretch of highway for a solid 4 hours. As night fell, they switched to flying through the air, continuing until the first light of dawn, when Su Ming's spiritual energy was finally depleted. They then returned to the ground and resumed their westward drive. Their journey that night spanned 4,000 miles, and just as noon approached, the convoy reached the border checkpoint between 2 countries. Wu Di skillfully lowered half the car window and, with a smooth motion, produced a small piece of gold, handing it to the checkpoint officer. The officer took the gold, glanced casually inside the car, and then lifted the barrier. Watch closely, Wu Di instructed with the air of a seasoned veteran while driving. If money can solve the problem, don't waste your breath. Talking to these people is pointless. Huh? Ashi, sitting in the passenger seat, scoffed. You said the same thing when renting the car last night, and your lavish spending caused all that trouble. Wu Di's expression froze, and he hurriedly defended himself. I was talking about normal places. The greed of those in the Tahitian realm is on another level. To change the subject, he quickly asked, Brother Su, did you go to the Tianqian Great Wall right after graduating from university? With the topic shifted, Wu Di began to recount his past, how he wanted to defend the frontier at the Tianqian Great Wall in his youth, but was stopped by his mother's threat of taking her own life. I'm an only child, he explained, but guarding the frontier and protecting the people is serving humanity, so I haven't strayed from my original intention. Are you saying you come from a single-parent family? Su Ming asked. Wu Di nodded in acknowledgement. My parents had a flash marriage and divorce, and I was awarded to my mother. She raised me through hardship, and I couldn't bear to leave her. At that moment, Hong Yuan suddenly frowned deeply, interrupting the conversation. Uncle Su, Brother Wu, something's not right. What is it? Both men asked in unison. At that checkpoint just now, Hong Yuan said with a serious expression, the officer didn't ask for more money. Seeing the 2 men looking puzzled, Ashi took a sharp breath. Are you saying that person is a spy for the evil cultivators? People from the 6 Paths demon domain are all insatiably greedy, Hong Yuan explained. Normally, after taking Brother Wu's gold, he should have continued to extort us. Letting us through so easily likely means he's in a hurry to report. What should we do? Su Ming asked urgently. Don't use the highway. Take the back roads. Hong Yuan decided swiftly. Flying through the air makes us more visible, and with you carrying the 4 of us, we're slower than the evil cultivators. At least on the ground, we have some cover. Wu Di immediately turned the car onto a rugged mountain path, eventually stopping in a dense forest. Hong Yuan stuck his head out of the sunroof, activated his spiritual vision, and used its long-range and X-ray functions to scan the surrounding sky cautiously. As expected, several dark shadows swept over the checkpoint. It was a group of evil cultivators searching along the highway with eyes as sharp as hawks. We've been exposed, Hong Yuan whispered, his brow furrowed. How is that possible? Wu Di retorted incredulously. I only opened my car window halfway. The inspectors couldn't possibly see you. Su Firen calmly explained. The upper echelons of Daxiao have long been infiltrated by undercover evil cultivators. Photos of all of us, including yours, have fallen into their hands. Silence. Hong Yuan suddenly became alert. The evil cultivators are here. One evil cultivator soared into the air and, after confirming the highway was deserted, signaled to the others. Instantly, dozens of evil cultivators spread out like a net. Among them, a young man with a pale, beardless face headed towards the forest where Hong Yuan was hiding. Although this young evil cultivator had just broken through to the martial spirit realm and was not very powerful, their leader was certainly a match for Wu Di. If this young man discovered them, the other evil cultivators would swarm in. Hong Yuan stood on the middle seat of the car, leaning out to keep a close watch on the young evil cultivator approaching the forest. In his left hand, he conjured a golden slingshot out of thin air, and in his right, a silver pellet appeared. He deftly loaded the silver pellet into the pouch, pulled back with force, and activated his third eye to aim. The moment the young evil cultivator stepped into the forest, Hong Yuan released his grip. The silver pellet shot through the air, covering hundreds of meters in an instant, and struck the young man's forehead with precision. His head exploded like a watermelon, and he died without a sound. Hong Yuan ducked back inside, and Ing Huan and Su Firen had to squeeze at his feet. Got one, he whispered, but the others could come at any moment. What do we do? Su Ming asked. This seemed to be his and Wu Di's catchphrase. Hong Yuan joked. Why not stash the car in a spatial treasure and bury you guys underground? Maybe we can hide that way. Wu Di actually considered it seriously. The evil cultivators are nearby. Do we have time to dig a hole? Su Firen and Ing Huan couldn't help but laugh as they explained. He's joking. So what should we do? Wu Di asked again. Hong Yuan smiled wryly. If I knew, would I be joking? It's so frustrating. Su Ming grumbled. Why don't we just fight them? Hong Yuan quickly advised against it. This is their territory. We can only hide. Even if we win temporarily, they'll call the entire Swallowing Heaven Demon sect to hunt us down. We just need to wait for reinforcements from Tianwen Realm, and we'll have a chance to escape. Wu Di had already turned off the SUV's engine and was now keenly observing the surroundings. How many evil cultivators are there? He asked in a low voice. Hong Yuan's expression was grave. At least 30. One of them is on par with you, reaching the martial king level, while the rest are martial spirits. 30-odd evil cultivators at the martial spirit level. Wu Di's gaze swept over the 4 of them, and he said in a serious tone, a heating confrontation isn't a wise choice. She looked anxious, her fingers twisting nervously. But if we stay here, we'll be discovered sooner or later. Do you have a better idea? Su Firan turned to her and asked. She was silent for a moment before shaking her head. Even though I'm the second-place scholar of the Jintian Empire, and my combat strength surpasses an ordinary 10-star martial master, I can only hold off a 2-star martial spirit at most. I'm about the same as you, Su Firan added, then pointed to Hong Yuan. But he's stronger than us and should be able to take on a 4-star martial spirit. I'm sorry for being a burden, Ing Huan said, her head lowered and her voice filled with guilt. I can only handle a 10-star martial master at best. This admission was tantamount to acknowledging that she was no match for the martial spirits outside. In this critical moment, Su Firan surprisingly maintained a rare calmness, gently comforting her. You're just a 9-star martial master. It's normal not to be able to beat a martial spirit. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan was fully focused on keeping watch. With his 10-star martial master's abilities, his celestial eye could clearly observe everything within a 10-mile radius, though things became progressively blurred beyond that distance. The evil cultivators, after searching for over 10 minutes without success, gathered briefly for discussion before dispersing again. This time, they changed tactics, searching in pairs in a grid-like pattern. The evil cultivator at the martial king level ascended into the air, scanning the entire area from above. We might not be able to stay hidden much longer. Prepare for battle, Hong Yuan said, gripping a golden slingshot in one hand and clutching several silver pellets in the other, his expression solemn. Hearing this, the group felt a chill in their hearts and began readying their weapons for a desperate fight. Ing Huan looked terrified, as she couldn't hide her fear, while Su Firan remained expressionless. Having faced life and death before, Su Ming and Wu Di appeared the most composed. Suddenly, 2 evil cultivators entered the forest's perimeter. Hong Yuan moved swiftly. With 2 quick shots, one had his head blown apart, while the other's heart was pierced, killing them instantly. The martial king-level evil cultivator in the air noticed this immediately, but was too late to intervene. I found them. Everyone, follow me, he shouted, his voice echoing throughout the area as he channeled his spiritual energy. Head south. There's a canyon there. Hong Yuan made a quick decision. Wu Di immediately started the engine, flooring the gas pedal as the SUV sped southward. Hong Yuan leaned out of the sunroof, firing 2 more shots. The first silver pellet hit the nearest airborne evil cultivator, causing him to falter and plummet to the ground. The second struck another evil cultivator's head, resulting in an explosive impact. The golden bow and silver bullet are indeed powerful low-tier Earth-grade treasures, enough to strike fear into the hearts of ordinary low-star martial spirits. With practiced ease, Hong Yuan retrieved a silver bullet from his pouch, placed it on the bowstring, and aimed at a distant target. Whoosh! The silver light cut through the air. A sinister cultivator at the 5-star martial spirit level swung his blade to block, and with a flash of the blade, the silver bullet shattered. The sinister cultivator only paused for a moment before continuing his charge toward Hong Yuan. So it can only instantly kill those below 5 stars. This thought flashed through Hong Yuan's mind, but his hands instinctively drew the bowstring once more. This time, Hong Yuan concentrated all his energy and spirit at his fingertips, channeling an endless stream of spiritual energy into the silver bullet. He applied the energy technique from the heaven and earth slash of the unfathomable blade scripture, imbuing the bullet with a destructive force. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the 5-star martial spirit was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. This shocking scene caused the approaching sinister cultivators to halt, except for a few high-star martial spirits who continued their charge towards the off-road vehicle in the forest. Suddenly, a 6-star martial spirit descended from the sky, blocking the vehicle's path. Without time to use the slingshot again, Hong Yuan opened his third eye, shooting a beam of golden light. Although the 6-star martial spirit dodged a fatal hit, his left side was still pierced. At this moment, Su Ming seized the opportunity from within the vehicle, his spear striking like a viper, precisely piercing the enemy's heart. An impressive display from a veteran of the Tianjin Great Wall, Wu Di remarked as he swiftly moved to the vehicle's roof. A martial king-level sinister cultivator is approaching. Who's driving? I'll do it. Su Firan quickly took over the driver's seat. Wu Di looked at Hong Yuan with a serious expression. Kid, I'll hold off the martial king. You all need to leave, don't worry about me. Without waiting for a response, he drew his blade and charged toward the distant formidable enemy. Take care, miss, Su Ming said briefly before jumping out to support Wu Di. In life and death moments, words are unnecessary. Hong Yuan turned to Su Firen. I've seen the map. Head southwest. With my strength, I can still fight. If I'm alive in 12 hours, I'll meet you at the shores of the Oath Water. The usually strong Su Firen gently tugged at his pant leg and softly said, You must come to the shores of the Oath Water. Hong Yuan jumped out of the vehicle, waved a firm farewell to the group, and with a resolute, of course, turned to face the battlefield. Su Ming, a formidable warrior at the 10-star Wu Ling level, was engaged in a fierce battle with a 9-star Wu Ling Dark Cultivator. Despite having a slight advantage in level, Su Ming was only barely maintaining the upper hand, unable to secure a quick victory. In the midst of this stalemate, Hong Yuan descended from the sky, immediately joining the fray. With both hands gripping a sling, his presence was formidable, and a silver pellet shot through the air, targeting the Dark Cultivator's back. Caught off guard while entangled with Su Ming, the Dark Cultivator realized the danger too late. The silver pellet hit its mark, leaving a deep crater on his back. This unexpected attack caused the Dark Cultivator to falter, and Su Ming seized the opportunity, his spear striking like a dragon, delivering a fatal blow. However, before they could savor their victory, 6 or 7 more Dark Cultivators surrounded them, with even more on the way. Hong Yuan, with a slingshot in his right hand and the Xingyang blade strapped to his left shoulder, stood back-to-back with the spear-wielding Su Ming, ready for the next wave. I'll attack, you assist. Su Ming commanded succinctly before charging at 3 Dark Cultivators in front of him. Hong Yuan faced 2 opponents, one strong and one weak. Already channeling spiritual energy into his heavenly eye, a golden beam shot out, piercing the weaker Dark Cultivator's skull with such speed that ordinary 3 or 4-star Wu Lings couldn't evade it. Hong Yuan's strikes were decisive and lethal, always aimed at vital points. With the Heavenly Eye's help, he rarely missed. Meanwhile, Su Ming managed to kill another Dark Cultivator, though he received a minor wound to his abdomen. The battle was constantly shifting, and just 2 seconds later, 4 more Dark Cultivators joined the fray. In the distance, Wu Di was locked in combat with a Wu Wang-level Dark Cultivator, while other Wu Ling-level Dark Cultivators dared not approach, forced instead to attack Hong Yuan and Su Ming. Facing the onslaught, Hong Yuan wielded his blade with his right hand and his bow with his left, wishing for more hands to fend off the attackers. Just as he prepared to draw his bow again, a Dark Cultivator suddenly lunged at him, a powerful palm strike aimed at his head. The Dark Cultivator, seeing Hong Yuan with a bow in one hand and the string drawn with the other, thought he had an opening and smirked with confidence. However, a subtle grin appeared on Hong Yuan's lips. In an instant, a burst of golden light pierced the Dark Cultivator's head. Hong Yuan stepped back, avoiding the falling body. After firing 3 golden beams, Hong Yuan's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He had to stop using the Heavenly Eye, conserving some energy for the ongoing battle. Glancing at Su Ming, he saw him covered in wounds but still fighting fiercely. Su Ming adopted a desperate strategy, trading injuries for kills. Though he was battered, every Dark Cultivator he targeted met their end. This desperate tactic was a necessity. If they didn't quickly reduce the number of enemies, being completely surrounded would leave them no escape. Hong Yuan, having neutralized the negative energy 3 times, had a physical strength comparable to a 4-star Wu Ling. He managed to take down another Dark Cultivator, but Su Ming was struck and sent flying by an enemy's blade. Hong Yuan stepped back a few paces to stand back-to-back with Su Ming, asking quietly, Can you keep fighting? Su Ming used his spear to steady himself, barely holding his stance. He looked down at the deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest, his expression grim. Su Ming's chest was already soaked with blood, yet he charged forward again without hesitation, like a fierce dragon released from its cage. Thanks to Su Ming's cover, Hong Yuan felt a sudden relief as the pressure lessened, and he remained unharmed for the moment. Suddenly, 2 evil cultivators of the 5-star level launched a fierce attack on Hong Yuan simultaneously. Gripping his long knife tightly, Hong Yuan channeled all his strength, layer by layer, until it converged at the tip of the blade. He raised the knife high, its glow cutting through the sky like a rainbow, and slashed down at one of the attackers. Great split of the sky, Hong Yuan shouted as his Zhengyang blade cleaved down from the crown, unstoppable and splitting the evil cultivator in half in an instant. However, attacking left him vulnerable. The other evil cultivator seized the chance, his long sword piercing Hong Yuan's chest like a venomous snake, the tip almost reaching his heart. If not for Hong Yuan instinctively turning slightly, he would have met his end. Seeing this, the evil cultivator was unwilling to let go and twisted his wrist, aiming to shred Hong Yuan's heart with the sword's edge. Aware of the danger, Hong Yuan quickly released the Zhengyang blade and gripped the evil cultivator's wrist with his iron-like right hand. The evil cultivator, seeing Hong Yuan drop his weapon, thought victory was assured and secretly rejoiced. However, Before his smile could fully form, Hong Yuan spewed a stream of white flame from his mouth. The Nanmingli fire, capable of incinerating anything, instantly charred the evil cultivator's face to a crisp. Within 2 breaths, he was reduced to a pile of black ash. Hong Yuan bent down to retrieve the Zhengyang blade, knowing he had to follow Su Ming's example and trade injuries for lives. He calculated that he must quickly deal with the 2 evil cultivators to assist Su Ming. Just as Hong Yuan turned with his slingshot ready to provide support, he was struck by the sight before him a burly evil cultivator holding Su Ming's severed head, while Su Ming's headless body, covered in sword and knife wounds, slowly collapsed to the ground. A heaviness settled in Hong Yuan's chest, emotions surging within him, but he had no time to dwell on them. The Nanmingli fire, at tens of thousands of degrees, was already concentrated in the silver bullet. A silver-white light shot out, crossing dozens of meters to hit the burly evil cultivator precisely. Though the 10-star evil cultivator had been severely injured by Su Ming, Hong Yuan's all-out attack still couldn't blow him apart, only slightly piercing his wound. Is that all? The burly evil cultivator sneered, swinging Su Ming's head with his right hand and wiping blood from his mouth with his left, full of mockery. Hong Yuan remained silent as the silver bullet embedded in the evil cultivator suddenly erupted with Nanmingli fire. The white flame swept through his internal organs, and he only managed a single, agonizing scream before collapsing to the ground. Hong Yuan leaped forward, catching Su Ming's head and holding it tightly in his arms. Surrounded by the menacing presence of 12 figures, Hong Yuan found himself encircled by the evil cultivators. 8 of them were below the rank of 5-star martial spirit, but what was truly alarming was that the remaining 4 were formidable warriors above that level. Faced with such dire circumstances, Hong Yuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, his celestial eye was activated. He knew that his only chance now was a desperate fight for survival. Meanwhile, high in the sky, another fierce battle was unfolding. Both Wu Di and the martial king-level evil cultivator were wounded, but Wu Di was clearly in worse shape. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his shoulder, his eyes filled with a steely determination. The evil cultivator, arms crossed and a sinister smile playing on his lips, taunted, You're going to lose." Wu Di's brow furrowed with worry, concerned for Hong Yuan on the ground while struggling to deal with the formidable opponent before him. Seeing this, the evil cultivator continued, "That young man down there isn't Li Chang'an. Just tell me which direction Li Chang'an ran, and I'll spare you." Wu Di remained silent, fully aware that the evil cultivator's words were not to be trusted. In response, he gripped his large sword tightly, expressing his resolve without a word. In the sky, the clash of blades and fists continued relentlessly, while on the ground, Hong Yuan's situation grew increasingly perilous. He gathered his spiritual energy to his throat, ready to unleash the South Ming Li fire at a moment's notice, ensuring anyone who dared approach would be scorched by its all-consuming flames. Hong Yuan felt a sense of relief, knowing that without this fire, he would have no chance against so many evil cultivators. The Zhengyang blade in Hong Yuan's hand, imbued with the South Ming Li fire, glowed a pristine white, its blade flickering with faint flames. Surrounded by the 12 evil cultivators, he struggled to catch his breath, barely managing to fend off their attacks with no opportunity to retaliate. The evil cultivators coordinated seamlessly, their assaults relentless like waves crashing without end. As the battle wore on, Hong Yuan began to falter. Wounds multiplied across his body, staining his clothes with blood. Although the evil cultivators were cautious not to push too hard, their slow, torturous tactics were all the more grueling. The Zhengyang blade traced brilliant arcs through the forest, each clash sparking blinding flashes. Yet, besieged from all sides, Hong Yuan found himself increasingly unable to mount an effective defense. His strength waning rapidly, Hong Yuan's movement slowed, his energy dwindling. Gripping the Zhengyang blade with both hands, he struggled to fend off the evil cultivator's attacks, his arms numbed and weakened by the impact. Suddenly, his left leg was slashed, a chunk of flesh torn away, sending searing pain through him, nearly causing him to collapse. He barely managed to maintain his balance, stumbling clumsily. Despite his dire situation, Hong Yuan refused to abandon Su Ming's head, cradling it protectively against his chest. Though their time together had been brief and their conversations few, Hong Yuan could not bear the thought of Su Ming's head being desecrated by the evil cultivators after death. This seemingly trivial defiance appeared absurdly laughable to the evil cultivators. Clang, clang, clang. Hong Yuan desperately blocked 3 more strikes, but one of the evil cultivators seized the opportunity to slip behind him, delivering a brutal strike. Hong Yuan's back split open, the searing pain coursing through him like electricity. Staggering, he dropped to one knee, gasping for air, his vision blurring. Is this really the only way? Hong Yuan struggled to lift his head, his gaze falling on the lifeless body of Su Ming not far away. Blood gushed from Su Ming's neck, spreading into a glaring pool of red on the ground. A sinking feeling washed over Hong Yuan. Was he destined to share Su Ming's fate, decapitated by these dark cultivators? He tried to move, but his body felt as if it were filled with lead, making even the slightest motion excruciatingly difficult. His legs seemed rooted to the ground, refusing to budge. Hong Yuan could only remain on one knee, using his long sword as a crutch to keep himself from collapsing completely. The surrounding dark cultivators regarded this tenacious opponent with a hint of admiration in their eyes. This guy is really strong, one of them couldn't help but exclaim. Of course he is, another chimed in. This guy was the top scholar of the Great Xia Kingdom, his skills on par with Li Chang'an. You know, Li Chang'an is legendary for his talent. A nearby dark cultivator's face darkened with discontent. We've lost so many brothers trying to capture him. Is it really worth it? There's no worth it or not, someone replied coldly. If we don't capture him, and the leader blames us, we'll all be drained dry. That's a fate worse than death. I'd rather be killed by him than be dried up by the leader. Ha ha ha. A dark cultivator suddenly burst into laughter. Villains die from talking too much. Let's stop talking and tie this guy up. Chop off his arms and legs first, so he can't hurt anyone. That way, it won't delay the leader from draining him. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark cultivator approached Hong Yuan with a knife. Hong Yuan wanted to raise his sword in defense, but his arm felt like lead and wouldn't budge. He could only watch helplessly as the blade descended toward his shoulder. With a thud, the blade embedded into the bone of Hong Yuan's shoulder, but did not cut through. The dark cultivator's arm went numb from the shock, and he exclaimed, "What hard bones!" Hong Yuan's body had undergone 3 refinements, making not only his flesh, but even his bones extraordinarily hard. I'll do it. A burly dark cultivator raised a massive blade, muscles bulging, and swung it down at Hong Yuan's arm. Despair surged in Hong Yuan's heart. He was at the mercy of others, unable to resist. Facing impending death with no power to fight back was an experience one could never understand without living through it. He wanted to plead for mercy, to beg these dark cultivators to spare him, to abandon his last shred of dignity. But in the end, Hong Yuan gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound, neither in pain nor in supplication. Just as the situation seemed dire, Hong Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! His third eye glowed with a sudden burst of golden light, piercing through the head of the burly dark cultivator. This was Hong Yuan's last bit of spiritual energy, leaving him completely drained. Let's kill him. Another dark cultivator raised his sword to slash at Hong Yuan's neck. But just as the blade was about to fall, a blood-stained hand caught it firmly. Wu Di, covered in blood, suddenly appeared in front of Hong Yuan, sending the sword-wielding dark cultivator flying with a palm strike. Don't get too happy, Wu Di said with a wry smile to Hong Yuan. I can't beat him. The dark cultivator was a martial king of the 10-star realm, a level above Wu Di. Wu Di, still recovering from severe injuries and distracted by the battlefield below, was at a disadvantage in both mindset and strength. Looks like we'll be buried here, Wu Di sighed. The surrounding dark cultivators of the martial spirit realm hesitated to attack, instead encircling the 2 men. The martial king dark cultivator descended slowly, walking straight toward Hong Yuan and Wu Di. Perhaps faced with imminent death, Wu Di began reminiscing aloud. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this mission. My mom always said I was a coward, like my irresponsible father. My father secretly visited me many times when I was a child. He was too afraid to face my mom because she was so domineering. I was scared of her too. If not for that fear, I would have gone to the Great Wall long ago. You're better off than me. My parents are gone. Hong Yuan, weak to the point of mumbling, replied, coughing up blood. As the martial king dark cultivator approached, Wu Di patted Hong Yuan's shoulder. This is it for us. See you in the next life. Just then, Hong Yuan heard a voice echo in his mind Wu Di's secret transmission. Tell my mom I'm not a coward. In the next moment, Wu Di's hand on Hong Yuan's shoulder suddenly exerted force, sending him flying hundreds of meters away into a distant river. A man's heart is as firm as iron at death, Wu Di shouted, and with a thunderous explosion, he chose to self-destruct. A massive mushroom cloud rose, consuming everything around it. The setting sun melted into gold, and the remaining sunlight painted the sea a golden hue. Su Firen stood at the 4th-floor window, her gaze piercing through the glass, looking eastward, hoping to see a familiar figure approaching. Her hands gripped the windowsill tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Last night, Su Firen and her 2 companions arrived at the shores of Shishui, choosing to stay at a hotel that didn't require identification, as they awaited Hong Yuan's arrival. It was now 6 o'clock in the evening, 24 hours past their agreed meeting time with Hong Yuan. Inside the room, Ashi paced back and forth restlessly, the friction between his shoes and the floor creating a faint noise. He occasionally glanced at Su Firen by the window, a resolute gleam in his eyes. Finally, he strode to stand behind her, his voice laced with suppressed anger. You said to wait for Hong Yuan, and I didn't object. I've waited with you until now, but it's been over 24 hours, and you still want to wait? I can't do it anymore. Su Firen didn't turn around, only responding calmly. Speak your mind. No need for preamble. Ashi took a deep breath and bluntly asked, let me ask you this. If Hong Yuan never comes to Shishui, are you planning to wait here forever? There were about 30 to 40 evil cultivators back then, and the chances of Hong Yuan and the others surviving are slim. Ashi continued with urgency in his voice. We shouldn't waste time here. Su Firan trembled slightly, but still didn't turn around. She countered, but where can we run to? Ashi pointed towards the door, speaking faster. Several groups just came by, likely evil cultivators checking the area. If we stay here, we'll be found eventually. I don't know where we could escape to, but it's better than waiting here to die. Su Firan felt exhausted but remained firm in her tone. Running and hiding are essentially the same. But running offers a slim chance of survival, while hiding is just waiting for death. Ashi's voice grew louder, his emotions heightened. Hong Yuan is your boyfriend, not mine. I don't want to wait here to die with you. Do whatever you want. I'm done with this. Ashi turned to Ing Huan, who had been silent, asking, are you coming with me? Ing Huan looked at Su Firan's lonely figure and shook her head gently. I'm not leaving. Fine, fine, Ashi said without hesitation, pushing open the door and leaving the room without looking back. The door slammed shut behind him, causing the windows to tremble slightly. Su Firan finally turned around and sighed. You should have left with Ashi. I'm here to wait for Hong Yuan. You don't need to stay. Ing Huan replied firmly. I also think there's no difference between hiding and running. We can wait here for help from Tianwenji. There's no need to run and hide. As the sun completely sank into the sea, the room grew dim. Su Firan looked at the darkening sky outside and suddenly asked, do you think Wu Di, Su Ming, and Hong Yuan might still be alive? I don't know. Ing Huan's voice trembled, clearly hiding her true thoughts. Su Firan gave a bitter smile. You're not good at lying. Hong Yuan's skills and strength are the weakest. His chances of survival are the lowest. Wu Di and Su Ming have a better chance. Her voice was low, filled with barely concealed pain. We all understand that. Ing Huan lowered her head, her voice filled with guilt. If I were stronger and not a burden, if we'd stayed to help Wu Di and Su Ming, maybe Hong Yuan would be alive. Su Firan turned and gently patted Ing Huan's shoulder. It's not your fault. Ashi and I are stronger, but we left too. Her voice carried a hint of self-reproach as her gaze returned to the sea being swallowed by darkness. Because we stayed behind, they had to protect us too. In this world, there's no such thing as what if. As Su Firan finished speaking, a knowing smile appeared on her lips. She silently marveled at Hong Yuan's contradiction. He often spoke of fearing death, yet when it came to a critical moment, he stayed behind without hesitation. The moonlight, like water, poured over Hong Yuan's battered body. He slowly opened his eyes, hearing the gentle sound of flowing water nearby. Most of the wounds on his body, inflicted by evil cultivators, were slowly healing. The intense shock from Wu Di's self-detonation had injured his internal organs, causing him to fall into unconsciousness. The cold river water enveloped his body, and his wounds, soaked for so long, had turned outward, exposing pale flesh. Hong Yuan gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to crawl onto the riverbank. With trembling hands, he took out his phone from the Kunlun jade pendant, squinting to check the time. It had been 2 days and nights since he drifted unconscious down the stream. There were no prepared elixirs in the Kunlun jade pendant, so he had to rely on his strong recovery abilities to heal slowly. Hong Yuan estimated that it would take about a week to fully recover. But right now, replenishing his strength was crucial, as the prolonged unconsciousness and severe injuries had nearly exhausted him. Struggling to sit up, Hong Yuan retrieved a piece of chocolate from the Kunlun jade pendant. Too weak to lift his hand, he placed the chocolate in his mouth, letting it slowly melt and provide him with a bit of energy. Although he had gained a considerable amount of spiritual energy through this stronger in battle ability, it was still far from enough to break through from a martial master to a martial spirit. Wu Di and Su Ming, along with the evil cultivators surrounding them, were turned to ashes in the self-detonation of a 9-star martial king. Such power could kill a martial emperor, but not everyone had the courage to make such a noble sacrifice. 3 hours passed, and after consuming over a dozen pieces of chocolate, Hong Yuan finally regained some strength. He painstakingly took out Su Ming's head, digging a small pit in the ground with his hands. A body not buried cannot rest in peace, Hong Yuan murmured to himself, recalling the tradition of burial for peace in the Great Xia Kingdom. He had once humbly requested Wang Defa to find Hong Sen's body for the sake of this peace. Although a storage ring could preserve a body, Hong Yuan knew his future was uncertain. He could meet his end anytime. Even if he survived, he still had 4 years of study ahead in the Tianwen realm. Carefully, he placed Su Ming's head in the pit, forming a small mound of earth, and used the Zhenyang sword to cut down a tree, erecting a nameless monument for Su Ming. Uncle Su, I won't carve your name, Hong Yuan said softly as he leaned against the wooden monument, so the evil cultivators won't find it. He took out his phone, intending to call Su Firan, only to find there was no signal. In this remote wilderness, it was unsurprising to have no signal. If only his phone were a Huawei Mate 60, he could have made a satellite call. Sighing, Hong Yuan felt regret for breaking his promise. He was supposed to wait 12 hours, but 2 days and nights had passed. He worried whether Su Firen and the others had escaped safely, fearing they might still be waiting foolishly by the Shui River. Staying in one place too long could easily reveal their location to the evil cultivators. After a brief rest and some more food, Hong Yuan felt slightly recovered. He took out the taxi from the Kunlun Jade Pendant. Though he didn't have a driver's license, he knew basic driving skills from having a car at home: left foot brake, right foot accelerator, push forward to reverse, pull back to drive. Sitting in the driver's seat, Hong Yuan took a deep breath and started the car. He pressed the accelerator, and the taxi lurched forward, crashing into a tree. Hastily switching to reverse, he hit the accelerator again, only to knock over Su Meng's nameless monument. "Uncle Su, I'm sorry. Please don't blame me." Hong Yuan quickly got out, set the monument upright, and returned the taxi to the Kunlun Jade Pendant. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he decided to wait until he found a proper road before driving again. Hong Yuan looked up at the starry sky to get his bearings before heading west. At the break of dawn, he finally emerged from the dense forest and summoned his car from the Kunlun Jade Pendant. This time, driving was much smoother on the flat highway. 2 hours later, in the morning light, he spotted a figure ahead. Hong Yuan wore a special ring on his left hand that could hide his identity, making those below the martial emperor level feel his aura, as if he were one. He had used this when buying colorful stones for Jiang Menghu before. As Hong Yuan drove closer, the young man jogging called out before he could speak, "I don't take rides." Hong Yuan applied the handbrake and said, "I don't know the way. Drive my car and take me to the banks of the Oath Water, and I'll pay you." The young man with flamboyant hair asked, "How much?" Since their currencies were not compatible, Hong Yuan took out a silver pellet and explained, "It's worth a few thousand at $20 a gram." The flamboyant young man bargained, "I want 2 pellets." "No problem." Hong Yuan agreed and immediately moved to the passenger seat. Seeing Hong Yuan's generosity, the young man had malicious intentions. He discreetly observed Hong Yuan and, sensing the martial emperor's aura, was immediately deterred. "Bro, 1 is enough." "No, I don't want money. I'll give you a free ride. Just cover for me in the future." The young man hurriedly sat in the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Along the way, Hong Yuan conjured a phone out of thin air and made a few calls, still finding no signal. Seeing this, the young man was secretly astonished. Having a spatial magical item, this person must indeed be a martial emperor. An hour later, the vehicle approached a checkpoint. The staff first glanced at the young man, confirming he wasn't part of Li Chang'an's group. Then they approached the passenger side, ready to knock on the window for Hong Yuan to open it. The young man suddenly opened the door and shouted, "Are you blind? It's fine to check me, but you dare check my big brother? Tired of living?" The inspection personnel were distracted and quickly glanced at the hat-wearing Hong Yuan without seeing clearly. Another inspector warned, "Don't mess around. This is a martial emperor." Hearing this, the inspector at the window immediately changed his tune. "A martial emperor? Then you're not the ones we're looking for. You can go. Smart move, or my big brother would wipe out your family." The young man threatened before driving away. Watching the taxi depart, an inspector wondered aloud, if he's a martial emperor, why doesn't he fly and instead takes a taxi? A billionaire's heir still eats street food. A man with a goddess-like wife still cheats. People just have their preferences. Who are you to judge? I just find it unreasonable, suspecting he might be Li Chang'an in disguise. Why are you so concerned? Protector Jean has already set up an inescapable trap by the shores of Shui, just waiting for Li Chang'an to walk right into it. If he turns out to be Li Chang'an, great. But if he's the martial emperor and kills you with 1 strike, can you afford to take that risk? In a luxury suite of a 5-star hotel, a tense atmosphere filled the air. The burly Jin Wuwei sat across from the slender Lu Mo, both wearing serious expressions. Lu Mo cleared his throat, his hoarse voice breaking the silence. "Do you think Li Chang'an and his group will come here?" Jin Wuwei tapped his long fingers on the table, his gaze sharp. "Our people have engaged Wu Di, Mu Bai, and Li Yunfei in 3 locations. They've split into 3 groups to escape, which is a good strategy, but unfortunately, they lack strength and manpower." He paused, continuing his analysis. "Mu Bai's group only has 3 left: Mu Yunlu, Luo Lai, and Shao Shao. Li Yunfei's group still has 4: Chen Zhou, Li Chang'an, Chun Yiqing, and Sidalan." Jin Wuwei frowned slightly. "We haven't received any news from Wu Di's side, so it's likely our people were wiped out. Therefore, Wu Di's group must have survivors." He stood up, moving to the window to overlook the bustling street. "I've ordered people to pursue and drive Mu Bai and Li Yunfei's groups towards the shores of Shui. If they don't want to be caught, they have no choice but to flee there. We've secured all other directions. Since they haven't been caught or spotted, they must have reached Shui." Turning to face Lu Mo, Jin Wuwei continued, "The survivors from Wu Di's group are also likely to come here. They have nowhere else to go. Lu Mo snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. The chief is arriving soon, so your guess better be right. Jin Wuwei smirked sarcastically. Instead of shirking responsibility, why not go out and search? Lu Mo's face darkened. You've already stationed people at Shishui, making it a one-way path. What am I supposed to search for? Jin Wuwei replied coldly. The chief tasked you with capturing Li Chang'an, and you failed. I asked for your ideas, but you couldn't deliver. Now I ask you to search, and you're unwilling. Besides shirking responsibility, what else are you capable of? Hitting a sore spot, Lu Mo stood abruptly, shouting angrily. I'm the altar master. How could I search personally? Why don't you go yourself? What use are you? Jin Wuwei remained composed. I need to oversee the entire operation. Lu Mo sneered. Stop pretending. You're just putting on a show because the chief is coming. You're hopeless. Jin Wuwei shook his head, a hint of disdain in his voice. If I had been in charge from the start, Li Chang'an would have been captured long ago, and we wouldn't be dealing with all this now. Many years ago, an emperor, in an attempt to persuade his enemy to surrender, pointed to the river and made a solemn vow. He declared, I swear by this river that I will not kill you, and I promise to keep my word, never to betray it. This oath created ripples through the annals of history, leaving a profound impact. As time passed, this river witnessed countless young couples pledging eternal love. With their fingers pointing to the water and eyes sparkling with affection, they vowed to stay united forever, never to change hearts. Gradually, the river was imbued with special significance, endearingly called the River of Vows. At the river's end stands a bustling coastal city aptly named Vow. This city, bearing countless promises, is set to become the stage for a thrilling pursuit and confrontation. Hong Yuan stood on the street, his expression grave. He took 2 silver bullets from his pocket and handed them to the punk beside him, his tone commanding. Take these. The punk dared not disobey, accepting the bullets and watching Hong Yuan depart. As he observed Hong Yuan's strong figure walking away, he murmured, truly worthy of the martial emperor realm, exuding such overwhelming presence. Hong Yuan briskly walked towards a sparsely populated alley, dialing Su Firen's number on his phone again. However, the screen still displayed a no signal icon. Ever since arriving at Vow, his phone had been out of service for hundreds of miles. This unusual situation made Hong Yuan wary, leading him to a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the Devourer sect had blocked all surrounding signals? He quickly analyzed the situation. The Devourer sect likely blocked the signals to prevent him and his allies from contacting reinforcements from the Tianwen realm. More concerning was that Su Firen's satellite phone also couldn't receive any communication. Finding Su Firen in Vow, a massive city with millions of residents, was like finding a needle in a haystack. Hong Yuan speculated that if Su Firen and his companions were still in the city, they were likely hiding in a hotel. Although his ring could conceal his presence, Hong Yuan was cautious not to reveal his whereabouts. The evil cultivator's plan was clearly well orchestrated, likely with guidance from a mastermind. Hong Yuan had to remain vigilant and cautious, wary of ambushes by the Devourer sect's cultivators within the city. The afternoon sun cast slanted rays on the streets as Hong Yuan deliberately avoided main roads, choosing alleys and secluded paths. He thought to himself, if I were Su Firen, discovering no phone signal, I would certainly leave some kind of mark. With this in mind, Hong Yuan discreetly activated his Heaven's Eye, then donned a hat to cover his brow, carefully observing his surroundings for any hidden signs. From afternoon to 8 p.m., Hong Yuan used the Heaven's Eye's vision and distance abilities to scour nearly the entire city. Finally, in a concealed corner, he spotted a familiar Symbol red flag with a golden star, the national flag of Daxia. The mark was so well hidden that it would be nearly impossible to spot without close inspection. Elated, Hong Yuan thought, this must be the place. He jogged towards the building with the flag. It was a 3-story hotel, and after ensuring no one was following him, he prepared to enter. Just then, a strong hand suddenly grabbed his clothes from behind. A deep male voice whispered in his ear, don't go in. Startled, Hong Yuan turned to see a masked and hatted figure standing behind him. Despite the disguise, Hong Yuan instantly recognized him. Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an, with a serious expression, whispered, this place is a trap. He gestured for Hong Yuan to follow, and they quickly navigated through streets and alleys, arriving at an abandoned building after several minutes. Pushing open the rickety wooden door, Hong Yuan found Chuni Ching and Sidu Lan inside. Li Chang'an removed his hat and mask, explaining solemnly, that symbol was left by the Devourer sect's cultivators to lure us into a trap. Hong Yuan asked in surprise, how did you know? A flash of pain crossed Li Chang'an's eyes as he replied heavily, because we fell for it once before, and Xinzhou died because of it. This statement hit like a hammer, underscoring the grave danger they faced, far more severe than they had imagined. Li Chang'an shook his head with a bitter smile, his brow furrowed. Those sinister cultivators are more cunning than we imagined. You all need to be careful, he warned, his voice laced with vigilance and worry. Just then, Chun Yiqing noticed Hong Yuan and Li Chang'an approaching. She quickly put down her tightly gripped sword, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Why are there only two of you? Where are Su Firen and Ying Huan? She asked anxiously, her voice tinged with unease. Situlan looked a bit disheveled, her blue clothes stained with dirt and blood, clearly having been through a fierce battle. Upon hearing Chun Yiqing's question, her expression immediately darkened, a flash of concern in her eyes. Hong Yuan took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. We got separated from them, he said, his tone revealing helplessness and self-blame. Situlan heard this and managed a bitter smile. Although she and Su Firen often disagreed, in this perilous environment, the safety of the other also weighed heavily on her mind. Li Chang'an wearily sat on a protruding rock, looked around, and asked, "How are you all holding up?" Hong Yuan replied concisely, "We were discovered by the sinister cultivators. Wu Di, Su Ming, and I stayed behind to cover the retreat of the others." His tone carried a hint of pride, but was overshadowed by concern for his companion's safety. Li Chang'an sighed, his voice complex. "We encountered sinister cultivators too. Li Yunfei volunteered to distract the enemy, but we lost contact with him afterward." His eyes reflected guilt and worry. Hong Yuan curiously asked, "How did you find me?" Li Chang'an explained, "I've been using my fiery eyes to keep watch for any movement around us. I happened to spot you." Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan quickly asked, "Su Firen should be near the sworn water bank. Can you use your heavenly eye to find her?" Li Chang'an shook his head. "My current cultivation level isn't enough. The range of my fiery eyes is limited." Hong Yuan smiled wryly. "My heavenly eye is like your fiery eyes. It doesn't reach far." At this moment, Chun Yiqing walked over to Hong Yuan, her big eyes full of concern. "You have a scent of blood on you. Are you injured?" Hong Yuan forced a smile. "I was lucky to escape with my life while covering the retreat, but my injuries haven't fully healed." Chun Yiqing immediately took out a crystal-clear pill from her pocket and handed it to Hong Yuan. "This is a healing pill. Take it. It will speed up your recovery." Hong Yuan gratefully accepted the pill and then asked, "Have you managed to contact Tianwen Realm?" Li Chang'an shook his head. "We made contact before, but after encountering the sinister cultivators, we lost the signal. It's likely been jammed." Hong Yuan said helplessly, "It seems we can only wait for rescue." Li Chang'an sighed. "In the past 2 days, sinister cultivators have been increasing near the sworn water bank. We've already changed hiding spots several times. If this continues, we might be discovered before help arrives." Hong Yuan urgently asked, "Is there any underground passage or air raid shelter around here?" Li Chang'an shook his head, his tone heavy. "We hid in such places before, but we were almost found. Now, the sworn water bank is crawling with sinister cultivators." Hong Yuan's face turned serious, muttering to himself, "They're digging deep." Then he curiously asked Li Chang'an, "What's your talent, exactly?" Li Chang'an replied cautiously, "Knowing too much isn't good at a time like this." Suddenly, Li Chang'an's expression changed, and he quickly stood up. "We need to move immediately. Sinister cultivators are approaching." His voice was filled with urgency. Upon hearing this, Chun Yiqing and Sidu Lan got up at once, readying themselves for battle. Hong Yuan said helplessly, "I barely got a chance to sit down." Li Chang'an spoke quickly, his tone pressing. "There are 5 sinister cultivators in total, all at the martial spirit level, and they're coming fast. Stay close to me." With that, he led the way towards safety, the others following closely behind, disappearing into the dense forest. Li Chang'an darted through the darkened streets like a gust of wind, with 3 others close behind. Their movements were like mice navigating a maze, zigzagging left and right, covering miles in mere moments. Despite being seriously wounded, Hong Yuan gritted his teeth and managed to keep pace with Li Chang'an. The intense sprint caused a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth, but thanks to the elixir Chun Yiqing had given him, his internal injuries didn't worsen. Suddenly, a scholarly-looking middle-aged man blocked Li Chang'an's path. "Are you Li Chang'an? I'm a professor from Tianzui University, here to rescue you." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Chang'an's sword had already pierced his chest. With a flick of the blade, blood splattered, but Li Chang'an didn't break stride, calmly explaining, "He's a demonic cultivator. Tianzui University is a top institution. Even the lowest-ranked teacher would be at the martial king level. This guy is only a 3-star martial spirit, easy to see through. Besides, if they were truly here to rescue us, why send a martial spirit to his death?" Hong Yuan suddenly understood, silently admiring Li Chang'an's decisiveness. He recalled warnings from a diary, feeling even more cautious. As the 4 of them ran, more demonic cultivators tried to block their path. Hong Yuan quickly pulled out a slingshot, sending a silver pellet whistling through the air to take down a lower-ranked demonic cultivator. Li Chang'an led the charge, with Chun Yiqing close behind. Suddenly, a demonic cultivator leaped out from a side alley, raising a blade to strike Chun Yiqing. At the critical moment, Sidu Lan drew her bow and released an arrow, hitting the demonic cultivator's wrist and giving Chun Yiqing a moment to breathe. Hong Yuan took a deep breath, focused, and launched another silver pellet. This time, it hit a 5-star martial spirit, causing a dent in his chest, but failing to kill him outright. Hong Yuan was frustrated, knowing that if he hadn't been injured and rushed, the shot could have been fatal. The wounded 5-star martial spirit blocked the path, separating the group. Li Chang'an and Chun Yicheng were in front, while Hong Yuan and Sito Lan were left behind. Just as Hong Yuan prepared to draw his sword and fight, a 6-star martial spirit demonic cultivator emerged from the left alley, wielding a long sword and standing beside his injured comrade. Split up and run. Hong Yuan decided swiftly, grabbing Sito Lan's wrist and ducking into the right alley. The two demonic cultivators hesitated but ultimately chose to chase Li Chang'an. Hong Yuan felt a bit relieved, trusting that Li Chang'an's keen eyes would help them evade their pursuers. Hong Yuan and Sito Lan ran a few more miles until he couldn't hold on any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The forced exertion and shooting of 2 silver pellets had aggravated his internal injuries. Ahead lay a cluster of residential buildings with piles of debris nearby. Hong Yuan pulled Sito Lan into the heap of debris, panting heavily, hoping they'd temporarily lost their pursuers. Amidst the clutter, various cardboard boxes were scattered around, from TV to refrigerator and washing machine packaging, clearly left behind by someone who had just moved in. Hong Yuan cautiously used his heaven's eye to survey the surroundings. Once he confirmed no one was following them, he quickly pulled Sito Lan inside a huge refrigerator box. In the cramped space, they were forced to stand closely face to face. Sito Lan's petite frame only reached Hong Yuan's chest, her rapid breaths touching his chest with a hint of warmth. Hong Yuan felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe, and he instinctively wanted to step back to ease the pressure. "Don't move," Sito Lan whispered urgently, afraid any noise would draw their pursuers. Sure enough, hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Hong Yuan activated his heaven's eye and saw several evil cultivators rushing into the neighborhood. "You're bleeding." Sito Lan noticed the blood at the corner of Hong Yuan's mouth and gently reached up to wipe it away. "I'm fine," Hong Yuan replied, retracting his heaven's eye. "It should be safe now. Let's get out of here." "Wait a bit longer," Sito Lan said, looking anxious. "It's safer to wait until they're further away." In truth, it was the awkward atmosphere that made Hong Yuan eager to breathe fresh air. But seeing Sito Lan's insistence, he didn't argue further to avoid embarrassment. The evil cultivators should be chasing Li Chang'an now. We're safe for the moment. Sito Lan's tone carried both relief and worry. Hong Yuan remained silent, knowing that Li Chang'an was in danger, but with his own injuries, he was unable to help, only hoping for his friend's safety. After a brief silence, Sito Lan softly asked, "Why do you like Su Firen? She's pretty but too aloof. What's so good about her?" "She saved my life," Hong Yuan replied dismissively. "That's just gratitude, not affection," Sito Lan retorted with a pout. Hong Yuan explained seriously, "Liking someone is a feeling. It may have started with her saving my life, but she never looked down on my talents and cultivation. If such a person isn't worth liking, then who is? We weren't love at first sight or grew to love each other over time, but I know I like her, even though it's different from true love." "You're too serious," Sito Lan said, displeased. "I'm not Su Firen, so why tell me all this? Why do you always compare yourself to Su Firen?" Hong Yuan asked, puzzled. It was a question he'd also asked Su Firen before. "She's from a wealthy family, and I'm from a declining one. What conflict could there be?" Sito Lan's tone was sarcastic. "But Su Firen said you were good friends as children," Hong Yuan stated directly. Sito Lan's expression shifted slightly, then turned mocking. "How could I ever be her friend?" Though Sito Lan didn't say it directly, Hong Yuan sensed it might stem from jealousy. Once on equal footing, now with Qingzhou Manor declining and Dei Manor flourishing, the psychological gap had widened. Childhood playmates who were once equals now seemed worlds apart, and this disparity fueled Sito Lan's resentment, a natural human reaction. "If we encounter enemies later, let's split up and run," Hong Yuan said, leaning against the wall and clutching his injured chest. He didn't want his injury to slow down Sito Lan, but the stubborn woman frowned and asked, "Are you planning to abandon me?" "I'm injured. I'm just worried about dragging you down," Hong Yuan replied helplessly, shaking his head. He then bent down to move a cardboard box blocking their path. As he cautiously scanned the surroundings, he suddenly heard urgent footsteps approaching Luo Lai. Shao Dao and Mu Yunlu were rushing towards him in a disheveled state. "Run!" Luo Lai's shout pierced the air. Hong Yuan immediately activated his heavenly eye to survey the scene, spotting more than a dozen evil cultivators chasing the trio. Worse still, Mu Yunlu was unconscious, bleeding from his 7 orifices, his white robe soaked in blood. The burly Luo Lai was carrying him, while Shao Dao's right arm was missing, blood gushing from the stump. Before Hong Yuan could react, Sito Lan had already vanished. He took this split up and run suggestion quite literally, and had already dashed several hundred meters away. Luo Lai, carrying Mu Yunlu, reached Hong Yuan and said with a bitter smile, "My friend, running into you at a time like this is really unfortunate." "What happened to Mu Yunlu?" Hong Yuan asked while running. "His internal organs are shattered, and he's barely hanging on thanks to Shao Dao's Shura protection technique. He won't last long, Luo Lai replied, then burst into laughter. We might not make it out of here today. Where's the rescue from Tianwen realm? Are they just sitting around doing nothing? Shao Dao's face was pale, his right arm still bleeding profusely. Despite past grievances, everyone put aside their differences in the face of life and death. Hong Yuan sighed. The signal's been jammed, they can't contact us. The Six Paths demonic domain is vast. It's impossible to pinpoint our exact location. Are you the only one left from your team? Shao Dao asked, panting. I got separated from my teammates, Hong Yuan answered briefly, worried about the safety of Su Firen and the others. Evil cultivators were everywhere, and the shores of the Sworn Water were no longer safe. He hoped Su Firen wouldn't stubbornly wait for him and would leave if he didn't return within 12 hours. But knowing her, she would likely insist on waiting. As night deepened, Hong Yuan checked the time on his phone. It was already 8 p.m. Carry me for a minute, he suddenly said to Luo Lai. I might be able to send out a signal. Before Luo Lai could respond, Shao Dao interjected. I'll carry you. Mu Yunlu is too seriously injured for you to put extra weight on him. In moments of life and death, past grievances seemed insignificant. As they say, true friendship is revealed in adversity. Although Shao Dao often claimed that he didn't consider Mu Yunlu a friend, the truth of the matter was something only he truly knew. After all, a person's true nature is reflected not just in their words, but also in their actions. At this moment, Shao Dao was supporting Hong Yuan's body with one arm, allowing him to rest securely on his back. Hong Yuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his consciousness into the Kunlun jade pendant. This was his 5th time entering this mysterious space today. The last time, he was squeezed into a small cardboard box with Sido Lan, and before that, he was with Li Chang'an in a dilapidated building. Ever since realizing that evil cultivators had blocked external signals, Hong Yuan had been attempting to use the Kunlun jade pendant to send out a call for help. However, the time flow inside the pendant was extremely slow, and during his previous attempts, he spent long periods waiting without encountering anyone who could help. In the tavern, only Kuei Huang was a regular presence, but for some unknown reason, he couldn't leave the Kunlun jade pendant. This time, Hong Yuan chose to enter at 8 p.m. in the real world, hoping to find someone willing to trade. He anxiously pushed open the tavern door, immediately spotting 2 familiar figures, Hidaniu and a Jew. The two seemed to be in the middle of a transaction, their haggling interrupted by Hong Yuan's sudden entrance catching their attention. Brothers, Hong Yuan quickly approached them, urgency in his voice. I need your help. I can offer jade as payment. Hidaniu was momentarily taken aback and asked, why are you in such a hurry? A Jew got straight to the point. What do you need help with? Hong Yuan swiftly pulled out his phone, quickly jotting down a phone number. Call this number when you get out. It's the number for Zhou Jielian, the vice principal of Tianwu University. Tell him you're friends of Hong Yuan, and that I'm trapped by the shores of Shishui. He needs to send help immediately. Hidaniu took the note with the number. Puzzled. Isn't your name Long Yuan? Why don't you call yourself? That's my alias. Hong Yuan, fearing they'd think he was joking, briefly explained his situation. I'm being hunted by evil cultivators, and all my phone signals are blocked. Upon hearing evil cultivators, Hidaniu immediately grasped the severity of the situation. He solemnly said, I'll go out and make the call right away. Inform this Zhou Jielian. Don't die on us. A Jew also took the number, patted Hong Yuan's shoulder in support, and then left the tavern. Hong Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, returning to the real world, surprised to find that only 30 seconds had passed in reality. He quickly jumped off Shao Dao's back and said urgently, I've contacted the vice principal of Tianwu University and informed them of our location. Luo Lai, confused, asked, how did you notify them? Given the urgency, Hong Yuan couldn't elaborate and simply said, I just had an out-of-body experience and got someone to call the vice principal for me. Shao Dao pressed on. When will the vice principal of Tianwu University arrive? I don't know, Hong Yuan answered honestly. If he's near the Six Paths demon domain, he should be able to get here quickly. Their faces fell silent. Although this method seemed unreliable, in their current dire situation, they had no other choice but to pin their hopes on it. It was their only lifeline. A sense of unease enveloped the banks of the Sure River under the night sky. Shadows flitted across the heavens, and the rare sight of powerful Wu Ling realm figures filled the skies over the city, striking fear into the hearts of the townsfolk. Amid this tense atmosphere, Hong Yuan and his group were fleeing in a panic. Luo Lai glanced back to see the evil cultivators closing in, their sweat-soaked clothes clinging to them. If I don't go to hell, who will? Luo Lai thought to himself, his gaze resolute with determination. I will hold them off. Take Mu Yunlu with you. Shao Dao, though only acquainted with Luo Lai for a few days, greatly admired his loyalty and righteousness, having grown up by the Great Wall. The usually rebellious youth had come to regard Luo Lai as an elder brother. I'll take care of Mu Yunlu. Shao Dao slowed his pace, extending his remaining left arm to take the unconscious Mu Yunlu. If you manage to survive, Remember to offer a cup of wine to me next Qingming festival. Luo Lai shouted as his body suddenly expanded into a giant, 100 meters tall. Seeing this, Hong Yuan quickly interjected. Let me carry him. You only have one arm left, and although I'm injured, I can still manage. Shao Shao shook his head in refusal. Your injuries are serious too. Right now, it's a matter of life and death. Save yourself. If Mu Yunlu and I are captured, it's just our bad luck. Don't let us drag you down. At that moment, an evil cultivator seized the opportunity to attack Shao Shao. Luo Lai's enormous hands swept through the air, capturing the attacker and smashing him to the ground, turning him into a bloody pulp. Two more attackers approached, and Luo Lai's dragon-like arms caught them both, hurling them into the distance with great force. Seeing their pursuit thwarted, the evil cultivators shifted their focus to the towering giant. Kill him first. With that command, countless figures traced dense trajectories in the air, converging on Luo Lai. Charge! The air was filled with the deafening cries of battle as the evil cultivators, weapons in hand, relentlessly charged at Luo Lai. Someone shouted, "This is Luo Lai. Capturing him alive for the main leader will earn a great reward." Luo Lai swung his massive hands, the gusts of wind sweeping several attackers away. However, his level was ultimately too low, and the fierce winds only affected those below a 5-star Wu Ling. Higher-level cultivators could easily withstand the winds with their abundant spiritual energy. A 10-star Wu Ling cultivator casually dispelled the incoming wind with a flick of his hand and followed up with a powerful punch towards Luo Lai. The giant couldn't dodge in time, and the blow struck his chest, causing blood to rain down on the earth. Due to Luo Lai's conspicuous size, the later arriving cultivators overlooked Hong Yuan and his two companions below. As Hong Yuan felt a sharp pain in his organs, a tremendous crash sounded behind him, the sound of Luo Lai falling. At a fork in the road, Shao Shao pressed her lips together and said, "You go left, I'll go right. If one of us can survive, that's something." Hong Yuan nodded heavily, and the two instantly parted ways, each heading toward an unknown fate. Hong Yuan ran swiftly, covering several miles in no time. His energy surged within, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth again. Ever since he arrived at the banks of the Sure River, he had been like a hunted mouse, constantly on the run. He wiped the blood with his sleeve, knowing that without time to rest and recuperate, his injuries were slow to heal. Suddenly, a sharp pain forced him to stop. He leaned against a wall, retching up a mouthful of blood. His weakened body slid to the ground, his back against the cold surface. He looked up at the sky with a bitter smile, the shadows of evil cultivators flitting by like death's ominous presence looming over him. Is this where it ends for me today? Hong Yuan thought bitterly, recalling his once ambitious dreamsto, return victorious from Tianwen realm and make a name for himself. Who could have imagined it would end before it even began? He worried about his companion's safety, wondering about Su Firen and the other circumstances, and whether Li Chang'an and Chun Yicheng had escaped capture. Behind him stood a residential building. Hong Yuan struggled to his feet and used his celestial sight to scan the floors. On the third floor, he found an empty room. He dragged himself up the stairs, exerting all his strength to unlock the door, and quietly slipped inside. The room was dusty, clearly long abandoned. Hong Yuan hid in the cramped bathroom, finding a sliver of safety there. He sat cross-legged, slowly channeling spiritual energy to heal his internal injuries while absorbing the pills given by Chun Yicheng. These pills were remarkably effective, far superior to ordinary ones. Within minutes, his injuries began to improve, and his internal wounds were temporarily suppressed. With the aid of the 8-9 mystical skills, his senses became extraordinarily sharp, allowing him to perceive everything around him. As he continued to absorb the pill's energy, a faint sense of hostility caught his attention. Hong Yuan immediately used his celestial sight to look down to the first floor, where he saw two evil cultivators whispering outside the building. Our people just checked the surveillance and saw Hong Yuan enter this building, but we don't know which room he's in. Our task is to guard this building. Protector Jean has already sent a Martial King expert over. These people are really troublesome. Though they're only at the 10-star Martial Masters level, their strength rivals 4 or 5-star Martial Spirits, and despite being pursued by 9-star Martial Spirits, they still managed to escape. Hearing this, Hong Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. They actually dispatched a Martial King, quite the honor. He knew he couldn't stay there any longer and began to search the room for a means of escape. Then, he noticed a variety of costumes and wigs in the wardrobe, suggesting the room's owner was a cosplay enthusiast. With a stroke of inspiration, Hong Yuan found a woman's wig and a relatively normal outfit from the wardrobe. The two evil cultivators were stationed at the stairwell, and though they were only 5-star martial spirits, Hong Yuan didn't want to alert them. He quietly climbed out the window, landing softly and quickly hiding in a camera-free corner to change. 2 minutes later, a tall woman, standing at 6 feet tall, wearing black stockings and a uniform, emerged from the corner. While Hong Yuan was reluctant to wear such an outfit, it was the least conspicuous choice from the wardrobe. He proceeded cautiously, avoiding evil cultivators for several minutes. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, two figures suddenly swept through the air above a pair of six-star martial spirits. Hong Yuan held his breath and continued onward, uncertain of what dangers lay ahead. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.